After nearly 10 years of streaming to a dozen viewers and earning a monthly salary that was basically pocket change, I finally decided to quit the business. But what the hell? When I woke up the next morning, instead of being transported into a game like some cliché trope, the game I always played had manifested in the real world. Suddenly, my measly few $100 salary shot straight up as I hit rank 1 on the Korean server. My fame rivaled top superstars, thanks to my insanely evolved skill set. With his unique ability to copy any skill, how will Jin Hyuk tear through this game? Let's dive in and find out. At the 79th attempt, over 315,000 people have died. The only result humanity got from the Tower of Trials was total extinction. The human doomsday clock has begun its countdown, and the world is slowly descending into pure chaos. People watch the countdown clock with dread as every minute ticks away. Everyone is on edge. Their hands are glued to their phones, leaving comments. Honestly, too many have died already. Even the top rankers have given up. No one wants to challenge it anymore. The entire world will be destroyed in 1 hour at the 48th floor of the Tower of Trials. Comments flicker by, mourning the challengers who lost their lives. But wait a second. On the 48th floor, a challenger has appeared in the Red Exterminator Dragon's territory. The comment section instantly explodes. Someone is actually still challenging it. In a situation like this, is this guy brave or just looking for a quick way to die? The live viewer count is skyrocketing. An anonymous young man stands before the dragon, facing off against the boss of the Tower of Trials. The dragon looks at the cocky kid in front of him with curiosity. You really don't know when to quit, do you? It's hard to tell if it's mocking him or actually impressed. How do you still have the guts to come back here after so many others have perished? The young man just shrugs and says, well, obviously I needed a little time to prepare before I grill this oversized lizard. He wasn't late, and you've got to admire his nerve calling a dragon a lizard right to its face. The dragon seethes at his arrogance. Don't you know that the number of humans who died in agony is far greater than the number I've personally killed? It stops wasting words, flinging its chains to drag him into the inferno. Even though you're just a meaningless little insect, this ending is honestly just too dull. The young man, holding nothing but a small dagger, stands before the dragon like an ant before an elephant. It gives him a loving stomp with its massive foot, trying to send him straight to the afterlife. But hold on, baby, you think it's going to be that easy? If he just blindly attacked after being pinned down, wouldn't that be too predictable? The dragon thought it had finished him in a heartbeat, but the guy is still standing there, perfectly fine, right behind it. He just waves his hand dismissively. Just by watching its fingers twitch, he already knows exactly what it's planning. The dragon is starting to feel a little rattled. You can actually neutralize its skills in an instant? This is a direct insult to a dragon's pride. The dragon roars in fury, breathing fire, intending to turn him into tonight's dinner. You, human trash, you're decent, I'll give you that. But only an agonizing death awaits you on the path you've chosen. The flames erupt with terrifying power, incinerating everything in their path. With that kind of destruction, surviving seems impossible. But there's no need to worry. Because this guy has played the game so long, he's practically an immortal legend. The masked youth leaps high into the air. Dodging the flames with a graceful flip, he aims his dagger straight at the dragon. Tonight's menu is definitely dragon sashimi. Stung by the blade, the dragon howls in rage and spits fire. You won't leave this place alive. The screen flashes with a notification. Red Exterminator Dragon is using the Dragon Breath skill. Even though the entire dungeon is completely within the range of the Dragon Breath, he doesn't even bother dodging. The young man just gives a light flick of his wrist. He begins reading the memories of the world, accessing the library where skills are stored indefinitely. The young man raises his hand and shouts a summon. Seeing him wave, the dragon thinks he's doing some weird dance and roars a threat. It claims he'll never be able to kill it. The young man grips his dagger tight. Since you're so eager to die, then I guess I'll have to show you. He unleashes the Hellfire dagger and activates Skill Fusion. Skill Fusion. Hellfire and the dagger skill combine into something that can carve through dragons. He has acquired the Soul Beam of Azarion, a 3-star knowledge skill. The dragon stares at his skill in disbelief. Is this the ultimate dragon breath used by the ancient dragon Azarion? It panics, as if it's encountered something truly terrifying. How can a mere human like you possess this kind of power? Who the hell are you? Well, there are always people who can do far more than others. Besides, this isn't the first time I've killed you. Now, let me show you who's really the boss. It's me, Kang Jin Hyuk. Trash games, that's the term people use for games that just aren't fun, have no balance, or have terrible admins and a ridiculous level of difficulty. The virtual reality game, Tower of Trials, falls right into that category. When this game first launched, Korean gamers who love speedrunning games way faster than developers ever expect, dived headfirst into the grind to clear it. They spent 365 days a year grinding, forgetting to eat or even sleep. But after 3 years, everyone finally realized that the Tower of Trials was a game that simply couldn't be beaten. The gatekeepers were basically invincible. The temperature at the edge of the Arctic was -600 degrees Celsius, meaning anyone who stepped foot there died instantly. After 1 hour, the edge of the maze expanded to 10,000 square kilometers. This game wasn't designed to bring anyone joy. Honestly, calling it a torture simulator would be much more accurate. Eventually, because the game was such trash, the player count started to plummet. In fact, the gaming company almost went bankrupt. Still, there were a few pros who refused to give up and kept testing their luck against this impossible difficulty. And the prime example of that is our guy, Jin Hyuk. He successfully conquered the 50th floor, becoming the first person to ever clear the Tower of Trials. It felt incredible, a true sense of after searching for countless ways to conquer the tower and repeating them until they became second nature. Clearing that final floor was enough to make all 11 years of his hard work feel worth it. Jin Hyuk walked around, taking in the view of the 50th floor. He never actually expected to finish the final level. He really should have live-streamed this for the likes and views. Jin Hyuk even wondered if he should post this on YouTube. Even though it's a trash game, he could probably still sucker in a few newbies to watch it. While he was busy thinking of ways to chase clout, a notification window suddenly started flashing next to him. I guess that's what happens when you beat the game. Even the notification comes in a fancy envelope. He opened it, hoping to make some money, but only found a thank you note inside. It thanked him for playing their game for all this time. A new update was going to be installed in the next 12 hours, so they asked him to keep enjoying the game after that. Jin Hyuk was pretty surprised. He didn't think they'd even bother with an update. Where did they get the money to be so carefree? Did they strike oil in the middle of a desert or something? It made no sense. This game was absolute trash and didn't make them any profit. Whatever, if they're doing it, they probably have a plan. It's not like he needs to worry about their business. Even if the game got a new update, he wasn't planning on playing it anymore. He was also planning on quitting his job as a streamer and YouTuber, which he had been doing for a long time. Even though he didn't have a family to support, he was already 27 years old. He couldn't keep living on just $500 a month. He'd probably have to tell the gym owner that he wouldn't be coming in anymore. People often told him he should become a professional fighter, but right now, money was more important than fighting. It was time to stream, so Jin Hyuk turned on his computer and started the broadcast. The viewers were shocked by the massive feast on his table. Hey man, is this like a death row inmate's last meal? Jin Hyuk looked at everyone somberly. Guys, there's something I need to tell you. The chat went wild seeing him act so serious. Why are you being so serious all of a sudden? 1 second his face was dark and grim, and the next, Jin Hyuk burst out laughing and told them he was retiring. He made up his mind he would post the official retirement notice tomorrow. Jin Hyuk downed 3 bottles of soju and crashed, waking up with a splitting headache. He had to get to work editing the video of him clearing the Tower of Trials. As soon as he turned on the computer, a trending video titled, "The Tower of Trials Has Become Reality" popped up right in front of him. Curious, Jin Hyuk clicked on it. He wanted to see why the views were so high. In the live stream, a guy was panicking, filming a massive, colossal tower looming right in front of him. Jin Hyuk stared, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? This is the opening scene of the Tower of Trials. Suddenly, a notification window flashed in front of him. The Tower of Trials update has been successfully installed. To everyone on Earth, clear the next floor within 90 days. If you fail, humanity will be erased. The first update is now complete. The number of players accepting this new reality was skyrocketing. In all his life, this was the first time Jin Hyuk had been in such an awkward situation. Even putting on a confident smile wasn't going to solve this. If the Tower of Trials had actually become real, he didn't have time to just sit around anymore. He had to gear up and save the world. Jin Hyuk bolted out of his house. He had to get to the place where he could find that specific item. The world might be facing the apocalypse, but why was his heart racing with so much excitement? It was simple. He probably just had a few screws loose. Meanwhile, in the city of Busan, people are losing their minds. A middle-aged guy is screaming at the top of his lungs, Where is the fastest train to Busan? Everyone else snaps back. Busan won't save you now. If you want a future, you have to get out of Korea altogether. Honestly though, the fastest way out is just logging out of the server permanently. 1 minute and you are done. A girl in glasses tells them they are talking nonsense. Look at the news. These towers are popping up in every other country too. Yeah, there is no escaping this mess. While everyone else is screaming for a way out, Jin Hyuk, he just slips right through the crowd, heading straight for the underground mall on the Korea server. This place was designated as an outlier zone. There are only about 30 of them in the whole country, and this one is the closest to him. As soon as he steps into the underground mall, people are already glaring at him like they want to burn a hole through his head. Everyone here has already played through the Tower of Trials prologue. They know a limited edition item is about to spawn. If he is lucky, he can snag maybe 5 of them at most. He is running the numbers when a voice cuts him off. He stops in his tracks. Wait, are you Jin Hyuk? He thinks for a second it might be a fan recognizing him. Nope, it is Lee Jong-soo, a famous streamer. And even worse, he is the scumbag boss from the company Jin Hyuk used to work for. Even after quitting, the corporate rot still finds him. What a total nightmare. Jin Hyuk asks, don't you have a live stream schedule to keep? But Jong-soo just scoffs. Who cares about streaming when stuff like this is happening? Then he starts getting way too close for comfort. He calls Jin Hyuk, his dear colleague, in a voice that is way too sweet. Jin Hyuk is not buying it for a second. That man's company. It scammed countless streamers with slave contracts, forcing them to stream more and more. The more they worked, the more money they lost. They were silenced by corporate power and high-priced lawyers. That is why his best friend, who started with him, had to quit the industry entirely. Jong-soo keeps putting his hands on him. He is acting all buddy-buddy, talking smooth. He knows Jin Hyuk is a top-tier gamer and was a pretty damn good mukbang streamer too. He offers to rewrite the contract for a win-win deal. But Jin Hyuk is done with these corporate bloodsuckers. The world has changed. In this new reality, you have to use your head to survive. So, Jin Hyuk smashes his forehead right into the guy's nose, sending blood spraying everywhere. He warns the creep to back off. Don't act like we're friends. Jong-soo did not just lose money on his nose job, he probably lost a few teeth too. That headbutt felt amazing. Jin Hyuk checks the clock. It is almost time for the item to appear. Right on cue, a tree suddenly erupts from the fountain in the center of the shopping mall. The crowd goes wild. It is the cork tree. Am I dreaming? The system announces. The greedy cork tree has appeared. Everyone stares as the tree starts bearing fruit. Wait, look at that. It is actually fruiting. The berries look like ripe, juicy gems hanging from the branches. They can boost strength, agility, and mana. It is a top-tier item, but there are only 4 fruits in total. This is about to turn into a bloodbath. The crowd looks like a pack of starving wolves. They swarm the tree, trampling over each other to get a piece. Jong-soo, clutching his bleeding face. He is furious that he is missing his chance, and starts screaming. He says if Jin Hyuk had just cooperated, they would both be winning. Now he is convinced there won't be any fruit left. Jin Hyuk just gives him some cold hard truth. If you don't know what you're talking about, shut your mouth and listen. It is not time yet. The crowd is still shoving and clawing, desperate for a bite of that power-boosting fruit, the greedy cork tree. The name itself is a hint. A man and a woman are duking it out for a fruit. Who is going to win? Within minutes, the guy manages to gobble one down. Oh man, this is the best thing I have ever tasted. Just like that, he gets 3 points in agility. It is clear most of these players have no clue how these fruits actually work. All they see are stats like magic and strength, and they dive in like moths to a flame. Their only goal is to get a taste of that ripe fruit. Jin Hyuk just scoffs. Casual players who have dabbled in games will focus on grabbing the fruit, but hardcore gamers who have dedicated their lives to it, like Kang Jin Hyuk, he is looking for something much more twisted and brutal than a simple power-up. Just as a wicked smirk spreads across his face, the tree begins to shake violently. Boom, that massive cork tree. Its massive roots burst from the ground, lashing out and shattering the pavement into pieces. Everyone starts screaming in terror. What? Did you really think getting your hands on gold was going to be that easy? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Those people were so busy eating that they forgot one crucial detail. A tree becomes dangerous if people eat all its fruit. Naturally. What mother tree would want its children to be nibbled on? They are all running around like crazy, making excuses that it has not appeared in so long that they completely forgot how it acts. Out of the 36 stratagems, running is the best one. I have kicked the bucket at this exact spot at least 50 times already. Kang Jin Hyuk looks at them with pure contempt. While everyone else is giving up, he just stands there like a statue. With his hands in his pockets, he looks like a total badass. Seeing Lee Jong-soo about to tuck tail and run, he has to talk some trash. You are a total chicken. Are you planning to hide or what? Jong-soo is pissed, but he cannot lie. Life is long, and nobody wants to die in a place like this, man. Are you sure about that? That would be such a shame. The real reward for this event can only be claimed once all its fruit is gone. Hearing that, Jong-soo completely freezes up. He starts hesitating, calculating his moves, and wondering if this guy is actually telling the truth. Wait, if it were not true, why on earth would I still be standing here? I would have been home tucked under my blankets a long time ago. Jong-soo is still wondering why Jin Hyuk is not joining the scramble for those fruits. So that was the reason, huh? You are dead meat. Even though he does not know the full details yet, a desperate mind finds a way. It looks like he found a good opportunity. He still has to act shy, pretending to be bashful, while asking Jin Hyuk what they should do now. A cool light flashes in Jin Hyuk's eyes. It is a bit dramatic, but he is dead serious. Now, they have to charge in together. Because if they go in one by one, they will become easy targets for the tree to devour at any moment. So they just need to rush in from two opposite directions at the same time. You get it? Basically, he wants to distract it. Now, in this desolate place, two handsome guys are preparing for a life-and-death battle, Lee Jong-soo and Kang Jin Hyuk. But Jin Hyuk still does not feel entirely at ease. He warns him over and over to remember his words. All it takes is for one guy. Just one moment of hesitation, and you will both be 6 feet under. Do your job right. Jong-soo tells him not to worry. He has played this game a lot, but this guy has a very sneaky face, like the type who would vanish the moment he gets a chance. Whatever. The time has come, and both of them charge forward like two raging bulls. I will not keep you waiting. The tree also starts showing off its skills. Very quickly, hundreds of roots. They surge up with the intention of wrapping tightly around them. Jin Hyuk is a god at dodging. But what about Lee Jong-soo? This is freaking unbelievable. In over 20 years of my life, I have never met a guy as arrogant as this. He just stands there smirking, saying only an idiot would trust Jin Hyuk. You can tell just by looking at him that he is not reliable. And that smile is missing 2 teeth. He needs to lose the whole set before he learns his lesson. He is actually pretty clever, luring our main man forward to act as bait, while he stands back to watch and laugh. Too bad his plan is also within the main character's control. It is over, pal. Jin Hyuk is glad this guy has not changed one bit, still stuck with those same old nasty habits. I really want to slap him a few times. Take that for your bait, and take that for not being an idiot. The one who has to be the human shield here is not me. It is actually him. As soon as Jin Hyuk dodges the next move of the cork tree, it immediately aims straight for Jong-soo and charges. Because he is standing further away from the tree. Oh boy, you fell for the trap. The tree wraps tightly around Lee Jong-soo, making him scream in agony. Just waiting for the moment to arrive, Jin Hyuk runs straight toward those juicy, ripe fruits. Save me, poor guy. While he is crying for help, Jin Hyuk just gives him a cold reality check. Why should I save you? If you have a problem, take it to court with your expensive lawyers, since you are so rich. And that is it. Goodbye to that piece of trash. Jin Hyuk only has his eyes on the tree trunk. 9 thorns are waiting, just hoping Jin Hyuk falls into the trap. Luckily, as a top-tier student, he predicted everything. He dodges without breaking a sweat. The trunk is self-destructing without any help, and he has found it. The core of the cork tree has been revealed. He just needs to find the exact angle and attack. Sweetheart, game over. Hand over the core to me. Since this is an event, there is 0 experience to be gained. But if he defeats it, his name will be in the Hall of Fame. The greedy cork tree uses its blood-sucking vine skill. This move is pretty intense. Even though he is a gaming addict, he cannot avoid everything, however. Jin Hyuk simply uses a tree branch to deflect it. The tree is not a pushover either. It turns its branches into spikes and fires them straight at Jin Hyuk. You think I am scared? Bring on the spikes. He takes them all on. One by one, every root is chopped down without mercy. More and more branches keep lunging at him, but his dodging is smooth as silk, super easy. The strikes Kang Jin Hyuk unleashes are incredibly fierce. He is powerful, but having to run forward while dodging these sharp thorns is a bit exhausting. Hang in there and help this tree lose some weight, man. Realizing he is almost there, our guy has to speed up. The good thing is that this tree can see through everything. It is like the tree is saying, "You think you can take me down that easily, kid? You are way too green." A bunch of pretty butterflies. These flirty butterflies flying out are called sleep butterflies. This time, things are not looking good. According to my brain's database, this is the type. This monster has a defense mechanism that induces sleep, and if you don't have a plan to counter it, you're toast. Jin Hyuk quickly covers his nose. Nothing is going to stop me. As long as your lungs are in good shape, you can fight these things. Basically, you just have to hold your breath. He has to push forward while dealing with both the sleep butterflies and the thorny vines. But for a pro gamer like him, this is child's play. It is time. Gaining momentum, our guy lunges straight for the tree's core. He stabs a cork branch right into the heart of the tree. Instantly, a blinding light floods the area, looking like he is being summoned to heaven. Not satisfied yet, Jin Hyuk puts his back into it. With fire in his eyes, he pierces right through the massive core. Right now, our protagonist looks just like Superman, hair standing on end and eyes glowing, followed by a massive explosion. It is over. The system makes the call. You are the first person to defeat the greed cork tree. The entire tree, over 2 meters tall, is split clean in half. Among the scattered branches and ruins, he stands victorious. Truly expected from Kang Jin Hyuk, the #1 gaming addict in the world. He did not realize the thousands of hours he spent studying patterns would pay off like this. He feels incredibly grateful. I guess hard work really does pay off. His achievement will be displayed in the Hall of Fame all day tomorrow. Man, that is one hell of a flex. The annoying part is this trash system requires personal info to be listed in the Hall of Fame. But he wants to keep his identity hidden. He likes being a silent hero, but mostly he is just picky and does not want the unwanted attention. If people find out he was a former top-tier player, things will get messy, so he does not want a single detail leaked. The system complies. His name is listed as unknown, his face is masked, and his voice is distorted. Jin Hyuk does not really care about the fame right now. He needs to find the loot. There it is, the essence of the tree, the wood sphere. The name sounds basic, but the essence is incredible. If a normal fruit gives 3 stat points, this wood sphere gives him 12 whole skill points. Since each level up gives 3 points, this is equal to leveling up 4 times. After admiring it for a moment, he tosses it in his mouth and gulps it down. Man, he can feel the strength surging through him. It is like magic. He has to check the stats just to make sure he is not being scammed. Name, gender, all there. He is at level 1 with 12 skill points. Looks like he is officially the strongest level 1 player alive. The system works fast. Only an hour later, the video of the greed cork tree's first defeat is uploaded. People swarm in to watch, and the comment section starts blowing up like crazy. Besides a few impressed comments, most of them are like, "No way I am believing this. It must be pure luck or some kind of cheat." But those doubts vanish once they actually watch the footage. Even with his face hidden, his dodging skills are god tier. That ambush was a 10 out of 10. Out of 9 commenters, 8 are singing his praises. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk's main account is being flooded with sponsorship offers from major companies. 1 billion won? Name your price. He did not expect it to be this big of a deal, but then again, a cork tree is a nightmare for a level 1 player. But this is a bit much. Thinking back, almost nobody has even reached the second half of the game yet. He almost forgot that his standards are completely off the charts. 1 billion. He spent his whole life struggling just to put food on the table. Being late on rent was normal, and he would have to starve for days just to save up for a mukbang stream. If he were offered 1 billion yesterday, he would have hesitated. But now? Forget it. All he cares about is power and information. The moment he enters the next match, the real game begins. Mana leaking from the Tower of Trials spreads across Seoul. Though it is subtle, it is turning common artifacts into holy relics. Of course, those are just knockoffs. The real deal is inside the tower. These fakes do not even stand a chance. The easiest place to snag a bunch of these replicas is the National Museum of Korea, which houses countless artifacts. But is it really that easy? While the greed cork tree appeared in 7 locations, this museum item is one of a kind. Naturally, others will be gunning for it, probably even top players. He steps inside, and it is eerily quiet. He thought it was safe, but right in front of him are charred corpses. He knew it. Someone got here first. Since the world changed, he thought he would adapt easily. But the gap between imagination and reality is much wider than he thought. People are being too reckless. It seems their target is the artifacts stored in the medieval section. The thing everyone is dying to get their hands on is the Great Earth Map of the East. Of course, he does not need a map of Korea. He is the real deal, born and raised. But the Great Earth Map is now soaked in magic energy and contains vital intel about the Tower of Trials. That is why everyone is desperate to steal it. It shows the owner exactly where the mazes and ruins are, and even explains what kind of monsters are lurking there. Who wouldn't drool over an item like this? But unfortunately, the info only goes up to the 10th floor. Even so, that is more than enough to spark greed in anyone's heart. Everyone wants a piece of it, and because of that, they are going to miss a legendary artifact hidden right under the mud. Yup, that is the one. I will hold off on that for now and reveal it later. While everyone else is busy trashing the museum and barking at each other like crazy. Let go! It is mine, they scream. But suddenly, someone steps up and bellows at the top of his lungs. He tells everyone to shut up and take their drama home. From this moment on, anyone who moves, dies. That is what the mystery man said. Oh please, you think acting tough makes you special? You are asking for a beatdown. If he even flinches, they will split his head wide open. I warned you, but I guess talk is cheap. Looks like it is time to let my fists do the talking. He transforms into an Iron Man. Touch the map and you are dead. Now everyone is starting to get cold feet. This guy has got a unique skill, but before he can even look cool, some old man steps in from out of nowhere. He tries to glare at the old timer, but gets put in his place immediately. The old guy's name is Min Jung-gu. But Iron Man here still talks big, warning the old man that if he doesn't move, he will snap his neck like a twig. Oh man, I am shaking in my boots, but that is when the old man gets a devious look on his face. He asks, "You think you will break my neck, or will I turn you into charcoal first?" With a simple snap of his fingers, a massive fire erupts and incinerates everything. Just like that, Mr. Iron Man is toast. The old man adds one more thing. Your big mouth was your downfall. And he is not alone. He has got a whole team backing him up. Seriously impressive fire magic. His right-hand woman is Lee Yuri. She looks like a high school student, but she is a powerhouse. With just a tiny statue, she can wipe out anyone standing in her way. Her eyes glow with power. This isn't just regular mana. We are talking about massive levels here. In less than 3 minutes, a monster emerges from the statue. From now on, anyone who moves is an enemy. Better watch out, or this girl will bite your head off. And she is still wearing that friendly smile. People like this have finally awakened. Well, it is game over for them. She is grinning ear to ear 1 second, and then, total silence. Here comes our main man, Kang Jin Hyuk, walking in like he owns the place. What a mess. People really don't respect history these days. Luckily, the map isn't torn. The girl feels disrespected and snaps, thinking he is just joking around. I guess you will just stay there smiling until you kick the bucket. She barks an order to the 7-foot monster by her side. Go, kill him. The two rookies have no idea what is coming. When they see Kang Jin Hyuk's combat power, their jaws hit the floor. They are absolutely terrified. Oh my god. What did he just do? Did he really just deflect that spear with his bare hands? He didn't even flinch. Instead, Kang Jin Hyuk just gives a satisfied smirk. They are only reacting like that because they have no clue what his current stats are. He turns back to the girl with the tall, dark, and scary pet. Her pet just lost its only weapon. So, what are you gonna do now, sweetheart? She jumps when he calls her out, frantically digging through her backpack. She is sweating bullets and scared to death, but she still tries to act tough. Who said I didn't have another statue? She pulls a replica out of her bag. It is an artifact embodying the god Anubis. Instantly, both the statue and the girl begin to transform. Kang Jin Hyuk's jaw drops in mock admiration, his eyes wide as saucers. Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk's smug face, she loses it. You are still laughing? He just stays cool. Hey, if this is fate, I am down with it. Controlling 5 statues at once with such a low base mana. She is definitely not some pushover like that old guy earlier. Looks like quite a few people have moved past the rookie stage. Hearing his commentary makes her blood boil. His explanation is like a slap in the face. Actually, you are just average. The more she hears, the angrier she gets. She glares at him with daggers in her eyes, trying to look all edgy. I seriously hate you. He brushes it off like it is nothing. Oh really? In that case, I will have to show you. When the gap is this huge, you won't even be able to comprehend it. I need to show her the massive abyss that lies between us. He pulls out a painting and funnels his mana into the tiger in the pine forest. Instantly, a tiger, the size of a monster, pounces out. She is completely frozen. Her eyes are wide, and she can't even close her mouth. No. No way, she stammers. The Joseon-era tiger strolls gracefully over to its master. He gives it a little pat. Just a jackal trying to show its fangs to the king of the mountain? He gives a small wave, signaling the attack. The tiger lunges forward, opening its cute mouth to reveal terrifyingly sharp teeth. The dog doesn't back down either, charging in lightning fast. The two pets tear into each other with pure savagery. The dog thrusts its spear right into the tiger's chest, but the tiger retaliates by sinking its teeth deep into the dog's throat. The dog tries to fight back, but it is useless. It is just whimpering now. It is game over. She watches the whole thing, completely shocked. This is impossible. I have been around the block for quite a while, but I have never seen a method using artifacts like this before. And with this kind of magic, I might end up being shredded to pieces. Staring at the monster, charging toward her with a blazing fire, she froze and slumped down, her eyes wide and filled with tears. She realized she probably could not win. I thought I had pulled out my strongest card. Who is this guy? He slowly walked up to her and coldly ordered, "Hand it over." She tried to play dumb, but Jin Hyuk already knew all about the mask of Tutankhamun. She screamed that she would not give it up, but one look at his massive pet made her pull back in terror, and she handed it over as obediently as a puppy. She yelled again, "Are you after the great map of the Eastern lands?" Damn. Now that I think about it, he left that pet in charge of this territory and went off alone to claim the strongest skill at the National Museum. Right before his eyes were those numbers. Old man Jung-gu grimaced, his face drenched in sweat as drops rolled down one after another, showing just how anxious he was. He cursed under his breath, wondering how the hell he let this happen. While Lee Yuri was deep in thought, Jin Hyuk suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was about a head taller than the old man, and he also had a contemplative look on his face, which made the old guy curious. Who is this guy, and how did he even get up here? Do not tell me he got past Yuri to reach this floor. The two of them stood there, frozen, staring at the door in front of them. The invisible door emitted a blinding blue light. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk spoke up, "I think this is a one-star barrier." Jung-gu snapped back with his usual attitude. "Heh, so it looks like you actually know a thing or two about this?" The old man reached out to touch the invisible barrier, sensing it with his own power. "I have never seen a shield like this before. Neither physical attacks nor magic seem to work against this barrier." Jin Hyuk excitedly poked at it too, and he realized the distribution of mana was uneven. After closing his eyes to think for a moment, he uncovered the secret. This was the big break he needed, so he turned to Jung-gu with a cool look and said, "I think there is a way to destroy this, but there is one condition." Hearing that made the old man feel a bit uneasy, but he remained on guard and asked, "What kind of condition, kid?" Jin Hyuk began explaining his plan fluently. "You have to constantly use fire magic to weaken this barrier until I can get inside and grab all the necessary artifacts." That sounded a little too easy, and Jung-gu stroked his chin as he calculated the risks. "So you are saying I have to stay out here using magic while you get to go inside?" Seeing the hesitation in the old man's eyes, Jin Hyuk switched into salesman mode. "I do not have enough magical power to keep the barrier weak for that long. I know you do not trust me, but this is the only way, and the sun is about to come up. Besides, we cannot exactly leave here empty-handed. In exchange, I will let you keep the map, since I am looking for something else anyway." That sounded like a sweet deal, almost like a piece of cake. But the old man still hesitated. The worst-case scenario was that all his hard work would end up being for nothing. He turned to the young man with a sliver of hope and asked, "Do you promise to give me that map?" Seeing Jin Hyuk nod with such a reliable face, Jung-gu sighed. "I guess I have no choice but to trust him. Because who would be stupid enough to mess with a high-level mage?" The two of them got into position. Jin Hyuk looked at the barrier and encouraged the old man with a classic line, "I am counting on you." The old man did not let him down and immediately summoned his fire magic. Jung-gu roared as the flames grew stronger, and Jin Hyuk slipped inside effortlessly. He thought to himself happily, "Oh yeah, this is perfect. I was going to give it my all, but of course, I am doing it my own way." He stepped inside and looked around at the artifacts, thinking, "It looks like no one else has made it up here yet. It is nothing like the lower floors. Well, except for this one thing." He looked at a giant glass case that was supposed to hold an iron sword with Emperor Qianlong's seal, but the seal was smashed and the case was completely empty. Jin Hyuk was fuming, feeling the rage boiling in his chest. That guy, he already finished and left. And if that barrier was not his doing, then whose was it? He slipped away once he got what he wanted, leaving everyone else to fight over the scraps. This guy is still a total amateur, but he definitely does not realize that the artifact he took is nothing more than a second-rate item. Stopping in front of another display case, Jin Hyuk started salivating. I found it, the Tangbo coin string. This is my unique skill, the final piece of the puzzle to create the most powerful skills. The materials I need are the Persian sacrificial mold and the right eye from the mask of Tutankhamun. By combining these two artifacts, a look of pure satisfaction appeared on his face, and he smiled slightly as he watched the two items react to each other. A blinding golden light erupts as a notification pops up, signaling the interaction between two perfect artifacts. It demands a fitting price if I want to proceed. Without wasting a single breath, Jin Hyuk tosses the coins into the reactor and watches the artifacts fuse in pure bliss. A sweet notification confirms the success. He has just acquired the legendary artifact, the Eye of Truth. It is the most powerful of the 5 eyes in existence. But that is not the only reason he came to this museum today. Our guy is on a mission to combine rank B or lower replicas into a single rank S artifact. He has met all the requirements. Jin Hyuk closes his eyes, sensing, copying, and storing countless skills from across this world, then uses them to forge new abilities that are even more broken than the originals. This is his ultimate weapon to become the strongest in this tower of trials. He successfully unlocks the unique skill, Fusion. Notifications continue to flood his screen, but he is suddenly startled by Jung-gu groaning outside the door. The old man looks absolutely miserable, sweat pouring down his face. Hey, if you are done, get your butt out here. I think I have reached my limit. I cannot take it anymore. Jin Hyuk thinks ambitiously. Let us see. What do I need to copy that old man's skill? Detailed instructions immediately pop up. He lets out a devious, satisfied grin. So, all I have to do is piss him off and I am good to go? Old man Jung-gu is clenching every muscle, his face turning bright red as he screams Jin Hyuk's name in desperation. He needs to move fast or the old guy is toast, but Jin Hyuk just casually replies, "You can stop using your skill now. Honestly, there was never a reason for you to do that in the first place." What the heck? That makes zero sense. He asks in total confusion, "What do you mean, kid? Then why did you tell me to keep using magic?" Jin Hyuk knew all along that breaking the barrier only required a simple Latin chant. This means the old man did not contribute a single thing to breaking it. Gramps just stands there, staring at the barrier, looking as lost as a kid waiting for his mom. Only Jin Hyuk knows that if you cannot break through, there is no point in wasting mana with constant attacks. Because of that, the old man's mana is completely drained. Appearing before him is the world map, the very item the old man craves, though Jin Hyuk lied and said it was not there. This guy is a straight-up master of deception, not a single word of truth. His next move? Making the old man blow a fuse. With the tower's info in the palm of his hand, this game is a piece of cake. A map that only goes up to the 10th floor is useless to someone like him. While the old man is outside howling like an escaped gorilla, Jin Hyuk calmly pulls out a lighter. He burns the map right then and there. Watching the old man's agony, he coldly says, "Did I not tell you that I have no use for this?" He wears a face so punchable, it is legendary. Truly the king of jerks. Since others could reach the 10th floor using this world map, there was always a chance someone might surpass him. The only way to guarantee his top spot is to eliminate that possibility entirely. Man, one guy is a bottomless pit of schemes and ambition, while the poor old man is heartbroken, watching his precious prize go up in flames. "You little brat, I am going to send you to your ancestors. I will rip you to shreds. You absolute son of a gun." But those insults mean nothing to Jin Hyuk's miles-thick skin. He just gives a friendly smile and summons his power. He has successfully copied the rank B skill, Fire Element. The copied skill is now stored in the memory of the world. You can now manipulate fire, and your elemental affinity has increased. Jin Hyuk grins from ear to ear with a truly sinister look. He thinks to himself, that first copy was pretty sweet. The old man is fuming, gritting his teeth and glaring at the kid with pure hatred. "You are going to regret this. I will make you pay for what you have done." The kid remains indifferent, his eyes glowing brighter than car headlights. It seems the old man still has no clue what is happening. "Why do you think I burned that world map?" As soon as he speaks, the fire element inside him activates. He unleashes his power, and the old man is absolutely stunned. He is frozen solid, unable to utter a single word. He panics, thinking that skill is identical to mine, but compared to him, I am nothing but a helpless toddler. This kid is on a whole different level. No ordinary person would just throw away the world map like that. Terrified and breaking out in a cold sweat, he gasps, "Who are you?" Jin Hyuk looks at him with mock affection and says, "Listen up, old man. If you want to climb He slowly walks down the stairs. Including himself, 4 veterans have already appeared at the museum. He understands why they want to minimize their risks, especially now that the world has turned into the Tower of Trials. But they think they are the only ones getting stronger? He needs to hoard as many skills as possible. He stretches and lets out a cocky smirk. He looks like a total delinquent, yet he is convinced he looks cool as hell. Jin Hyuk's journey up the tower continues, filled with schemes that no one could ever see coming. The CEO stood before the old man, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I will be in touch after you," and the girl downstairs finished leveling up. He already had a few pawns on the board. Life is long and there are plenty of suckers out there to play with, so there is no rush. The priority is collecting skills. He was greedy, sure, but he knew he only had one life. If he died, it was game over for good. Trying to collect every single skill was impossible. He only needed to snatch the most important and powerful ones. Just as he was looking cool, his stomach growled like crazy. No matter how much mana you have, you still have to eat. Man, a hot bowl of beef noodle soup sounds incredible right now. Talk about perfect timing. As he stepped outside, he saw everyone huddled around, glued to the news. At least 23 people are dead, and 50 others injured at the South Korean National Museum. The death toll is still rising. The targets were ancient artifacts, and it is not just happening here, but in America too. Japan and Europe are facing the same thing. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk thought to himself, "This is destiny. Everything is falling right into place." Players worldwide are starting to make their moves to climb the tower. The news broadcast was intense. As the video played, the crowd started whispering, and every eye turned toward Jin Hyuk. This guy looked exactly like the person in the video. Crap, he had not even set foot in the tower yet, and he was already being hunted down. He would have to wear a disguise to hide that handsome face of his. On the screen, the news anchor was still rambling about how the government had launched an investigation. They were forming an awakened association for special individuals. Jin Hyuk was stunned. He did not expect the government to move this fast. And the identities of the members? Even more shocking. "I am Han Sang-jin, the commander-in-chief of the association. I am here to recruit more awakened members. Join me, and I will give you whatever you want. Be a good boy, and you will be taken care of." This might sound crazy, but I am dead serious. Sang-jin put on a grave face, dangling a juicy carrot in front of the world in the name of the country. He promised that if the man in the video joined them, the government would provide everything he asked for. People were losing their minds. Who is that mysterious guy? I am so jealous. That kind of treatment is insane. That is enough to change someone's entire life. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk just smirked. They were talking about the guy in the video? It turns out he was their target. Jin Hyuk stroked his chin with a cold laugh, knowing they just wanted to use him as a tool. No matter how sweet the deal was, he had no intention of joining. Jin Hyuk knew that in this world, one elite individual was worth more than 100 average ones combined. He guessed Sang-jin knew that too, which is why he made such a desperate, empty offer to win him over. And if Sang-jin was chosen as commander, he probably had a unique skill. If not, he was just some guy with the most experience in the Tower of Trials. After thinking for a while, Jin Hyuk grinned. He actually hoped Sang-jin had a great skill, because if he did, copying it would make things much more fun. Jin Hyuk glanced at the wall clock. 7 p.m., the tower was about to open. When the time came, he entered along with a massive crowd. The view inside was breathtaking. Vast mountains, lush greenery, and small islands floating in the sky. Everyone stood there, with their mouths hanging open. They could not believe their eyes. It looked exactly like the game, but only Jin Hyuk remained calm. Looking at the way everyone was acting, Jin Hyuk figured they were all rookies. Suddenly, system notifications started popping up. To celebrate their entry, the system granted every player 100 coins. Coins were the currency used inside the tower. Players could upload videos of their achievements and earn 100 coins for every 10,000 views. However, depending on the player's status, there would be an extra fee. Views from other players would only count toward the first 10,000 views, so they had to be careful. The live streaming feature could only be used during boss fights. To reach the next floor, Anyone caught manipulating views or cheating would be severely punished. Jin Hyuk rubbed his chin with a wicked smile. This was exactly what he needed. The broadcasting system was the bridge between those climbing the tower and those just trying to survive outside. Viewers would choose to watch players who had a better chance of reaching the higher floors. This was the most exciting feature of the tower. The more famous you were, the more coins you would rake in. Everyone listened intently to the announcement. Everything kicked off in a total frenzy. People were shouting about hitting the goblin cave, saying if they found a good spot, farming would be a piece of cake. Someone blurted out what everyone was thinking. It is every man for himself if you want to have any fun. Jin Hyuk was getting shoved around by the crowd. People kept bumping into him, scrambling to get inside first. He just watched them, thinking, these guys are in such a rush. Everyone wanted to clear the stage as fast as possible and get ahead of the pack. But Jin Hyuk? He already knew this place inside and out. He was here for the coins. Earning them would be easy enough for him. However, he was not planning on uploading any videos yet, even though he could make a fortune in coins from them. Giving away his secret intel would be a massive loss, and he definitely was not about that life. Watching the mob swarm toward the goblin cave, Jin Hyuk calmly turned around. He had made his choice. The first thing he needed to do was something truly special, something no one else had ever pulled off. Jin Hyuk flashed back to when he was grinding up to the 30th floor of the tower. Suddenly, he just could not progress anymore. To reach the higher floors, he had to go all the way back down to hunt for hidden secrets. This meant relying on his past experiences and retracing every single one of his steps. He searched with a torch in hand until he finally found the answer hidden within an abandoned ruin. That was when he realized his character was flawed from the very beginning. He was shaking with pure rage. The character he had spent years grinding turned out to be total trash. A system prompt appeared right in front of him. Do you want to delete your character? He was devastated. He had given everything to this build, and now he had to choose an answer he hated. Jin Hyuk tried to keep it together. Even if all that time was a waste, he knew he had to start over from scratch. He hit delete. Before his character faded away, his eyes turned cold and sharp, filled with a new determination. Next time, I am taking it all the way to the top. Standing before the labyrinthos maze in the real world, Jin Hyuk sighed. It had already been 6 years. The system labeled it a B-rank difficulty maze. Designed by Daedalus of Crete, it was famous for being incredibly complex, and it was packed with countless traps designed to stop anyone from getting inside. Jin Hyuk thought it over. The key to clearing the 30th floor was building a solid foundation, and the secret to that was hidden right here, in this maze. He felt a wave of exhaustion just thinking about being back here. It felt like being forced to enlist in the army for a second time. He hated this place, but it also brought back a lot of memories. He reached out and touched the mechanism on the door. He opened it with ease and stepped inside, taking in the familiar sight and the scent of the air. Nothing had changed. Seeing a swarm of white butterflies fluttering toward him, he smiled and held out his hand for one to land on. Good to see you again, luminous butterfly. Suddenly, he spotted some strangers approaching. Jin Hyuk narrowed his eyes and asked who they were. A girl with her hair in a bun greeted him with a bright smile. She said they were looking for a place to farm and saw the maze door open, so they decided to jump in before it closed. 10 minutes earlier, they had seen Jin Hyuk open the maze door with his bare hands. Naturally, they wanted to follow him in. A guy in a green jacket seemed a bit nervous, unsure of what was waiting for them. Is it dangerous? The girl acted like an expert, analyzing the early stages of the Tower of Trials. She claimed the start was the most crucial part. Seeing Jin Hyuk get in so easily without a key made her think. She figured if a level 1 newbie could walk right in, then there was no way the place could be dangerous. Another girl worried if Jin Hyuk would be nice enough to share the loot. But the girl with the bun just gave a sinister smirk. Of course not, she thought. They would just make sure Jin Hyuk stayed in there forever. Permanently. With a fake smile, the bun-haired girl walked up to greet him. She used the safety in numbers excuse to try and recruit Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk immediately felt his guard go up. He wondered if this girl was actually the leader of the group. He instantly activated his eye of truth to see right through her. The girl introduced herself as Park Hana, 22 years old, and said she had already climbed to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials. Looking at Hana's analysis, she had a strength of 4, stamina of 5, and agility of 5. Her mana was at 10. Her notable skills were level 1 socializing, level 1 fast walking, and level 1 low-level recovery. Jin Hyuk noticed one skill in particular that piqued his interest, which was socializing. Socializing allowed someone to build rapport and become close with people they just met in a very natural way. What made it special was that it could even smooth over disagreements between parties. The copy condition required him to spend at least 240 hours with Hana. Plus, during that time, no one else was allowed to be around them. As he looked into the socializing skill, Jin Hyuk's expression turned dark and contemplative, thinking back to that mysterious girl with the black wings. This skill is going to be perfect for dealing with her. The group traveling with Hana introduces themselves to Jin Hyuk one by one. The guy standing behind Hana is named Jonsik. That guy gave up after barely wandering around floor 1. The long-haired girl, Lee Hemin, is also a total newbie. While she is only on floor 1, Jiang Mina has already reached floor 3 of the tower. Chun Mingguk and Wanggu are also attempting the Tower of Trials for the first time. Jin Hyuk puts on a fake, wide-eyed smile and introduces himself, even though he can see right through their plan to betray him. Why even bother remembering their names? It is such a drag. After the greetings, Hana uses her socializing skill to close in and grab Jin Hyuk's arm. She asks him how many floors he has cleared. Even though the system warns him and he feels a slight flutter in his heart, he quickly pushes her away. Man, that was close. If he had not known about this skill beforehand, he would have totally fallen for her trap. He thinks to himself, begging her to stop clinging to him. After pushing her off, he casually replies that he just goes as far as he can. Rejected by Jin Hyuk, Hana forces an awkward smile, but inside she is baffled. She cannot understand why he is acting like this, especially since she used her socializing skill. Putting on a friendly, innocent act, Hana turns to Jin Hyuk. She asks him to explain the layout of the maze and what kind of monsters are lurking inside. Jin Hyuk just sighs and looks away. He tells them it is not that hard and gives a brief description. The maze actually shifts its layout after a certain amount of time. Everyone looks worried after hearing that. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, sending everyone into a panic while Chun Mingguk starts screaming his head off. Hana is terrified, realizing this is only the floor 1 maze. Suddenly, a stone slab nearby comes flying straight at her. Someone yells for her to get out of the way. Startled, Hana reacts instantly, diving to the side, just in time to dodge the slab. Jonsik shouts at Wanggu to watch out above. The slabs are moving, and if he stands still, he will be crushed instantly. After a frantic struggle with the shifting maze, everyone is completely exhausted. This experience has left them practically traumatized. Gasping for air, Hemin says she cannot see Mina anywhere. Jonsik is furious, unable to believe a floor 1 maze could be this insane. He thought everything on floor 1 was supposed to be easy, except for the ruins. Jin Hyuk calmly brushes the dust off his sleeves and asks, "Have you guys seriously never dealt with a shifting maze before?" Jonsik immediately snaps back at him. Who in their right mind would ever go through something like this? Hana is overwhelmed, claiming this place is way too dangerous for level 1. They need to get out of here fast. Hana tells Hemin to use her skill to find the exit, but Hemin turns pale and explains that because the maze just shifted, her skill was cancelled out. Hana starts to freak out. If Hemin cannot find the way, they are all trapped. Jin Hyuk had wondered about this earlier. How could they be so confident coming in here? Turns out they were just relying on a basic navigation skill. They are nothing but delusional dreamers. They really thought entering a maze was as easy as going to the grocery store. What a joke. Jin Hyuk senses that thing is about to show up. Hana suddenly charges at Jin Hyuk in a rage, screaming at him. Why didn't he warn them about the maze shifting? Stone walls were flying everywhere, and they were barely dodging for their lives. Their bodies are covered in scratches. She blames everything on Jin Hyuk. She screams that they almost died because of him. Jonsik and Wanggu join in, furious that he didn't speak up sooner. They even blame him for losing Mina. Annoyed, Jin Hyuk reminds them that he never asked them to follow him in the first place. Seeing Hana speechless, Jin Hyuk continues with a cold, sharp glare. They chose to follow him on their own. He didn't force or drag anyone here. Mingguk rushes forward, cursing at Jin Hyuk. Holding a glowing stick, he looks like he's about to pick a fight. But before he can touch Jin Hyuk, an axe suddenly flies out of nowhere, slams into Mingguk, and pins him against the wall. Seeing Mingguk lying there motionless, Hemin and Wanggu scream in absolute horror. A massive minor monster appears, charging toward them like a maniac. Hana's entire group is paralyzed with fear. Jonsik and Wanggu quickly summon their weapons to defend themselves. The miner rips its axe out of the wall and lets out a deafening roar, getting ready to butcher everyone in front of it. Hana is scared to death, standing there like a deer in headlights. Jin Hyuk calmly tells everyone to get out of the way. He kicks off the ground, launching himself toward the miner. Hana watches in shock, wondering what on earth he is planning to do. All she sees is Jin Hyuk moving like a blur around the monster, making it lose its focus and swing its axe blindly into thin air. The system notifies Jin Hyuk that he successfully dodged the attack and earned a hidden stat for his spacing. This makes Jin Hyuk very satisfied. By dodging the miner's attack, he successfully unlocked a brand new stat. This is a crucial stat that allows a player to bridge the power gap when facing an opponent much stronger than themselves. The rest of the group can only watch with their jaws dropped as he handles the monster as easily as taking a stroll in the park. Jin Hyuk thinks to himself, "This is where the real game of the Tower of Trials finally begins." Every 3 points in the gap metric closes the power difference, effectively raising his level by 1 when facing stronger foes. Jin Hyuk grabs the Minotaur's horns and sticks the landing. After countless runs and mistakes, this distance-based stat method is the best secret he has uncovered. It is his cheat code to becoming a powerhouse while still at level 1. The Minotaur glares at him with bloodshot eyes. It swings its axe, but he dodges instantly. The gap metric increases by 0.05. He has fought this beast thousands of times. He has already memorized every single attack pattern. The Minotaur rains down heavy blows on Jin Hyuk, but he effortlessly evades every single one. His gap metric continues to climb. The guy is a total pro. Watching Jin Hyuk toy with the Minotaur like a plaything, the spectators are absolutely terrified. Wangu's jaw drops. Just a moment ago, they were actually planning to pick a fight with him. Hana is pale and breaking into a cold sweat. She cannot believe they were about to try and kill a monster like Jin Hyuk just to steal his gear. That would have been suicide. The Minotaur is fuming. Jin Hyuk mocks it, calling it too slow and asking if it ever plans on actually hitting him. The Minotaur lets out a maddened roar. It puts everything into one massive swing. Jin Hyuk, playing a high-stakes game of chicken, decides to risk it all. The blade grazes him, leaving a tiny scratch, but he manages to evade the brunt of the impact. Because it was a near-death dodge, his gap metric jumps by a full point. He realizes farming like this is okay, but it is getting tedious. He needs to wrap this up. As he dodges the next strike, Jin Hyuk notices the group trying to sneak away. Hemin is clutching Hana's arm, crying and begging to leave. Hana feels along the wall, telling the others that if they follow it, they will eventually find the exit. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk looms over them, asking where they think they are going. Hana stammers, but then she sees the Minotaur charging right behind Jin Hyuk. He just points back. He tells them that if they want to boost their stats, they should do exactly what he is doing. Dodging perfectly grants hidden stats. He encourages them to try it, saying it is not that hard. He is basically generously letting them in on the action. The Minotaur swings its axe. It is about to hit, and Hana is paralyzed with fear. Luckily, Jin Hyuk yanks her out of the way. The shockwave from that attack is massive, leaving everyone speechless and trembling. Jin Hyuk teases Hana, asking why she was just standing there like a statue. He looks at the enraged Minotaur. He calls it a little calf. Suddenly, the maze begins to shake, and the stone slabs start moving randomly. A wall begins to rise between Jin Hyuk and the Minotaur, before the path is fully blocked. While they can still see each other, Jin Hyuk waves goodbye with a smug face, telling the beast he will see it later. The Minotaur grinds its teeth, huffing in fury. Looking at the solid wall, it hacks at the stone to vent its rage. There is nothing else it can do. The maze goes quiet. Hana and Jonsik collapse on the ground, gasping that they almost died. But Mingguk and Hemin were not so lucky. Hana frantically asks if they have finally lost the Minotaur. Is it still coming? Jin Hyuk calmly explains that since he touched that moth earlier, the bioluminescent dust acts as a beacon for the Minotaur, so it will definitely keep hunting them. Hana turns white. She asks why the hell he would do something so dangerous. He casually says it was to grind stats, obviously. He picks up a small knife. He says they get a break whenever the maze shifts, but they will play with the Minotaur again when it catches up. Hana asks how long they have to stay here. Jin Hyuk nonchalantly says 1 month. Hana is so traumatized she can barely stand, forcing Jonsik to hold her up. They both blame Jin Hyuk for their misery, and he just nods along in agreement. Then he asks which way they want to go, since wandering aimlessly is even more dangerous. They stop dead in their tracks. Sweating and anxious, Hana changes her tone to something sweeter, asking if he knows the way out. Jin Hyuk twirls his knife and says, of course he does. With no other choice, Hana prepares to say they will follow him, but he cuts her off. Jin Hyuk gets a devious look on his face. There is no way he is doing this for free. He points his knife at Hana and demands they cough up all their coins. Looking at Myeongwon, he is charging at some goblins like a total lunatic. Myeongwon is grinning ear to ear as he slices his enemies. The chat is losing its mind over Myeongwon soloing for 15 hours straight, while everyone else would have gone through 2 pairs of underwear by now. Seeing his livestream hit the top spot, Myeongwon is beaming. Everyone is hyped, and he has already raked in 1,000 coins from views. Everyone thinks Myeongwon is soloing, but it is all smoke and mirrors. He has got a whole elite squad and homegrown buffs backing him up. A keyboard warrior just popped up, claiming someone cleared the stage in 5 hours, way less than Myeongwon's 15 hours. The guy is still stuck in his own little world of delusions when his friend suddenly calls him over. A new video was just posted on the Hall of Fame with the title, "I am the first in the world." Someone actually succeeded in enhancing an item to +10, causing their video to tank in the rankings. Myeongwon can't believe it, staring with his eyes popping out of his head. He refuses to believe anyone could reach +10 enhancement. The netizens are losing their minds too. Someone says the probability of that happening is 1 in 8.1, 4 million raised to the power of 10. They can't even wrap their heads around how small that number is, and Myeongwon is honestly getting terrified. He starts breaking out in a cold sweat. The view count hit 1,323,377 just 10 minutes ago. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk is busy training 2 new recruits. They need to gather moss for beds and firewood to keep Cho-suk warm. Cho-suk looks at him with pure hatred, wishing the law would step in, but he's just being ignored. Once the chores are done, Jin Hyuk starts getting down to business with item trading. He's a total secret millionaire, sitting on 5,000 coins. Jin Hyuk starts acting like a high roller the second he has cash, throwing money around. A tarot card for 70 coins and a bronze key fragment for 80 coins. A wooden wagon fragment for 300 coins, and 10 random enhancement scrolls for 10 coins each. All F rank. Jin Hyuk confirms the purchase. He knows that if he uses these low-level items correctly, they become incredibly valuable. Jin Hyuk plans to merge the key, the tarot card, and the wood piece together. After all, one alone isn't enough. The 3 items combined become Fortuna's lucky wheel, the incomplete goddess of luck, with an S-rank difficulty. His luck will be maxed out for 10 minutes. It's a one-time use item with a limited range. Jin Hyuk is so happy he could cry. Oh my god, I actually did it. Since he doesn't know the exact range, Jin Hyuk wants to test it out immediately. He remembers everything that's ever happened in his life, so of course he knows how to use this. He starts the lucky wheel. Jin Hyuk's luck has reached its peak. Opening 10 enhancement scrolls, he only has a 0.000012% chance. Enhancement successful. Normally, he'd be the unluckiest guy alive, but with max luck, the success rate is 100%. Jin Hyuk decides to pour all this essence into his favorite blade. Jin Hyuk receives an old knife +10. The knife doesn't look so cheap anymore, and he even gets an achievement reward. Jin Hyuk is the first person to create a +10 item across the entire Korean server. He just earned 5,000 coins. This achievement will be recorded. Jin Hyuk spends the next day testing out the knife with a few swings. Finally, he has something actually worth using that matches his skills. On the 10th day in this hellhole, Hana and Cho-suk look like starving ghosts. Their wild survival vlog has officially begun. They have a fire made from dry wood and beds made entirely of natural green moss. Hana watches Cho-suk eating moss and mushrooms like some kind of weird creature. Then she glares at the guy sleeping soundly nearby. It makes her chest tighten with rage. Their faces are so gaunt they look like walking corpses. And if it weren't for the labyrinth's teleportation, they'd probably be nothing but skeletons in clothes by now. To make it worse, they have to deal with this overpowered jerk, Jin Hyuk. Netizens keep posting confusing comments. Hana asks for info on this guy, but nobody knows a thing. Desperate, Hana asks if they've reported this to the boss at the Black Raven Guild yet. She's told they're still looking into it, and it will take at least 3 weeks for anyone to reach them. After Cho-suk finishes his meal, he asks Hana for an update. When he hears there is no news, Cho-suk decides he wants to interact with Jin Hyuk by sending him to the afterlife. He plans to hide in the stone room and wait for the boss. While the guy is sleeping, Cho-suk intends to use a rock to finish him. His eyes are full of murderous intent, wanting to get it over with quickly. I mean, who could survive a heavy blow to the head? That's the theory, but Hana stops him. He asks why, and Hana explains that Jin Hyuk has insane reflexes. Whether it's a fair fight or an ambush, they aren't even on Jin Hyuk's level. He'd definitely wake up at the exact right moment. Cho Suk was ready to attack and show off his moves. But hearing her point, he gets a bit scared and wonders what they should do now. They can't keep suffering like this. Hana brags that her brother is a member of the Black Raven Guild and gave her something powerful. It's the stinger of a giant zucchini wasp. A single drop of its venom is enough to melt 100 goblins. Hana's inner devil starts to show, saying they need to end this for good. That's the only way to make sure he's no longer a threat. She refuses to live like this for even one more second. Everything has to end tonight. With the bold plan she's been secretly preparing, we have to act right now. We can't let this drag on any longer. Everything ends right here. Jin Hyuk stared at the supposedly 100% organic Michelin meal, served with chopsticks carved from rat bones. The plates were just bits of tree bark. He mocked their pathetic survival skills, which pissed Hana off so much she told him to go out and hunt for his own damn food. She thought this guy was way too high maintenance. But Jin Hyuk kept pushing his luck, asking Hana to go grab some water for Cho Suk. While she was gone, Cho Suk served up some piping hot mushrooms for him. The big guy couldn't believe Jin Hyuk actually had such a twisted palate for this weird stuff. Hana looked like she wanted to rip Jin Hyuk apart. She couldn't wrap her head around why they were even waiting on him like servants. The livestream chat was cheering for Jin Hyuk to dig in. They were dying to see him kick the bucket, but surprisingly, Cho Suk was the one who got hit with the curse instead. He started coughing up black syrup and logged out of life right then and there. Hana just stood there, completely lost and confused. Jin Hyuk stood up, shoved his hands in his pockets like a total boss, and called them out for their big talk. Did they really think he was stupid enough to eat their poison trash? In your dreams, lady. Hana backed away in terror as Jin Hyuk revealed he had swapped their plates while they were busy playing fetch for him. Now, Cho Suk was nothing but a 6-foot-tall lump of charcoal on the ground. Jin Hyuk then dropped the hammer, accusing them of cheating with their secret livestream. Hana threw a tantrum, demanding proof. Meanwhile, the chat was exploding, wondering if this was about to turn into a real-life player-kill showdown. Some viewers wondered if they were next. You see, the streaming function was strictly for monster encounters only. Since the boss was blocking the path to the next floor, anyone caught clout chasing or cheating would face a brutal penalty. A reporting window popped up out of nowhere. Jin Hyuk told Hana to take a good look at her own face on the screen. The evidence was literally right in front of her. He hit the confirm button without hesitation. Hana had no idea what was happening until the system announced her capture was complete and stripped away her anonymity. Her view count plummeted faster than a heart attack. Hana was paralyzed with fear as the real names of every single person in the chat started popping up on screen. The viewers scrambled to leave, terrified of being exposed. Within seconds, she was staring at 0 eyes watching her stream. Those viewers were banned from watching any videos for a whole month. A second offense? That is a permanent ban from the system. But the penalty for the player was much worse. Hana realized she had not just hit a snag, she had run straight into a nightmare. It was a total disaster combo. Suddenly, a massive monster came charging toward Hana, and she instinctively ducked behind Jin Hyuk for cover. Jin Hyuk gave her that "you are pretty entertaining" look, while Hana was shaking like a leaf, begging him to find an escape route. Jin Hyuk had finally met the requirements to stay by Hana's side for 240 hours. But for those 240 hours, it would be just him and Hana, no one else allowed. Jin Hyuk had successfully copied the interpersonal skill. Now, he boldly declared he had no more use for her. Hana screamed in protest, claiming her boss was a high-ranking member of the White Raven Guild. Suddenly, the Minotaur slammed the ground, sending Hana flying. Jin Hyuk flipped his battle switch to cool mode, wanting to show Hana exactly what he was capable of. He wanted her to decide who was scarier, him or the White Raven Guild. He performed a slick somersault and gave the Minotaur a friendly little slash. The beast let out a blood-curdling roar of pain. But looking at the wound he caused, Jin Hyuk realized his strike was still too shallow. The Minotaur tried to retaliate, but it was pathetic. Jin Hyuk dodged effortlessly and stuck a perfect, stylish landing. He praised himself for drawing blood. It was worth getting close to the beast, even if he could not take it down in one shot just yet. Jin Hyuk bolted at godlike speed. He kept glancing back, waiting for that overgrown bull to lose its mind. When it swung its weapon at him, he dodged it like it was nothing. He had no intention of letting that thing land a single hit. He activated level 1 fire element, turning the monster into the brightest thing in the room before delivering a brutal double slash to its legs. The beast collapsed to its knees in agony. Jin Hyuk knew things would get messy if it went berserk, plus he was not sure his new teeth could handle such tough meat. Monsters have feelings too, you know? Driven by pure rage, the Minotaur, guardian of the labyrinth, charged at him. It triggered level 10 berserk mode. The beast let out a roar like never before as its muscles surged and doubled in size. It began radiating a terrifying aura, growling to intimidate Jin Hyuk. Hana was sweating bullets at this point. She had no idea how anyone could beat a creature like that. Level 10 berserk lasted for 5 minutes once activated. Its attack power and swing speed shot up by 30%, and it even got a temporary boost to its intelligence. It could even speak its opponent's language now. The Minotaur swore it would grind Jin Hyuk into dust and use what was left to quench the dungeon's thirst. It wanted him off its sacred land immediately, but Jin Hyuk could feel it. He was on a completely different level now. His mana mastery had increased. He was itching to pack this monster into a body bag. The beast charged forward with the ferocity of a wild animal. It aimed its massive horns right at Jin Hyuk, but he blocked the attack with barely any effort. A tiny knife against a massive axe, yet his blade did not even have a scratch. With a casual flick of his wrist, Jin Hyuk sent that giant axe flying 10 feet away. They traded blows back and forth, one attacking and the other parrying, neither side gaining ground. Hana could only watch the chaos from behind. Staring at his impressive physique, she could not believe her eyes. This Minotaur was at level 10 berserk. Even the entire White Raven Guild would be shaking in their boots. Hana is looking at Jin Hyuk like he is some kind of freak. He is so focused on messing with Minor, to wearing a smile so bright it actually makes Hana feel uneasy. It is like time has just stopped. Jin Hyuk hates the idea of starting over, especially after coming so far. He is just helpless against the fact that some things never change. A few brief notifications pop up on the screen. You have logged out. Whether it is real life or a game, Jin Hyuk feels like everything is just hard as hell. His distance index has reached 57. When Jin Hyuk repeatedly plunged his knife into the beast, man, it felt absolutely incredible. This world is the only thing that ever gives Jin Hyuk what he wants. He feels like he is on a whole different level, like there is a powerful tiger lurking inside him. Every interaction makes a notification pop up. The distance index increases by 0.05. Minor. To swings its massive axe, cracking the very walls. It is going all out, its eyes searching for where Jin Hyuk went. He keeps popping up out of nowhere like a damn ghost. And while he is at it, he treats Minor 2 to a few dozen more stabs. Minor 2 is absolutely livid, ready to throw a flurry of punches just to vent its rage. It mocks Jin Hyuk for acting all high and mighty, when he cannot even leave a scratch on it. But then, Jin Hyuk stops that massive fist cold with his own strength. The time limit for Minor 2, the Maze Guardian, is up. A notification appears, and the beast completely freezes in its tracks. Minor 2 is fuming, but there is nothing it can do. Berserk is a skill that lets the user unleash their absolute maximum power, but it only lasts for 5 minutes. Once those golden 5 minutes are up, the user becomes completely paralyzed for 24 hours. Minor, to the Maze Guardian, will now be stuck in place for the next 24 hours. Jin Hyuk goes into ignore everyone mode. He casually checks his distance points 57. That is equivalent to closing a gap of 19 levels. With 20 days left, Jin Hyuk is on track to hit his goal of 100 points. Who knew this guy was such a beast? Finally, Hana pokes her head out and asks, "Is it over?" Jin Hyuk scares her by saying if they move and wait one more day, it will start chasing them again. He stuffs his hands in his pockets. He coolly remarks that they have 20 days left, but time flies like a bullet. Just like that, 20 days pass by. Minor 2 is as aggressive as ever, raising its axe for a heavy right swing. The distance index goes up by 0.015. A few quick slashes to the legs, and the index climbs another 0.015. Total distance index, 100. Jin Hyuk finally hit his KPI. Even as Minor 2 roars, Jin Hyuk notes that the beast is getting weaker. He throws a single strike, nearly knocking Minor 2's head clean off. Jin Hyuk stands atop the bull's horns, striking a cool pose as he says his goodbyes. Then, he turns his attention to his second headache, Hana. He offers her a spot at the Goen Company. Hana has no clue what is going on, looking totally lost. Jin Hyuk feels like Hana lacks ambition. He asks if she is not interested, but honestly, Hana does not have a choice. She forces herself to say she's interested. Jin Hyuk switches into recruiter mode, questioning what value she would bring to the company in the future. She claims she has the knowledge, experience, and background to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Jin Hyuk is not buying it, not at all. So Hana promises she will never betray him. Jin Hyuk still says no, telling her she is not up to standard. Finally, Hana plays her trump card, the Ring of Abraham. The Ring of Abraham is one of the best items on the first floor. It boosts movement speed. It also provides magic resistance and blocks monster mana. Jin Hyuk activates his level 1 Eye of Truth and sees that Hana is telling the truth. Money talks. Hana is now an intern at the Goen Company, specifically, an unpaid one. She has to show up whenever he calls. Ever the successful pro, Jin Hyuk chooses to sign the contract through the Memory of the World. Rank C Negotiation and Rank B Fire Element. He merges the two skills and obtains the Rank A Soul Brand. Level 1 of the Soul Brand is promptly stamped right onto Hana's face. Soul Brand attaining Rank A difficulty. Here are the details. A seal is placed on the target, forcing them to obey every single order from the caster. Any action intended to harm the caster is strictly forbidden. Failing to comply results in excruciating pain throughout the target's entire body. The heavy skull-adorned doors slowly groan open. Park Hana cheers in excitement. An emotionless, mechanical voice rings out. Congratulations to Park Hana and Kang Jin Hyuk for being the first to clear the first floor maze. The moment they step out of the maze, Park Hana drops to her knees as if she just saw a miracle. She is crying tears of joy, so thankful she could hitch a ride with a powerhouse like Kang Jin Hyuk. If not for him, even her ancestors could not have saved her life. The mechanical voice speaks again. It announces that their clear will be recorded in the Hall of Fame tomorrow. Each player receives 5,000 coins. Hearing the word reward, Park Hana's eyes, swollen from crying, snap wide open to check. She finally understands that deep sense of achievement when hard work pays off. After all that struggle, she suddenly hears Kang Jin Hyuk's voice behind her. Her meal ticket is calling. Park Hana responds eagerly, her eyes sparkling like the morning sun. Yes, boss, she says, only to be interrupted by Kang Jin Hyuk. He pipes up asking for a reward, only to get shut down immediately. Looking at the hand casually stretched out in front of her, Park Hana is completely speechless. She quietly coughs up the goods and slinks away to sulk about her miserable life as a lowly employee. Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk is grinning ear to ear. He watches intently as Park Hana's coins keep flowing into his account. Just like that, he's hit a total of 10,000 coins. At this stage, he's definitely the richest player in existence. Thinking about his wealth, Kang Jin Hyuk starts plotting how to squeeze even more value out of Park Hana. He jerks his chin and tells her to go get Abraham's ring. He wants it back in 3 days. Park Hana starts wailing because a 3-day deadline is way too short. Kang Jin Hyuk just gives her a squinty-eyed, friendly smile. He drops 2 words that carry a lot of weight. 2 days. Then, he gives her a subtle little reminder. He makes a gesture to trigger the contract. The seal on Park Hana's face starts burning hot, and her eyes well up with tears. Her voice trembles as she accepts her fate. Just then, the massive LED screen on top of a nearby building starts showing the news. Today's hot topic is all about Guildgun's raid on the level 3 boss. The MC announces, Guildgun. They are expected to represent our country and launch an attack on the boss next week. Everyone in Guildgun knows they're currently the #1 guild in South Korea. Another MC agrees, noting that since the United States, Europe, and Japan are all struggling right now, expectations for South Korea are sky high. Do you still want to stay silent about them? The MC in the brown suit argues that you get what you work for. Instead of waiting for other countries to help, it's better to find your own path and break through. He believes Guildgun alone is enough. Hearing this, Kang Jin Hyuk is pretty shocked. It's only been a month, and they're already raiding the level 3 boss. Even he isn't rushing things that fast. He wonders how much those guys will regret this once it's all over. Kang Jin Hyuk understands they're getting impatient. Everyone wants to monopolize the resources inside the tower. They want to move as fast as possible, but the fixed time limit for each floor is a full 90 days. In other words, there's no need to even be on floor 2 yet, let alone floor 3. Their strength isn't there yet, and since the difficulty has spiked, the moment they step into that world, the sheer pressure will crush them. When small fries try to play in the big leagues and act like they're something they're not, there's only one possible outcome. They'll be smiling from the afterlife. If humanity falls, there's no continue button for him, but honestly, it's not Kang Jin Hyuk's problem. What he cares about right now is gathering intel on everything that's happened over the past month, to get high-quality info in a society drowning in useless rumors and fake news. He needs someone he can actually trust, a reliable source he's known for a very long time. Looking at the search results on his phone, which are emptier than a broke college student's bank account, Kang Jin Hyuk is baffled. Is this really all there is? At a cafe, a sharply dressed man approaches. He introduces himself as Human B, real name Lee Tae-min. Behind him is a cool-looking girl named Nuclear Fish. Her real name is Yoon Jeon-hwa. Looking at the two of them, Kang Jin Hyuk thinks to himself, you really can't judge a person by their in-game avatar. 2 years ago, when Kang Jin Hyuk and these guys were grinding away in the Trial Tower game, he never expected their first real-life meeting to turn out like this. Kang Jin Hyuk activates the Eye of Truth. Tae-min's info immediately pops up in front of him. Just as he suspected, the guy has earned the title Machine Emperor. This is a unique skill specialized for large-scale battles. Aside from draining a massive amount of mana, this skill is absolutely god tier. Next up is Jeon-hwa, who possesses a unique skill, Ultimate Taekwondo, which is perfect for close-quarters combat. Seeing that their levels are similar, Kang Jin Hyuk guesses they've been farming mobs together. Makes sense, they always had great chemistry back in the day. Kang Jin Hyuk smirks as he checks the copying conditions. He just needs the three of them to reach floor 20 together. Then he can copy Lee Tae-min's skill. Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk just sitting there silently with a weird smirk on his face, Tae-min quickly snaps him out of it. Kang Jin Hyuk introduces himself. When he mentions his cringy old nickname, Ungapon, his face turns bright red, and he wishes he could go back 11 years and break his own hands for writing that name. Kang Jin Hyuk adds that he's 27 and used to be Paprika on BGTV. Suddenly, Tae-min starts bragging about his day and night grinding sessions. Oh, you're Paprika? Kang Jin Hyuk just laughs and says he quit that life. Tae-min waves him off and tells him to keep talking, since they don't meet up often. Jeon-hwa joins in, saying she and Tae-min are very easygoing. Kang Jin Hyuk smiles and says he gets it. Both of them seem pretty approachable. After dealing with people who are always looking for a chance to betray him, or people who only want to use him, Kang Jin Hyuk is exhausted. But these people, even though it's their first time meeting in person, how the hell is he so relaxed right now? After being stuck in that labyrinth for an entire month, he finally has a chance to catch up on what's been happening in the outside world. There's been a massive shift in global guilds, a surge in TV broadcasts, and then there's this shady group called Maya. These creeps are kidnapping players and running illegal coin factories. Speaking of which, Tae-min asks Kang Jin Hyuk if he's taken the man. Of course, Kang Jin Hyuk only remembers his next meal and forgets the actual work. He just stands there looking clueless, asking, "What test?" And just like that, the struggle to get him through this exam officially begins. On their way to the tower, Tae-min and Jeon-hwa finally fill Kang Jin Hyuk in on the current state of things. Ever since the second floor, the death toll in the Tower of Trials has skyrocketed, so South Korea started banning anyone who isn't strong enough from going up. They issue everyone an authentication code printed on their wrist. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately sees through the Awakening Association president's shady recruitment tactics. Han Sang-jin hides behind the excuse of minimizing casualties, but Jin Hyuk just smirks. If that's how he wants to play it, then he shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Since the Awakening Association was established, anyone who gets an F rank is banned from even stepping foot on the second floor. On the flip side, if a player scores high, the government and top guilds will practically crawl over each other to recruit them. That's why you only see 3 types of people at the testing site. First, the desperate ones who want to reach the top. Second, the helpers who are there to support those with real potential. And finally, the ones who have already proven themselves to the world. That last group is usually full of arrogant, rich brats who think they own the place. A perfect example is Kim Kite from the Webby Guild. Worried about hurting Kite's fragile little ego, a mob of bodyguards rushes out to clear a path for him. He struts along like he's on a runway, practically expecting a red carpet. They manage to clear half the path until they run into Kang Jin Hyuk's group, who refuse to budge. A bodyguard is about to start barking orders, but Park Ha-jin, desperate for attention, shoves his way to the front. Watching Park Ha-jin act like a complete lunatic, Kang Jin Hyuk quietly activates his Eyes of Truth. He sees that the condition to copy a skill is to reach maximum affinity. His eyes flash as he meets Ha-jin's burning gaze. Ha-jin raises his hand to strike, but while his first victim, his sister Park Hana, watches in horror, Jin Hyuk grabs his wrist and snaps it. Crack! Ha-jin screams in agony, clutching his broken hand. While the crowd of onlookers stands there with their jaws on the floor, Kang Jin Hyuk calmly takes a sip of his water. Seeing Jin Hyuk's total lack of concern, Ha-jin's blood boils. He draws his sword, ready to show this guy who he's messing with. The people nearby scramble out of the way, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire. But this just gives Kang Jin Hyuk the perfect opening for his legendary water splash technique. With water stinging his eyes, Ha-jin's face twists in rage, but before he can even blink, his legs give out. Jin Hyuk delivers a brutal kick that sends him rolling. His sword had already flown 10 feet away before he even realized it. Jin Hyuk's movements were just too fast, too dangerous. Looking at Ha-jin curled up on the floor, everyone assumes he just tripped or pulled a muscle. But the first victim, Park Hana, knows exactly what just happened. Still, she can only hide in the crowd, trembling with fear. Suddenly, Kim Kite steps forward to back Ha-jin up. Kang Jin Hyuk decides to use his old trick again. He uses the eyes of truth on the guy, but all he sees is a bright red failure message. Kang Jin Hyuk realizes Kite must be at least level 20. Despite the massive level gap, Jin Hyuk stays cocky as ever. Wow, I didn't realize this guy needed a babysitter. Even after being called a nanny, Kite doesn't lose his cool. He even calmly explains that while Ha-jin is a nuisance, he has his uses. Kang Jin Hyuk smirks and cuts right to the chase. By useful, do you mean his ability to smuggle Korean ginseng to the Chinese side? Seeing that Kang Jin Hyuk has no intention of shutting up, Kite quickly activates his black banner. A massive barrier instantly erupts, cutting the two of them off from the outside world. While Kang Jin Hyuk curiously pokes at the barrier, Kite gets straight to business. He asks if Jin Hyuk is willing to trade that information for 10 exclusive dungeons. But how can they be sure he's telling the truth? Korean ginseng can restore stamina, but eating it raw causes a toxic side effect. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately reveals the fix. You only need 3 items. Those are Korasian essence, a moonlight stone, and a mandragora root. The first 2 are easy enough, but that root is incredibly rare. Kang Jin Hyuk offers to tell Kite exactly where to find it. Kite's face hardens. Everything Jin Hyuk is saying matches his research team's secret data perfectly. After thinking it over, Kite finally accepts the deal. But even with a deal on the table, he still feels the need to act tough. Kite presses his sword against Jin Hyuk's throat. You think you can walk away with 10 of my gold mines just for this? I think I need to teach you some manners. Jin Hyuk just smirks as a wave of intense killing, intent, explodes from him. It seems Kite misunderstood something. He isn't the one in charge here, Jin Hyuk is. The tension is so thick, it practically leaks out of the barrier. Outside, a bodyguard is suddenly slammed into the wall. Jeon Haehwa warns everyone that if anyone tries to interfere with the barrier, they'll have to go through her. The situation is now completely in the hands of Kang Jin Hyuk's group. Kite starts breaking out in a cold sweat. He realizes he completely underestimated the man standing in front of him. This is no ordinary rookie. Jin Hyuk nonchalantly brushes the blade aside. Stop using toys to try and scare me. Now, can we get back to discussing those 10 dungeons? Kite sheathes his sword, his breathing still heavy. Fine. I'll agree to your terms, but you better make sure the location of that route is accurate. Jin Hyuk gives a triumphant smile. Don't worry. I never cheat my business partners. At least not the ones who know their place. The black banner barrier fades away, revealing the 2 men still standing face to face. The surrounding crowd is still in a state of total shock over what just went down. Park Ha-jin finally stumbles to his feet, looking pale as a ghost. In this game, Kang Jin Hyuk is the one pulling all the strings. As soon as Jeon Hoa finished speaking, the barrier behind them suddenly vanished, and Jin Hyuk stepped out without a scratch on him. He told Jeon Hoa and Temin to stay cool, but the battle-hungry Temin said that if Jin Hyuk just gave the word, he would paint the entire floor red. Appreciating their concern, Jin Hyuk just gave a bright smile and said he was fine. But in sharp contrast to his calm, Kite's face was looking dark as a storm cloud. Since the big guy was just standing there, Kang Jin Hyuk decided it was time to leave. But Ha-jin just had to go looking for trouble, rushing forward to take down Jin Hyuk's crew, even though Kite was already about to explode with rage over their teammates failing so hard. Kite wasn't about to let that slide. He grabbed Ha-jin by the throat, hoisting him high into the air, and warned him never to lay a finger on Jin Hyuk. Choking for air, Ha-jin's survival instinct finally kicked in, and he frantically nodded his head in agreement. But the second he was dropped, Ha-jin glared at Jin Hyuk with pure hatred in his eyes. His resentment was skyrocketing, but honestly, this played right into Jin Hyuk's hands. Just as expected, a second later, a notification popped up, confirming his success. He had copied Hajin's skill. Jin Hyuk smirked, knowing it was finally time for his own exam, and while waiting for his turn, he took a quick peek at the leaderboard. Seeing Park Hana's insane high score, Jin Hyuk naturally suspected she must have popped some serious performance enhancers before the test. Then it was his turn to enter the testing room, where the classic scene of an underdog shutting everyone up was about to take over the screen. After hearing the test rules, Jin Hyuk quickly chose a mid-tier magic stone to show off his real potential. Seeing his cocky attitude, the staff member tried his best to talk him out of it. It was almost as if the guy would be the one dying of embarrassment if Jin Hyuk failed to break the stone. And right there, under the stunned gaze of the staff, Jin Hyuk unleashed a skill that sliced the stone clean in two, instantly landing himself an S rank, leaving the employee completely speechless. This guy had never seen a magic stone split as easily as a piece of ripe fruit before. He scrambled to grab his phone to call his boss. Normally, anyone who gets an S rank would want to print 100 copies of their certificate and scatter them all over the streets. Too bad for him, our Kang Jin Hyuk is anything but normal. He pulled out a knife, threatening the staff member not to say a single word to anyone. The employee thought about resisting for a second, but he quickly lost his nerve when he saw the sharp blade in Jin Hyuk's hand. In the end, the poor guy just had to suck it up and accept his fate as Jin Hyuk's unwilling accomplice. Before heading out, he waited for Park Hana so he could finally get his hands on Abraham's ring. After a successful haul from the testing room, Jin Hyuk acted like nothing happened and told Temin's group he only got an F rank. He told them to keep climbing the tower while he went to find a dungeon for a retest. Then he hopped in a taxi and took off like the wind. The dungeon he chose was the only ruin on the first floor that no one had managed to conquer yet. It had been ages since he visited this castle of corruption. But before he could even get nostalgic, a soda can came flying and slammed into the oversized backpack he was carrying. Along with it came a shout, saying if he was going to carry luggage, he better move his butt faster. The veins on Jin Hyuk's face started popping. They really shouldn't push their luck with him. At the training tower, which was a ruin hidden in the mountains, Jin Hyuk couldn't enter alone because his official rank was only an F. He couldn't even make it halfway in by himself. That's exactly why Jin Hyuk was currently lugging a massive crate up a mountain with everyone else. He had signed up as a porter just to get inside the ruins. Suddenly, one of the workers came over to chat with Jin Hyuk, and after some small talk, the guy started showing off photos of his family. Seeing the man's proud look and his happy family, Jin Hyuk had that protagonist gut feeling and immediately flagged the guy as one of those characters destined for an early grave. Even though he thought that, he didn't show it. As long as he was there, at least everyone would make it home in one piece. Sensing Jin Hyuk's thoughts, the worker just burst out laughing. Even though he didn't believe him, he still encouraged Jin Hyuk's optimism. Little did he know, he just added himself to the list of people about to be proven wrong. The difficulty of the conquest mission Jin Hyuk took this time was S rank. He had to defeat the boss and claim the throne at the deepest part of the ruins. If he succeeded, Jin Hyuk would get to choose a relic. Even if he failed, he would still get a relic, though the choices would be limited. No matter how you looked at it, this was a sweet deal with no risk of losing out. After walking for a while, the group finally arrived at the ruins. As soon as he set down the massive crate to take a break, Jin Hyuk received a notification that he was getting a special bonus. Reading the words, "Reward for the first person to conquer the tower," his eye began to twitch. Level 1, and boom, the rewards opened up. Jin Hyuk's luck and adaptability stats increased by 10, and he unlocked the unshakable mind skill and the exclusive strike at will ability. This meant Jin Hyuk could pick the absolute best item from any rewards offered. This buff was seriously getting out of hand. Jin Hyuk is trying his best to hold back a smirk. Back in the day, he would have been satisfied just picking a decent reward from the thousands available, considering how great the Tower of Trials already was. But the current Jin Hyuk is playing a whole different game, where the word probability means absolutely nothing to him. Suddenly, a surge of mana from behind cuts his ego trip short. Jin Hyuk turns his head to see what is going on. A few figures are slowly materializing on the teleportation circle. Despite the flashy entrance, the guy in the iron armor looks like he is about to throw up. With a pale face, he steps off the circle and immediately starts complaining about the low-quality transport service. Even so, the armored guy does not forget his job and starts doing a head count. The girl standing next to him immediately begins nagging, asking him how he could even think of making such a rookie mistake. The group is making quite a scene, People nearby are whispering and guessing that they must be the main force of the Manhwa Guild. Jin Hyuk keeps a straight face, blending perfectly into the crowd of curious onlookers. While everyone else is guessing, he is busy using his cheat codes. Jin Hyuk activates his Eye of Truth on the armored guy, revealing his name is Song Chun-hoa, a guy with way too much money and talent. The condition to copy his skill is to earn Chun-hoa's absolute loyalty during this conquest. Jin Hyuk bites his lip with a serious expression. Most would think he is discouraged by the difficult condition, but in reality, he is just disappointed because this is boring as hell. Is this really all the captain of a top 10 national guild has to offer? These guys are such a letdown. As long as they do not get in his way, he will let it slide. After a quick break, the group begins their conquest of the ruins. Inside the pitch-black ruins, the lead porter warns everyone to stay close to him. If you get lost in here, you are basically dead. With that, he activates his illumination skill. The stone on his staff glows brightly before floating up to light the way, revealing piles of monster corpses scattered across the floor, all taken out by the elite teams. The porters immediately drop their relaxed attitude and stop acting like they are on a field trip. The entrance to the ruins is actually pretty terrifying. After walking for a while, they finally catch up to the Manhwa Guild group. Kang Jin Hyuk looks at the dead monsters on the ground, then at the group who still looks full of energy, even waving and shouting to them. He starts getting suspicious of Captain Chun-hoa's low combat power. How on earth did this guild take down that many monsters without a single casualty? Why is Jin Hyuk just standing there like a statue? The old man he talked to this morning cannot help himself. He gives Jin Hyuk a solid smack on the back and tells him to go bring some water to those foreigners over there. That is when Jin Hyuk remembers his place. Right now, he is just a lowly porter at the bottom of the food chain. Jin Hyuk forces a wide smile and follows the old man's orders, looking toward the group of foreigners. The first thing that catches his eye is not their handsome faces or tall builds, but the cross symbol engraved on their armor. That symbol belongs to the elite of the European upper class, the Zion Guild. Jin Hyuk is not ready to sell his soul to the corporations just yet, so he takes another look around. He spots someone a bit shorter than the rest, and a smile creeps back onto his face. He decides that is the one he will try to befriend. And so, Jin Hyuk hands his first cup of ice water to the short person in the white armor. Of course, playing it smart, Jin Hyuk also activates his communication skill. Feeling a sudden sense of friendliness, the short knight removes her helmet, letting her golden hair fall down and revealing a beautiful face. It turns out this knight is a girl. Most importantly, Jin Hyuk recognizes her. She is the youngest daughter of the Laurentia noble family from Europe, a true all-rounder player. She can do it all, from attacking to supporting. This is one of Europe's most famous players, Saintess Teresa de Laurentia. Now Jin Hyuk understands why there were no casualties. But as one question is answered, another one pops up. Everyone is busy climbing the tower right now, so why are they out here raiding these ruins? It is time for the Eye of Truth to shine. But before it can even get a good look, it gets shut down immediately. The level gap between the two of them is way too large for the skill to handle. Before Jin Hyuk can even get annoyed, his luck and adaptability stats kick in. The Eye of Truth levels up to level 2, and suddenly, that level gap is no big deal. Jin Hyuk happily scrolls through Teresa's info. Looking at the list of skills as long as a grocery receipt, even Jin Hyuk has to admit she is impressive. When he sees the active job quest status under her profession, his question is finally answered. This is why Teresa ditched the boss raids to come here. While Jin Hyuk is busy digging through her info, Teresa finishes her water. She gives him a warm smile and thanks him. A pink saintly aura radiates from her, and Jin Hyuk smiles back. However, his aura is looking a bit dark. He is the one who should be thanking Teresa. Thanks to her, he now has a chance to steal that unique knight skill that everyone says is legendary. The only problem is, how is he going to set up a situation where Teresa is in danger so he can save her? Well, this copy condition is definitely not boring anymore. Jin Hyuk will not have to wait long. The moment he's been waiting for has finally arrived. An absolute hotshot, or more accurately, a total busybody from the Manhwa Guild, just touched the protective crystal. The ruins guardian has spotted the intruder, and now, the temple's defenders are being summoned. 10 minutes later, Chun-hua is clutching his head in agony. With their current strength, facing these guardians is nothing short of a suicide mission. But he barely managed to claw his way up to captain, and he knows you have to risk it all to win big. Chun-hua decides to push forward, even without reinforcements. After all, they have the Saintess, Teresa, on their side. The black-haired kid couldn't stop Chunhua in time and rushed back to warn the others, but everyone just called him a coward. They figured there was no way a massive guild like Bana would act without a solid plan. A blonde kid stood there with unshakable faith, thinking the guild had already wiped out the guardians, but the poor guy has no idea there's a massive iron fist looming right behind him. And just like that, he's the first one to get logged out of the server. Looking at the horrific scene unfolding, the people who were talking big just a second ago are now huddling together in terror. They thought they'd at least have the advantage of numbers, but the cold, hard truth is that an endless wave of guardians is pouring out. The vanguard is scrambling to get into position. Faced with the ruins guardians, Chunhua roars out orders for the troops to charge ahead. He tells the porters to fall back. In an instant, the place descends into pure chaos as people desperately scramble to escape. Some try to stand their ground and fight. Chunhua activates his iron shield and immediately reinforces the formation. Li Yumi leaps up and triggers her battle song. Everyone's power levels skyrocket just as the ruins guardians appear all at once. As soon as they hit the scene, a guardian jumps up and swings a massive axe at Chunhua as a deadly greeting. It's a good thing Chunhua had his shield up, or he would have been sent straight to the graveyard. But the guardians just keep coming. The situation is getting desperate. Suddenly, a cry for the captain echoes from afar. It turns out the solo players are completely surrounded. They need backup fast. Seeing a guild member get distracted, Chunhua barks at her. Shut your mouth and focus on the fight. There are always casualties. What does she expect him to do? Compared to those solo losers who have zero teamwork skills, his guild members are obviously more valuable. The black-haired boy is shaking uncontrollably. Chunhua clearly saw them, but he chose to ignore them. They watch in horror as a guardian closes in. He can't stop the tears from streaming down his face. He knows they've been abandoned. He wants to scream his lungs out, "Help us, please." It looks like it's game over for them. Until Teresa finally arrives on the scene. Now, the guardians are the ones in trouble. She activates a massive cross in the sky, and a blinding light suddenly erupts. The guardians begin to glow and then shatter into pieces. To the black-haired boy, Teresa looks like a divine being radiating pure, holy light. She ignores the stunned boy because two guardians just slipped past the front line. She's worried the non-combatants are in danger and needs to get to the supply room immediately. But Teresa is one step too late. The supply room is already a wreck, with bodies scattered everywhere and blood staining the floor. An old man sits slumped in the corner, completely exhausted. Safe? Yeah, right. He watches the sharp axe swinging toward him. He figures his life is over, but the pain never comes. Right before his eyes, the ruins guardian shatters into a million pieces. Jin Hyuk stands tall in front of him, asking with a slight smile, "Don't you remember I said we were going to get out of here alive together?" Before the old man can even process his feelings, another guardian appears behind Jin Hyuk, clearly looking for a death wish. He leans back and effortlessly dodges its arm. Jin Hyuk activates the fire element in his hand, condensing it into a fireball. It's time to drop the act. The Star Porter is finally showing his true colors. And just like that, another unlucky guardian is taken down well, not completely. It's only incapacitated for a moment. Jin Hyuk isn't finishing it off yet because he needs to test a few moves, just to get a feel for his new skills. Honestly, Jin Hyuk can't understand why they'd be stupid enough to wake the guardians in such a brutal place. Are they all just masochists or something? He walks over to the old man to check on him. However, he hasn't sheathed his sword yet. If you didn't know any better, you'd think he was about to finish the old man off. And Teresa, arriving late, has no idea what's actually happening. She rushes in and pulls the old man away from Jin Hyuk's reach, her voice cold. She thought Jin Hyuk was a good person, but she never expected him to use a blade to threaten someone who can't even fight back. And so, his act of kindness is once again mistaken for cold-blooded cruelty. Not only is he a villain in Teresa's eyes, but she also thinks Jin Hyuk is the one who woke up the guardians. Before he knows it, Teresa lunges at him to take him down. Jin Hyuk just stands there, looking completely confused, asking, "What?" Before Jin Hyuk's brain can even process what is happening, Teresa lunges at him with a lethal sword strike. As he dodges the blow, she coldly warns him not to resist. She claims she does not want to hurt him, but looking at the floor she just smashed into pieces, Jin Hyuk really wants to ask, "Teresa, are you sure about that?" Jin Hyuk tries to say something to save face, but before he can even open his mouth, Teresa charges at him again. Seeing that Teresa is way too hyped up to listen to a word he says, Jin Hyuk decides it is time to flip the survival switch. The moment she lunges, he vanishes and reappears behind her, slamming her onto the floor. Teresa is dazed, and when she opens her eyes, Jin Hyuk's blade is already inches from her face. He tells her bluntly that he was not the one who woke the Guardians. If he were her enemy, she would already be dead. Only then does the old man snap out of his shock, frantically explaining that Jin Hyuk was actually the one who saved his life. Teresa's face goes completely blank before she starts bowing repeatedly, apologizing like crazy. Jin Hyuk acts all magnanimous, telling her it is fine and that anyone would have made the same mistake. As he turns to leave, Teresa quickly pulls herself together and chases after him. She asks why he is hiding his identity. Kang Jin Hyuk, the absolute pro at playing people, begins to activate his persuasion skills. Instead of giving a straight answer, he shifts the focus onto her. He reveals he already knows she only joined the Zion Guild as a cover-up. To her, she is just completing a class quest to get her hands on the Oath of St. Peter. Jin Hyuk is doing the exact same thing, secretly hunting for his own special item. Noticing the suspicion growing in Teresa's eyes, Jin Hyuk decides to extend an olive branch. He knows everything about these ruins, and the items they both want happen to be in the same area. Jin Hyuk asks Teresa if she wants him to tag along, saying it is a win-win for both of them. So who is the loser here? That would be Chun Hoa. He loses his cool and asks Teresa why she wants to go off on her own. Teresa point-blank tells him that he already has a guide map. He already knows the strategies for these ruins, so it does not really matter if she is there or not. Plus, according to their contract, both sides only need to team up during the boss fight. Chun Hoa tries to argue at first, but seeing her look of total impatience, he has no choice but to accept his fate. Teresa then pushes her luck, asking Chun Hoa if she can take one of the porters with her. Chun Hoa just waves her off with a massive headache, telling her to do whatever she wants. This is where Jin Hyuk enters the frame, while the other porters are terrified of being picked. While everyone else is looking away nervously, he steps forward and volunteers to go with Teresa. Those men in their 50s quickly warn him that nothing is more precious than his own life. Seeing the situation, Jin Hyuk has to act like a total simp to sell the act. The old guys are actually moved by his supposed devotion. Finally, he gets to follow his heart and Teresa just like he planned. The system announces that the Lord of the Fallen Corridor is currently tracking Teresa and Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk knows right away that this is a warning from the boss. He is certain it does not give a damn about the other players, but it is definitely watching the two of them. Teresa asks him if he saw those lines that just popped up on the notification board. Jin Hyuk just nods and says yes. It turns out Teresa also thinks those words were sent by the boss. She is worried that it is targeting both her and Jin Hyuk, but our guy Jin Hyuk is way too confident, telling her it is only aiming for him and that she should not worry. She is honestly speechless at this guy's over-the-top confidence, but she just keeps those thoughts to herself. Then she remembers what he said earlier about knowing everything about this place. Jin Hyuk does not even try to deny it. He even claims he has known for a very long time. Right then, Teresa immediately asks for his advice on what she should do. A moment later, while a swarm of monsters is searching for them, Teresa drops down from above right into the middle of the pack. They lock onto her instantly. She triggers a level 5 war song, boosting all her stats by 3 for 10 minutes. Teresa is doing exactly what Jin Hyuk told her, doing her best to draw the attention of all the undead. And man, she is doing a great job. The undead swarm her like flies on honey. Next, still following Jin Hyuk's lead, Teresa uses her holy power to activate a level 5 empowerment. Suddenly, a blinding light radiates from her body. It completely blinds the undead. Seizing the opportunity, Teresa moves like a blur, slicing through them one by one. Those brainless zombies just keep charging, not realizing that the more they rush in, the faster they die. Seeing her do such a good job, Jin Hyuk casually steps on their heads to make his move. He planned all of this, using Teresa as a proxy like this. This way, he can avoid leveling up by accident. But hey, nothing in life is ever that simple. While he is gliding across the heads of the undead, Jin Hyuk feels a sudden surge of terrifying power. Right then, a bolt of black lightning strikes down toward him, shattering the ground. The system announces that the High Lich, the Grim Reaper of the Hidden Ruins, has appeared. This Reaper looks way more badass than the mummies, or those skeletons down there. He is wearing a mysterious hood and carrying a wicked staff. Even after taking a heavy hit from the Reaper, Jin Hyuk is still standing. Well, obviously, if the main character dies, we do not have a story to watch anymore. He emerges from the smoke, actually feeling hyped that the High Lich finally showed its bony face. But one Reaper is not enough. The game likes to turn up the difficulty. Suddenly, a Dullahan, also known as a headless knight, charges at him. Jin Hyuk's reflexes are insane. He just casually leans back and successfully dodges the strike. At this point, he is a bit confused because he does not remember fighting a Dullahan here before. Could things have changed because he brought Teresa along? Thinking that, he decides to be much more careful with whatever comes next. Another Dullahan lunges at him. He dodges quickly, while the Lich fires off a blast of dark energy. Using the Reaper's own power against it, Jin Hyuk jumps onto the Dullahan. This makes the Lich's attack hit its own knight instead, and it gets taken out instantly. The Lich is furious now, raising its staff high into the air. It unleashes a massive wave of dark energy right at Jin Hyuk. He runs while keeping an eye on the black lightning crashing down around him. But honestly, this stuff is not even on his level. He tilts his head to dodge a shot. That bolt misses him completely and hits the level 3 shield on his back. Jin Hyuk. So Jin Hyuk had everything calculated from the very beginning. He knew the Lich's attack was so overkill, it would crush even a level 3 barrier. So, he lured that bonehead into blasting its black lightning right at the energy shield. Just like Jin Hyuk predicted, the energy shield was completely obliterated. The Lich was just standing there, totally clueless. It looks like it finally realized it got played by a newbie. Talk about an embarrassing trap. Man, what a total loss of dignity. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk is actually having the time of his life. He effortlessly glided past the Dullahan mob and whipped out his blade. With a single strike, he sent those headless tin cans flying. With the Dullahans out of the way, Jin Hyuk wondered what to do next, especially since Teresa would be finishing up her side soon. What else is there? Of course, Jin Hyuk's sights were set on that floating bag of bones up there. Even the Lich was starting to break a sweat watching him, which is weird. How does a skeleton even sweat? But before Jin Hyuk could even make a move, the Lich was suddenly sliced clean in two. Not just sliced, but its skull got crushed under someone's boot. Turns out, this uninvited guest was none other than Chun Yu-sung. He knew Jin Hyuk would be here because of his insane ability to read monster behavior patterns. Talk about an awkward greeting. Yu-sung pointed his sword right at Jin Hyuk's face and said, "Long time no see." Jin Hyuk just stared back with a cold, dead look. Yu-sung probably thought Jin Hyuk would remember him. Instead, Jin Hyuk just blurted out, "Who the hell are you?" That question made Yu-sung shake with rage. All that cool, handsome aura he had a second ago? Poof. Gone. Yu-sung asked again, clearly offended, if he really didn't recognize him. Getting tired of this persistent guy, Jin Hyuk activated his Eye of Truth to check his stats. That's when he saw it. This guy's name is Chun Yu-sung, and he's a swordsman. Looking at the copy conditions, he saw that Yu-sung truly believes his sword skills are peerless in this world. To copy the skill, he has to shatter that ego and beat him in a sword duel. Then, Jin Hyuk's eyes landed on Yu-sung's sword, the Ganlong. That's a national treasure that went missing from the museum. Seeing that, he started getting really suspicious of this guy in front of him. Jin Hyuk thought back to when the Tower of Trials was still just a game. There was one guy who used to challenge him constantly, no matter where he was or what he was doing. Suddenly, it clicked. He recognized this handsome guy in front of him. It's that same psycho stalker. Man, life really is full of surprises. As for Yu-sung, he still thought Jin Hyuk didn't remember him and was fuming. He felt like he didn't even matter to Jin Hyuk. To calm the crazy guy down, Jin Hyuk quickly said, "Oh right, I remember you now." He couldn't believe this was the same guy who used to bug him for a duel every single day. And of course, Yu-sung showed up this time for a rematch. He's confident now that they've both started over from zero. He's determined not to be left in the dust again. Jin Hyuk didn't really care. If this guy wanted to fight, he wasn't going to stop him. He just casually asked, "But are you sure you're okay with that?" Then pointed behind him. Right behind him, Teresa was charging in like a literal hurricane, ready to take Yu-sung down. Jin Hyuk knows his teammate well. Teresa won't just stand by if Yu-sung dares to touch a hair on his head. Seeing the Saintess approaching, even Yu-sung looked annoyed. He wanted a one-on-one duel with Jin Hyuk, so he boldly declared that he wouldn't let anyone interfere. He meant it too. Immediately, Chun Yu-sung activated his level 5 battle realm. He raised his sword high and slammed it into the ground to open the pocket dimension. Jin Hyuk didn't pay much attention to that. Instead, he noticed a purple glow coming from a stone table nearby. He casually walked over and grabbed it, ignoring Teresa screaming his name in the background. With a totally calm face, Jin Hyuk just said, "See ya later," and vanished into the battle realm with Yusung, leaving Teresa all alone and confused on the battlefield. Once inside the battle realm, Yusung was still hyped up, demanding their duel once again. He also activated a level 5 combat skill that boosted all his stats by 10%, while cutting Jin Hyuk's stats by 10%. But Jin Hyuk couldn't have cared less. From start to finish, he just looked completely bored with the whole situation. Being suppressed by both the battle realm and the debuff, he definitely felt the disadvantage. However, it seems like this disadvantage is exactly what's making things interesting. He let out a truly wicked smile. Right off the bat, the system flags a massive disadvantage. But for Jin Hyuk, this is the perfect setup to trigger his special fusion skill. This skill only kicks in when the odds are stacked against him, making the usual copying conditions impossible to meet. The system overrides the rules, allowing him to bypass the requirements and copy any skill instantly, without jumping through hoops. Jin Hyuk doesn't hesitate for a single second. He chooses to copy the unique skill of the arrogant Du Sung. Just like that, he successfully snags the S-rank skill, Sword Song. This doesn't just boost his swordsmanship mastery by 200%, it literally forces his body to execute the most perfect. Every one of his senses is dialed up to 11. A glowing book marked with the Sword Song emblem appears over Jin Hyuk's head, etching every secret of the technique directly into his brain. It's exactly like those superheroes who take forever to transform, while their enemies just stand there waiting. Du Sung is no different. Seeing Jin Hyuk completely ignore him, he loses his cool and charges in, blade swinging. Jin Hyuk just pulls out a simple knife and effortlessly parries every single strike. No matter where Du Sung aims, Jin Hyuk is already there to block him. Their combat speeds are perfectly matched. Neither one is willing to back down. Seeing this, Du Sung gets even more heated and starts trash-talking. He mocks Jin Hyuk, asking if his mid-range combat skills are broken. Does he seriously think he can win a fight with a pathetic little kitchen knife? Man, he is seriously underestimating our protagonist. Jin Hyuk doesn't let the insults get to him at all. He just calmly replies that this knife is more than enough to handle a loser like him. He even throws some shade, saying the opponent's swordsmanship is actually kind of fun to watch. It was a casual comment, but Du Sung is so insecure that he takes it as a total slap in the face. He absolutely loses his mind with rage. He activates his level 6 soul-hunting spirit blade and lunges at Jin Hyuk with everything he's got. The impact is so violent, it carves deep gashes into the dirt. The blade nearly takes Jin Hyuk's head off, but thanks to his sharpened instincts, he narrowly dances out of the way. He calls Du Sung out for being a bully, using high-level spirit energy against a total beginner like himself. Hearing those words makes Du Sung's blood boil. He screams at Jin Hyuk in a pure fit of rage. "Beginner? You've got to be kidding me." Jin Hyuk looks down at his knife, feeling a bit worried. He knows if he keeps using it to block that spirit energy, the blade is going to snap like a toothpick. But then, a stroke of genius hits him. He pulls out the pearl he just scavenged. He decides to craft a counter to that overwhelming energy. Without wasting a breath, he applies the pearl directly to his knife. He initiates a fusion between Sword Song and the Ghost Spirit Pill. The system immediately announces that the two powerful skills are merging into one. It doesn't take long. Just a few seconds later, a blinding light erupts from his small blade. The system confirms that Jin Hyuk has acquired a brand new S-rank skill, Sword of the Underworld. This thing completely crushes Sword Song, boosting his swordsmanship mastery by a staggering 500%. His body now moves on autopilot to deliver the most efficient strikes possible, with his senses pushed far beyond human limits. Not only that, but this is the key skill needed to unlock the legendary title of Demon Sword. With the Sword of the Underworld now in his hand, Jin Hyuk activates it along with his level 1 Dark Moon skill. He knows this isn't even the full power of the skill, but since his mana is running dangerously low, he just has to make it work. Thinking to himself, Jin Hyuk vows to level up his mana pool as soon as this is over. Meanwhile, Du Sung is left staring at this insane display of power, completely shell-shocked. You can literally see the terror in his eyes now. He really thought he'd be the king of this world since the other guy wasn't using a unique skill. But man, was he dead wrong. Right now, he's suffocating under the sheer pressure radiating from Jin Hyuk. Seething with resentment, Du Sung starts questioning his whole life. Why can't he beat Jin Hyuk? Whether it was inside the game or here in the real world, he did everything he could to come out on top. And yet, he still can't close the gap. Du Sung lets out a desperate scream, refusing to accept this pathetic reality. He lashes out with a barrage of wild swings. His spirit energy surges toward Jin Hyuk at lightning speed, but Jin Hyuk stays cool as ice. With one single flick of his wrist, he shatters the incoming energy like glass. Du-sung's jaw literally hits the floor. Before he can even wrap his head around what happened, Jin Hyuk vanishes and reappears right behind him. Jin Hyuk coldly reminds Du-sung that he's fought enemies way faster and more dangerous than him before. Enemies who wielded blades that would make Du-sung's sword look like a piece of junk. He's basically telling this loser he never stood a chance. With that, Jin Hyuk brings his knife down in a devastating strike. Du-sung desperately tries to block the blow with his sword, but his blade is absolutely no match for Jin Hyuk's empowered knife. After only a few seconds of struggling, Jin Hyuk blows the sword right out of Du-sung's hands, sending him crashing to his knees in total defeat. Once again, Jin Hyuk completely dominates Yu-sung. He has won so many times now that he has actually lost count, but Yu-sung remembers every single defeat vividly. This was the 138th time he lost. He is so desperate that he is literally begging Jin Hyuk to just kill him and get it over with. But Jin Hyuk isn't that cruel. He just smiles and tells the guy he is already looking forward to their 139th match. Yu-sung is floored by that response. Jin Hyuk then starts lecturing him, reminding him that the tower is not a playground where you can just mess around. Even the highest rankers can lose their lives if they let their guard down for even a second. After that, Jin Hyuk actually praises Yu-sung, calling him one of the strongest players around. He even reaches out a hand to help Yu-sung up. Yu-sung is stunned by the compliment, but he has no idea what Jin Hyuk is really thinking deep down. Since Yu-sung keeps coming back to challenge him anyway, Jin Hyuk realizes he doesn't even have to go looking for the guy to copy his skills. The two of them shake hands, and Jin Hyuk's level 1 communication skill is activated. Shortly after, Yu-sung leaves and deactivates his combat field. Just then, Teresa starts shouting Jin Hyuk's name from a distance. Even though he clearly heard her, Yu-sung still tries to act all cool and mysterious. He has the nerve to ask for Jin Hyuk's real name. Jin Hyuk doesn't even want to tell this guy, acting like they are best friends or something. But then Yu-sung decides to call him by his old gaming handle. Jin Hyuk absolutely panics because that nickname is beyond embarrassing. He has no choice but to give his real name, just to stop that guy from shouting out those cringy words every time they cross paths. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is starting to feel uneasy. They immediately call for Changhua to watch their backs. They thought they had already cleared everything out, right? The monsters in front of them had vanished, so why the tension? Changhua looks completely dazed, not really grasping the situation. His teammate continues, their mana sensors are going haywire. If all the monsters were truly wiped out, there shouldn't be any reaction at all. Talk about timing. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Their mana sensor suddenly shows a massive red cluster charging straight toward them. They are totally screwed. This monster is pure psychological warfare, and who else would be standing on top of that gigante beast but Steel Hand? But standing next to him is an even stranger, more mysterious figure. A cold, enigmatic man with skin as white as pure milk. Who the hell is this guy? Looking at his vibe, you can tell he is some kind of noble. Maybe a high-ranking vampire? Bingo. The figure gives a polite 90-degree bow to the humans. His name is Velos. He looks sinister, but you can't deny he's got that handsome, magnetic charm. He claims to be a loyal servant to Jinzo. That is the master of these ruins. Changhua reads the room and realizes this guy is the real deal. Everyone in the guild immediately points their swords at him. Even though he is scared out of his mind, Changhua still tries to act tough. He asks who Velos thinks he is giving orders to. Velos then explains why he showed his shiny face here, but the man shows zero fear. Instead, he offers a sweet-sounding threat that turns Changhua's face as pale as a sheet of paper. Based on their reactions, Velos figures out that Changhua is the leader. He looks at the hunter in front of him with nothing but pure contempt. He came here to make an offer, and yet these people had the audacity to point a sword at his throat. How incredibly rude. He tells them they have two choices. One, they all come with him quietly, or, as he speaks, Velos presses his black-painted fingernail against the tip of a sword. Blood starts pouring out of his finger. It is like this guy doesn't even have pain receptors. Just looking at it makes your skin crawl. Truly, nothing about this guy is normal. It turns out his blood is actually mad blood. A skill so high level it can't even be measured has been activated. The blood suddenly snakes out and tightly binds the legs of half of Changhua's men. Changhua is caught completely off guard. Before he can even react, half of his team is dissolved into nothing but blood. The screams for help ring in his ears, but he can't do anything except stand there helplessly and watch his comrades get absorbed. That vampire Velos looked pretty handsome a second ago, but now his face has done a complete 180-degree flip into something terrifying. He tells them either half will be taken away, or the rest of these losers will become his appetizer. He is practically drooling at the thought. Meanwhile, back with our main man, Kang Jin Hyuk is just sitting there in awe, watching the beautiful Teresa perform her magic. She is using a level 5 purification spell to restore a triple S rank ice tear, which has a 100% magic absorption rate. It provides a massive boost to mana once absorbed. However, the user can suffer fatal injuries if the item isn't properly purified first. It is a good thing the lovely Teresa is doing the purifying. Otherwise, Jin Hyuk wouldn't have anything left of himself but his clothes. With that, his mana increases 12-fold. He is becoming stronger by the second. He smiles, looking at his hands as they radiate a new, surging power. Teresa softly asks how he is feeling. Jin Hyuk nods and tells her it feels amazing, like every single cell in his body is exploding with energy. But they don't have time to relax. Magic vibrations from the distance are signaling that a massive battle has broken out. Changhua and the others are in serious trouble. Those vampires are not the kind of enemies you can just overwhelm with numbers. Jin Hyuk stands up, adjusts his gear, and looks toward the ruins. He knows that Velos Guy is just the vanguard for a much greater power. He tells Teresa it is time to go. They have some friends to rescue and a vampire that needs to be put in his place. His eyes turn cold and sharp. That 12-fold mana boost begins to swirl around his body as he prepares for a brand new hunt. Jin Hyuk was staring in awe, over and over again. An ice crystal dropped right along with the soul stone. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. It was honestly shocking that he managed to snag that ice crystal. These things are usually a nightmare to find. Plus, let's be real, the guy is incredibly lazy. Since he didn't have much free time, thanks to Teresa's holy power, his mana stat has already jumped up to 12. Getting gold while doing absolutely nothing. Talk about living the dream, guys. But hey, that's protagonist luck for you. In the real world, if you don't work, you don't eat. You'd just be eating dirt. But just as he was celebrating getting such high-tier loot for basically nothing, things started to go south. Just as Teresa finished up, the system sensor popped up right in front of her eyes with a message. The Master of the Fallen Monastery has sent you an invitation. The details were simple. If you want to play the hero and save the raid team, then drag your butt to the room deep within the ruins. The difficulty level was listed as 0. Yeah, right. Who are they trying to kid? Not even my ancestors would believe the difficulty is actually 0. And the joyful reward? Getting a face-to-face meeting with the Master of the Fallen Monastery herself. If the quest is accepted, every monster and trap leading to the room will be completely deactivated. Teresa's face went pale instantly. She looked over at Jin Hyuk and Cheon Du-sung. It looks like the raid team members have been kidnapped. This is absolutely insane. How could people that strong get taken hostage? Just how powerful is this opponent? Velos just watched and sneered. Teresa knew she had to go. She had to save her teammates. Even if she could only rescue one person, she wouldn't hesitate for a second. But Teresa was still terrified because she knew her current self couldn't possibly defeat the master of these ruins, Jinzo. What would happen if she failed to take her down? Worse, what if she ended up becoming that woman's plaything, exactly like she wanted? She was scared to death. Seeing her look that helpless, it's understandable. She'd have to face Jinzo all by herself without any support from the raid team. Well, I mean, Jin Hyuk and Cheon Du-sung are standing right there like, hello? Are we invisible or something? Would the outcome change if she took them along? All she wanted to do right now was protect everyone. As a holy knight, her biggest fear was making a choice that would lead everyone to their doom. While she was busy overthinking, she heard Cheon Du-sung let out a long sigh. This wasn't his problem, so why even get involved? It's just exhausting. At this point, going home and crawling under the covers sounds like heaven. He walked past the helpless Teresa, and feeling a bit bad for her, he decided to give her some advice. If she was having such a hard time making a choice, then she needed to listen closely. That guy, Jin Hyuk, who's just sitting there acting all quiet. He's got zero shame and is selfish as hell. He doesn't even remember who his longtime rivals are. That's exactly why Du-sung keeps challenging him to duels. It's honestly so annoying. Even though he was talking smack behind his back, he had to admit one thing. He was pretty sure the only person in this world who could actually take down Jinzo was that bastard standing over there with his arms crossed, staring at the. As soon as the guy left, a small smile played on her lips. Perfect. She found her ace in the hole. Thanks for the cold but deep advice. Teresa stepped forward, planning to use her charms to lure him into an alliance. But then she realized she was wearing full armor. Change of plans. She just had to be honest and tell him she really wanted to team up. Jin Hyuk saw this coming from a mile away. This was going to cost her, and his services don't come cheap. He warned her she might go bankrupt. Was she sure? Teresa was like, money is no object, as long as he helped her defeat Jinzo. She promised to pay him as much as humanly possible. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's close the deal. All right, it's showtime. The system confirmed the quest was accepted, and just like that, the monsters were put into hush little baby mode. It was late at night when the two of them reached a massive gate. The spiritual energy leaking out of this place was seriously abnormal. The pressure was overwhelming. If you're already scared, you might as well go home. She had to realize the enemy was incredibly strong. But remember, in a fight, it's not always the strongest who wins. You've got to be smart and have a high IQ. And right now, a brilliant plan was already forming in Jin Hyuk's head. No matter what happened from here on out, they were stepping into Jinzo's domain. Every step had to be steady, and they couldn't show any fear. Oh man, the second they walked in, our boy took a hit straight to the face. That's gotta hurt. It looked like the woman on the pedestal just gave him a little welcome gift. That was the master of the ruins, Jinzo. She mocked him, asking what right he had to even speak there. Teresa didn't stay quiet, though she screamed out, asking if he was okay. What a strange girl. But Jin Hyuk was totally fine. A hit like that was nothing to him. Besides, that beauty up there was being pretty aggressive. He never said he wouldn't give her anything. She just jumped to conclusions. He was going to give her something even sweeter than his blood. Hearing that, Jinzo couldn't hide her excitement, while Teresa just stood there, looking completely confused. Our boy is definitely cooking something up. Even though this lady is clearly intrigued, she's still acting like she's got better things to do. She's playing hard to get, acting like her blood is sweeter than anything he could offer. Sorry, pal, we're not interested. All your schemes are useless here, so don't even bother wasting your breath. To these vampires, nothing matters more than a few drops of blood. No matter what he offers her, she's not the type to change her mind easily. Are you sure about that, beautiful? Jin Hyuk looks up with a smirk. Now he's the one playing the role of the cunning mastermind, and this girl is just a tiny speck in his grand plan. He knows her fatal weakness, which is why he's making such a sweet deal. Even if he offers her freedom, would she really say no? Boom! He hit the nail right on the head. Her face just turned darker than a burnt pot. Before she can even process what he said, her underlings are already jumping down his throat. Who gave you the right to say that here? Every single vampire there is bristling with rage, drawing their weapons and ready to tear our boy in two. Oh, I'm so scared. He. Go ahead and try it if you've got the guts. The master hasn't even finished talking, and the dogs are already off their leashes. Just as they're about to swarm him, Alice steps in and holds them back. She stands up, and man, her figure is absolutely flawless. She just said she wouldn't accept anything, but the moment she heard the word freedom, she did a total 180 and demanded he take responsibility for his words. All right then, when it comes to smooth-talking a lady, Kang Jin Hyuk is in a league of his own. If he couldn't back up his claims, he wouldn't have stood here in the first place. He's not stupid enough to walk into a trap. After being told to take responsibility, Jin Hyuk activates his magic immediately. Seriously, guys, he looks so badass right now. With those glowing purple eyes and that smug smirk, he's a total heartbreaker. Back to business. He introduces himself as Kang Jin Hyuk, the incarnation of a demon human, and promises he's the one who will liberate her from this tower. He's really leaning into that dangerous guy persona. And he actually is dangerous. The flames dancing in his hand suddenly transform into a mask. The time has come. According to the system's data, demon humans are those who've thrown away their humanity for money, revenge, or even their own twisted beliefs. It's true what they say, gold can blind anyone. These demon humans do everything they can to stop other players from climbing the tower. Sometimes they even side with the monsters in dungeons or ruins, causing chaos everywhere they go. Alice had heard of these demon humans before, but she never expected him to be one of them. To gain Alice's absolute trust, our boy contacts the temple on the 27th floor. They talk about her presence and how to bypass the barrier protecting the ruins. That's exactly what he was told. Seriously, this guy is the king of playing dirty. Only Teresa knows the truth, that he's not actually a demon human, but she's still a bit confused. What exactly is his game? Can someone explain this to me? Why is he suddenly acting like such a dangerous villain? Gorgeous. She looks around and sees the fear spreading across everyone's faces. What's the deal? What's so special about that temple? What could possibly make them tremble like that? After hearing that, Alice starts to think he might actually be the real deal. If he knows about the existence of that temple, then maybe she can trust that he's not just bluffing her, because if he is lying, she's going to go full beast mode. But when he asks if she trusts him yet, she still says no. Man, she's a tough nut to crack. The only thing she cares about is whether or not he's a real demon human. Veins of blood start to bulge because she knows anyone can claim they can do the impossible. Smart girl, but she's no match for our boy's schemes. He's already 10 steps ahead of any silver-tongued liar she's met, and it's actually scaring her a little. Once the talking is over, those drops of blood turn into deadly weapons, aimed straight at his heart. Blood Spear, a level that can't even be measured, has been activated. Your blood smells so sweet, it's almost a shame. So go ahead and die. With a flick of her wrist, dozens of spears fly toward Jin Hyuk. Wait, so they were just talking all that time? She still hasn't figured out the situation? That's disappointing. Did she really think taking him down would be that easy? She's still way too green. The spears are inches away, but he doesn't even flinch. Want to know why? Because he's got a beautiful Holy Knight standing right behind him. Level 5, Holy Power Fortification. Activate. And once a knight's unbreakable shield is up, you guys are toast. Every single spear is blocked by the sheer force of the shield. Teresa is handling this all by herself. She's not just shielding him. She's ready to use her holy power to shut them down completely. Level 5, Holy Ring is also powerfully activated. She uses every ounce of her strength to shatter those blades into pieces. Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing her push herself to the limit just to block a few hits like that was honestly pathetic. 1 second he's laughing, and the next, his face turns stone cold. He absolutely despises that holy power. It's honestly disgusting. She takes the opening to unleash a bloodburst, ready to blow them all away. I wonder what our holy knight, Teresa, is going to do now. How much longer is it going to take them to take this woman down? Just watching her is terrifying. Oh, come on, what's there to worry about? She's got Kang Jin Hyuk standing right behind her as the ultimate trump card. But then, out of nowhere, bam. A second later, she's stabbed right in the back. Can you imagine how that feels? Was she actually betrayed by Jin Hyuk? After taking her out, he steps forward. If he could prove it wasn't a lie, would she even believe him? I did not see that coming. Who stabs a teammate in the back while they're working their heart out to protect you? Talk about a plot twist. Once he earns the master's trust, he pulls out a 7-star magic item, the Braham Ring. He's going to seal her inside the ring to trick the barrier. This magic circle will vanish in 1 minute. So what will she do? Using telepathy, she calls out to her human side, Belos. She doesn't fully trust him though. She tells him that if he sees anything suspicious, he should destroy the man and the magic circle immediately. After giving the order, she steps down. She's got a lot on her mind, but ultimately, she's been trapped here way too long. She has no choice but to trust him. Kang Jin Hyuk activates his level 1 negotiation skill. Since the target's favorability has increased, Alice von Ataraxia accepts the soul seal. Her soul is now completely sealed, but it's not as bad as she expected. It's actually pretty comfortable. She seems quite happy with her new home. The unique skill, Blessing of the Stars, has been activated. Immediately after, Teresa stands back up. With the Blessing of the Stars, a player can resurrect once, provided their death wasn't instantaneous. The cooldown for this skill is 240 hours. And just like that, Teresa is brought back to life, and her wounds are completely healed. However, the deep crimson bloodstain on her pure white shirt is proof of just how brutal the injury was. Welcome back to the fight, Teresa. Deciding the mask has served its purpose, Kang Jin Hyuk waves his hand, and it vanishes. Suddenly, Alice's angry voice echoes from the ring on his finger. You traitor! How dare you show such disrespect to me? Belos, kill this lying bastard right now. Kang Jin Hyuk just shoves the ring into his pocket. His hands are full with his sword, so he doesn't have time to worry about his face. He'll just have to keep fighting with his identity hidden. Teresa looks at the scene with suspicion, but she knows now isn't the time for questions. Even though the big boss, Alice, is locked in a ring, there are still plenty of high-ranking bosses left. Especially the sub-boss, Belos, who is currently fuming with rage. He raises his hand and activates a level 13 bloodburst. Pillars of blood erupt and lunge toward Kang Jin Hyuk and Teresa. Kang Jin Hyuk activates his level 5 fire element. Compared to level 13, 5 isn't even half, and yet the flames in his hands act like a cheat code, incinerating every bit of blood that gets close. He tells Teresa to handle the hostages while he takes care of these vampires. Teresa agrees and heads over to untie the group. When the blindfold is removed, the first person Chunhwa sees is Teresa. He looks completely dazed. If she's here saving them, then who's fighting the vampires? Teresa just points toward Kang Jin Hyuk. Right now, he's surrounded by a horde of vampires. Seeing that Kang Jin Hyuk won't go down, Belos is shocked. How can a human, like him, withstand his magic? Even in the middle of a fight, Kang Jin Hyuk doesn't mind giving a little lesson to his latest victim. He explains that Belos's magic and his fire are polar opposites. Furthermore, the moment Alice was sealed in the ring, he had already lost. Kang Jin Hyuk raises his sword, his killing intent flaring up. He activates his unique skill, Gravity Sword. Belos refuses to back down and quickly activates Black War Soul. A sleek, black blade appears in his hand. If magic won't work, they'll settle it with swords. And if one sword isn't enough, he'll use numbers to overwhelm him. The entire vampire army charges in for a group beatdown. The result of the chaos? The entire vampire army is left lying motionless on the floor thanks to Kang Jin Hyuk. Staring at the unbelievable sight, Chunhwa blankly asks Teresa who the man behind the mask really is. Kang Jin Hyuk remembers he's still wearing his mask, and Teresa quickly catches on, saying she's not really sure. She knows he wants to keep his identity a secret. As Kang Jin Hyuk approaches, Teresa turns to him. That really hurt, you know. This was the first time I've ever died, and to make it worse, it was at the hands of my own ally. Suddenly, a single tear rolls down Teresa's cheek. Underneath his mask, Kang Jin Hyuk's face goes completely blank. He thought something serious was happening. But it turns out Teresa was just overwhelmed with emotion because everyone survived thanks to him. And so, bathed in the shimmering light of a saintess at dawn, Teresa's aura radiates outward. Because everyone survived thanks to him, Teresa stands there glowing in the shimmering, holy light of the morning sun. Kang Jin Hyuk just got the notification that he successfully copied her Blessing of the Stars skill. Skill acquired. Now it is time to pack up the loot. Kang Jin Hyuk pulls back the red curtain, revealing a massive pile of holy relics. Just as he and Teresa are about to dive in and sweep everything up, a loud shout of, "Wait!" rings out, stopping them in their tracks. The two turn their heads and realize Chunhwa has been standing right behind them for who knows how long. He activates his shamelessness skill and boldly declares that all items from this ruin belong to the Manhwa Guild. Kang Jin Hyuk is absolutely shocked, and he channels all his power to release a terrifying killing intent. He just saved this guy's life, and now the jerk is demanding the ruin's rewards? Feeling the freezing chill radiating from Kang Jin Hyuk, Chunhwa decides it is time to be a decent human being. He says he will pay Kang Jin Hyuk a ton of money because the look behind that mask is full of pure judgment. This failed vanguard leader really has some nerve, but whatever, he decides to be generous for once. He wonders if Chunhwa can even handle his kindness. Clueless Chunhwa is still acting like he hit the jackpot. He looks at the fragment of Merlin's staff as if it is the Banha Guild's long-lost honor. Too bad Chunhwa needs honor, but for a freak like him, honor is already sick of his face. The second Chunhwa touches the staff fragment. He is blasted back by a mysterious power. Suddenly, a red mark appears on his hand. Seeing Chunhwa completely freaking out over the mark, the kind-hearted Kang Jin Hyuk explains to him that it is the curse of Merlin's staff. It is a great material, but it carries a very annoying curse. The curse can only be lifted when Alice dies, but right now, she is trapped inside Kang Jin Hyuk's ring, though he obviously keeps that part to himself. While Chunhwa is over there struggling with the mark on his hand, he suddenly starts screaming at the top of his lungs. Teresa looks at him, her eyes filled with fear. Kang Jin Hyuk walks over and tells her to just ignore that idiot. Before leaving, Teresa still cannot help but turn back to look at Chunhwa one last time. Back in Seoul, reporters and staff from the Awakened Association are swarming the entrance of the Tower of Trials, another victim of capitalism. Jung Ye-hyun, the representative of the association, looks totally haggard and tells her manager that she just wants to go home. Clock out, clock out, clock out. Important things must be said 3 times. The head of the association, Kim Tae-chun, pulls out a cigarette. He is exhausted too, but they should at least try to bet their luck on the tiny bit of information they have. Jung Ye-hyun only trusts the numbers, and the experts said it would take at least 3 weeks. Honestly, Kim Tae-chun is also a bit worried about Park Ha-jin. He is not a member of Ban Ha, but he has a good gut feeling about this. Heaven does not disappoint. Here comes our raid team. Seeing the raid team walk out in one piece, the reporters' eyes light up like they just found gold. They scramble to ask questions, with one person wondering if the one who carried the team this time was Captain Chunhua. Right at that moment, from the middle of a crowd with perfect hair, a 000 young man steps out. 0 hair, 0 eyebrows, and 0 eyelashes. This guy is none other than our leader, Chunhua. His face is totally blank and lifeless. The two members beside him are afraid Chunhua's shiny head will cause a camera glare, so they try their best to cover it and save his last bit of dignity. Just as everyone is getting emotional over Chunhua's sacrifice, the European Saintess Teresa suddenly appears and steals all the media attention. She says the one who conquered the ruins was not Song Chunhua, but this mask boy, Kang Jin Hyuk, wearing his mask, successfully snatches the spotlight back. In his own story, watching him bask in the glory, Park Ha-jin grinds his teeth in rage. He decides to go home and sharpen his blade. His revenge might be late, but it is definitely coming. Kang Jin Hyuk is eating breakfast while scrolling through the news. Sometimes the job chooses the person, and today, the master of the trending search is him again. Kang Jin Hyuk knew conquering the ruins would be a big deal, but this level of fame is beyond his expectations. Luckily, he wore a mask. Teresa is the only one who knows his secret, and she promised to keep it. So Kang Jin Hyuk can relax. This problem is officially settled. Kang Jin Hyuk puts down his empty noodle bowl in a heartbeat and pulls out Abraham's ring. Now that he is full and well rested, it is probably time for a little heart-to-heart with the vampire Alice, who got tricked into the ring. He brings the ring close to his ear. The song called "How Dare You Do This to Me," performed by the singer Alice, starts playing again. Kang Jin Hyuk grins. He did not just dare to lock her up. He is about to do even more. Alice can feel Kang Jin Hyuk's sinister and creepy smile. She trembles and asks what he is planning to do. And so, to the background music of a piercing scream, Kang Jin Hyuk starts spinning the ring round and round. Spinning round and round. And after 7,739 non-stop rotations, Kang Jin Hyuk finally stops and asks Alice how it feels to ride a manual Ferris wheel powered by ramen noodles. Alice snaps back in a rage. If you were me, Jin Hyuk, would you be okay? Listen closely. A vampire never forgets a grudge like this. Seeing that Alice still has the nerve to criticize his service, Kang Jin Hyuk's face darkens and his voice turns cold. He asks her, "Is that right?" Sensing the shift in his tone, Alice panics and asks if he's going to do it again. She desperately orders him to stop this game immediately. But as the saying goes, water that is too clear has no fish. And a man who is too strong usually has a twisted personality. For someone like Alice who doesn't know her place, our golden boy, who loves to play with a vampire's misery, Jin Hyuk decides to treat her to a free bonus combo of more spinning. 3 hours later, Jin Hyuk, the absolute scumbag, finally decides to act like a human being again. He places the ring, which is currently sobbing uncontrollably, on the table and channels his mana to release Alice. "I have put up with you for way too long, you jerk." Finally, it's time for Alice's revenge. Her bloodlust flares up intensely as she prepares to make Kang Jin Hyuk taste a humiliation 1,000 times worse than hers. After a total of 3,000 hours of spinning and spinning, Alice's fire suddenly goes out. What the hell is going on? Right now, she isn't even as tall as Jin Hyuk's leg. Jin Hyuk kindly explains the situation to her. He converted a portion of Alice during the sealing process, meaning she won't be able to use even 1% of her true power. Jin Hyuk had calculated everything. Although he restricted her this much, Alice is still significantly stronger than a normal vampire. Seeing Alice break down in tears, Jin Hyuk quickly moves to the carrot phase of his plan. After hitting her with 10 sticks, it's time for an apple. He promises to eliminate those who betrayed her and help her reclaim her position as the head of. Once Jin Hyuk's video of conquering the ruins is posted to the Hall of Fame, a wave of admiration explodes across social media. A user named Mochi Mochi says, this is the first time she has watched something so intense that she clenched her fists, even though she already knew the outcome. The South Korean Joker praises him. Honestly, Jin Hyuk's movements and combos aren't just those of an experienced player. They're on another level. BBQ Potato agrees with the Joker, saying Jin Hyuk is using both magic and swordsmanship. The Veteran Identification Department even recognizes Jin Hyuk as the celebrity from the cork tree incident. Pearl Milk Tea adds, "At first, I wondered why he wasn't at the Floor 3 boss hunt. Turns out he was soloing these ruins." Gossipy Insect realizes the ultimate truth. If even the Saintess of Amsterdam acknowledges him, then we all have to get on our knees and respect the man. Shaved Ice Johnny wonders. I wonder if the other guilds are trying to scout this guy. Meanwhile, the man causing all this online drama, Kang Jin Hyuk, simply checks the news and shuts off his phone. He is now standing in front of a massive building. He assumed all guilds were literally sitting on mountains of money, but it seems he was wrong. Jin Hyuk puts on his mask. The corruption and monopolies of the big guilds aren't his problem. He wonders if they'll actually try to take him out. He can't let that happen, so he'll just have to call it justifiable self-defense. And that leads us to the scene of Jin Hyuk charging into a den of black suits alone, activating survival mode, and wrecking them one by one. On the top floor of the building, the leader of the Raven Guild, Shin Jian-soo, is absolutely livid. He told Park Ha-jin to quietly eliminate Jin Hyuk in those ruins, but all that idiot did was wake up the Guardians and leave behind a massive mess. The more he talks, the angrier he gets. Finally, Shin Jian-soo can't help but give Park Ha-jin some physical feedback. The sounds of Shin Jian-soo's affectionate slaps against Park Ha-jin echo through the entire office. At the same time, Jin Hyuk has finished dealing with the security on the first floor and has ranked up all the way to the top. He kicks the door open and asks, "Is Shin Jian-soo the big boss here?" Shin Jian-soo doesn't waste time talking. Instead of answering, he calls his underlings to pin Jin Hyuk down. Park Ha-jin, who just got the smoke beaten out of him, quickly goes into protect the boss mode to redeem himself, drawing his knife and lunging at Jin Hyuk. Seeing a familiar face, Jin Hyuk is delighted. He takes off his mask to give a proper greeting, and then he gives him a punch that sends him flying. Seeing Park Ha-jin flattened against the wall, Shin Jian-soo is forced to step up and talk to Jin Hyuk. He growls, "After humiliating me at the association, what makes you think you'll leave here in one piece?" Jin Hyuk just smiles and sits down in a chair. He says, "That's not something you should worry about." Despite being threatened, Jin Hyuk, the one being intimidated, still gives a very honest review. He compliments him, Shin Jian-soo. "This sofa is actually quite comfortable." This only makes Shin Jian-soo more furious as his pride overrides his fear. He grabs the katana on the table and activates level 5 blade speed, locking his eyes on Kang Jin Hyuk. He just sat there, casually watching Shin Jian-soo perform his little sword dance. The old man kept ramping up his speed as he lunged at him, but he didn't give a damn about how fast that blade was moving. It was supposed to be faster than the speed of sound. Well then, just die. Delusion is a serious illness, old man. That sword speed was Shin Jian-soo's pride and joy. But Kang Jin Hyuk just tilted his head and dodged it like it was nothing. While Shin Jian-soo was still in shock, something small zipped right past his sword. And just like magic, the blade snapped in half. After he finally snapped out of it, Shin Jian-soo couldn't believe his eyes. A freaking go piece was what broke his sword. Kang Jin Hyuk just smirked. He picked up another go piece, confirming that the crazy thought in Shin Jian-soo's head was exactly what happened. "You really provided the perfect target for me to throw this at." Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk's tone completely shifted. He cockily kicked his feet up on the table, holding a go piece ready in his hand. Kang Jin Hyuk then suggested that Shin Jian-soo keep talking. He called it a suggestion, but there wasn't a hint of negotiation in his voice. The whole room stank of a cold, hard threat. The leader stepped right up to Kang Jin Hyuk and barked, "Are you really here for revenge just because I tried to kill you? Wait, are you for real, dude? You tried to kill him, so of course he's here for revenge. What, did you expect him to just crawl over and let you finish the job?" He even called it a small matter, yet Kang Jin Hyuk had already trashed the whole place. I seriously don't know how that old man could even say that with a straight face. His brain must be totally paralyzed. Over here, Kang Jin Hyuk didn't say a word, he just went straight to action. With a gentle, almost affectionate flick, he sent that go piece flying. And just like that, we got a violent showdown between a tiny game piece and that guy, Shin Jian-soo. I'm telling you, this move was so wild and unpredictable, even I didn't see it coming, guys. Kang Jin Hyuk stood up with a stone-cold face and raised his hand, looking like he was about to feed that brainless old man another piece. Seeing that while he was collapsed on the floor, the old man quickly opened his mouth to beg him to stop. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at him and asked, "So you're saying I should handle this moderately?" The old man actually managed to stand up, frowning as he tried to threaten Kang Jin Hyuk. He claimed he had 50 high rankers who were only absent because they were busy climbing the tower. Seriously? Again with this? Using the busy climbing, the tower excuse is just plain stupid. The main character's face right now is basically saying, like I give a damn about them. He kept up that same threatening tone, saying if Kang Jin Hyuk dared to kill him, his comrades would hunt him down forever. To the ends of the earth, blood will flow like a river. Hatred will only breed more hatred. If both sides don't agree to let it go, it'll just be a never-ending cycle of revenge. Excuse me? You're the one who hunted him first, and now you're telling him to let it go? That is absolutely hilarious. But honestly, he does have a point. It really shouldn't be a repeating cycle because those guys would just end up annoying him and ruining his sleep every night. So, isn't it better to just wipe them all out at once? Instead of being the one hunted, he'll just play the role of a badass avenger and flush them all down the toilet. The moment he saw Kang Jin Hyuk raise his hand to attack, that old man Shin Jeon-soo completely lost his mind with fear. He kept begging and begging, but sorry, your words don't carry any weight at all. And with that, he took a direct hit from Kang Jin Hyuk, straight to the afterlife. Once the job was done, Kang Jin Hyuk walked over to where Park Ha-jin was lying motionless on the ground. The only reason Kang Jin Hyuk had let him live this long was because of his younger sister. She had helped Kang Jin Hyuk out quite a bit, so it would be best if Park Ha-jin just disappeared from his sight for the rest of his life. Then, he called out to the guy behind him, who was pretending to be dead. That guy in black didn't dare to argue. As soon as he spoke, the guy jumped up like he was possessed. Kang Jin Hyuk demanded that if he wanted to stay alive, he'd better say something to prove he's actually useful. And then came the most unnecessarily complicated self-introduction from the bodyguard. His name is Kim Hyung, 26 years old. He's the general manager of the Raven Guild and a graduate of Stanford University. He majored in computer science, so Kang Jin Hyuk can feel totally safe leaving any technical work to him. After hearing such an insane resume from a mere manager, even Kang Jin Hyuk had to nod in approval. He was genuinely impressed. But the situation here isn't looking too good right now, and killing him would be a bit of a waste. So, Kang Jin Hyuk decided to let Kim Hyung stay and become the new leader of the guild. Being the leader didn't mean he had to do anything huge. His job was simply to be the face of the guild and keep up appearances. The moment Kim Hyung heard the word leader, his face went pale. He said that absolutely no one would listen to a leader like him. Who would ever accept a secretary who doesn't even know how to fight suddenly jumping into the top spot? Seeing how terrified he was, Kang Jin Hyuk told him to just chill out. He said he'd send someone to take care of anyone who tried to oppose him. Suddenly, an emergency meeting notification popped up on his phone. Seeing that message, Kang Jin Hyuk quickly headed out to see what kind of important business was going down. The guy with the long flowing hair like a Lady Ismail was currently busy cursing out every single ancestor of the person who dared to send him that text. But since they were right in the middle of a raid, they didn't have a choice but to follow their orders. As the A-rank players of the Raven Guild headed back to headquarters, still cursing under their breaths, they ran into a massive crowd blocking the road. In a total fit of rage, Ismail screamed at everyone to get the hell out of the way. That is when they saw it, Shin Jeon-soo. He was totally logged out, slumped over the hood of a car. But if the leader was dead, then who the heck sent that message? Their rage instantly doubled. By the time they reached the office, they found Haiwan sitting right in the leader's chair. Ismail's body moved faster than his brain, and he launched a kick straight at him, but luckily, Haiwan managed to dodge it. If that hit had landed, he would probably be a goner. Boiling with rage, Ismail grabbed Haiwan by the tie. He threatened him to spill everything. Trembling, Haiwan explained that someone had actually commissioned him for this position. The whole place turned into a circus, which unfortunately annoyed Alice, who was standing nearby. She turned around with a look of pure irritation on her face. The guys immediately looked down on her, mockingly asking if all of this was really caused by a little brat like her. Alice was like, "Excuse me? Who are you calling a brat?" She reached her breaking point, her eyes turning blood red as she glared at Ismail. There was no saving them now. Some people are just too stupid to live. Before the curly-haired guy could even react. Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the room, shaking the entire neighborhood. While dozens of shocked pedestrians looked on, Kang Jin Hyuk knew the second he saw it that Alice was the one behind the blast. He only meant for her to manage the guild, but he had not even left the building before she pulled a stunt like this. Talk about a dramatic entrance. It has been about 2 months since the tower first appeared, and the world order has completely shifted since then. People are slowly getting used to the new normal. The news is filled with stories about that masked guy, and he is drawing a ton of attention. After all, a ruin that an entire major guild could not handle was conquered by a single person. Only 2 people actually knew his identity, the porter and the masked man himself. Given the situation, Uncle Kim, the leader of the porters, happily agreed to help. He promised to keep it a secret, and Teresa also agreed not to tell anyone that the masked man was actually Kang Jin Hyuk. This way, he could move around much more easily. The next morning, he headed to the Awakened Association. All the conditions had been met, and now there was absolutely nothing left to hold him back. The time had finally come to take everything for himself. While he was wandering around the Awakened Association, Kang Jin Hyuk received a notification that his official certification was ready, making him a formal member of the association. But when he saw the certificate, he was not impressed at all. It looked way too ordinary compared to what he was expecting. He was hoping for something flashy and impressive. Who would have thought it would look this basic? It did not fit his powerful boss energy one bit. While he was staring at his phone, he suddenly heard someone call his name, Jin Hyuk. He looked up and saw Jeonhwa's group, and that guy Min, approaching. The two sides exchanged the most fake greetings you could imagine. He introduced Alice to everyone as a new player from Northern Europe. He could not exactly tell them the truth, that she was actually the boss of the ruins. If they found that out, things would get way too chaotic. Plus, having Alice's identity exposed when she is technically even more overpowered than him would not be great. After that, he introduced Kim Hee-won. He is the manager of the Raven Guild, which Jin Hyuk had just taken over. His job was to scout out the dungeons and ruins belonging to the DH Guild. With a bright smile, Hye-won offered his full support to anyone who needed it. He might have been smiling on the outside, but on the inside, he was crying 77,490 rivers of gratitude. This was the first time he had ever been officially introduced like this. It was an unprecedented act of kindness, compared to when he worked under that scumbag Shin Jian-soo. Even though he is a total capitalist, it seems like Jin Hyuk actually had. Before they could even process that, Jin Hyuk left them speechless again by revealing that he was the actual leader. Hye-won was just the figurehead. Once that was settled, Jin Hyuk turned his attention to Alice. She started yelling, saying it was those guys who provoked her first and that she did not mean to do it. But Jin Hyuk thought she was being way too impulsive. I mean, seriously? How do you end up blowing up an entire building over something like that? Just because someone called you a kid? You have lived for thousands of years, and you cannot handle a little trash talk? Alice had no comeback for that. She just lowered her voice and mumbled that it was because no one had ever dared to provoke her like that before. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk was totally speechless. I mean, what else could he say? Right, I totally forgot you were a literal boss. He sighed to himself as the group headed out, getting ready for the massive plans he had waiting for them. Now that he finally remembered, he had to swallow his pride. Suppressing his anger, he just turned around and walked away. He didn't forget to ask her to hunt with him, giving Alice the perfect chance to talk some trash. She mocked him, asking if he was actually as good as he claimed. She teased that if he couldn't even hunt by himself without her, he should just admit he liked her. There was no need to make up excuses just to keep her around. Even if he admitted he missed her, she wasn't planning on staying. Jin Hyuk explained that he was going after a massive swarm of monsters and needed some backup. Looking at that low-rank certificate in his hand, he honestly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As long as the third-floor boss remained undefeated and the fourth floor stayed locked, the big guilds would keep hogging all the best dungeon spots for themselves. Everyone thought there were no good hunting grounds left. Everyone, that is, except for Jin Hyuk. He headed to the first floor of the Moon Fox Trial Tower, a place famous for having the most stunning views in the entire tower. Ironically, no one ever visited anymore. It had been a long time since Jin Hyuk last walked through here, taking in the scenery. He finally set foot here again. Alice agreed the place was beautiful, but she had no idea how Jin Hyuk planned to hunt anything in a spot like this. Without saying a word, Jin Hyuk just stepped right into the lake in front of them. Alice panicked and yelled, asking if he was seriously walking into the lake. She assumed he only did it because he knew the water wasn't deeper than his waist. But no matter how much she screamed, Jin Hyuk stayed silent. There were 12 statues standing there. The lake surface became eerily still. To Jin Hyuk, these statues weren't just for decoration, they served a much more important purpose. Alice was skeptical again, asking if the statue had a secret button or something like that. Jin Hyuk fired back an answer. He didn't know the exact details, but thousands of people must have seen that gap in the statue by now. Plenty of people had talked about it, but not a single soul had ever found the key to open it. And that made sense, because the key to this mechanism wasn't a physical key you could just hold. The key was the moonlight. With that, Jin Hyuk raised his hand to manipulate the light. He carefully adjusted the angle until the moonlight lined up perfectly with the carvings on the statue. After a bit of effort, a secret entrance to the underground finally creaked open. Once the path appeared, The two of them stepped into the first hidden level of the trial tower. Alice couldn't stop staring in awe. She never imagined a place like this existed inside the tower. She felt a sense of freedom she hadn't experienced in ages. She was lost in a daydream until Jin Hyuk snapped her back to reality. He teased her, asking if she was that happy she signed a contract with him. The smile vanished from Alice's face, and she immediately turned away in a huff. But even she couldn't deny that there was something trustworthy about his words. She had that classic look of someone who was secretly enjoying themselves but was too shy to admit it. As they went deeper, Jin Hyuk used the blessing of the stars to tap into his holy power. After absorbing the ice tears, keeping Alice in check had become a whole lot easier. But thinking back, he was a little curious about what the tower's inhabitants actually thought of the players. They all knew the tower was a game that suddenly became real life. Did Alice realize she was technically just game data? He turned to ask her a few things. Before she could even process it, a glitchy error code suddenly popped up, scaring the absolute life out of her. That was when Jin Hyuk realized that all information regarding the tower's true nature was being censored. But none of that really mattered. All he needed to know was that he couldn't reveal the truth to the tower's residents, and that was enough for him. The silence was broken when Alice suddenly spun around. She sensed something dangerous was heading straight for them. Sure enough, just a second later, the chilling screech of a monster echoed through the air. A massive, gleaming pincer emerged, signaling the start of a brutal battle. It belonged to an unknown beast. Their eyes met, and Jin Hyuk gave it a cold, deadly stare. Flames erupted in his hand, ready to burn the creature to a crisp. They don't call this place a monster nest for nothing. They were crawling out from the abyss in never-ending waves. He hurled a fireball at the beetle. It went up in flames instantly, but then a whole swarm of them started pouring in. We're talking massive, colossal-sized beetles here. Level 25 scarabs. Alice looked at them with pure disgust and said they were absolutely revolting. These beetles are just more targets for Jin Hyuk to deal with quickly. He tells Alice to stand back so he can show them what a real festival looks like. Jin Hyuk stands in front of her, activating his unique skill, Blessing of the Stars. A vortex forms, swirling with sparkling light. Then it explodes, releasing a massive burst of light. Jin Hyuk watches as it shoots upward, and the scarab emerges with a brand new look. It looks much more high-end now, and the monster's physical resistance has increased by 30%. Jin Hyuk reminds Alice that it's finally time for her to show off her top-tier skills. But she snaps back at him, offended that he dared to give orders to a noble like her. Hearing that, his hand starts to itch for a fight. He takes out his family heirloom and gives it a few spins. Seeing that, Alice is more terrified than if she'd seen a demon, and she gets to work immediately. She activates Bloodmark, its level still a mystery. A flow of bright red syrup surrounds the scarab to keep it from moving. It can't cause trouble or do anything at all. Jin Hyuk is thrilled to see his new recruit performing so well. Great job, kid. The distance index is 100, narrowing the gap of 33 levels. Thanks to Alice trapping the beetles, Jin Hyuk lands a few moves and levels up insanely fast, growing quicker than a rocket. He's been tired of holding himself back for so long. It turns out staying at level 1 was actually pretty stressful. Jin Hyuk stands there, calling the beetles to come and meet their end. He activates his unique skill, Grave Sword. Transformation magic. 1, 2, 3. If you're brave enough, come at me. I'll take you all on. Meanwhile, at the Olympus Guild conference room, key members are holding an emergency meeting, and everyone is incredibly tense. This man with the hollow cheeks is Patrick, the representative of the Titan Guild. He brings up the failure of the 8th raid to reach the 4th floor. Out of 19 raid teams, with exactly 100 members present at the start, only 9 made it back. The boss on the 3rd floor isn't even anything special. However, they have to find a way to destroy the 100,000 statues it commands. Tenwei, the representative of the Zhonghua Guild, looks on with disdain and speaks angrily. Even though they have a holy relic with repulsion skills, they still failed. So, how are they supposed to break through such a massive defense? Maria, the representative of the Olympus Guild, thinks the raids on the 2nd and 3rd floors went too smoothly. Because of that, players didn't have time to prepare. She says if they had more players over level 15. The captain of the 3rd raid, Baek Jin-ho, completely agrees with Maria. He says they're in this mess because of the Zhonghua Guild. They're accused of intentionally hogging the magic crystals. If you don't want trouble, don't start it. But if you do, be ready to go all the way. Tenwei quickly denies Jin-ho's words, but Jin-ho throws a fit, asking if he said anything wrong. Tenwei, starts using his big mouth at full capacity, explaining that they are climbing the tower for the safety of humanity. Jin Ho doesn't want to hear it and starts a war of words. Patrick is tired of these two acting like kids and quickly stops them to keep the peace. The reason for this meeting is to solve the problem right in front of them. Maria asks Patrick if he's come up with anything. Tell us. Patrick looks miserable. He just received a proposal from the demonic human at dawn yesterday. They said they would take care of everything from A to Z if the guilds agree to their conditions. Oh my God. All three of them have the same expression. Their faces just go blank. I don't know what the request is, but a loud, angry voice rings out. Are you telling us to fight alongside them? That trash is on the global most wanted list. I refuse to meet with those bastards. Only Teresa, the introvert, stays quiet, just watching the drama unfold. She knows they're discussing a partnership with the demonic human. It's understandable. The influence of these large guilds far exceeds that of the government. Because of their massive following, every action is critical and must be carefully considered. They have to be extremely cautious when making decisions. Speak of the devil. The demonic human appears out of nowhere. He's been eavesdropping and says he feels hurt being called trash. This old heart can feel pain too, you know? You hear his voice before you even see him. There's nothing wrong with being generous, the demonic human says coolly as he appears. He points out that, with their current abilities, they can't do a thing. Everyone is scared to death, as if they've seen a ghost. They jump up, ready to run. It's awkward when you get caught talking trash. Only Jin Ho remains defiant. He uses his lovely mouth to call the demonic human scum and asks, "Who do you think you are, wanting to be the center of attention so badly?" Jin Ho takes all his anger out on the table. Besides being foul-mouthed, he's also crazy, grabbing the table, intending to send the demonic human to the afterlife. Tenwei, who was just arguing with him, now praises Jin Ho for saying exactly what was on his mind. The demonic human is too bored with these brats to even respond. But he has to admit, they're hot-headed. He continues luring them in. The demonic human claims they have enough internal power to destroy the third floor. Hearing that, Jin Ho's blood boils even more. He kept spitting out insults and mocking questions, asking how the hell a group of less than 100 people thought they could take down an entire army. The demonkin retorted that a wise man once said quality is far more important than quantity. Fearing they wouldn't believe him, the demonkin proved his point right then and there by activating his unique skill, Black Abyss Hand. Patrick looked out and immediately felt his heart sink when he saw those freakish creatures. The demonkin explained that, thanks to a long history of war, there were plenty of mobile skeletons just lying around this place. The demonkin bragged that the demonic association has plenty of summoners at their disposal. Patrick stared at the staff, sweat pouring down his face in buckets. He wondered if that staff was the key to summoning those things. Bingo, you guessed it. This is a limited edition item, crafted from 99 different rare materials. It has the adorable nickname, the Staff of Greed. Taewon looked on skeptically, but after sizing it up, he felt like he was being psychologically manipulated. He could see it actually giving them a shot at a successful raid. Hearing that made Maria's blood boil, and she reminded Taewon that these guys are nothing but total scumbags. Jin Ho, another demonkin, sided with Taewon. He said that if their terms didn't require making this public, it might actually be worth taking the gamble. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Maria got even more heated, demanding to know if there really wasn't any other choice. Being an introvert, Teresa just kept her thoughts to herself. Just the idea of compromising with these demons gave her goosebumps. But in the middle of this mess, a spark of hope appeared. Teresa thought if Jin Hyuk were here, they wouldn't be stuck in this nightmare. She didn't know what to do while the others kept bickering back and forth. Suddenly, a video call popped up. Teresa looked at the screen, her eyes going wide with shock. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't dreaming. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." It was a call from Jin Hyuk. Teresa answered the call immediately. Seeing that familiar, charming face made her incredibly happy. Jin Hyuk glanced at the crowd and asked what the hell was going on. The demonkin snapped back just as rudely, asking who this punk was and why he was hiding behind a screen instead of showing his face. "Ask and you shall receive." Jin Hyuk started expanding the call. When they saw the familiar interface, Maria and Jin Ho were stunned to see the man in the black mask. This was the guy known as Nameless, the legendary warrior who soloed the first floor, ruins with god-tier combat skills. Every guild in the world was desperate to recruit Jin Hyuk into their ranks. Seeing him now, everyone tried their best to put on a sincere-looking smile. Rule number 1. You're low-class trash. Rule number 2. That thief and his fans are even lower-class scum. Rule number 3 is exactly the same. The demonkin chuckled, saying this kid was interesting, but he added that this boss hunt was a whole different beast compared to the last one. Jin Hyuk cocked his head and asked, "Are you saying I can't take it down?" The demonkin replied with total confidence. Obviously. It was time to show off. He asked what they couldn't achieve with an army this size. Even the others had to admit he had a point. Jin Hyuk just went, "Really?" He told the demonkin he couldn't do squat with that knockoff staff. Hearing that, the demonkin flipped out, asking what he meant by knockoff. Jin Hyuk questioned him. Blue crystals and holy oil are the 2 main ingredients, right? Patrick didn't buy it and demanded proof. "You want proof? Fine, I'll give it to you." Jin Hyuk pointed out a small ruby embedded under the skull. There was no way anyone on the 3rd floor could have crafted the real deal yet. Jin Hyuk estimated those soldiers were way too low level. Plus, they wouldn't even last half a day. It was obvious the demonkin was planning to ditch them after pocketing some gold or items while they were all still standing there confused. It was honestly pathetic. The demonkin had nothing left to do but hurl insults to save what was left of his pride. Before leaving, he made sure to drop a few cliché lines to save face. "You'll regret turning down my offer. Let's see if you can still talk that big when we run into each other next time." He stormed off, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Patrick wondered what they were supposed to do now, when suddenly Jin Hyuk spoke up. "Just leave it to me." He guaranteed they wouldn't have to team up with those demons and would still get all the rewards from conquering the 3rd floor. Patrick immediately realized what Jin Hyuk meant. He was going to solo the entire 3rd floor by himself. The shareholders saw their golden goose had arrived. Even if he failed, this was the perfect chance to recruit Jin Hyuk. Compared to working with demons, this was a gamble worth taking. The shareholder meeting turned into a full-blown recruitment war, with everyone scrambling to offer Jin Hyuk the best perks. But a winner always walks his own path. Jin Hyuk told them to keep their perks. All he wanted was for them to lock down the entire boss zone. He was going to handle everything alone. Maria was completely bewildered, wondering why on earth Jin Hyuk would do all this for them. Taewon was thinking the exact same thing. Jin Hyuk looked flustered, just scratching his head and stammering through an answer. Thinking fast, he remembered that low-rank certificate from earlier, the 3-in-1 deal. Jin Hyuk stood tall and declared, "I just do what needs to be done, all for my viewers, my most precious teammates." Teresa got second-hand embarrassment just hearing that. Even Jin Hyuk felt it was way too cheesy. But Jinho? He thought he was the teammate and roared with passion. "Now this is real brotherhood." He said he saw a younger version of himself in Jin Hyuk, along with all those ridiculous facial expressions. Those sweet words were all caught on camera. A guy willing to give up all his perks for his comrades. That is a move that will pay back way more than any current contract. Jin Hyuk did not want to pick a fight with the guilds, so he planned to upload this dramatic clip online. After editing out the demon-human part, he checked his profile like usual. Not even a full day at the hunting grounds, and he is already level 12. Man, who raised this kid? He is a beast. Alice, meanwhile, was losing her mind and blaming him. Since her precious, delicate self handled everything from A to Z, he figured she was still doing just fine. If she were really dying, she would not have the breath to complain. Alice started playing the victim, acting like their partnership had turned into straight-up slavery. Jin Hyuk refused to admit he was exploiting his slave. He acted like he was actually the nice guy here. He even offered to buy her mana supplements. But Alice told him that stuff was useless, leaving Jin Hyuk stunned. "Wait, what do you mean?" Alice said if she were really out of mana, she would not have been able to help him earlier. What she really wanted was to drain Jin Hyuk's mana directly. She was literally drooling for it, drop by drop. She looked absolutely starved. At this point, Jin Hyuk started getting seriously creeped out. Whoa, wait a second. Cold sweat poured down his face like rain. Jin Hyuk was genuinely terrified. After she finished her meal, Alice felt brand new. She even complimented his syrup, saying it was absolutely delicious. Left with no choice but to endure it, Jin Hyuk just took it on the chin. Once she was full, Alice asked what was next. He looked at the screen and said he needed to buy a few things. A rank C petrification stone, a rank D unidentified cube, a rank D skill catalyst, rank F sticky grass, rank F cancerous forest spider silk, and 100 milligrams of rank F twin-headed ogre snot. Alice looked at him like he had lost his mind. Why was he buying all this junk? Jin Hyuk's motto was simple. Scrap is only trash if you do not know how to use it. Holding up that low-rank certificate for show, he told Alice things were about to get very busy. We are conquering this place today. He warned her to hold on tight before casually jumping straight into a massive pit. It was incredibly deep. Alice screamed her head off, asking why he would jump without even knowing how far down it went. But this was all part of his plan. He knew exactly how deep it was because he had been here hundreds of times before. Secret grade gravity reversal activated. After just a few seconds with Jin Hyuk, Alice felt like she had just come back from the afterlife. That was enough to scar her for life. She yelled that he was being way too reckless, but when he did not respond, she looked over at him. Level 4, Fire Element, activated. Jin Hyuk lit up a massive torch and said, "Do not worry, we are here." But the place was bizarre, filled with creatures you would only see in a freak show. Jin Hyuk, a total pro with more experience than anyone, spoke up. "Bugs like these are not even worth my time. Why don't you show yourself?" A voice echoed back, sounding surprised. "Oh? You know I am here?" Of course, Jin Hyuk knew this buff monster. It was the stray dog of the desert, famously known as Anubis. Since Jin Hyuk was the first human to ever set foot there, Anubis did not want to kill him instantly. He wanted to toy with him first. "But it looks like you are the one eager to die." Jin Hyuk craned his neck to look up at him. "My neck is starting to hurt looking at you. I did not come here to chat. Come and get some." Anubis opened his massive jaws and roared right in his face. Alice flew out and blocked Jin Hyuk. "You call yourself a god, but you are bringing a whole mob? That is playing dirty." This guy was dangerous. She told Jin Hyuk she would hold him off so he could make a run for it. But Jin Hyuk, feeling himself, decided to show off. He gave a smug smirk. "Do not worry about it. Just sit back and watch me handle this." He was about to show her exactly who she was dealing with. Usually, guys who talk big and loud die early, but that is for other people. This guy is the protagonist. No matter how much he flexes, no one can touch him. Anubis, facing a direct challenge for the first time, let out a thunderous howl. Skill. Judgment of Anubis. Activated. "Answer me. Did that vampire brat tell you about me?" Anubis's skill triggers the moment you face him. His ultimate judgment kicks in once 3 questions have been answered. The condition to copy his skill was simple. Make him lose his cool, so he would destroy the jar containing his fragment of consciousness. If Jin Hyuk could successfully piss Anubis off, he would gain the power to answer the most powerful question in the world. That meant he could answer however he wanted. Whether the answer was right or wrong did not even matter. So Jin Hyuk just admitted it and kept provoking him. "Go ahead, guess what else I know about this place." Anubis gritted his teeth, his jaw snapping with pure rage. He asked, "Did you come here to steal the wind poison?" Jin Hyuk just smirked and said, "Duh. That thing fetches a massive price on the black market, you know." 2 questions down. And now for the final one. "Do you really think you can make it out alive after trespassing into my domain?" Jin Hyuk basically gave him a deadline. If he couldn't even survive this, he might as well just give up and stay poor forever. A notification popped up, all conditions were met. Anubis's judgment was activated, slashing all of his stats by 50%. Every single skill and ultimate move would be sealed for 1 minute. Anubis was absolutely gloating. Now he needed an executioner to carry out the sentence, and he chose a giant mantis that was honestly an insult to the eyes. Anubis was feeling pretty proud of his lackey and asked Jin Hyuk if he was scared yet. But please, scared isn't even in this guy's dictionary. Pretty impressive, but Jin Hyuk only needs one thing to send this bug straight to the afterlife. The skill allows Jin Hyuk to play a specific tune, creating an indestructible zone that lasts until the music ends. Anubis actually thought Jin Hyuk was trying to start a career as a singer. Was his warrior so terrifying that the kid finally lost his mind? Jin Hyuk just waved him off. "Forget it, I'm just vibing to the music." And then, the melody began to flow. Jin Hyuk started dancing gracefully to the beat, which was a total eyesore to watch. But it was a perfect song, one he had discovered after hundreds of thousands of attempts. Its rhythm perfectly mirrored every single attack from the giant mantis. He just had to flow with the beat to counter its moves like a conductor. Anubis watched him dodge effortlessly, his jaw hitting the floor. He was dodging every strike perfectly in sync with the rhythm. This definitely wasn't luck, every movement was meticulously calculated. Jin Hyuk whispered to himself, "It's time." 1 minute was up, and his skills and ultimate moves were finally back online. Time for him to quit the K-pop idol gig and get back to his day job. Jin Hyuk activated the Tomb Shadow Blade. He sliced right through one of the mantis's claws. Anubis told him to stop acting so tough. His warrior could regenerate its wounds instantly. Once his stamina ran out, he'd be nothing but a dead man. Man, I've never met anyone so annoying. I only cut off one claw. Why are you yapping so much? Jin Hyuk smirked. Yeah, you're right. I can't kill that bug just by fighting like this. But I can definitely make its life a living hell. With a few clean slashes, Jin Hyuk took out all the remaining limbs of the mantis. Watching from the sidelines, Alice shivered. What in the world was happening? He was treating it like nothing more than a toy. She knew he was strong, but she never imagined he would be this overpowered. Alice let out a sly smile. If it's him, it might actually work. He was exactly the person who could help her get her revenge. With all its limbs gone, the mantis could only crawl helplessly on the ground. It looked absolutely pathetic. Seeing his minion get dismembered, Anubis screeched, "Tell it to attack. Why is it just crawling around like that?" But the mantis just lay there, trembling uncontrollably. A warrior chosen by a god usually has an immense amount of pride. There is a way to completely break the will of a warrior who always thinks they're going to win, and that is through humiliation and provocation. Luckily, those two things are child's play for him. Bingo! Jin Hyuk literally parked his butt right on the mantis's face, sitting on it like he owned the place. Literally, the mantis snapped like a coiled spring, bucking Jin Hyuk off its head and onto the ground. You would think the mantis finally got its spirit back to kick our hero's butt, but instead, it reached for its own neck. One clean slice, and it was gone. A notification popped up. Anubis's warrior has fallen. Anubis looked absolutely stunned, questioning his entire existence. Did his warrior just take its own life? Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk's level shot up. Duke Fentaros's grimoire was finally decoded. He was about to learn ice magic. Jin Hyuk squatted down and touched the glowing book on the floor. Are you looking at this? This kind of stuff can only be found in the towers, so this is what it feels like to have a monopoly, huh? Jin Hyuk gained a new skill, freezing. He activated it immediately while it was still fresh. What a surprise bonus. Anubis was absolutely fuming. He admitted that Jin Hyuk wasn't ordinary, but did he really think he could attack him with that toy? Jin Hyuk just looked at the raging Anubis with a face of pure innocence. Why is he yapping when he doesn't even have the guts to face me directly? It's not impressive at all that someone like him is sitting on the 42nd floor. Bam! Anubis froze for a good 2 seconds. So, the kid already knew that only his consciousness existed here? Then why did he even bother coming here to challenge him? Well, there wasn't much of a reason, he just thought it would be fun. Jin Hyuk had officially triggered Anubis so hard that his blood was boiling. How dare a mere human like you treat me as a source of entertainment? Anubis activated the royal wind poison, ordering it to kill Jin Hyuk right then and there. These little toys are nothing to me. The screen flashes as the notification pops up. Fusion successful. You have acquired the skill, Solar Burst. This is awesome. Level 1, Solar Burst has been activated immediately. The dagger in Jin Hyuk's hand radiates a blinding light, dazzling the swarm of insects and the viewers alike. Solar Burst is an anti-army skill that can compress mana before letting it explode. It carries a unique light power, being highly effective by significantly boosting the user vision. Blinded by the intense light, Anubis starts feeling the pressure and begins to back off. He probably has to change his plans now. A notification appears. Anubis has activated the chosen object. An entity has formed in the shape of a bee. But wait, why is this bee so chubby? It is a total fat bee. It might look squishy, but its flight speed is no joke. It is moving at lightning speed, blink, and you will miss it. Heading straight for our main man, and that glowing dagger, Jin Hyuk uses his freeze skill, turning that bee into a block of Swiss cheese instantly. But Anubis just sneers at him, saying it is futile. The chosen objects are immortal and will keep multiplying. No matter how strong your skill is, it is useless. But that is exactly what Jin Hyuk was waiting for. You just walked right into his trap. He pulls out a giant pill, a special item that increases an object size by 10 times. I wonder where he is planning to stick that pill. Jin Hyuk goes from giving them a beatdown to giving them medicine, jamming the pill right into a bee mouth. A notification pops up. The gigantification pill will take effect in 1 minute. Now it is time for Jin Hyuk to literally walk all over them. He runs like the wind, stepping on each of their heads. The tables have turned. The commander of this fat bee army has switched from Anubis to Jin Hyuk. Anubis is absolutely livid, seeing his minions switch sides and obey the enemy. What the hell are you doing? Kill him. Kill him right now. An immortal object that constantly multiplies that exact trait is going to be their downfall. They have absolutely no idea what kind of situation they are about to face. Jin Hyuk uses the indeterminable cube to trap the entire swarm inside. He continues by adding catalysts, spiderweb grass from the Calories Forest, and 1,000 milligrams of Orog Twin Slime. He fuses 4 items at once to reinforce the indeterminable cube. If you can find the flaw in immortality and infinite multiplication, you can easily flip the script on a hopeless situation. And for the finishing blow to wipe them out, level 5 fire element has been activated. In the end, strategy is everything. The bee swarm is not just cheese now, they are toast. They explode inside Jin Hyuk cube, burned to a crisp. The effect of the gigantification pill kicks in. From the remains of the bees, countless giant pills are formed. So this was Jin Hyuk's real goal all along. Wiping them out was just a stepping stone talk about a big brain move. He is playing 4D chess right now. To face an entire army, Jin Hyuk needs as many giant pills as possible. These monsters, with their infinite reproduction, will provide him with a massive amount of experience points. They are the most efficient copy machines ever. The power and vision of a capitalist are truly terrifying. Anubis cannot even close his mouth. What the hell is going on? Did he seriously prepare all these items just to deal with such an unpredictable situation? Did you foresee the bee swarm and set a trap in advance? Just as I thought, Jin Hyuk planned this from the start just to mess with him, and Anubis is beyond salty. He is absolutely fuming. Anubis clenches his fists and destroys the remaining bees, so Jin Hyuk cannot profit anymore. This is the first time Anubis has been humiliated like this. His power is fading, and his body is starting to crack. How dare a mere human insult me like this? Anubis is a straightforward guy, stomping so hard the floor almost caves in. He screams that Jin Hyuk is way too arrogant. He warns him that he better keep his pathetic life and climb to the very top. Jin Hyuk just thanks him for the well wishes, telling him there is no need to scream and hurt his ears. He will definitely make it. Anubis snarls that when that time comes, he will punish Jin Hyuk for his insolence. A notification appears. Anubis' vessel has been destroyed. The conditions are met. Jin Hyuk turns around looking cool as hell. Too easy for our boy. Everything went smoothly. It felt more like a casual stroll than an actual battle. Jin Hyuk makes it look easy and is rewarded with the skill. Anubis Judgment. By completing the condition of asking the target 3 questions, you can reduce the target stats by 50% and seal their skills and abilities for 1 minute. This skill can only be used once per target. If you break that rule, you will have to face his divine wrath. The ancient Egyptian gods have started to notice you, and some of them are getting pretty hostile. Jin Hyuk let out a long sigh. Man, it is tough being this good-looking. Are the gods in this place really that narrow-minded? Alice looked completely dazed the second she appeared. What on earth just happened? Jin Hyuk smirked triumphantly. See that? He had won. If he had a tail, it would be wagging so hard right now. He checked his profile. This was not the first time he had hit the jackpot here, was it? Since he did not know what kind of trouble was coming next, he needed to distribute his points wisely. Jin Hyuk pumped points into strength, agility, and vitality. While checking his stats, a video call suddenly popped up. Jin Hyuk told Alice to move aside. The caller was Yu Sung. Jin Hyuk teased him playfully. Miss me already? Yu Sung asked angrily. Who are you with? Where are you? Some place I do not know about? Jin Hyuk shut him down immediately. None of your business. If you have got something to say, spit it out. Yu Sung's tone turned serious. He had a request. Within the next 24 hours, the Awakened Association was going to host a tournament. Every player rank 3 or higher was expected to participate. Jin Hyuk was caught off guard by the timing. The raids on the 3rd floor boss kept failing, yet the association was holding a tournament? Did they really have that much free time? Yu Sung's request was for Jin Hyuk to enter the tournament, then come back and duel him one-on-one. Jin Hyuk pouted. Why the hell should I join? Secretly, he was thinking, it would be a different story if you had a skill worth stealing. But Yu Sung had planned ahead. Jin Hyuk could not just say no because Yu Sung was holding a black market ticket. According to Yu Sung, unlike the regular item shop where players use coins, the black market is a secret auction house. It is only for members invited to bid on items using cold, hard cash. Now that the Tower of Trials had become a reality, it made sense that these kinds of auctions would pop up. This was perfect, as Jin Hyuk needed more items to take down that 3rd floor boss. If this was a secret auction for the ultra-rich, he might just find some incredible gear. A notification flashed on the screen. Jin Hyuk's video was trending. Wow, famous already. A video had been uploaded to the newly created Unknown channel, featuring the masked man himself, along with Teresa and the leaders of the top guilds. Since the footage of the demonkin had been edited out, no one was blaming the guilds. After all, what is the point of picking a fight with the major players? The comment section was blowing up, with people ready to dig through every corner of the earth to find the masked man's identity. Jin Hyuk scrolled through the comments to see the public's reaction. It was exactly what he expected. The masked player in the story had everyone's curiosity piqued. Unknown had stood tall and proud right in front of the top guilds. He declared he would solo the boss, so naturally, the hype was through the roof. 50 million views was an insane number. For every 10,000 views, you get 100 coins. So, 50 million views meant 500,000 coins. After the 90% fee, he would net about 50,000. That is a pretty successful start for his new career. The fee was a bit steep, but this was not bad at all. Anyway, that was the situation. But how much longer is this match in front of him going to take? He was starting to get a bit sleepy. The tournament participants were 24 players ranked 2A or higher. With the repeated failures of the third-floor boss raids, the reputation of the Awakened Association and the major guilds was circling the drain. The association decided to live stream this tournament unedited to show the public just how powerful these players were and how reliable they could be. Basically, it was a live show, just like the ancient Roman gladiators. It made sense. Not everyone watches YouTube, so this was a chance for people to see their strength with their own eyes. It was a decent way to calm everyone's nerves. Going back a bit, Yu Sung had thought this was a done deal, but to his surprise, Jin Hyuk played hard to get and refused. He had not even been officially recognized as rank 2A yet, so he could not even join the tournament. He told Yu Sung to just keep the ticket for himself or give it to someone else. Yu Sung must have anticipated this because he did not seem surprised at all. He started throwing out more bait. The winner of the tournament would get two choices. First, they could choose a replica of an ancient artifact from the South Korean National Museum. Second, they could continue to duel a high-ranking player for an even bigger reward. One was the chance to pick a replica artifact, and the other was to continue the fight against a pro player. After skipping the tournament and getting the right to handpick his opponent, Jin Hyuk could already smell something fishy going on. He furiously poked at Do Sung's face through the screen, swearing that this time, he was going to turn that kid into mincemeat. Back to the present, the players in the arena were busy duking it out with both their fists and their trash-talking skills. It was incredibly noisy, and while two guys were busy barking at each other, a summoned beast appeared out of nowhere. It sent them straight to the afterlife. Watching from the stands was the S-rank representative of the Black Cloud Association, Hong Deok Pyo. The people around him thought they could finally relax, but he only had eyes for one person. And who else could that be but Jin Hyuk's old pal, Do Sung? He watched the boys' every move with great admiration. Down below, Do Sung was calmly maintaining his defense. He was letting his opponents take each other out because he couldn't be bothered to lift a finger himself. He had excellent control over his abilities, great foresight, and above all, his techniques were incredibly polished. On top of that, he was the first person to ever reject Deok Pyo's invitation to join the guild. Truly a talent. Suddenly, a hateful groan reached Deok Pyo's ears. This is so suffocating. I can't even watch this anymore. Rong Do-hyun, the third-ranked A-rank player, popped his head out and told the old man that if he had been allowed to compete, this would have been over in 1 minute. He even claimed he'd make that arrogant Do Sung, who dared to reject their guild, get down on his knees. Deok Pyo gave him a look you'd give a hyperactive kid and told him to stop whining about wanting to fight. He told him to focus on the post-tournament interview instead. He had spent a fortune on the guy, so he better start acting right. The kid definitely had the potential to climb to S rank within 3 years. If people found out the Black Cloud Association had recruited such a promising prospect, the guild's status would naturally be solidified. If only he would just shut his big mouth for a second. Down in the arena, Do Sung probably couldn't stand the slow pace of the match anymore. With one sword strike, he cleared all the other contestants off the stage. To wrap things up quickly, a winner emerged. And of course, it was Do Sung. The crowd watching the live broadcast was just as hyped. It helped that Do Sung was just so incredibly handsome. When it came time to receive his winner's prize, he didn't hesitate to choose to fight again. Do Sung coldly pointed his sword toward the stands, directly at where Jin Hyuk was sitting. Get down here. Do Hyun actually thought Do Sung was pointing at him and started jumping around like a hyped-up gorilla. But you've got the wrong guy, buddy. Du-sung was challenging our cool main character. Talk about embarrassing. It was so cringe-inducing that Deok-pyo had to grab him by the collar to pull him back down, telling him to look closely. Look at his eyes and where his sword is pointing. The position he's aiming for is much higher than where we are. Do-hyun was stunned when he realized Du-sung wasn't looking at him. If he wasn't pointing at him or Deok-pyo, then who was left to play with? He didn't keep the crowd waiting for long. Jin Hyuk, who had been sitting there yawning, felt completely drained after being challenged. God damn it, what a total nuisance. The people sitting around the stand started buzzing, and as soon as they looked up Jin Hyuk's info, they were left completely speechless. He's only an F rank, and he's being challenged? Deok-pyo stared at Du-sung with a dark, confused expression. If he had fought the third-ranked A-ranker, Du-hyun, it would have been the talk of the town. So why did he choose an F-ranker? There's no benefit in doing that, right? Or maybe he's some kind of masochist? What on earth is he planning? As soon as Jin Hyuk jumped down onto the arena floor, he gave Du-sung a piece of his mind, teaching him a lesson in humility. Since you begged so desperately, if you lose this time, stop being such a pest. Humans should learn when to give up. Du-sung looked annoyed as he stared at Jin Hyuk's relaxed posture. You're talking like my loss is already guaranteed? Didn't you see that I was the winner just now? Jin Hyuk gave a kind, goofy laugh while checking Du-sung out, complimenting him on how hard he must have been training since his skills had clearly improved. Hearing that made Du-sung's blood boil. I haven't rested for a single second, just so I could catch up to you. If you want this ticket, then show me everything you've got. With that, he activated his level 6 soul-chasing sword technique, striking a cool pose. Jin Hyuk had no other choice. Fine, since you want it so bad, I'll give it to you. Let's give this a shot. You stalking bastard. Jin Hyuk wiped the floor with Du-sung, sending him flying 10 meters away. Just how many skills do you actually have? After only a few steps, Du-sung was flat on the ground, knocked out cold. Jin Hyuk strolled over and crouched down, poking Du-sung to see if he was still salvageable. He reached into the kid's pocket, pulled out the black market ticket, and gave a little smirk. I'll make sure to put this black market ticket to good use. The audience in the stands was terrified by what Jin Hyuk had just done. That was the Great Icefire Arrow. Not only that, but he also used a solar beam that brought the entire ceiling down. Since he was already in the stands, Jin Hyuk went over to check on Old Man Junggu and Yuzi. The old man greeted him awkwardly, saying it was the first time they'd met since that incident at the museum. Jin Hyuk flashes a super friendly smile, thinking back to the time they went at it tooth and nail. But hey, that is all in the past now, right? Let us have a great partnership from now on, Junggu. Junggu coughs awkwardly and plays along. He and Yuji are not exactly thrilled to be hanging out with him. Jin Hyuk casually asks Yuji for a favor, her phone number. He adds that if she does not want to, she does not have to give it to him. But then he dangles his phone right in her face. Of course, that is if you can handle the consequences. Man, and here I thought he was just flirting. Turns out he is just straight up threatening her. Yuji has no choice but to give in and hand over her number like a good girl. Do-hyun, watching from the stands, cannot take it anymore. He jumps down, itching for a piece of the action, and wanting to introduce himself to Jin Hyuk. He heard Jin Hyuk is only F rank, so he figured the guy would be a pushover. But it seems Jin Hyuk actually has some hidden talent. Jin Hyuk secretly activates Eye of Truth to scan this guy's stats, especially since Do-hyun is closing in on him. Since he is approaching with a hidden motive, the copy condition is to figure out what he is planning. If he does, he will snag the giant's hand skill. Jin Hyuk frowns. An intention? More importantly, how does the system always know exactly what is going on? How can it sense what someone is thinking? This thing is way more than just a simple program. Do-hyun waves his hands, acting like he wants a peaceful chat. He is not here to start a fight. His motive seems simple enough. As fellow industry players, they will probably be crossing paths a lot in the future. Acting like a close future colleague, Do-hyun says he is looking forward to working with him. But did he really think he could pull a fast one on Jin Hyuk with those childish tricks? The Eye of Truth shows Do-hyun is lying through his teeth. Behind that fake, polite smile is a mountain of insecurity and rage. Plus, a swarm of reporters just happens to show up at the perfect time. That outstretched hand is hiding Do-hyun's unique skill, Giant's Violence. You can see the anticipation written all over his face. This representative of the Black Cloud Guild wants to show off in front of the cameras. They want everyone to see their super rookie dominate. They want to overpower the winner and steal the spotlight for themselves. The intention is as clear as day. But Jin Hyuk is not falling for it. Having seen right through Do-hyun's scheme, he has already met the copy conditions. Jin Hyuk successfully copies Giant's hand, giving him the strength of a titan. His hand power is about to skyrocket. Now he can easily wield items 10 times their normal size. Back when the Tower of Trials was still just a game, the player count was so low that copy opportunities were super rare. But now that the game has become reality, all these powerful abilities that others worked their tails off for are just sitting there, waiting for him to come and take them. Jin Hyuk smirks and asks, Do-hyun, does this handshake represent the whole Black Cloud Guild? Do-hyun gives him a corporate, fake smile. Of course, work with us, and we will give you the VIP treatment. This guy sounds exactly like a sleazy pyramid scheme recruiter. It is honestly uncanny. Jin Hyuk slowly reaches out to take Do-hyun's hand. Let me ask one last thing. Do you really think you can beat me with that pathetic little power trip? Do-hyun immediately grabs Jin Hyuk's hand, unable to wait another second to activate Giant's hand. He laughs right in Jin Hyuk's face. Obviously, why even ask? But he is celebrating way too early. Jin Hyuk activates Judgment of Anubis. Time for an Uno reverse card. He is going to show this guy who is boss. Jin Hyuk stares coldly as Do-hyun starts writhing in agony. The guy is flat on the ground. He looked like he had some muscle, but clearly, it did not match that frame of his. Looks like he is in a world of hurt, huh? His hand is getting crushed, but he is feeling the pain everywhere. He begs Jin Hyuk to stop. Being the nice guy he is, Jin Hyuk sees his colleague is in pain, so he delivers a gut-wrenching punch to help him forget about his hand. What a considerate man. Truly every girl's dream guy. Jin Hyuk looks down at the pathetic mess he has made of Do-hyun. He almost sent him straight to another server. That felt so good. You still want to be colleagues, pal? We do not even know each other, so stop acting like we are buddies. Just as he is watching Do-hyun foam at the mouth, a blast of fire streaks past. It almost hits him, forcing Jin Hyuk to jump back a few steps. He quickly scans Deokpyo's profile with his eye of truth. The old man is fuming, barking at Jin Hyuk for having the audacity to treat Do-hyun like a used rag. The copy condition this time is to crush the old man's pride. The skill up for grabs is Blood Demon Chi. That is the old man's unique skill, but the condition is a walk in the park for Jin Hyuk. This will be over in a heartbeat. First, let us bait him. He tells the old man to chill out. He is not scared. He just was not planning on sending him to the retirement home quite this early. Infuriated, the old man activates Blood Demon Chi and charges at Jin Hyuk like a heat-seeking missile. Jin Hyuk counters with Sunlight Breaker, blinding every single person in the room. He then activates Gaps of Distance to set up the final, crushing blow, closing a gap of 33 levels, neutralizing that blood demon aura. Is Jin Hyuk really on the same level as him? Just then, Commander Han Sang-jin steps in. He dispels Deokpyo's blood demon aura and ends their fight. Where did this big shot Commander Han Sang-jin even come from? Seeing him face-to-face makes Jin Hyuk jump. The commander of South Korea's awakened? This guy's got white, fluffy hair like he's Elsa or something. That snitch of a man starts tattling on Jin Hyuk to the commander, acting all high and mighty. You came at the perfect time. Good job, baby. This punk is beating our guild members to a pulp. The old guy's face is all scrunched up like a prune. He's got a temper like a ticking time bomb, but the commander shuts him down with one sentence. Calm down, Representative Hong. This isn't some staged performance, so how on earth are people supposed to avoid getting hurt? Am I right, or am I right? Representative Hong is fuming, but now he's even more ticked off. Oh my god, really? He's handsome, but he's getting totally ignored. The commander waltzes over to Jin Hyuk and starts rambling, flexing his titles. He says, honestly, about 20 minutes ago, I didn't know a thing about you, Kang Jin Hyuk. But I got an urgent call from Manager Park. He's the one in charge of this tournament, and he told me to get down here immediately because something unbelievable was happening. Since there were so many suspicious points, we decided to double-check your test results. It turns out you actually put pressure on the investigators. Congratulations, you've been officially recognized as the 16th S-rank player. Man, hearing that makes my heart drop. After scaring the living daylights out of everyone, he gives a deep 90-degree bow. Talk about professional. I take full responsibility and apologize for the association's mistake that gave you such an unfitting rank. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the fame-hungry reporters pounce like they've found gold. Holy cow, a new S-rank player? This is the hottest news of the year. They swarm in like they haven't eaten in days. Representative Hong looks like he's about to cough up blood. What the hell is going on? This tournament was supposed to be the Black Cloud Guild's big debut, so why is everyone forgetting about us? Clutching his low-rank certificate with a breaking heart and tears streaming down his face, the guy decides to shout at the top of his lungs. Wait a second, Mr. Reporter, I'm about to announce the Black Cloud Guild's special plan to conquer the floor. 3 boss. Good grief. He grabs the kid's arm so hard he almost pulls it off. You'd think the kid would show some pity, but before he can even blink, the little guy has already bolted, leaving Representative Hong with nothing but a jacket and a broken heart. Sorry, if you have some free time, give us a call later. Man, he got rejected so hard it's embarrassing. Watching Jin Hyuk get surrounded by the press makes him beat his chest in pure frustration. He's dying here. He has no idea that just by crushing his pride, Jin Hyuk immediately snatched the unique skill, Blood Demon Aura. A few hours later, news about Jin Hyuk has hit the top of the search charts, and the comments are flying in fast. Hyuk is lying back, enjoying life, and reading every single one. He looks absolutely thrilled. The commander just heard that his golden boy is getting ready to head to Las Vegas. He immediately orders a flight to be prepped for him. As an apology, Jin Hyuk gets a business class seat. He looks like he's on cloud 9. I guess everyone wants a high rank for a reason. When the flight attendant brings out the food, his eyes go wide. He's literally drooling a river. Really? Is this what first class is like? Alice is right there, screaming in Jin Hyuk's ear. She's about to say, "Hey, see that man in front of us? He's got a really weird smell. I have to say, his blood gives off a really nasty and suffocating scent. I wouldn't dream of drinking that stinky stuff." Jin Hyuk looks at the white-haired guy, who looks pretty scholarly, and scans him from head to toe. Then he complains, "Man, why are you talking about someone's blood like that?" Alice screams in frustration, "Good grief, I'm telling you, that guy is not a good person." Hearing that, Jin Hyuk frowns, and his eyes light up as he activates the Eye of Truth. To Alice, humans are nothing more than blood bags, so if she's saying that, there must be something off. After reading the guy's profile, it's blinding. It's as long as a grocery list, which actually startles Hyuk a bit, but to copy his skills, he's required to join the Demon-Human Association. Holy crap! Jin Hyuk breaks into a cold sweat, looking absolutely terrified. He never expected that man to be a demon-human, especially with that face and such natural acting. It's honestly hard to believe because he looks so high class. They say you always run into what you hate. And just as he glances over, suddenly, the man walks up and points right at Jin Hyuk's face. "Oh my god, are you Jin Hyuk? You're that S-rank player who's trending everywhere, right?" The guy is grinning ear to ear, while Hyuk pulls a face like he's smelling something rotten. This isn't a coincidence. The guy definitely came along because he's targeting me. Jin Hyuk is the king of acting fake. No one even comes close. Even though he's judging him hard, he keeps smiling and chatting like they're best buds. The white-haired guy is Alex Judro. He hands Hyuk a business card and sits across from him, suggesting the new friends share a drink to seal the deal. Let's call it fate. On a long trip like this, there's no better way to kill some time. All it took was a little booze to get the ball rolling. Jin Hyuk didn't even have to try that hard with that bottle of premium cognac. Once the liquor started flowing, the guy's filter completely disappeared, and he started spilling every little secret he had. This demonic human was just sitting there, laughing and bragging about himself like he was some kind of hero. He had no clue that Jin Hyuk already knew him better than his own wife did. Good old Alex just kept blabbing away about his big plans for the project. He said the awakened sector was going to handle the transition and slowly get things moving. Then Alex asked, "Hey Jin Hyuk, have you heard about that masked player everyone's talking about lately?" Jin Hyuk played it cool, acting all mysterious. "He's going by the name Unknown. I saw his video where he declared he'd take down the third-floor boss." Alex looked annoyed. "So? What does that have to do with Unknown?" He started whining about how he wanted to get involved, but that guy kept getting in the way and making everything a mess. On the surface, he claims he's protecting his comrades, but then he says he works alone. Can you believe the nerve? Then Alex had the audacity to claim he and Unknown were actually tight. Jin Hyuk's face went stiff. Holy crap. The real guy is sitting right in front of you, and you're lying through your teeth without even blinking. Jin Hyuk played along, acting all impressed, but he was laying the sarcasm on thick. Thinking he had him hooked, Alex invited Jin Hyuk to join his team. Jin Hyuk shot him down immediately, saying he planned on taking the boss down solo. That's when Alex flipped into full salesman mode. He told him, "Listen, as an S-rank player, you have total independence. No one would dare lay a finger on you." And it wasn't just that. He promised Jin Hyuk could get his hands on the hidden items stashed in the third-floor boss room. After a bit of a mental struggle, Alex saw him hesitating and figured he needed a bigger carrot to dangle. Look, man, I'm a businessman. A big favor comes with an even bigger reward. Have you ever heard of a medicine that can cure any terminal illness or mend a shattered heart? It's called the elixir. Jin Hyuk's jaw hit the floor. How the hell did the Demonic Human Association get their hands on something that rare? Jin Hyuk looked at it, practically drooling. Okay, now you've got my attention. Alex, acting like a big shot, actually handed it over. Here, take this bottle as a down payment. All you have to do is sign this contract. But Jin Hyuk saw right through it. It was a dead man's contract. If he signed that, he'd be nothing but a puppet. Jin Hyuk knew that if he broke the terms, the hidden death curse inside would trigger. If that happened, he'd be pushing up daisies in no time. Jin Hyuk gave him a flat no and refused to sign. Alex's attitude flipped faster than a pancake. It was honestly impressive. He tried to snatch the bottle back and bail, but Jin Hyuk was one step ahead. I might be a cautious guy, but I'm also pretty greedy. Once I want something, I'm taking it. At this point, it was hard to tell who was the predator and who was the prey. Alex was fuming but completely helpless. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook everything, sending Alex into a panic. This much mana. It's insane. What is he doing? Is this crazy bastard trying to crash the plane? But then he stopped. The intercom buzzed, announcing that the plane was entering unexpected turbulence and asking everyone to stay in their seats. Alex, who was about to jump up, had to sit back down like a good little boy. Jin Hyuk couldn't resist a little dig. Did you hear that, buddy? I'm going back to my seat now. He turned away coldly, leaving Alex absolutely livid. You knew this was coming, didn't you? Do you even know who I work for? A rookie like you shouldn't be messing with us. Unknown will make sure you pay for this. Jin Hyuk just smirked. Stop lying. Do those cowards at Olympus really think Unknown is on their side? That really stung. Alex froze in his tracks. How the hell does he know everything? Could there be some kind of deep connection between him and Unknown? Fear started to creep in, and the guy just sat there overthinking everything. Maybe he's just guessing? Or maybe the top guilds leaked info to this S-rank kid. Jin Hyuk decided to twist the knife a little more. Hey, you want to know something? If you play nice, I might tell you a few more things. He dangled the medicine bottle like he was asking for a fight. Finally, the plane touched down. Alex was boiling with rage, while Jin Hyuk just gave a friendly wave and vanished. Alice was looking around the city, her eyes darting everywhere like crazy. The city at night was glowing and vibrant. She was amazed by every little thing. Is this really a human city? This place isn't half bad. Jin Hyuk was just speechless at her reaction. You better stay quiet, or I'm putting you back in that ring. Consider this, a reward for spotting that demon on the plane. He was planning to integrate and open the eye of the world. He originally wanted to fuse it with a more stable spirit system later, but he needed it right now, so he had no choice. Alice pointed toward an entertainment building with an innocent look. Hey partner, are we going in there? Jin Hyuk gave her a look. No, we're not here to play. A legit casino like this doesn't allow any skills or magic inside. Sure, I could use my power to just rob everyone blind, but taking money from regular people who are struggling just to survive and save up for an auction, that is a bit beneath me. While keeping things mysterious, Alice asks him straight up where they are going, but Jin Hyuk just keeps her guessing. He tells her it is a place that can't even be compared to a normal spot. Sounds exciting as hell. Alice's eyes sparkle with anticipation, but when they reach the Tortuga private casino, she immediately hates it. She says, I liked the building from before, way better. Jin Hyuk just sighs. He already told her they aren't here for fun. As soon as they step inside, they hear a gut-wrenching scream. A man is on his knees begging, saying he saw the guy use a skill and that he is cheating, but he is talking too much. He gets his teeth kicked in by a rich guy who snaps at him. If you get conned in here, you are the idiot. Jin Hyuk nods along with that logic. Alice just stands there with wide, confused eyes before trying to run off and play, but Hyuk grabs her. He hauls her back into a seat and casually tells the bartender, just give her whatever she wants, and put it all on my tab. Alice is fuming. She snaps, what? We finally get out and you are making me sit still? What are you doing? Jin Hyuk coolly replies, making some lunch money. He downs his drink and gets to work. The dealer, Pedro, looks at the cards in his hand. He glares at Jin Hyuk, looking miserable. He has already lost $500,000 to this Asian kid. If he loses again, he is finished. He has to end this now. This time, Jin Hyuk goes big. All in, that is how you do it. The two of them face off in a psychological battle. Jin Hyuk starts digging for info on the casino management, and Pedro does not hide a thing. This place is owned and run by the Scavenger Guild. Pedro thinks to himself, damn it. This guy was silent before. Why is he asking so many questions now? Jin Hyuk asks coldly, is asking questions forbidden here? Like a total boss, he scares the living daylights out of Pedro. Oh no, ask as much as you want. He answers fake nicely while cursing internally. Holy crap, does this guy have a mind-reading skill or something? But it does not matter. The moment the cards are flipped, I will just swap them. This kid won't be able to do a thing. I will turn the tables with my ability. Damn it. Before he can even celebrate, the cards stay exactly the same. Pedro is frozen in shock. Then he starts pacing nervously. He can't wrap his head around it and looks at Jin Hyuk with pure dread. The guy nonchalantly flips over two kings, completely crushing Pedro's hand, and says in a soft voice, wow, I barely won that one. Just like that, Jin Hyuk scoops up a massive pile of chips. Suddenly, a loud voice barks out, hey, hold it. I don't know what kind of skill you used to win, but you are coming with us. Jin Hyuk looks confused. Is this how you treat your customers? The manager gets even more aggressive. Anyone who takes this much money is not a customer to us. That was the wrong thing to say to a guy like Jin Hyuk. Before anyone knows what happened, the loudmouth manager is sent flying. Jin Hyuk reminds him, I heard something very interesting when I walked in here. If some bastard gets conned, he is the idiot. The bodyguard gets pissed. His chest heaving, he pulls a gun and starts firing at Jin Hyuk, but our guy dodges everything perfectly. Everything around them gets smashed to bits. Jin Hyuk lunges forward, ducks the bullets, and slams the guy to the floor. The crowd cheers like they are watching a street fight. Yeah, kill that brat, go for it. While a literal war is breaking out over there, Alice is just chilling, holding up her glass to the bartender. What is this called? It is delicious. The bartender looks at her with total disbelief. That is a cocktail called Kiss of Fire. It is a drink that represents the burning passion of a new couple. Ugh, that is enough to make your ears bleed. Alice looks like she couldn't care less and downs the whole thing while Jin Hyuk is still screaming and throwing hands behind her. The guys outside are shaking in their boots. Oh my God! Is the boss not here yet? The subordinate scratches his head. It will be at least 30 minutes, sir. The manager is both furious and terrified, thinking, something is wrong. Even if this place is illegal, how can a crazy person like this even exist? Jin Hyuk, meanwhile, is playing these guys like a fiddle. Every guy that lunges at him gets sent flying. A waiter screams in panic to the general manager. He shows him the news. Holy crap, that is Kang Jin Hyuk, the S-rank player who was just evaluated in South Korea. Damn, just the thought is terrifying. The manager, Jun-E, realizes if this guy keeps rampaging, this whole casino will be gone in a heartbeat. He screams at the top of his lungs and drops to his knees. Everyone stop. We apologize, sir. We shouldn't have been so disrespectful. He is being a total coward now. Jin Hyuk just gets more annoyed. Why apologize now? Just because you realized you messed with a high ranker? Unbelievable. This place was trash from the start. Was it not? Jin Hyuk threatens them one last time, demanding $10 million in damages. The manager's face goes pale as a ghost as he begs for mercy. Jin Hyuk hears the notification sound that is more like it. I finally have enough to bid on some items. Perfect timing. Holding this black card feels damn good. A car arrived shortly after to escort him. Every single window was blacked out so no one could see inside. Jin Hyuk was buzzing with excitement until they finally pulled up and he could step out. Alice gave him a little nudge, saying, Hey, you didn't forget what you promised, did you? Jin Hyuk pulled out a ring while grumbling to himself. Yeah, stop nagging, woman. As soon as Alice stepped out, she cheered, now this is some fresh air. A place like this is perfect for someone of my noble status. As they walked in, Jin Hyuk whispered, Watch it. There are a lot of prying eyes here. This time, the stakes felt way higher. Word on the street is they have a dragonfish heart, all thanks to the appearance of the Tower of Trials. Even if we don't bid, we have to at least get a look at it. Suddenly, Alice pinched her nose. Ugh, what is that disgusting smell? A man walked up and introduced himself as Julius Cedric. I assume you have realized by now. I am the master of that foolish apprentice of mine. Standing right next to him was Alex, the guy who got his butt kicked on the plane. He could not handle the loss, so he ran to tell his teacher. How pathetic. But looks like his master gave him another beating anyway, all because they lost that precious medicine. Looking at Cedric's file, even Jin Hyuk was impressed. The guy's resume was longer than a grocery list. He is definitely on a whole different level than his bratty students. Jin Hyuk could not resist talking smack. Hey, thanks to your disciple, I ended up with something very valuable. Not to mention, the flight was pretty entertaining, too. Skipping the small talk, Cedric got straight to the point. I came here to personally discuss the unknown situation with you one more time. This is a pretty big deal. But before he could finish, Jin Hyuk cut him off. Nah, let us save the big talk for next time, okay? The old man looked like he was about to blow a fuse. He threatened, there won't be a next time. We need to settle this as soon as possible. He went to swing his cane, but Jin Hyuk caught his hand. I don't care, he said, turning his back and walking away. Alex was absolutely fuming. Once they were out of earshot, Alice started acting tough again. Those smelly losers are such a pain. Want me to just take them out for you? Jin Hyuk shut her down immediately. Don't start trouble here. It is not worth it. I'm just going to buy a few things and get out. Alice's face slumped. She was bored out of her mind. Then, the auctioneer started the bidding. The first item was a meteorite fragment that fell in Arizona. After doing some quick math and weighing his options, Jin Hyuk raised his paddle and bid $300,000. He thought he had it in the bag, but then Alex's teacher and his student suddenly bid $1 million. Jin Hyuk was completely stunned. He was frozen like a statue. Forget it. A loud voice boomed through the room. The next item is a sealed neurology category file. The starting bid is $100,000. Bang, bang, bang. Just a second after the gavel hit, the crowd went wild with bids starting at $150,000. It shot up to $250,000, all for a sealed neurology file. I seriously do not get how rich people think. Probably because I am broke. But hey, thanks to some serious plot armor from the author. Plus, the fact that Jin Hyuk makes bank from gaming, he quickly grabbed everyone's attention by bidding $300,000 just to get that neurology file. Think you are the only one playing, kid? Someone immediately countered with a bid of $1 million. It was a mysterious old man. Now the whole place was really starting to buzz. Cough, cough, cough. Who else is ready to drop $1 million? That is triple the starting price. Just close the deal already. The MC asked one last time. $1 million, and not a single soul could go higher. The gavel came down. Sold to the elderly gentleman for $1 million. At that moment, Jin Hyuk was fuming because he did not have more cash. But then his brain finally clicked. He realized this old geezer was intentionally buying up everything he wanted. Why is he picking a fight? So, you want to play it like that, huh? Fine by me. You want to see some cash? I have got plenty. The only thing I am short on is a kind heart. Alice was just standing there, completely clueless about what was happening. Moving on, the next item was an artifact from the Mayan civilization. It was discovered in South America. All right, let's go. Kang Jin Hyuk shouted, $500,000. Alice nearly jumped out of her skin. Did you lose your mind? Are you really buying this without even listening to the description? Man, he is such an idiot. He just kept saying he had a plan, though I don't know if he actually has the money to pay for it, just like he predicted, as soon as he bid $500,000. That old geezer immediately bumped it up to $1 million. You might be rich, but you are nothing compared to me. $1,500,000. No point in wasting breath. One person bid $2 million, another bid $3 million. Jin Hyuk decided to set a trap. He would let the old guy take it for $3 million. The geezer actually thought he was winning and gave a smug little smirk. He even taunted him. How's that for a reality check, kid? Ha ha ha. Just you wait. In the next round, the old man dropped another $2 million. Where the hell is he getting all this money? Time after time, whatever item our guy bid on, that old geezer snatched it right up. He did not miss a single thing. Seriously, he wouldn't even leave behind a scrap if he could help it. Now, for the next item. This one is another total banger, folks. It dates back to when Columbus discovered the New World and blah blah blah. Seeing the money fly away like that, the disciple next to him couldn't take it anymore and started shaking his master. Master, please, stop bidding on this thing. I have been breaking out in a cold sweat every single time I hear you shout out a price. The total for everything you have bought is already over $14 million. Are you trying to make our entire family go bankrupt or something? No way. The old man is way too prideful for that. Since when would he ever decide to lose to some snot-nosed brat? Seeing that idiot disciple blabbering like that, he smacks him right on the head to wake him up. Damn it. If they let Kang Jin Hyuk easily get whatever he wants, then what are they even doing here? However, he still needs to be a bit calculated. Whatever, there is no use overthinking it. It is just a minor loss. The family's finances are still more than enough to handle this. Well, keep on buying then, old man. Just let our boy block your price a bit more, and it won't be just a minor loss anymore. This kid is definitely aiming for something specific. He has to snatch everything up to get information about unknown. Alright, next up is an item that is truly for the high rollers. I present to you the primordial chessboard. You would think everyone would be excited, but it was a total bore. Alice was just sitting there, swinging her legs while enjoying her tea and snacks. Watching the crowd, it seemed like no one was interested in this item. What? Are we supposed to use our imagination if there are no chess pieces? Better save the money for the Jade Dragon Ginseng. You probably thought they would just move on to the next item, right? Not a chance. Jin Hyuk, who had been quiet, suddenly placed an opening bid of $50,000, exactly as he planned. That old man immediately raised it to $100,000. Here we go again with the same routine from earlier. From 150, it jumped to 500,000. Jin Hyuk refused to lose $1 million. Falling right into the trap, the old man jumped to $8 million. The audience was buzzing with excitement. Was there some secret they didn't know about? It just looked like an ordinary chessboard. $8 million for something that doesn't even have pieces? Everyone thought the old man was about to close the deal. But who would have thought our boy would keep competing until the end? Even though it was steep, he didn't care, though his face was currently darker than a burnt pot. Then he raised the price to $10 million. Not today, old man. But instead of getting angry, the old man burst out laughing. His teeth were perfectly straight, but the guy looked insane. He pushed the price sky high for just a single chessboard. $30 million. After that, the old man even turned around to mock him with a huge laugh. Oh boy, so 10 million was your absolute limit, huh? You are so pathetic. If you want to play games with this old man, you better wait a few more lifetimes. He thought he had guessed right, thinking this must be some kind of rare treasure. Since you want it so badly, why don't you come over here and crawl at my feet? Ha ha ha. That is some really annoying trash talk. Haven't you heard that he who laughs last, laughs best? Jin Hyuk looked completely helpless right now. He clearly baited the guy into spending a fortune, so how is he still so rich? Does he have a literal money printer, or did he win big at a casino? This was completely outside of his calculations. What a headache. A new strategy. He had to find a different way. This was turning into a disaster. And so, item number 56, the primordial chessboard, is sold to the gentleman for $30 million. But before the gavel could drop, a clear and energetic voice rang out. $100 million, a heart-stopping $100 million. Now even that old guy's jaw was hitting the floor. Spending $100 million on that chessboard? Is this girl out of her mind? There was no way he could compete with that. Alice looked at the stressed-out Jin Hyuk with total satisfaction, her face as smug as can be. No way. The old man couldn't just give up. He had already dumped $70 million into total junk. But if he stopped bidding now, all that effort, all that money would just be thrown into the ocean. He would just have to bite the bullet and eat scraps for a year. The price was now $110 million. Before he could even finish his sentence, the vampire girl gave him a look of pure annoyance. She countered with a bid of $200 million. Who could possibly compete with someone buying a chessboard for that much? Even though the old man was out of cash, he still tried to talk tough. Hey, keep your bragging in check. No one believes you actually have $200 million just to buy a chessboard with no pieces. Seriously, if you are broke, just shut up and let the lady buy it instead of making a scene. Even the auctioneer was panicked. He didn't mean to doubt her, but could she actually prove she had that kind of money? Oh please, did you think I just had $200 million in cash lying around? But I have plenty of things worth way more than $200 million. I was just being quiet, but I am actually the final boss here. She pulled out a crown. This thing is worth at least $500 million. The old man was shaken to his core. Seeing her act so bold made him suspicious. Could she be someone far from ordinary? The answer is a big fat no, old man. He started recalculating everything. An enemy even more dangerous than unknown might have just appeared. Time to move to Plan B. The primordial chessboard was finally handed over to Jin Hyuk. Honestly, the board itself isn't the point. But seriously, isn't this going way too far? We're talking over $500 million spent on a single chessboard. And to make it worse, I have to listen to her brag about it like she is some big shot. Well, whatever. The vault was getting packed anyway, so we had to dump some stuff. Her vault probably has over $1 billion in it. Besides, she is not the type to just stand there and let some idiots mock her partner. Wow, it is actually nice to hear something pleasant for a change. But before I can even enjoy the moment, a massive explosion rocks the place. Now what? The characters start getting warped around. Everyone is scrambling for their lives, but unfortunately, they are getting wiped out. Turns out, this was that old man's plan B. His subordinate is butchering people one by one, calling them nothing but sacrifices. Alice has been activated. The mana furnace is causing everyone there to drop like flies, even the children and the elderly. Jin Hyuk is absolutely disgusted by this little punk. How dare he cross the line like that? You absolute piece of trash. Under the mana of that creep, a massive flaming monster suddenly emerges from the shadows. Peekaboo, you are dead meat, kid. Seriously, what a disgusting necromancer, using innocent souls as sacrifices. Oh, come on, sweetheart. Why would you call his adorable little babies disgusting? This guy thinks he is about to devour me, so he is talking real big, but since I am the main character, he still has to throw out a few compliments. I guess you really are an S-ranker. You can actually withstand this level of magic and stay on your feet. Kang Jin Hyuk is definitely no joke, but do you remember? Because he certainly remembers every single detail. That time you humiliated him on the flight. He has been holding a grudge against you ever since. The order to eliminate you was approved instantly. At this point, he has no reason to go easy on you anymore. If you think you are so tough, then come and get some. He will take on everyone by himself. Whoa, slow down there. Don't come crying to me when you are flat on your back wondering why the sky is blue, pal. The monsters, bloodthirsty like rabid dogs off a leash, howl and charge straight at Jin Hyuk. He is not even flinching. Why would he be? He is a pro at dodging smooth as silk. Man, he is quick on his feet. Wait, something feels like it is missing. Where did that arrogant rich girl go? The one who thinks she owns the world? Alice just laughed and said the girl was an eyesore. Those disgusting things made her run for the hills ages ago. As he speaks, he weaves his magic beautifully. But the truth is, Alice had to go release the materials because he can barely maintain his mana in a mess like this. Everyone has a weakness, or rather, Jin Hyuk is just incredibly sharp. The purgatory flames keep lunging at him, and his mana won't last forever. He can't let this fight drag on, or he will be at a major disadvantage. He has to end this battle. Fast. His explosive power is absolutely insane. He activates the skill Graveyard Mist. With just one hit, he obliterates the necromancer's entire horde of monsters. Yet, the guy still looks cheerful and upbeat. He doesn't look like a villain at all, for real. He even claims he didn't even see what just happened. Well, duh. You would need 10 lifetimes of training to even come close to Jin Hyuk's level. That being said, this guy isn't going to be an easy target. It is going to take some serious effort. It is clear he is way more interested in the materials. Get it? So now, instead of just one, dozens of monsters are blocking Kang Jin Hyuk's path. Meanwhile, he has got a lot on his plate, especially with his mana running dry. Now he gets it. This guy is definitely using these tactics to stall for time. By pinning him down and absorbing more life force, he can summon hundreds more monsters. Wringing them dry until their mana is completely gone, that's the textbook battle strategy for a necromancer. He is grinning from ear to ear right now. Killing must be such a rush for him. But Jin Hyuk pulls off that god-tier dodge again. The sword in his hand glows with a brilliant purple light. With 2 quick slashes, he wipes out several monsters. Jin Hyuk just can't help but talk some more smack. Is that all your trump card can do? Weak. Way too weak. I'm going to burn this entire crowd to a crisp before they even get a chance to respawn. The sunlight skill is activated. The blinding light startles both the monsters and the necromancer. Oh, so you have chosen death. If that is how you want to play, he is more than happy to oblige. Turns out, he is actually a fan of yours. This guy knows all your skills, inside and out, from watching you at that martial arts tournament. All he needs to do is scatter and attack before those light beams fully converge. Pretty impressive, right? A true fan watches a replay 100 times just to memorize every single detail. But wait, what the hell is that? Why is this so different from what I expected? Why aren't they reacting? I can't believe it. He completely froze their legs solid. The second he smiles, my heart skips a beat. He is drop-dead gorgeous. The necromancer is totally caught off guard. You're telling me he used that flashy light show just to blind him? Wait, letting him use ice skills? Damn it, I fell for his trap. My pride is seriously wounded now. Just one sentence. Get lost. Instantly, the entire building was encased in frost. A pillar of light pierced through the ceiling, reaching toward the heavens. Like they say, what goes around comes around. But for this guy, karma didn't even wait until tomorrow. He's already flat on his back. Don't you feel pathetic? You were talking so much trash at the start of this fight, weren't you? No way. Holy crap. Are his little darlings really turning into dust? To make things worse, Kang Jin Hyuk decided to rub some salt in the wound. Look at what's left of his precious babies. Nothing but junk. But he's still stubborn, trying to stand up and fight back like he's actually got a chance. Talk about being a sore loser. At this point, all that's left is to run home crying to mommy. Damn it, how did he lose this pathetically? He clearly had everything under control just a second ago. Time for plan B, getting the hell out of here. He needs to regroup with his master right now. Where do you think you're going, kid? One clean strike, and he's down. Bullseye. Now that is how you actually throw something at someone. It is game over. Jin Hyuk slowly approaches. You think you can just cause all this chaos and then bail? There is only one punishment for that. Death. He heard that the most painful way to go, second only to being burned alive, is suffocation. Of course, he might survive if he spills everything about the demon kin. Look at his eyes light up the moment he sees that elixir. He tries to push himself up to talk, but his throat is choking on blood. When he tries to write it down, Jin Hyuk just steps on his hand. Poor guy. Damn, he never intended to listen in the first place. Why? Because he has absolutely no use for him anymore. Have fun dying a slow, painful death. Bye-bye. Then he just walks away without even glancing back. Halfway out, the system notifies him about an ore created by Michelangelo, the Jade Dragonheart. Oh, jackpot. He can craft a massive inventory bag out of this stash, fusing them together. Success. You have created a massive bag with a 5,000 kilogram capacity. Just as he finishes, the host and his son arrive, showering Jin Hyuk with gratitude. He gets a bit defensive, trying to come up with an excuse. But it does not matter. He saved the host's son, so he is welcome to take whatever he wants. Jin Hyuk is actually a little moved. Watching the father and son embrace like that, it is a pretty touching sight. Third floor of the Tower of Trials, the Poet of Resentment. Located in a dark, silent corridor. Heaving breaths echo through the air. The source is Melina, and she is absolutely fuming. She irritably tosses aside a door riddled with arrows. Even after that, Melina can't help but scream, complaining about why the traps here are so damn complicated. Do we really have to go this deep every time? Black Glasses, walking beside her, tells her coldly to stop her whining. Because of that idiot Alex, he is already in a foul mood. Melina's face darkens instantly. Just because he is in a bad mood means I have to walk on eggshells around him now? Even with Melina's sword at his throat, Black Glasses does not flinch. He warns her that if she wants to stay alive, she had better listen. Just as Melina and Black Glasses are about to interact a little too aggressively, a voice rings out to stop them. A man wearing a long-nosed mask enters the scene, radiating a dark aura. He reminds them that they have been partners, facing life and death together for over 10 years. Can you two not go 5 minutes without picking a fight? Does it ruin your appetite or something? With their flaws exposed, the veteran partners reluctantly call a truce. The reason Longnose called them here is because of the new faction's arrival, specifically a guy named Kang Jin Hyuk. Melina figures Kang Jin Hyuk might have played this game before, but in her eyes, his skills are probably just average, strictly amateur level. Melina is about to get a reality check, but Longnose, he is staying cool, calm, and collected. He warns her not to be overconfident. Kang Jin Hyuk might have already cleared floors even higher than they have. Melina smirks with pure disdain. The top rankers have only reached the 20th floor. How could Kang Jin Hyuk possibly do more than that? For once, the two partners are actually on the same page. Seeing that they aren't even taking him seriously, Longnose gets a bit annoyed. He knows better than to underestimate Kang Jin Hyuk. Before leaving, Longnose tells Melina and Black Glasses to go help Cedric break his losing streak in this mission. At a certain villa, Lee Tae-min and Yu Seon-hwa are starting their day with a vigorous morning workout. In the middle of the session, Yu Seon-hwa goes a bit overboard. She delivers a powerful kick to a stone tablet, the kind Lee Tae-min was using for training. Lee Tae-min tries to hold his ground, but it is useless. He ends up flat on the floor, looking absolutely pitiful. When Ju Yeon-hwa asks if Lee Tae-min is okay, he is currently plastered to the wall like a thin sheet of paper, but he manages a shaky thumbs up to show he is fine. Yeah, fine, my butt. After finishing their workout, the two of them head to the showers. As soon as Ju Yonhua steps out of the bathroom, Lee Tae-min calls her over to check out something on his screen. It is a video of someone conquering the boss on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. Lee Tae-min thinks this masked guy, Kang Jin Hyuk, seems suspicious as hell. Ju Yonhua figures he is just chasing clout like everyone else, but her hand moves on its own to click the video anyway. The setting in the video is the Temple of the Wooden Face. This was a pretty famous boss room on the 3rd floor back in the day. If you answer 3 questions from the Wooden Face correctly, you are rewarded with items that boost your stats. Everyone loves a good trivia challenge with real rewards, but the questions from the Wooden Face are notoriously difficult. Because of that, it has been ages since anyone even bothered to show up here. The moment Kang Jin Hyuk walks in, he tells the Wooden Face to hit him with some interesting questions. Seeing how cocky he is, the boss just raises an eyebrow. He says that if Kang Jin Hyuk can answer all 3 questions, he can take one of his maple leaves. But if he gets even one question wrong, he will have to face a punishment. The boss does not say exactly what the penalty is, but looking at the 2 tree monsters that just appeared, it is pretty clear it is going to hurt. Without giving Kang Jin Hyuk a second to change his mind, the Wooden Face fires off the first question. What is the ideal depth and temperature for a Kyogon sea dragon to survive? Watching through the screen, Lee Tae-min and Ju Yonhua are breaking out in a cold sweat for the guy. Who could possibly know something that specific? But what they do not realize is that Kang Jin Hyuk is actually the legendary player known as Unknown. So, he answers effortlessly. The depth is 175 meters, and the temperature is 1.5 degrees Celsius. Before the Wooden Face can even confirm the answer, Kang Jin Hyuk is already demanding the next question. He is not just talking trash, he really knows his stuff. Now, the Wooden Face's competitive side is really starting to flare up. He is getting heated now. The next one will not be so easy. Second question, how do you use a Filiani sponge body? But before the boss can even finish the sentence, Kang Jin Hyuk is already rattling off the answer. You have to slow cook it for 5 hours using salt from the Sun Desert and holy water from a priest who has completed the 2nd-class mission. That was way too much information. Ju Yonhua and Lee Tae-min's brains have officially decided to go on strike. Their faces are completely blank. Back in the video, Kang Jin Hyuk is moving on to the final question. When is the only time the giant eagles of the Sky Plateau mate each year? Kang Jin Hyuk immediately rings the bell. The answer is when the first snow falls in the Tower of Trials. The moment he says it, the Wooden Face bursts out laughing. This is the first time anyone has ever gotten all of his questions right. At this point, the internet just wants to tell Kang Jin Hyuk that he dropped his crown. The Wooden Face asks which color maple leaf Kang Jin Hyuk wants. Red, yellow, or green. Red gives you fire attributes, yellow boosts your defense, and green increases your movement speed. Ju Yonhua thought this floor 3 conquest was going to be a massive epic battle. She figures Kang Jin Hyuk will pick the speed leaf, but successful people always do things differently. Kang Jin Hyuk actually wants the black leaf. Both Lee Tae-min and Ju Yonhua are totally lost. Even the Wooden Face is just as confused. How on earth does Kang Jin Hyuk know about the black leaf? Panicking, the Wooden Face tries to offer him a combo deal, pick a red leaf, and he will throw in a yellow one for free, acting like a desperate salesman. But Kang Jin Hyuk isn't falling for it. He acts disappointed, saying he expected more from someone as great as the Wooden Face. He promised that if Jin Hyuk got all the questions right, he would get whatever leaf he wanted, and now he is going back on his word. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk's tone turns threatening. Cough up that black leaf right now. If the administrator finds out about this, the boss is toast. Terrified, the Wooden Face barely manages to curse before he starts to fade away. At that moment, Kang Jin Hyuk gets a notification that he has received the black maple leaf. Looking at his inventory, there isn't just one black leaf. There are 1,280 of them. It is pretty obvious the Wooden Face was so scared of Kang Jin Hyuk that he gave him. Kang Jin Hyuk is thrilled. The final piece of the puzzle is ready. Seeing the 2 tree monsters charging at him with murderous intent, all he has to do now is finish them off. Near the entrance to the tower, the guard with a full head of hair gets so bored that he taps the shoulder of the balding guard next to him. Harry asks Baldy if he heard that Unknown has already started soloing the 3rd floor boss room. Baldy knows who Unknown is, but he did not expect him to take on a boss this early. Harry says they should just stay put here and wait for their shift to end so they can go home. Baldy was already bored out of his mind from the very beginning. Monitoring this place is totally pointless now. Who in their right mind would even show up here? Shaggy muttered, trying to lighten the mood. They have it all mapped out, so just shut up and do what you are told. If you keep nitpicking every little thing, you will never get anything done. While the two were busy chatting, the guards below had vanished into thin air. Shaggy was sharp enough to notice the change, but he failed to see the dark, sinister circle that had suddenly formed right beneath his and Baldy feet. In just a split second, a surge of black energy erupted from the circle, tightly binding both guards. Cedric appeared, leading a whole army of black-cloaked figures, looking down at the two guards as they struggled feebly. He was not exactly impressed, but hey, even small fry are still meat. Keep absorbing that life force. We have no time to waste. Kang Jin Hyuk has already made his move. After witnessing him take down a giant tree monster with a single slash of his blade, the comment section went absolutely wild. Most people believed he could conquer the third-floor boss, but then some hater had to crawl out of the woodwork. Begging for a reality check, the guy commented, "It is obvious Kang Jin Hyuk cannot pull this off." As soon as that comment went live, Kang Jin Hyuk, who had been silent, finally spoke up. He said, "Believe it or not, but I am in a really foul mood right now, so quit your yapping." Hearing Kang Jin Hyuk being so blunt, the viewers started to get suspicious. Was he talking to them? Is not the customer supposed to be king? Seeing the comment section still acting completely clueless, Kang Jin Hyuk decided to confirm it himself. He told them flat out, and even threw in a few extra words, "Watch if you want. If not, then get lost." Usually, streamers suck up to their viewers just to boost their following. But since he stuck to his my way concept from the start, only those who dig his vibe ended up joining the fandom. And it seems Kang Jin Hyuk fans actually enjoy being scolded. Or maybe his powerhouse aura is just too strong, because after he spoke, the chat got even more hyped. Take the king of Twitch streaming, for example. He commented that usually, hearing stuff like that would really piss him off. But for some reason, he was not annoyed at all. Thanks to that one line from Kang Jin Hyuk, the view count started skyrocketing. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk sensed a strange fluctuation of mana nearby. He furrowed his brows, knowing that intruders had arrived. With that thought, he announced he was ending the stream, coldly ignoring the flood of comments screaming on the other side. The black-cloaked army charged forward, casting spells to attack the stone soldiers. Immediately, hordes of skeletons and iron warriors appeared. They relentlessly lunged at the stone golems. As the two sides clashed with intense ferocity, Kang Jin Hyuk just stood to the side, enjoying the show. Watching the skeletons relentlessly bash the stone golems, he figured the demons had the upper hand over the cloaked army. Realizing the tide was turning in their favor, Cedric quickly ordered everyone to focus their power and wipe out the remaining stone soldiers. Just when they thought victory was within reach, a massive hail of stones came flying straight at the black-cloaked army. The one behind that rock shower was none other than Kang Jin Hyuk. Seeing him acting all high and mighty while helping the golems, the cloaked army decided to take him out in a heartbeat. Countless skeletons swarmed toward Kang Jin Hyuk. This was exactly what he wanted. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately activated his guardian star. You demons really think you can mess with a god? Not only could the skeletons and iron warriors not get near him, but they were also blasted back 10 feet by his power. The cloaked army frantically reported the situation to Cedric. Cedric puffed his cheeks in anger. He could see it perfectly well for himself. He had set up these bases specifically to control the immortal monsters as efficiently as possible. Base number 3 had already fallen. If base number 1 got taken down too, the entire network would be severed. Then the whole command system would collapse. Cedric sat there, brooding over his string of epic failures. On the other side, Kang Jin Hyuk was still wreaking havoc. After hitting the Moai battle statue with several flaming punches, he added a little taunt. "You are so slow. Do you really think you can catch me?" The giant rock was fuming, chasing Kang Jin Hyuk like a madman. Having successfully baited it, Kang Jin Hyuk ran straight toward the cloaked army. They watched in horror as he drew closer and closer. Everyone panicked, trying to block him. But before they could even move, Kang Jin Hyuk had already appeared behind them. Right as Kang Jin Hyuk appeared, the Moai statue delivered a devastating team-killing blow. It jumped high into the air, building up massive momentum, intending to crush Kang Jin Hyuk with a single stomp. But life is never that simple. The only ones getting crushed here were the black-cloaked soldiers. Along with 500 of their iron warrior buddies, one cloaked soldier could not help but scream out the update to Cedric. Base number 1 has been breached. If this keeps up, we will be completely surrounded. Cedric, who was busy grinding his teeth, had to take a second to yell back that the guy was a total moron. I can see that, I do not need a reminder. Finally, Cedric could not hold back any longer and screamed at the top of his lungs at Jin Hyuk. Looking at Kang Jin Hyuk in that mask, he's got to wonder what the hell this guy's problem is. Why does he always have to come around and ruin their payday? Cedric has no clue that underneath that sleek black mask is the face of the very man he's been dying to find. After Kang Jin Hyuk finishes shouting his challenge, Cedric wastes no time and activates the Pyramid Guardian. The man in the black cloak sees him prepping the move and tries to stop him. If Cedric blows all his mana on this skill now, he won't have anything left. It's solid advice, but Cedric isn't hearing any of it. Right now, all he sees is red. He's obsessed with Kang Jin Hyuk and that mask. He wants to pour every ounce of his power into sending Jin Hyuk straight to the afterlife. Guardians, awaken! Cedric only manages to get out 2 lines of the incantation before he's already huffing and puffing. He collapses to the ground, and the guy in the black cloak rushes over to ask if he's okay. Seeing his subordinate act so concerned, Cedric decides to let him show his loyalty in the worst way possible. He beckons him closer and then proceeds to suck the living soul right out of him. The man doesn't even have time to process the betrayal before he's turned into a shriveled-up corpse. Even as a dried-out husk, his survival instinct kicks in and he tries to fight back. Cedric just whispers coldly for him to be a good boy, telling him that resisting only makes the pain last longer. He tightens his grip, and a massive surge of life force flows into him. In an instant, the man in the black cloak is reduced to nothing but dust. Kang Jin Hyuk watches the whole thing in total shock. This old psycho actually just consumed one of his own men. Cedric couldn't care less about what anyone thinks. He's grinning like a complete lunatic. He finally has enough juice to summon his guardian army. That little warm-up is over. Now, the real nightmare begins. Hey, you in the cool black mask, get ready to play with Cedric and his undead squad. Cedric's army of popping and locking mummies starts twisting their bones into place. And let me tell you, the smell is absolutely putrid. You could probably smell these guys from 5,000 meters away. They launch themselves toward Jin Hyuk like a stinking hurricane. Cedric looks like a proud father standing behind his smelly kids. How do you like that? These are my strongest warriors, the mummy soldiers. His mummies can manipulate their bandages to be as hard as steel, making them perfect for both offense and defense. They are the ultimate immortal army. The old man was supposed to save them for the third-floor boss. But if he kills Jin Hyuk here, he can surely justify the loss later, right? Justify it? More like making excuses for being a weak old man. Seriously, he's desperate. Cedric flicks his tongue out and waves his skull-top staff in the air. Die. You masked piece of trash. Meanwhile, Melina and Li Ju are hiding out in a pine tree nearby, getting a front-row seat to the fight between the Red Devil Cedric and Jin Hyuk. Melina raises an eyebrow in approval. Jin Hyuk is playing the role of unknown perfectly. That masked kid has a lot more guts than she expected. It's been a long time since she's seen Cedric this triggered. Jin Hyuk really has zero respect for his elders. Li Ju, however, doesn't think having more balls than brains is a good thing. Sure, his plan to take down the base was clever at first, but staying around instead of making a run for it? That's just plain stupid. It looks like Jin Hyuk completely miscalculated the massive gap in power between him and his opponent. He probably saw a few skeletons and death knights and thought he could take the whole place. Huge mistake. Cedric's unique skill is way more of a headache than those things. Since things have already spiraled this far, there's no point in them jumping in and making it worse. Melina gives him a look of pure disdain. Suddenly, a massive explosion rings out, making her wonder what kind of circus act those two are putting on now. Memories of his training days suddenly come flooding back to Jin Hyuk. He remembers the old master stroking his beard and complimenting him, saying his 18-centimeter blade was incredibly sharp and powerful. But he was putting way too much raw strength into it, which caused his power to scatter. That was his fatal flaw. Look closely at the rope in my hand, the master had said. A real pro can take that same amount of strength and channel it to unleash explosive power from within. The old man whipped that rope around with moves that left Jin Hyuk speechless. It starts off as soft as a breeze, wrapping around everything. Then, when the timing is perfect, you strike with everything you've got. As the wind from the rope sweeps over him, Jin Hyuk has a sudden epiphany. The old man smiles and tells him to try applying that logic to his soul-chasing sword. And just like that, a piece of the soul-chasing sword dance is brought to life. Jin Hyuk was just playing around before, but now he's actually getting serious. As soon as he unleashes the skill, those mummy guys get blasted so hard, their clothes literally fly off. His proficiency with the soul-chasing sword is hitting the roof. and Jin Hyuk's power is reaching an absolute boiling point. Cedric grits his teeth and tries to hold his ground, his eyes bulging in pure disbelief. A mana vortex so powerful it's literally dragging in everything in its path? This is the first time the old man has ever seen something so terrifying. He's practically about to wet his pants. That insane vortex of mana sucks up all 500 mummies, sending them straight to the sky. Nothing nearby can withstand the pressure as everything gets dragged into the abyss. Soul-hunting sword dance 5th form. Soul-crushing destruction. Cedric grips his staff tightly, throwing up a heavy shield just in time to avoid being swallowed by the blast. Without even realizing it, the old man is drenched in sweat, desperately trying to keep his footing and stay upright. This kid. It hasn't even been 6 months since the Tower of Trials became a reality. How on earth did he get this terrifying amount of power? Well, we're not giving Cedric any more screen time. The skull atop the old man's staff begins to crack and then shatters into a million pieces. The moment the skull breaks, Cedric loses his grip on everything. I can't tank this, guys. The old man screams before being sucked into the vortex. He hits the ground hard, sprawled out like a mess. His hair was already white, but now it feels like he's going bald from the sheer stress. This is definitely taking years off his life. Shaking, the old man tries to push himself up, thinking that running away is the best strategy right now. If he doesn't leave now, he's actually going to bite the dust. He has to get out of here at any cost. He can't win this fight honestly, he doesn't stand a chance. The old man bellows for his mummy subordinates to come to his aid. Hurry up and stop Jin Hyuk, protect me while I get out of here. That's an order. But he forgot that his mummy buddies are all 6 feet under already. No one is left to save his skin. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk appears right behind him. Jin Hyuk looks down with disdain at the old man struggling to get back on his feet. What's wrong? You're acting just as pathetic as your disciple. You act all high and mighty until you're about to lose, and then you try to run away like a total loser. Then again, maybe he learned it from you? Jin Hyuk wondered if they were related in a past life or something because they're so similar. Then it clicks, he really did have a disciple who died at Jin Hyuk's hands. This masked guy, could he really be Kang Jin Hyuk? Knowing this massive secret right before kicking the bucket is a pretty good deal for Cedric. I guess he'll just have to take it to the grave. Jin Hyuk is happy to be recognized by a fan and tells the old man, "Make sure to say hello to your disciple for me when you get down there." Cedric is soaked in sweat, looking like he's lost all hope as he glares at Jin Hyuk. Since he's such a loyal fan, Jin Hyuk decides to give him a proper send-off. It's been cold lately, so kind-hearted Jin Hyuk lights a little fire for Cedric to warm his heart and chase away the chill in his soul. But oops, he accidentally made the fire a bit too big. Instead of warming him up, he's basically roasting him. Our main character is just something else. Jin Hyuk is a thoughtful man. He knows Alex must be lonely down in hell, so he's sending his master down to join him. They can catch up on old times. Alex must be bored, so why not send this old geezer to play with him? Cedric goes from an old man with white hair to a bald, charred skeleton. Talk about being extra crispy. The hooded group notices the summoned beasts becoming unstable and immediately goes on high alert. Could Lord Cedric have been defeated? Without the summons to protect them, the hooded group gets wiped out by the guards on the spot. Jin Hyuk stretches as he walks up the stairs. Heading toward the temple door, he realizes that acquiring the soul-crushing destruction skill at this level was a bit of a struggle. He wonders if he overdid it. He immediately buys 4 medium mana recovery potions to give himself a nice power boost. But if he hadn't come here, the losses would have been much worse. So he'll just have to push through. Jin Hyuk stops to pick up a shield lying at his feet. Did it fly all the way over here? He used to use shields a lot back in the day. Finders keepers, right? He's feeling a bit nostalgic. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk runs into the Blue Guardian, and the 4 Heavenly Kings enter the fray for another round. The 4 Heavenly Kings can't wait to start. They charge straight at Jin Hyuk. Tiny Jin Hyuk versus the 4 Heavenly Kings, who are as massive as colossal titans, the odds look terrible. Well, that's what anyone else would say. But for our MC, nothing is impossible. Jin Hyuk uses the shield to block their attacks, while casually mentioning how much he likes the 4 Heavenly Kings. He likes them because they don't talk much, so he doesn't want to waste time. He slashes a few times and tells them to hand over the key. "Themis, get out here. I'm getting a little tired." The 4 Heavenly Kings have never been threatened like this before. They're absolutely terrified. Their fragile and delicate giant bodies are completely smashed by Jin Hyuk. Even he's a bit confused, not remembering things going down quite like this. Meanwhile, the Tower of Enlightenment Stone is holding the Golden Lotus key and stabs it into its own body. Why stab yourself instead of the door? Is he the door? The screen notifies him that the main hall key is responding. Something on the other side of the gate has answered the call. A massive golden lotus clearly grown on a supersized scale sprouts from the body of the Tower of Enlightenment stone. Jin Hyuk raises an eyebrow. This guy has way more spirit than I expected, don't you think? From within a massive lotus flower, a figure covered in gold slowly emerges, radiating a calm and merciful aura while chanting a Buddhist prayer. Just like that, he's already calling out his big guns to go one-on-one with me. Jin Hyuk definitely didn't see this move coming. Now that the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara monster has appeared, if Jin Hyuk wants to hide in a corner and start praying, now's his last chance. The thousand-handed Avalokitesvara is incredibly interested in Jin Hyuk. It's been a long time since the four heavenly kings summoned him like this. I didn't expect anyone to make it this far, and actually threaten the key within the stone tower. Jin Hyuk just stands there with his chin up, looking cocky as hell. It's nothing special. I'm going to wipe out this floor's boss right here and now. Thousand-handed Avalokitesvara. I've got to hand it to you for that ego. You're actually quite impressive. He wasn't sure about anything else, but he had to admit, in all his years of existence, he'd never met someone with such a big mouth as Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk thought the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara was taking him for a joke, which got his blood boiling. He decided to issue a challenge to end this quickly. The thousand-handed Avalokitesvara was genuinely disappointed. He wanted to exchange a few more words of wisdom, but it seemed like Jin Hyuk wasn't in the mood. Jin Hyuk didn't have time for that. Stone statues just weren't his type. The thousand-handed Avalokitesvara laughed at Jin Hyuk's cute little display of stubbornness. Time is a magnificent gift from creation, you foolish mortal. So you should savor every second of it yourself. Because when the time comes for you to die, you're definitely going to miss these moments. The thousand-handed Avalokitesvara didn't make Jin Hyuk wait any longer, launching an attack straight at him. Jin Hyuk wasn't a pushover either, charging in for a head-on collision to keep things heated. Jin Hyuk's shield was already showing signs of cracking under the pressure of the attack. As expected, the power was absolutely terrifying. Trying to hold his ground will only drain his body of all its strength, but he has to endure it. He only gets one shot at this. Whether he likes it or not, he has to take it. This was the first time the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara had met a tough kid like Jin Hyuk, and he was loving every second. Young man, you've successfully sparked my interest. You truly are a fascinating individual. Wait, hold on. It feels like we accidentally swapped scripts with a CEO romance novel or something. Let's try that again. It was the first time the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara had met someone who could withstand his spiritual sonic blast. He's getting more fired up by the second. Since you blocked the sound wave, let's see you try to block my slash. I wonder if they'd end up as a couple if the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara actually managed to hit Jin Hyuk. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Jin Hyuk unleashed a freezing skill to show the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara what a brutal winter feels like. He froze those gold-plated spears of the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara solid. Even the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara was starting to realize that this guy wasn't going to be an easy meal. He'd thrown dozens of spears at him and hadn't landed a single hit. It was driving him crazy. You little brat. So you're using those filthy Western parlor tricks. Look, I get that you're a patriot, but you'd better watch your mouth. That kind of talk will get you banned for being toxic. The thousand-handed Avalokitesvara is definitely a guy with favorites, and once he hates you, he's coming for you with everything he's got. Case in point, our main man, Jin Hyuk. All he did was cool the place down a bit, and now he's labeled as some Western invader. What a headache. The thousand-handed Avalokitesvara used 6 of his hands, each forming a different seal. He even had the nerve to snatch away Jin Hyuk's cool shield. Where on earth did he learn how to be such a petty thief? Holding the shield in his hand, he was getting ready to lecture Jin Hyuk with 1,000 Buddhist sermons he probably found on social media. All that talk about the moral way of life. This arrogant deity was just about to start his speech when he suddenly felt a sharp sting in his hand. He turned around and saw, wait, it wasn't his subordinates, but Jin Hyuk's dagger. He didn't even realize when it had been driven straight into his middle arm. The thousand-handed Avalokitesvara completely lost his cool. He was absolutely livid. That damn brat and his little tricks. But this trick feels a bit different. It was actually starting to hurt. The dagger began glowing with a red energy that looked extremely dangerous. The thousand-handed Avalokitesvara raised his arm to check it. What are you trying to pull? Poison won't work on me. Since you asked, Jin Hyuk was more than happy to explain. That's called blood demon energy. Once you're wounded, that infection will just keep spreading. But the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara basically told him, I don't care. Cheap tricks like that won't affect him. At most, he'd just lose an arm. So what? The thousand-handed Avalokitesvara was so generous that he ripped his own arm off and tossed it to Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk just nodded along with him. Exactly. How is taking just one arm supposed to kill him? You know this won't work, right? After all, you've already tried this once before. But let me tell you something. I already got exactly what I wanted. The thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara is only just now starting to realize it. So Jin Hyuk was aiming for the arm with the gem from the very beginning? Jin Hyuk is combining the grimoire from the Fanta Rose Duchy. With the gem from the thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara, he managed to get his hands on the Lemiston book from the Golden Dawn Guild. Now, he's using his gluttonous eye skill. The condition to copy it. Spend 5 minutes using ice magic to humiliate the thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara. And while he's at it, he has to create a massive and flawless sculpture for him. On top of that, he has to wear a costume and play a specific song during the process. Jin Hyuk is stunned just reading the conditions. But what else can he do? A slave to the grind has to do what he has to do. He gives the thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara a serious warning for what's coming next. Look, I'm asking you as a favor. No matter what you see, don't ask any questions. Honestly, I hate this stupid crap as much as you do. When even the thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara starts cursing, you know he's absolutely fed up with Jin Hyuk. What the hell is this brat even trying to pull? Dun-dun-dun-dun, trumpets echo throughout the entire room. Our boy is just chilling, busy smoothing out his golden hair. It's looking silkier than a shampoo commercial. Just consider this a favor to me. Stay quiet, and don't ask anything, sweetie, because even I think this whole thing is dumb as hell. The more Jin Hyuk talks, the more the monster gets absolutely furious. Veins are popping all over his face, and his expression is twisted like a monkey's butt. Talk about an eyesore. Even a bodhisattva has his limits. Yet this guy has the nerve to play around right in front of him. He's got some massive balls. Suddenly, the monster's body emits a strange light, and those 6 hands start moving, just like a living statue. The thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara activates his mandala eye and lets out a furious roar. He's going to show Jin Hyuk what it's like to taste suffering, equivalent to 1,000,000 cycles of reincarnation. The light begins to gather into a spear, and of course, it's aimed right at our silky-haired golden boy, Jin Hyuk. What, you think I'm just going to stand here and die? He activates Glacial Barrier, and sharp shards of ice begin to stack up. Layer upon layer, it forms a shield as solid as a fortress, blocking every basic strike from the Bodhisattva. Guess what, babe? They call this the upgraded version of Glacial Freeze, the absolute best in the world. Maybe he's so embarrassed he's turning red. Because all this time, the monster's face has been a mix of pure terror and a twisted grimace. The people watching from the sidelines are jaw-dropped in disbelief. Watching every single strike from the thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara get shut down by Kang Jin Hyuk's ice barrier is just, damn, he looks so cool. Then there's Melina, who won't stop yapping for even a second. Is this guy seriously losing his mind? Why would he suddenly blast music while fighting the thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara? He's so handsome. There's no way he's actually crazy, right? And that glacial barrier earlier. Man, life is full of surprises. Unbelievable. And that golden hair, looking like a shampoo commercial. He probably bought that from the item exchange. While she's rambling on, Lee Ju-ho, standing right next to her, is totally annoyed. He stands up coldly, observing the drama for a moment. This kid is truly unpredictable. Well, he is the main character. After all, that unknown kid is our boy. After taking care of Cedric, he immediately pivots to face the thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara. The overwhelming power his opponent is showing is something you usually only see after clearing the 10th floor, as expected of a 3rd floor boss. But as for Jin Hyuk, our boy has clearly surpassed the limits of a normal human. Seeing him fight like that almost makes you feel bad for him. He doesn't stop for a single second. Melina is watching from above, absolutely terrified. She wonders if they jumped in to help. Could they even beat that Avalokiteshvara guy? Haha, fat chance. They're better off just giving up. With just the 2 of them, they wouldn't win if they fought until next year. If they were forced to fight, they'd at least need support from the Traw leadership. Now that doesn't sound right. They've been a duo of killers this whole time. And now he's asking for help? That's basically throwing away the reputation they worked so hard for. All that blood, sweat, and tears just gone. Man, I can't stand your narrow-mindedness. Wait, so this guy is willing to sacrifice his life just to protect his status? He's crazier than Kang Jin Hyuk. I might be cold, but I'm not stupid. I guess it's time to use this. A coin. Melina looks at it and smirks, sensing that something big is about to go down. Down below, Jin Hyuk is still locked in a fierce, high-stakes battle. Oh, look at that. When did he notice? Turns out the demons didn't just send Cedric here, Jin Hyuk. He kept using ice to block the attacks of the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara, but he left an opening because he got distracted by those two weird creatures hovering above. The opponent was lightning fast, and that one grazing blow was a huge wake-up call for our guy. Luckily, he managed to dodge a direct hit. Sorry about that, I had to take a second to reorganize my thoughts, so I wasn't really focused. But now that I am in the zone, you are dead meat, buddy. Fire element activated. As the magic book flipped open, glacial binding was triggered, sending sharp ice pillars flying forward with massive force. Things are getting intense now, let us go. On the other side, the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara was not about to back down. He swung his spear like a madman, neither side giving an inch. The whole fight was a non-stop loop of high-speed offense and defense. But since Kang Jin Hyuk is the main character, there was no way he was going to lose, even after all those heavy collisions. Suddenly, the opponent started talking trash, saying how pathetic Jin Hyuk was. He promised to show him true power as he activated the heavenly net. A massive barrier surged up, cutting off the outside world and trapping Jin Hyuk inside. This was now the Avalokitesvara's personal killing ground. How is our boy going to fight his way out of this? The opponent powered up, and now he has 8 arms ready to strike. Infinite heaven and earth. Beams of light started shooting everywhere, zigzagging through the entire space. They exploded instantly. The boss started acting smug, confidently asking him, "Where did all that confidence of yours go?" Jin Hyuk triggered glacial binding once again, turning the entire area into a frozen wasteland. The Avalokitesvara outside was fuming, his pride clearly wounded. He claimed that since this was his domain, resistance was futile. He followed up with the 8-leaf 1,000-armed strike. The boss activated the 10,000 strike spear, his face turning dark as thunder surged through his eyes. The giant held his scepter and began chanting, "In the name of the Buddha, let the goddess of mercy crush you." The ice shattered into a million pieces, and it was hard to believe anyone could survive that impact. After landing that devastating blow, a satisfied smirk crawled onto the Avalokitesvara's face. It was like Jin Hyuk was just a tiny mosquito to him, just another speck in his long life. But then, it only took a few seconds for Jin Hyuk's voice to ring out again. "Did not you say these little parlor tricks would not work a second time?" Wait, where is that voice coming from? Emerging from the thick clouds of dust, "Hello, baby." Jin Hyuk popped up, proving that he is way tougher than anyone expected. Glacial prison. The entire body of the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara was instantly frozen, reaching all the way up to the sky. "Man, it is heartbreaking because I heard you really hate ice magic." Now the big guy cannot even move a finger. Trapped inside a massive block of ice, all he could do was talk big. Jin Hyuk did not miss the chance to mock him. "You have reached this level of power and you still have such a stupid, biased hatred for ice. That self-centered attitude of yours is honestly on another level. So, I decided to mold this ice into a giant middle finger just for you, as a little souvenir. To put it bluntly, F you. Oh man, that has got to be infuriating. Boom boom. If you cannot win the fight, win the trash talk, you damn human." He threatened to cast Jin Hyuk into the deepest hell so he could taste true suffering. There was just one problem. He was currently the one stuck in a giant ice cube. Better luck in the next life. He even threatened to make Jin Hyuk reincarnate as a worm. Or a bug, over and over again. Does not that sound depressing? But while the boss was busy cursing him out, our guy had already finished the conditions for his copy skill. Successfully copied the S-rank unique skill, Mandala. Beginning analysis. S-rank Mandala, a skill that can be used by any player who has mastered Buddhist teachings. You can manifest weapons through mental cultivation and use this skill to predict exactly where your opponent will strike. He has officially saved it into the memory of the world. All right, it is my turn now. Stop wasting your breath screaming, Avalokitesvara. Jin Hyuk casually flipped his blonde hair. The opponent was in total shock. How? How does he have that skill? Kang Jin Hyuk activated Mandala, looking totally badass, standing next to that giant ice finger, successfully making the boss lose his mind. How could someone like him use the mandala that took the boss an eternity to create? Thanks a lot. I will make sure to put this to good use. Heh. Now, get lost. Jin Hyuk lightly lifted the massive ice finger and hurled it forward. It slammed into the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara. He tried to hold his ground at first, but after 2 seconds, he vanished into a cloud of smoke. You have leveled up. Jin Hyuk stood tall amidst the rubble of the shattered statue. He looked like a legendary hero, holding the golden lotus key while feeling as refreshed as a spring morning. Obtained the stone statue key, you can now summon the boss of the corresponding area regardless of the current progress. Currently, it can only be used on the 3rd floor. Man, I am exhausted. That guy was actually pretty legit. He really made my back and shoulders ache from all that work. It was even harder than when I played the game. I swear I have the worst luck. Dealing with that 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara just now probably made me lose 4 or 5 pounds. System update. Name, Kang Jin Hyuk. Gender, male. Age, 27. Level, 21. Strength, 13. Agility, 16. Vitality, 16. Mana, 70. 1. Resistance, 100. Luck is at 10, though I don't feel lucky at all. Adaptability, 10. Unused skill points, 6. And so on. At this rate, I've got to use my skill points to boost my mana. Alright, mana increased from 71 to 77. Man, time to de-stress. Finally, getting a breather feels like the whole world is brightening up. I might need to get my hands on a mana replenishing book soon. I'm always running on empty. And yeah, there are plenty of other headaches too. Nothing in life comes for free, right? The environment in the Tower of Trials is, well, it's a bit special. Actually, scratch that. It's very special. There are rows of monsters just waiting to welcome you, and when night falls, the temperature drops like crazy. At the same time, the aggression and attack power of those monsters skyrocket anywhere from 10 to 1,000 times. That's why players usually bail out of the tower and head home to sleep once it gets dark. The rest of them stop hunting and try to find a safe spot under the shimmering starlit sky. Listen to that sizzle. These giant shrimp are rare catches from the river near the temple. On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, they're just like lobsters, absolutely mouth-watering. I'm gonna crush 2 of these bad boys to satisfy my cravings. Jin Hyuk is just vibing and eating, completely oblivious to the world. It's been forever since I tasted something like lobster. Where else could you find this? Pure bliss. I definitely need to copy some cooking skills later, but just as he's enjoying his meal, Melina and Li Ju suddenly show up. Talk about ruining a good meal. Are they here for a free handout or what? They want to stay until the sun comes up. They're claiming they couldn't make it out before sunset. What a lame excuse. With his permission, the two exchange a smug look and sit down. One look at their faces and you know they're up to something, but they greet him politely. Luckily, Jin Hyuk isn't a cheapskate. After some small talk, he shares a shrimp and some soup with them. Turning that down would be straight up stupid. Melina is practically drooling. She's about to reach for it when Li Ju stops her. She's thinking, "You idiot." He says they were warned never to touch food from strangers. Plus, he's hiding his face, which makes it even more suspicious. Ouch, that hurts. This mask is the latest trend, you know? If it makes you too uncomfortable, I can totally take it off. Since we need to warm our hearts a bit, why don't we play a game for the mask? It seems both sides are pretty curious about each other. They'll each get to ask 3 questions. If they answer all of his, taking off the mask won't be a problem. Li Ju thinks it sounds good. Lying isn't an issue for him as long as they can get through 3 questions. Who knows what Jin Hyuk is plotting, but they don't see any downside. They look at each other and agree. Fine. So, they'll flip a coin to see who goes first. She picks heads, and yep, it lands on heads. She gets the first question. Seriously? Does she really think a former pro gamer like me won't notice these mana tricks? That's the coin of Caligula. If you pick a target and channel mana into it for 5 minutes, you can eventually control their thoughts. She figures if she asks for his name or organization, he might not answer. So, she asks who he came here with. Now that's a smart move. Taking care of myself is hard enough. Carrying 2 people would break my back. She's clearly trying to identify any hidden variables. Since I came alone anyway, I'll just tell the truth. Now it's my turn. It looks like you 2 are eyeing the boss as well. But why are you just sitting there watching? You saw me conquer it, yet you're still waiting for the right moment to enter the temple. That place is notoriously dangerous, so caution is expected. But tell me, Masked Man, what's your reason for climbing the Tower of Trials? Like, is it for money, fame, or something else? Kang Jin Hyuk senses they might be willing to compromise if he agrees to their terms. But he isn't even sure what he wants yet. If I tell you, will you make it happen? Please, when it comes to skills, these two aren't lacking at all. If you want, we can give you much more than you think. Li Ju chuckles at that. The conversation is going smoothly and casually. Now for the final question. If you two can answer it, I'll take off the mask. Final question. Does the Demon-Human Association really think two nobodies like you can take me on? The way he's holding that torch looks pretty dangerous. Melina smirks. Of course, he already knew their identities. You can tell just by looking at him how insanely strong he is. I mean, he took down the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara all by himself, and that thing is top tier. Looks like you have pushed yourself way too hard, and ended up weak. So honestly, we do not even need both of us here. This coin alone will do the trick. Wow, these two are freaking delusional. Did they really think the main lead would be such a pushover? What a huge surprise. Absolutely nothing happens. Li Ju is left speechless while Jin Hyuk just stands there with a smug smirk. In reality, Caligula's coin is perfectly fine. The girl is just so pathetic that she could not even channel any mana into it. The system activates Anubis's judgment, reducing all stat points by 50% and restricting skill usage for 1 minute. Li Ju is panicking now, and panic leads to an easy loss. He cannot even pull off his backup plan. The deities of the shrine are highly pleased with your devotion and have chosen those who must face Anubis's judgment. You have been designated to face the great general under heaven. You have been designated to face the great general under earth. Massive stone pillars begin to rise one after another, leaving the two of them shaking in their boots. Having never encountered this before, Li Ju suddenly realizes that the food from earlier was not just for eating. It was an offering for the guardian deity's shrine to wake him up. The great general has activated the no entry, no exit skill. Li Ju is still being stubborn, thinking everything is over once I die. But he forgot the initial warning. I told him not to move a single muscle. The great general under heaven has activated the divine punishment of 100 realms skill. This fight is not even intense because it is obvious who is the predator and who is the prey. Old man Li Ju is getting thrashed to a pulp by the great general under earth, taking every hit straight to the face. He is flailing his arms, desperately screaming for help. Amidst the rage and the loving blow about to land, I freaking told you not to move. The power is unleashed, and Li Ju's life is officially over. A massive fist slams down, crushing him like a cockroach into a bloody mess. His cool glasses are history now, shattered into dust. The direct hit to his body makes the ground tremble and crack into a million pieces. Seeing her teammate completely beyond saving, Melina is absolutely losing her mind. Her eyes well up with tears, and she is sweating buckets, whimpering in pure terror. Damn it! I told you we should have run away from the start. She is shaking like a leaf. Right behind her stands the great general under earth, ready to finish her off, but then Jin Hyuk steps out looking like a total boss in his black mask. He drops a few quick words, and the general obeys him instantly. He coolly speaks up. Since it seems we are already somewhat acquainted, how about we have a little chat? Jin Hyuk's eyes glow with a terrifying red light as his eye technique is activated. Melina feels a chill run down her spine, but the skill fails due to the level gap. Jin Hyuk is fuming and curses under his breath. Damn it. My luck stat really is not working this time. This sucks. He turns to Melina and says, I hope you will be honest and answer everything I am about to ask. I already know you are demonic humans, but I have not figured out your motives yet. Humanity is going to go extinct if we cannot climb this tower, so why the hell are you trying to stop us? Just as Melina is about to spill the beans like a good little girl, that bastard Li Ju, who was just beaten to a pulp, starts screaming. Shut the hell up. Don't you dare tell him anything. Never. Before he can even finish his sentence, a thunderous loving punch lands on Li Ju, sending him to meet his maker before he can even blink. Witnessing the scene, Melina collapses in terror, nearly peeing her pants right then and there. And just like that, the disobedient child has been put to sleep permanently. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Hyuk hits her with some psychological warfare. While your loyalty is quite commendable, you really need to know when and where to use it. My rule is never to spare anyone who wants me dead. But if they give me useful intel, I might just let them live. Holy hell. Hearing that makes Melina feel a massive weight lift off her shoulders. Being saved when your life is hanging by a thread feels incredible. With a look of fake innocence, she asks, You are really going to spare my life? Jin Hyuk begins his masterclass psychological manipulation. I mean, internal info is incredibly valuable, right? But is it more valuable than your own life? Terrified out of her mind by the threat, she starts spilling everything without holding back. I do not know the exact name of the person who sent us to kill you, but we call him Lancelot. There are 11 others besides him, but I do not know much since I am only in the assassination squad. The higher-ups said that if we collect all 12 cursed holy artifacts, we can survive even if every last human on Earth drops dead, and we will receive a massive reward on top of that. Other than that, I do not know anything else. After realizing she is telling the truth, Jin Hyuk is pretty shocked, but also quite satisfied. Looks like this is as much as I can squeeze out of her. Lancelot and the 12 cursed holy artifacts. I get it now. Holy crap, they are even crazier than I thought. So the goal of the demonic humans is to summon the Demon King. His eyes gleam with a raw, burning ambition. He flashes a faint smirk before finally pulling off his mask. I seriously wonder how those bastards manage to survive even if the rest of humanity goes extinct. From now on, I need to factor this into my plans as well. Jin Hyuk turns to look at Melina, who is still kneeling as obediently as a puppy. Thanks for giving me such useful information. You have been a massive help. Melina thinks she is finally scotangent-free and gets ready to bolt, but Jin Hyuk scares the life out of her. She asks, "Can I leave now?" Jin Hyuk snaps back, "You are not going anywhere." She freezes instantly, then descends into a frantic, desperate scream. "But you said you would let me live. You promised that if I told you everything I knew, you would let me go." Jin Hyuk walks toward Melina with a cold expression and a voice that sounds incredibly slimy. "Do not worry. I intend to keep my promise. You little vermin, but first, you have to sign this contract." With a sinister grin, Jin Hyuk gently summons the contract of agony. "From this moment on, you must obey every single thing I say." Hearing this, Melina can no longer hide her absolute terror. Drenched in sweat, she gnashes her teeth in pure fright. Oh God, a contract? Wait, I guess this is still better than dying 100 deaths, as long as I get to stay alive. Then, enveloped in the blinding light of the contract, she faints. The next day arrives with clear blue skies and bright sunshine. Standing among the towering green bamboo, Jin Hyuk excitedly posts an announcement with a headline more dramatic than a soap opera. He announces that he will not be live streaming the attack on the Floor 3 boss. He will just post a video later for anyone who cares to watch. Comments on the post start blowing up instantly. Look at that, he actually announced the challenge. I wonder how he will spin it if he fails. This is getting interesting. Jin Hyuk looks at the flood of comments with pure delight. They are probably fuming since I said I would stream it. He continues walking at a leisurely pace. Soon, a peaceful little village appears before him. He gently pulls out the lithic key and unlocks the barrier. Instantly, everything shifts. The village scenery vanishes, and a massive tower appears before his eyes. The Floor 3 boss is answering Jin Hyuk's call. A path gradually opens up, and stepping through the transparent barrier are several giant soldiers. Each warrior carries a shield and wears armor that looks incredibly high-end. Inside, a man with long, flowing hair sits sipping from a wine cup. Who dares to disturb my rest? The Floor 3 boss, Mu-on, appears before Jin Hyuk, causing his gluttonous eyes to be completely neutralized. Mu-han sits casually sipping wine on the stone nose of a giant soldier. Even though countless humans have challenged my legion, you are the first to ever use a key to summon me. Where is your army? Considering he has an army of roughly 100,000 stone warriors, asking this is like rubbing salt in Jin Hyuk's wound. He just gives a slight smile and immediately summons the first chessboard, along with 2,851 magic-infused chess pieces. Mu-han looks at them and lets out a mocking laugh. What a unique idea. I will give you that. With these toys, you could certainly be considered a one-man army. But what do you plan to do with these tiny things? The real show starts at the finale. Jin Hyuk casts an enlargement spell on all 2,851 chess pieces. Instantly, the pieces transform into men and horses, creating a brilliant and battle-hungry army. Even Mu-han has to catch his breath. I must admit, you are different from the other humans who came before you. Now, 2,851 giant warriors stand ready to crush Mu-han's stone soldiers. Even though old man Jung-gu is getting on in years and feeling weak, he is still being as obedient as a dog, sitting there carving chess pieces. His eyes, dark like a panda's, look over at Yuri. Miss Yuri, how many more of these do we have to make? My joints are about to fall apart. Hana has a sour expression and is grinding her teeth, but she still speaks with a forced, loving tone of endurance. At least give us a number so we know how much longer this is going to take. Why did he suddenly force us to do this? This is total elder abuse. While the old man looks miserable and the girl looks like she wants to punch someone, Yuri remains completely stone-faced. She replies, "Sir, we do not have time to complain. There are over 2,000 of these things. If we upset that little devil Jin Hyuk, he will pack us into a box and get rid of us. It is best if we show him that we are always on his side and supporting his army." Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk is acting incredibly sweet toward Mu Honorable. Getting praised by Mu Han makes him giddy, and he puts on a totally fake, sucking-up face. "You actually acknowledge me? I am not kidding. Getting recognition from a boss is a truly wonderful thing. This floor 3 boss is acting like he is on top of the world already, but he is not worth a single dime." He draws his weapon, hops on his mount, and charges forward with a smug look on his face. "Damn it, Mu Han. Hearing that makes my blood boil. I thought he was a fan, but turns out he is just a total hater. Oh my god. What did you just say?" Jin Hyuk is really adding fuel to the fire with that sick burn. Is he just begging for a beatdown? Or what? You beat a few weaklings and suddenly think you are hot stuff? This is exactly why you are stuck on the 3rd floor forever. You are not nearly strong enough to climb higher. Each floor boss acts as a guardian while trying to exert their influence over their domain. They can also climb the tower to gain more power, just like the challengers do. Against all expectations, Mu Han does not get mad. Instead, he bursts out laughing. He is acting all jolly just to get under Jin Hyuk's skin and drive him crazy. What a thick-skinned bastard. You really think I am not strong enough to reach the 4th floor, you little brat? Man, he is getting on my nerves, but Jin Hyuk tries to keep his cool. Just as I thought, you were just some newbie who is permanently stuck on the 3rd floor. Mu Han calmly throws a jab right back where it hurts. If you want to keep talking trash, be my guest. You think you are cool, huh? I bet provoking your opponent like that is all part of your little plan. However, let me show you the massive world of difference between our power levels. Mu Han immediately orders the first unit to advance. Their footsteps shake the very ground as they swarm forward. Every single one of them is massive and built like a tank. Watching that huge army thunder toward him, Jin Hyuk thinks to himself, "Damn, 1,000 vanguards. He must be trying to test my counterattacking abilities." He does not back down for a second and launches a counterattack immediately. Pawns on both ends move up 3 steps, and the entire front line sets up a defensive formation. Mu Han's stone soldiers unleash a hail of darts, flying straight for Jin Hyuk. He shouts at the top of his lungs, "Hold the line. Everyone, shields up and form a solid wall." The pawns charge forward to counterattack while the front row maintains the shield wall. Jin Hyuk also urgently gives the command to open fire. The pieces in his hand immediately aim their divine crossbows and open fire. The rooks bombard the enemy relentlessly, sending a barrage of arrows straight into their ranks. Mu Han unexpectedly smashes through the shields in the blink of an eye. The stone soldiers do not back down either, immediately activating a fire attack that turns the entire sky a blazing red. Looking at the absolute chaos unfolding before him, Mu Han is loving every second of it. He has wiped out 1,000 vanguards already. Great job, sweetie. Seeing his first unit get completely annihilated, Mu Han immediately orders his 2nd and 3rd units to advance. The bishops thunder forward as well. Jin Hyuk has a real headache now. He sends 100 knights to strike the enemy's flank, boosting their damage to 200% to get them fired up. Jin Hyuk does not hesitate for a second, shouting as he charges forward, looking cool as hell. "We are going to crush the enemy in the blink of an eye." Damn it. The stone soldiers did not even have a chance to catch their breath before Jin Hyuk's knights swarmed them and beat them to a pulp. He charges straight into them, sending quite a few bishops to meet their maker. Seeing his troops dropping like flies, Mu Han is starting to get really salty. He is actually a pretty decent commander. His offense and defense are seamless, and his timing is perfect. But wait, what is with that opening right on his flank? It looks almost too good to be true. It is exactly like a poisoned apple. Mu Han gets a bit nervous and immediately activates his weakness detection skill. Every single critical weakness is exposed. Mu Han is thrilled. Exactly. If I can just take out the king, the rest of them will fall like dominoes. His eyes light up with joy as he lets out a wicked laugh. This is incredibly bold. I was wondering why he would make such a rookie mistake, something even a total idiot would not do. But that is not it at all. He is practically daring me to come at him if I have the guts. He is so excited he is completely throwing caution to the wind. He eagerly orders his scouts to advance immediately. Their target is Alice, standing in the middle of the board with her shining crown. Seeing Mu Han deploy more troops, Jin Hyuk is totally caught off guard. Their strength is around 3,000, covering 15 square meters. He is going to aim right for the base the moment he sees an opening. Seeing through the play, Jin Hyuk shouts out, completely ignoring his own defensive lines. Even though he is outnumbered by 3,000 troops, he knows full well this is a trap to lure him into attacking the king by intentionally creating a gap in the defense. Jin Hyuk's army springs into action. Muhan sends his massive, hulking units to the front. They are taller than any bishop on the field, wielding massive stone hammers that deal insane amounts of damage. Below them, Jin Hyuk's forces continue to rain down fire attacks relentlessly on the enemy army. Even bigger than Muhan himself, this guy just keeps bringing out these massive stone soldiers. He grabs those giant guards with one hand like they are nothing. Next to Muhan statues, Jin Hyuk looks like a tiny ant. They clutch the pieces tight and hurl them straight at Jin Hyuk's side of the board, causing some absolutely brutal impacts. But they recover instantly and surround the king. They are swinging massive axes and hammers crackling with terrifying lightning. Every single one of them is aiming for the tiny king standing right in front of them. Seeing this, Muhan is absolutely thrilled. A satisfied smirk creeps across his face as he watches the king prepare to meet his end. He is loving every second of this. This is it. The end. Jin Hyuk spurs his horse and charges straight into the heart of the enemy. Muhan sends out his generals and soldiers to intercept Jin Hyuk. As Jin Hyuk draws near, Muhan starts trash-talking. Did you really think you could make it all the way here with such a pathetic little squad? He even gives Jin Hyuk some fake praise. Jin Hyuk just laughs it off and asks why the guy is babbling so much. He knew all along that Muhan had intentionally left a path open for him. Muhan's smile vanishes instantly. He is starting to have doubts. Did Jin Hyuk actually know this was a trap? Muhan stands up, deciding it does not matter either way. He points a finger, mocking Jin Hyuk for trusting that frail little toothpick Alice with the crown. Since he rushed here with such a tiny force, Muhan decides he does not have high expectations for Jin Hyuk anymore. Muhan reaches out, his eyes sparking with electricity. An ancient symbol appears under his palm, and suddenly, the battlefield changes. Two more stone demons, David and Virajaza, appear. The three-headed Virajaza laughs and asks David, "Is there really no one better in this mortal world?" David strokes his chin and replies, "I have not seen a single person with even remotely decent body proportions." Meanwhile, Muhan's face twists into a scowl. He looks at Jin Hyuk and wonders, "Is this guy insane?" Jin Hyuk is just smiling as he charges forward. Muhan cannot wrap his head around why Jin Hyuk is still grinning in a situation like this. Let us rewind to right before the battle. Alice was looking pretty worried, constantly asking Jin Hyuk if he would be okay on his own. Jin Hyuk just teased her, asking, "Are you actually worried about me?" Alice glares at him but admits it is only because Muhan is the boss of the third floor. Jin Hyuk keeps poking fun at her. He says it is the first time he has ever heard her praise someone so much. He asks her if that Muhan guy is actually stronger than she is. That is all it takes for Jin Hyuk to trigger Alice's legendary temper. She throws her hands on her hips. She points right at him, asking how he dares to compare a noble lady of the night like herself to a bunch of blockheads like them. She starts venting, saying things would be very different if she had not been locked up in that cramped space. Suddenly, Alice stops herself. Why am I even bothering to compare? I need to stop this and quit complaining. Jin Hyuk takes the chance to push further, asking if he can really count on her to handle everything here. Alice flips her confidence switch to maximum. Of course you can. Even in this state, taking down 10,000 of those stone-headed idiots is as easy as a walk in the park. Now, back to the present. A massive swarm of stone demons lunges at Alice from all sides. Jin Hyuk smirks to himself, knowing someone is about to get absolutely furious. And it is all because of what she just said. Alice activates her blood spear, summoning a small, glowing sphere of blood. It hovers in her palm as dozens of small, needle-like blood spears form all around her, glowing a deep red. She waves her hand, cursing the stone soldiers like they are nothing but filthy little flies. How dare they even think of touching her head? Right after she snaps at them, the blood spears explode outward, flying toward the enemy and skewering them where they stand. Some of them are literally blown to pieces. Alice then flies high into the air, summoning a massive crimson orb. All those blood spears merge together as she activates blood explosion. She looks down at the stone army with cold, murderous eyes. She tells them all to drop dead right now and hurls the massive orb downward, triggering a colossal explosion. The blast completely shatters the stone army into dust. When the smoke clears, Alice lands gracefully on top of the rubble. Muhan is absolutely fuming after seeing that. He cannot believe his eyes. How could a puny little girl like that possess such overwhelming power? Jin Hyuk approaches with his weapon ready and speaks up. He tells Muhan his biggest mistake was letting Jin Hyuk get this close, and being so sure that his vanguard could ever defeat Jin Hyuk Queen. Jin Hyuk activates Blood Demon Chi. A dark red and black aura starts swirling around his weapon. Immediately after, the black leaf attribute begins reacting with the Blood Demon Chi. The tip of his weapon starts glowing with a purple mist. Right then, Jin Hyuk acquires a brand new attribute, Mental Breakdown. This means he will deal constant damage, and any target he hits will lose the ability to tell their friends from their enemies. The Lone Wolf Blade. Jin Hyuk hurls the weapon straight at the Stone Legion. They are immediately hit by the aura radiating from the blade, their eyes glowing a sinister purple, and even the three-headed stone demon Virajaksa is not spared. His body trembles as he clasps his hands, muttering that he never liked those guys from the very beginning. Standing nearby, David is completely lost, wondering what on earth Virajaksa is rambling about. Suddenly, Virajaksa snaps his head toward David with pure hostility, growling that he can no longer stand that pretty boy with the bulging muscles. He thrusts his hand right into David's face. It is not just Virajaksa. The entire stone army is now suffering from the mental collapse debuff. They begin to see each other as mortal enemies, descending into a chaotic brawl. Muhan watches in bitter disbelief as his own army tears itself apart. The scene is pure carnage, with stone soldiers falling left and right. The brilliant strategy he painstakingly laid out has been utterly demolished. Muhan is on the verge of a mental breakdown, clutching his head in total despair. He cannot wrap his mind around the fact that his army and his tactics were destroyed by a single human. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk shouts out to him, "Hey, you monster!" The shout makes him jump out of his skin. Jin Hyuk mocks him, telling him not to look so panicked, or he will start looking pathetic. Jin Hyuk immediately activates his glacial spike ability, causing massive, jagged shards of ice to erupt from the ground, though Muhan's commanders manage to dodge just in time. Seeing the ice spikes nearly impale him, Muhan's face contorts in pure terror. Noticing Muhan trying to tuck tail and run, Jin Hyuk raises his frost bow and aims right at him. Muhan smashes through the ice to create an escape path while screaming to his troops, "Stop Jin Hyuk at all costs." Jin Hyuk fires a shot directly into the gut of a giant commander standing near Muhan, forcing the beast to stumble and brace itself against the ground. The impact is so violent that the surrounding soldiers and horses are sent flying, shattering into pieces. Jin Hyuk leaps into the air, activating his mandala technique. In his hands, he holds both the frostbow and an arrow glowing with brilliant golden power. He speaks with absolute authority. This habit of Muhan's abandoning everything and throwing his subordinates under the bus when he is cornered really has not changed in 1,000 years. The system notifies Jin Hyuk that glacial spike and mandala are resonating with each other. Aiming his bow at Muhan, he lets out a roar, "Checkmate." The arrow streaks forward. A commander tries to block it with his arm, but the shaft punches right through and pierces Muhan's neck, making him let out a blood-curdling scream. Intense light bursts from Muhan's eyes and mouth as he begins to transform into a massive, ornate key. It floats up toward a giant gate high above, which is decorated with a snowflake pattern. The system flashes a notification. The floor, 3 boss, Muon, has been defeated. Watching from the sidelines, Alice gives a satisfied smile. The system continues to update, announcing that the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials is now open. The time remaining to conquer the next floor is 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and looking at the countdown, everyone feels a mix of excitement and genuine shock. Surveying the ruins before him, the 3rd floor has officially been cleared. Jin Hyuk stares at the remaining time for a moment, looking a bit dazed. Jin Hyuk checks the system, and a flood of level-up notifications fills his screen. He dumps all his stat points into mana and then heads off, eager to claim his loot. He stops dead in his tracks when he sees the treasure dropped after the boss kill. Items can be identified by their color. Usually, anything from floor 10 or below is red, which is the lowest grade. But why is there an orange chest here? He clasps his hands and grins like a maniac, realizing this must be the effect of his Monopoly skill. It ensures his rewards are maximized when he plays solo. The chest swings open, and a long list of rewards appears one after another. You have received a pink diamond. You have received a top priority ticket. You have received a soft sword. You have received natural water. You have received a seed chest. You have received fire-spitting nails. Suddenly, a very special reward catches Jin Hyuk's eye, the Eclipse Stone. He thinks to himself that, The monopoly effect is absolutely broken. Clutching the eclipse stone, he is filled with pure hype and a healthy dose of narcissism. With this in his hands, he is certain that when he crushes the 4th floor, he is going to rack up a legendary score. Alice watches this display, and her expression is full of judgment. She can never quite get used to that arrogant face of his. Still, she cannot help but smile, thinking to herself that Jin Hyuk is truly a hopeless case. Switching to the meeting room, Patrick rubs his forehead and sighs in amazement, saying he can't believe Jin Hyuk actually pulled it off, and doing it solo is just insane. Patrick laughs out loud, declaring that they are witnessing the birth of a true hero. Maria lets out a sigh of relief because they have just bought themselves 90 extra days before they have to tackle the next floor. They need to use this time to prepare even more carefully, but Tenwei does not seem to share that sentiment. Tenwei scowled, barking out, "Why the hell should I be grateful?" He jumped up and called them both total idiots, convinced that these attacks weren't doing them any favors at all. In fact, he was certain that Jin Hyuk was just going to swoop in and steal all their views. Teresa fired back instantly, demanding to know what Tenwei was playing at. This time, she was the one getting fired up, defending Jin Hyuk and reminding Tenwei that because they kept failing their raids, they were this close to having to join forces with those demonic bastards. It was thanks to Jin Hyuk that humanity gained another 90 days without having to rely on those monsters for anything. Teresa was absolutely livid that Tenwei could be so ungrateful, and so incredibly selfish toward the man who saved them when they were backed into a corner. She turned to Beck and Maria, pleading for them to say something, but seeing them both look down in silence left Teresa completely stunned. Her voice filled with disappointment as she asked, "Do you all really feel the same way as Tenwei?" When the room stayed dead, silent, Teresa felt utterly helpless. She made her decision on the spot, declaring that from this day on, she was resigning from this council. Maria spoke up in protest, urging Teresa to think twice. She had put in so much effort just to get Teresa a seat at this table. Patrick stepped in with a cold warning, reminding Teresa that this council wasn't some revolving door she could just walk out of whenever she pleased. He boasted that this was an elite organization, meant only for the very best to serve as the saviors of humanity. He warned her that if she left now, there would be no coming back, ever. He then asked her with a sneer, "Do you really trust Jin Hyuk that much?" Teresa didn't say a word as she marched straight for the exit. Grabbing the handle, she threw the door open and shot back, "I trust Jin Hyuk with my life." With that, she walked out and didn't look back. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was wandering along the coastline. After everything he'd been through lately, he was absolutely exhausted. He muttered to himself that since he was basically swimming in cash now, maybe he should treat himself to a luxury hotel. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was Yoon Hwa. He answered the call and asked if she'd been trying to reach him. He explained he couldn't pick up earlier because he was inside the tower. On the other end, Yoon Hwa started sobbing. Her grandfather isn't waking up. As soon as Jin Hyuk found out where she was, he rushed over there immediately. In his mind, things didn't add up. Yoon Hwa is known as the Atomic Fist, the granddaughter of the legendary martial arts master, Ju Chun-young. She stands at the very peak of the Korean martial arts world. This was the first time Jin Hyuk had ever seen someone as strong, cheerful, and optimistic as Yoon Hwa look so broken. When he arrived, he saw her face flushed red, eyes streaming with tears. Jin Hyuk immediately tried to comfort her. He told her to stop crying and tell him exactly what happened. Yoon Hwa began to recount the story, which hadn't started that long ago. It all began when the Tower of Trials first appeared. She asked if he remembered the Incheon riot. Jin Hyuk recalled that was around the time he and Hana were stuck in the labyrinth. Jin Hyuk nodded, saying he had seen the reports on the news. Yoon Hwa explained that her grandfather was there that day, even though he was the one who awakened right in the middle of the chaos. He successfully suppressed the monsters, but he was so severely injured that day that he never truly recovered. She added that his condition had taken a turn for the worse recently. Looking at the old man lying in the hospital bed, Jin Hyuk couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. So this was Ju Chun-young, the man once hailed as the strongest in all of South Korea. Jin Hyuk used his skill to read Ju Chun-young's status window. It showed he was 75 years old. He was level 5, with strength at 25, agility at 50, stamina at 38, mana at 7, and a vitality of 103. His unique skill was Formless Taiji. He also had the true Heavenly Flower mirroring art at level 13 and Refusal to Retreat at level 12. Jin Hyuk scrolled down to see the system requirements for copying Ju Chun-young's abilities. The system indicated he was almost certainly going to die. But if Jin Hyuk could save his life, he'd be allowed to copy one of his skills. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk grew suspicious. Was it really true that this old man had never stepped foot inside the tower? Just then, a group of doctors walked in and demanded to know what Yanhua was doing. They scolded her for her sudden actions. They mocked her, asking if she really brought a famous fighter here just to watch. A doctor with moss-green hair named Hyo Jin-soo glared at Jin Hyuk. He demanded to know Jin Hyuk's purpose for being there, claiming even an S-rank awakened couldn't do a damn thing in this situation. Jin Hyuk didn't back down, stating he had known Yanhua for a long time and just wanted to see if there was anything he could do to help. Hyo Jin-soo turned back to the old man, Ju Chun-young, and said he almost misunderstood Jin Hyuk because he was so on edge. He sarcastically remarked that he thought the famous Jin Hyuk might actually try to stick his nose into the world of medical treatment. Yunhua snapped at Hyo Jin-soo, telling him how desperate she had to be to bring Jin Hyuk all the way here. She pointed out that the people caring for her grandfather were supposed to be the best experts, yet he wasn't showing any signs of improvement. Hyo Jin-soo took off his glasses to wipe them, complaining that they were doing their best but lacked the time to study every single ailment. He blamed the Tower of Trials for creating conditions that were too severe for current medical science to handle. He asked for her understanding. Yeonhwa went silent for a moment and then softly apologized, admitting she had been too emotional. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk activated his Eye of Gluttony. Yeonhwa tried to lead him out so the doctors could focus on their work. But when he wouldn't budge, she called his name again. Jin Hyuk was absolutely fuming at this point. His blood was boiling after reading the true, malicious intentions of these doctors. This Hyo Jin-soo guy. The scumbag was just pretending to treat the patient. He wasn't doing anything at all. Seeing how these people were sucking the family dry made Jin Hyuk's skin crawl. Hyo Jin-soo pointed at Chun-young's arm and claimed his mirroring art was clashing with the mana from the tower. He lied, saying that was what caused the coma, and then started manipulating Yeonhwa. He suggested she pay for an experimental mana stone treatment they were supposedly researching. He warned her the materials were incredibly expensive. Yeonhwa didn't hesitate, saying she would sell her martial arts gym if she had to, just to get the money. As long as her grandfather got better, she didn't care. Having achieved his goal, Hyo Jin-soo flashed a wicked smirk. Jin Hyuk had seen enough. He spoke up, asking Hyo Jin-soo why he was filling Yeonhwa's head with such blatant, deceptive garbage. Caught off guard, the other doctors rushed over, aggressively accusing Jin Hyuk of insulting their profession. Hyo Jin-soo thought to himself that even if they were suspected, there was no way Jin Hyuk could track the 7 dummy accounts, or the Bitcoin wallet they were using. But then, Jin Hyuk loudly announced the exact details of the 7 accounts and Hyo Jin-soo's Bitcoin wallet. The doctor nearly jumped out of his skin. Yeonhwa looked on with a mix of confusion and growing anger as Jin Hyuk exposed the truth. Panicking, Hyo Jin-soo stammered that Jin Hyuk was lying and making baseless accusations, but through his Eye of Gluttony, Jin Hyuk could see they were terrified, wondering just how much he actually knew. He saw their hidden connections to a guild. They were linked to the Black Cloud Guild and even a tower resident. Jin Hyuk was genuinely shocked by what he found. What is going on? How could a resident of the tower be in contact with a human? Jin Hyuk never expected that old man Daok Pyo would be communicating with someone living here. In the eyes of the residents, humans are nothing but outsiders threatening the tower. What on earth are they thinking? While he was lost in thought, Cheon-deok-yong suddenly started convulsing on the bed and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His heart rate was going absolutely wild, like he just saw a supermodel. Seeing her grandfather spit up blood, Jeonhwa completely lost it. Petrified with fear, she screamed out. Seeing that things were going south, Jin-soo turned tail and tried to bolt. But hold on there, buddy. You think it is that easy to just walk away? Jeonhwa delivered a powerful kick right into the door in front of Jin-soo. Where did he think he was going? Running away like that clearly means he is hiding something. Jeonhwa gritted her teeth and warned him that if her grandfather did not make it, Jin-soo better have a coffin ready for himself right then and there. Jin Hyuk told Jeonhwa to chill for a second, saying the priority right now was treating Cheon-deok-yong, who was writhing in pain on the hospital bed. Seeing Jin Hyuk trying to calm the situation, Jin-soo thought he had an ally and immediately chimed in. He claimed he was just going to get some anti-seizure meds and asked why she was blowing up at him like that. He even had the nerve to say that thanks to them, Cheon-deok-yong's condition had not gotten even worse. God knows what this guy is on to be spouting such nonsense. It is like his family sells shamelessness pills and he has been overdosing on them. Jin Hyuk had lived through 27 years of life, but this was the first time he had met someone this delusional. Even after getting caught, he was still barking nonsense. He told Jianhua to give him a good kick so he would finally learn what fear feels like. Jinsu was about to take a hit to the mouth that would have shattered his teeth, but he fainted first. Jin Hyuk assessed Cheon Deokyung's condition as a severe case of mana blockage. A normal person would have been dead 7 times over by now. Luckily, the old man is far from normal and has managed to hang on for a long time. He could not let him die. Jin-soo watched in a daze as Jin Hyuk pulled out Alicia, his drug-induced haze completely vanishing. Jin Hyuk did not think he would recognize it. Maybe this guy is not just a complete fraud after all. He planned to save it for an absolute emergency. But this was Jianhua's grandfather. Someone he had known for a long time, but mostly, his capitalist instincts were just too strong. There was no way he would pass up the chance to copy a skill from someone as powerful as Cheon Deokyung. Jin Hyuk was not stupid enough to miss a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity like this. The moment the Alicia was poured, Cheon Deokyung absorbed it. The horrifying blue veins on his body vanished in an instant, and a healthy color returned to his skin. Seeing this, Jianhua was overjoyed, sobbing tears of happiness. The system announced that the copy conditions had been met. Jin Hyuk successfully copied the true Taecheong Hwarang mind technique. This was a cultivation method created by Cheon Deokyung that could absorb mana from the air. Once activated, the mana recovery speed increases by 30%, and it even keeps the body youthful. Jin-soo stared blankly, jaw-dropping as he saw Cheon Deokyung pass the critical point. Could Jin Hyuk really have saved Cheon Deokyung? Shaking like a leaf, he grabbed the door and tried to slip away with his 2 henchmen. They needed to get out of there fast. But not so fast, Jin Hyuk was not done with him yet. He gave him a kick to the butt, sending him sprawling on the floor. Damn it, you little pests. Let's have a talk, just between you and me. Jin Hyuk grabbed Jin-soo by the neck and threw him against the wall like a bag of trash. Jin-soo was still talking tough, even though his tail was tucked between his legs. Jin Hyuk did not really intend to kill him. He was not the type to take a life just because someone scammed some money. He would let him go if he returned all the stolen cash. Jin-soo thought he was a goner, so he could not believe he was being let off that easily. It felt too good to be true, so he had to ask again just to be sure. Jin Hyuk raised an eyebrow. Yeah, it is a pretty good deal, right? He would even put in a good word with Jianhua, so he would not have to worry about her. Jin-soo still could not believe he was getting off so lightly. Did he really want to settle this so easily? It was super suspicious. Seeing him hesitate, Jin Hyuk decided to speed things up. Did he want to die after all? While Jianhua received a notification that the money had been transferred, Jin-soo ran out of the hospital faster than a stray dog. Alice was curious, was Jin Hyuk really just going to let him go like that? It did not seem like him at all. Well, of course not. He told Alice to follow him and see who he was going to meet. He let him go on purpose. After all, you cannot squeeze much useful info out of a disposable pawn like him anyway. It is better to use him to find out where their home base is. Intrigued, Alice flew off to scout. Back in the room, Jin Hyuk asked Jianhua for a few minutes alone. He needed to confirm if the Alicia had been fully absorbed, but that was really just an excuse. The truth is, I already knew you were awake, John Jeong. Everyone else is gone. Rise and shine, old man. John Jeong slowly peeked one eye open. He really thought he had hidden it perfectly, but only Jin Hyuk noticed. Was his breathing really that sloppy? Jin Hyuk shook his head. No, it was actually flawless. It is just that nothing gets past me. John Jeong apologized, saying he did not mean to deceive everyone. Look, John Jeong, I totally get why you are being cautious around me. Some random guy shows up and cures a disease that no one else could touch. If I were you, I would be suspicious too. John Jeong paused, then burst out laughing. How are you so good at reading people's minds? You guessed exactly what I was thinking. You are so spot on that I do not even have anything left to say. Jin Hyuk sat down beside him and spoke humbly. I am just glad to see you are healthy. Jianhua was genuinely worried about you. She is usually never the type to ask for favors, but this time she actually called me. John Jeong suddenly got into a teasing mood. Oh, I see. So you are a friend of my granddaughter, huh? Enough small talk. Let us get down to business. There is something I need to ask you now that you are awake. John Jeong was more than happy to answer. Ask anything. I will answer what I can. After all, you are the one who saved my life. So, what exactly happened during that explosion? John Jeong reached up and touched the terrifying scar running across his body. It all happened while he was on his way to the conference. Suddenly, A massive purple rift, like a giant black hole, blocked the road. It just kept getting wider and wider. John Jong could not believe his eyes. Why on earth would something like this appear here? From within the rift, a swarm of monster spiders crawled out and started attacking civilians. John Jong acted quickly, blocking a strike for a bystander. He told the patrol officer to evacuate everyone quickly while he held the creatures back. Then, a guy with spiky pineapple hair, who looked like the leader of the pack, showed up arrogantly. He seemed thrilled to challenge John Jong. John Jong fought the monsters alone. He was holding his own against those giant beasts. But his real opponent was not these low-level monsters. It was that pineapple-haired guy and his lethal fists. He could not even land a hit. Instead, that spiky-haired freak left a massive scar right across John Jong's chest. He was 1 inch away from becoming the next Gojo Satoru. John Jong eventually passed out in agony from the massive blood loss. That was his last memory. He had never seen anyone move a blade that fast in his entire life. Jin Hyuk racked his brain, trying to find any acquaintance who fit that description. Long hair and traditional Eastern clothes. If the old man was telling the truth, it meant the Muram faction from the 21st floor had started making. Those bastards are the type who will use any dirty trick to get what they want. They were a huge pain in the neck for me, even back when I was just playing the game. Jin Hyuk could not figure out what kind of plan they had that required them to intervene personally like this. But first, he had to finish this late-night storytelling session. The person who attacked you was actually a resident of the tower. John Jung was hearing that term for the first time, resident of the tower. Jin Hyuk never expected them to step foot outside the tower. Things were getting way more complicated than he thought. However, John Jong did not seem to care about all that complicated stuff. He suddenly shifted the topic. You said you have known Jeonhwa for a long time, right? Jin Hyuk was being serious, but he was caught totally off guard by the change in subject. Before he could even process it, he nodded. John Jong laughed with pure satisfaction. In that case, just marry my granddaughter already. Jin Hyuk felt completely helpless. Just because I am handsome does not mean I am an easy catch, you know? Jeonhwa and I are not in that kind of relationship. John Jong sighed with regret. One thing he was sure of was that as he got older, his eye for judging people had become razor sharp, even if he did not want it to be. There is a saying that you need to spend at least 10,000 hours in a field to truly master it. He believed that was absolutely true. Jin Hyuk silently thought back to his 50,000 plus hours of game time. I guess that means you should be calling me master, huh? Just a few months after the tower appeared, the most highly rated people were the awakened, or those claiming to be experts, but Jin Hyuk was different. The old man did not quite know how to put it into words. It was like the kid had been forged in fire countless times. He could feel it. You know the bitter taste of both victory and defeat through immense hardship, and you have become incredibly seasoned after overcoming them all. Jin Hyuk felt a little smug after being praised like that, but he still had to play the humble guy role. That only made John Jong like him even more. But no matter how hard he tries, he just can't hide that natural chill vibe of his. Long story short, that is just how the guy rolls. Either way, the old man really wants to repay his savior. He asks Jin Hyuk if there is anything at all he desires. Maybe even his granddaughter? Of course, Jin Hyuk would never pass up help from the most powerful martial clan in South Korea. Jin Hyuk cautiously asks again, can he really get what he wants? John Jong lets out a hearty laugh and gives him a firm yes. A little later, Jin Hyuk steps out of the room and runs into Jeonhwa, who is waiting right by the door. She frantically asks about John Jong's condition. Jin Hyuk calms her down. He tells her Alicia has been absorbed, and her grandfather will make a full recovery in a few days. Jeonhwa breathes a massive sigh of relief. She wonders how she can ever repay him. Jin Hyuk smirks with a look that is 30% sleazy and 70% exactly like his old man. He tells her there is no need. Her old man has already shown more than enough gratitude. Inside the hospital room, John Jong is wearing a very happy smile. He stares out the window, but his smile looks a bit strange. He honestly never expected Jin Hyuk to ask for that specific item. Fast forward a bit, and Jin Hyuk is back at his penthouse. He is in a great mood, standing there and taking in the city lights at night. Having money is freaking awesome, especially when you are staying in such a pricey place. Jin Hyuk picks up the phone to call room service. He orders a massive feast and turns his room into a party. Jin Hyuk looks pretty fancy as he cuts a piece of steak and pops it in his mouth. Man, that flavor is incredible. It literally melts on his tongue. Jin Hyuk happily soaks in the atmosphere of a man with deep pockets. This is amazing. Just a few months ago, he had nothing to eat but instant noodles. Alice is sitting nearby with her legs crossed, giving him a look that could kill. You are really enjoying that food, aren't you? Right then, the evening news starts playing on the television. For tonight's segment, we have invited an expert on conquering the tower. Our guest today is a top-tier ranker from South Korea's strongest guild, Dan Gun. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Jang Un-seok. Un-seok begins sharing his secrets for climbing the tower. First, you have to be handsome weight, scratch that you have to have enough stamina to go 7 rounds a night. He explains there are 2 main ways to get stronger in the tower. The first is what everyone knows, leveling up yourself and your skills. The second way is by using coins. The host gasps in surprise. He means the currency that can only be used inside the tower? You bet your life he does. Being able to trade for top-tier items is one of the best ways to become a high-ranking player. While Un-seok is rambling on the TV, Jin Hyuk is just about finished devouring the mountain of food on his table. Man, even Alice is impressed by his eating speed. Once Jin Hyuk is stuffed, he goes to lie down, leaving Alice to sneak some of his expensive wine. Un-seok is still talking on the news. He says whoever conquers the 3rd floor will be granted the exclusive right to enter the 4th floor first. The 4th floor is a special dungeon with over 100 waves of monsters. The key to winning this floor is occupying a base and defending it until the very end. The problem is, if the players who enter fail to defend the base, the entire 4th floor will be sealed off for 20 days due to the high risk of casualties. If a floor is not conquered within 90 days, things get ugly. So, even someone like Unknown wouldn't be reckless enough to jump in. He believes the tower system has absolute power to enforce its rules. It doesn't care about karma or natural consequences, which means there is a high chance of human extinction if they fail. As the show ends, Un-seok flirts with the host's assistant before getting into his car to leave. Right at that moment, a notification pops up. The player Unknown has announced it requests all players planning to challenge the 4th floor to get ready immediately. The first wave of monsters will begin in 8 hours. After a struggle that was barely even a struggle, Jin Hyuk arrives at the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. Just a quick heads up, there are about 100 waves here, featuring all kinds of regular and You can fight them however you want, but players only have 2 real ways to stop these waves. The expert suggests either building thousands of defense towers or picking a base they can effectively defend. But for your average player, this is basically a suicide mission. Jin Hyuk is the very first person to step onto the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. The other players can only join in 20 minutes. Jin Hyuk feels like this place is just as gloomy as ever. Time is flying by like a stray dog on the run, and 20 minutes isn't much. Jin Hyuk needs to move his butt and be quick about it. He arrives at the Sangam World Cup Stadium, which looks more like a ruined Roman Colosseum. Jin Hyuk decides this is the spot. He activates a high-priority base card. Just like that, the stadium is claimed as his base. He is now playing the role of a hard-working farmer, sowing seeds. He plants 5 seeds of the sun and uses natural water to speed up the growth of the plants. 20% and counting, the starting point of the 4th floor is already crawling with some seriously dangerous thugs. They have gathered in massive numbers. Watching from a distance, Jin Hyuk realizes that these are all famous, top-tier guilds. Suddenly, a sweet voice calls out to him. Alice and Temin have arrived to greet Jin Hyuk. Along with them is the lovely and adorable Teresa. Both Alice and Temin are genuinely shocked to see her there. Jin Hyuk tells them to stay calm, explaining that he was the one who invited Teresa. He plays it off like it is just a simple hangout with the crew. The cameras are working overtime, capturing the shock of seeing Alice and Temin together. On top of that, South Korea's #1 idol has joined the fray. Jin Hyuk's team might be small, but every single member is high quality. He flashes a smile and asks if everyone is ready to go. Alice and Temin are already shaking in their boots before the fight even starts, terrified by the massive horde of zombies on this floor. Jin Hyuk couldn't care less, saying that the difficulty is what makes it fun. Besides, they have already claimed the stadium as their base. They freak out, asking if he has lost his mind. They start sobbing like babies, deeply regretting ever following this crazy guy. If they take that base, Temin calculates that they would need at least 100 defenders for a place that massive. Alice shouts in anger, reminding him that this is not a game. If they die here, they are gone for good, yet Jin Hyuk just stands there grinning. Teresa looks at them like, good grief, why are you guys making such a scene? Meanwhile, Temin is already used to Jin Hyuk's nonsense. Despite being an introvert, Teresa speaks up with a cool remark, saying that Jin Hyuk seems absolutely badass. Jin Hyuk tells everyone to relax, claiming a place like the stadium is the perfect spot for a hunting spree. But that only applies to someone like him, not the others. Teresa is still skeptical. It takes at least 5 people to defend a base, but their team currently only has 4 members. Temin and Alice look around and realize they really are short-handed. But this is light work for Jin Hyuk. He has already planned everything out. The final member will be here any second. Speak of the devil, the moment he says it, their 5th man shows up. But this guy does not seem very friendly at all. He is gripping his sword like he is ready to send Jin Hyuk straight to the afterlife. Deep in the desolate mountains, there is a man with a body that looks like total eye candy. Ju Sung is lost in his training until a notification pops up. It is an incredibly arrogant message. Get to the 4th floor starting point within 1 hour, now. Ju Sung is livid, feeling like he is not trained enough yet. Plus, there is no reason for him to follow Jin Hyuk's orders. So, Ju Sung keeps training, intending to ghost the message entirely. He tells himself he won't go. But then he sees Jin Hyuk's follow-up. If Ju Sung shows up, I will fight him with my left hand and right leg tied. But Ju Sung has wised up this time. Those words are clearly just a way to mock his pride. Jin Hyuk is such an annoying brat. If he falls for the bait this time, that guy will treat him like some naive rookie. Jin Hyuk acts like he is coaxing a grumpy wife, offering a final condition. I will even keep my eyes closed. Ju Sung tries to keep a cool head. He uses this rage as fuel for his future revenge. But Jin Hyuk knows exactly how to play him like a fiddle. He sends one last message. You chicken. That single word pierces through the deepest pride of a real man. Ju Sung swears to himself that he will take this guy out. And just like that, the 5-man squad is complete. Jin Hyuk invites Ju Sung to join the fun, having calculated everything. An elemental sword is an item that compensates for a warrior's weaknesses. It allows for long-range combat by infusing elemental magic into the weapon. Jin Hyuk already knows that Ju Sung managed to get his hands on one. Ju Sung wants to use his actions to prove he is no coward. Jin Hyuk tells him that acting tough is fine and all. But he asks, are you really planning to challenge me with that incomplete sword? Ju Sung's face is a total blank. He has no clue what Jin Hyuk is talking about. Basically, elemental swords are great, but they have to be whole. Only then can they reach their full potential. Coincidentally, a random box appearing on this floor contains the item needed to complete it. The elemental core is in there. Ju Sung thinks this guy is a total liar, since everyone knows random boxes are just a gamble. Who on earth could possibly know what is inside one? Jin Hyuk just says he likes taking the unconventional path. If he helps defend the base, Ju Sung gets the item to fix his sword and a chance to duel Jin Hyuk. Ju Sung finds the offer tempting. He says that item better show up in that random box. Jin Hyuk looks at him, knowing he has him right where he wants him. They finally have the minimum number of members for the base. Teresa is still a bit worried about having Ju Sung on the team. Jin Hyuk is confident the guy won't stab him in the back until he gets what he wants. He might look like a beast, but he is actually a bit of a softie on the inside. Alice brings out 2 swords and hands them to Jin Hyuk. Those are the twin dragon swords. Even though Jin Hyuk knew that artifacts from the past had enough mana to rival the holy relics of the Tower of Trials, seeing them in person is on a whole different level of awesome. Alice followed her grandfather's orders and delivered them both. This was his most prized possession, so she had no clue why he just handed over to Jin Hyuk. He replied with a smug look, maybe he just really admires my stellar personality. Attached to it was a tiny note that read, dowry. Jin Hyuk was totally speechless at the old man's ridiculous sense of humor. Eventually, they made it back to their beloved base. Yanhua looked around skeptically and asked, are we seriously supposed to defend this whole place with just 5 people? Yu Seung had to admit, Jin Hyuk's level of chill was next level. When it came to being unbothered, he was in a league of his own. Before they could even get settled in, a group of local thugs showed up at their doorstep. Jin Hyuk caught a glimpse of the symbols on one guy's sword and realized they looked awfully familiar. The guy stood right in front of him, acting all high and mighty, and sneered. So, you're the famous Kang Jin Hyuk? The kid looked a bit like a low-rent amateur, but he had a whole squad of dangerous-looking thugs backing him up. There was no mistaking those symbols on the sword. He was definitely a member of the Murim. Back on the 21st floor, they used to be known as the Black Cloud Society, but now they've rebranded themselves as the Triad Union. It looked like the residents were starting to expand their influence outside of the tower. Right then, a massive guy in dark shades pulled out a knife to threaten Jin Hyuk, barking. His lordship asked if you're Kang Jin Hyuk. Answer him, punk. He looked at the group and replied politely, yeah, that's me. The leader on the other side stepped forward and introduced himself as Nam Gung Hyun. Before he could say another word, Jin Hyuk cut him off. Look, I'm busy. If you're about to give me your whole life story, don't bother. I've already heard all about how pathetic and weak the Nam Gung clan is. Hearing that, the guy froze in total shock and stammered, "Wait, what did you just say?" Teresa had been listening the whole time, feeling completely lost. She wondered, what even is this Nam Gung clan? Do you two know each other? Teresa asked. Jin Hyuk explained, "Oh, I know them. The Nam Gung clan is one of the noble families from the Murim world on the 21st floor of the Tower of Trials. Even though they're supposed to be well-trained elites, they're mostly famous for being absolute hotheads who love to pick fights." Those words struck a nerve. Nam Gung Hyun was shaking with so much rage you'd think he had a fever. Jin Hyuk put on a mocking face and went full-on dramatic mode. "Do you even know who I am? I will wipe out your entire clan and all your relatives for insulting the Nam Gung family," the guy yelled. Jin Hyuk just sighed and told him to stop barking that nonsense. Jin Hyuk was seriously tired of dealing with these third-rate villains. "Does the Nam Gung clan even have any pride left to protect?" he taunted. Aside from the name, the Nam Gung family is absolutely nothing. That comment was a total critical hit, making Nam Gung Hyun's blood boil. Hatred flared up instantly. He screamed at Jin Hyuk, demanding to know how he dared to insult his beloved family. Here is the profile for our hot-headed friend. Name: Nam Gung Hyun. Gender: male. Age: 22. Level: 68. Strength: 36. Defense: 48. Stamina: 37. Magic: 35. Internal power: 85. Class: swordsman. Unique skill: one with the sword, along with several other abilities. The copy condition was to find all the Murim residents hiding within the Triad Union. Jin Hyuk was genuinely surprised by this. So there were other residents besides just Nam Gung Hyun. If they were just here to pick a fight, this was getting a bit out of hand. Teresa didn't know what to do, so she turned to Jin Hyuk for answers, but he stayed quiet in the face of this awkward situation. With a confident smirk, Jin Hyuk showed he didn't care what their goal was. Right now, his only mission was to copy Nam Gung Hyun's skills. The guy barked an order to his gang members to charge in and tear them limb from limb. These thugs charged forward with bloodlust in their eyes, but Jin Hyuk's team wasn't intimidated by anyone. Taemin called dibs on the buff woman on the left. Yeonhwa was buzzing with excitement. She was finally getting a chance to stretch her limbs. Taemin activated Machine King to summon his mechanical units. He looked incredibly badass sitting on his combat vehicle, escorted by a fleet of bizarre and unique machines. Yeonhwa activated No Retreat. As long as she didn't back down, all incoming damage was reduced by 15%. Teresa also swapped into her combat gear and joined the fray. She told the group she'd handle things from the rear. Even in this high-stakes moment, Yoo-sung still found time to talk smack, saying, "Every time I see Jin Hyuk's annoying face, the same thought pops into my head. He really does live his life without a single care for the consequences." Jin Hyuk told them he needed 3 minutes. He asked Yoo-sung if he could buy him that much time. Yoo-sung looked at the thugs and scoffed, "Don't sweat it. I can take all of them on my own." Spoken like a true leader. Teresa then activated Sanctuary and Battle Hymn, boosting everyone's stats by 5 points for the next 10 minutes. Now, that's what you call a top-tier teammate. This is awesome. Yeonhwa and Taemin both cheered in excitement. The gang members were greeted by dozens of mini-missiles. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the area, sending them flying in every direction. Yeonhwa put 100% of her power into her long, model-like legs, delivering a devastating kick to every single one of them. Don't you dare underestimate Teresa. She might look delicate, but once she picks up a sword, she can take down a dozen opponents easily. Even the bystanders watching the chaos unfold were terrified by the sheer combat prowess of this 5-person power team. Yoon-sung is moving at god-tier speed, giving every single one of those scrubs a nice, warm slash to the face with a massive side of damage. He walks forward looking absolutely legendary, while his enemies drop like flies behind him. Talk about peak style. Suddenly, a voice both familiar and strange rings out. It seems this place isn't just full of pests after all. It is Nam Gung Hyun. He swings his sword in a flash, but Yoon-sung is right there to block it. Nam Gung Hyun grazes his opponent's shoulder and tries for a second strike, but he misses. He admits Yoon-sung has great reflexes and definitely knows his way around a blade. Still, Nam Gung Hyun acts like he does not care, dismissing Yoon-sung's moves as nothing more than amateur struggling. He is cocky and wants to show off what a real noble swordsman looks like. Sword King form, Nam Gung-hyun lunges at his opponent like a predator. Yoon Sung stays ready, basically telling him to bring it on if he is man enough. But he is in for a surprise. Nam Gung-hyun's strikes are insanely heavy, and even our handsome Yoon Sung is starting to break a serious sweat. Compared to the usual thugs in the Three Emperors Guild, this guy is on a whole different level. But Yoon Sung is no pushover. He knocks Nam Gung-hyun's sword aside and focuses every ounce of energy on his opponent. Just as another strike is about to land, Min-ni rushes in to save our pretty boy. Right on cue, our hero Jin Hyuk arrives to back them up too. He tells Teresa she arrived at the perfect time. Man, time really does fly when you are having fun. 3 minutes have already passed, so Jin Hyuk tells everyone to switch. Fire element. Activate. He sends waves of fire toward Nam Gung-hyun, leaving the guy confused about what this lunatic is actually planning. Nam Gung calls these attacks child's play. He looks up at Jin Hyuk floating in the sky and confidently calls him an idiot. Since Jin Hyuk put himself in a spot where he cannot dodge, Nam Gung-hyun aims to skewer him mid-air. You really think you can take on the big boss? But before he can even make a move, Nam Gung-hyun's feet are frozen solid. He is stuck to the ground. People really should pay more attention to their surroundings. Jin Hyuk tells him he might want to double-check that. Activating sunlight break. 1, 2, 3, and boom. Jin Hyuk flashes a winning smile. Nam Gung-hyun stares at the attack, sweating buckets and signaling for a desperate rescue. Another hero steps in using cross-slash to block Jin Hyuk's attack and protect the noble Nam Gung-hyun. Jin Hyuk was ready to end it, but someone just had to ruin the fun. How annoying. That guy cannot believe there is someone this strong here. It looks like Nam Gung-hyun just isn't in Jin Hyuk's league. 3 more people show up, and it turns out the guy from before is Nam Gung-hyun's older brother. Under a gloomy sky, the city is a complete mess. Hwang Bo-gun rubs his chin, sizing up Jin Hyuk's group. He is shocked that someone outside the tower has this much internal power. The blue-haired girl agrees. It is her first time seeing a rookie this powerful. Kang Jin Hyuk is one hell of a newcomer. Stepping into the light for the first time, the two of them can't help but smirk. Finally, the whole gang has shown up. The system announces that Jin Hyuk has identified all members of the Three Emperors Guild. Skill copy conditions for Infinite Step are met. He merges Infinite Step with Sword Grave. Finally, Jin Hyuk unlocks the Ghost Blade King Steps. While using Ghost Blade King Steps, movement speed increases by 70%. Not only that, it can be used as an offensive move by focusing mana into the feet. Jin Hyuk has mastered his new skill. Over at the Three Emperors Guild, they are all acting like one big happy family. Seeing Nam Gung-hyun frozen in shock, Hwang Bo-gun asks if he is alright. Nam Gung-hyun just grunts and says he is fine. The blue-haired girl sees this and starts gossiping with the guy next to her. She has never seen Nam Gung-hyun look so stunned before. The guy totally agrees. He thinks Nam Gung-hyun is past his prime. They are whispering, but they are making sure everyone can hear them. Nam Gung-hyun is absolutely fuming. His pride is on the line, and if he doesn't speak up, he'll lose all respect. He turns around and yells. He claims he could have handled it himself. Who asked them to butt in? The blue-haired girl keeps giggling, so Hwang Bo-gun has to step in and play peacemaker. They don't doubt his skills, but he shouldn't forget the king's order wasn't to kill, but to reconcile. Even the blue-haired girl stops joking and tells Nam Gung-hyun to check his attitude. Nam Gung-hyun grinds his teeth and mutters that he understands. But the fact that Jin Hyuk already knows they are from the tower? Now that is a real surprise. The trio from the Three Emperors Guild is speechless. Feeling like they are underestimating him, Nam Gung-hyun swings his sword, determined to take Jin Hyuk out. But he didn't even get half a swing in before Hwang Bo-gun's blade blocked him. Nam Gung-hyun might want to fight, but Hwang Bo-gun is done. They have to leave now. They only have 3 minutes left. A massive wave of zombies is about to hit from the right. Seeing the Three Emperors Guild still arguing, Jin Hyuk reminds them that this stadium belongs to his team. Even if Jin Hyuk invited them, Hwang Bo-gun was totally speechless and wanted to find somewhere else. They wouldn't settle for a trashy spot like this because they already had their own base. Their place was way more magnificent than this dump. He wished Jin Hyuk luck, telling him to stay safe until they returned after the first wave was over. After saying his piece, Bo-gun turned to his subordinate. As the mop-top leader, he ordered him back to base. Before leaving, Nam Gung-hyun tried to save face, speaking to Jin Hyuk in a cold tone. He claimed it was just a bad beat and that he wouldn't let his guard down again. Jianhua watched the Three Emperors Association leave. She couldn't help but sigh. The fight hadn't even started, and she was already drained. Now they had to conserve their energy. Time was running out, so Taemin quickly called out to Jin Hyuk, who was standing there dazed, to get ready for battle. A supermarket is an ideal place for a long-term siege because of its high walls. It had plenty of food inside, but it also had one fatal flaw. Jin Hyuk sent a flycam high into the air. He live-streamed the zombie wave heading into the city. Looking at the massive horde that seemed endless, Taemin asked Jin Hyuk nervously if they could really stop all these zombies by themselves. Honestly, after her past trauma, Jianhua was also pretty skeptical about Jin Hyuk's choice of terrain, and she asked him suspiciously, "You didn't just pick this place because you wanted another thrill, right?" Jin Hyuk grinned. "Just trust me." He planted a bunch of sun seeds in front of the supermarket, though the sunflowers didn't look very bright. Worried they wouldn't believe him, Jin Hyuk explained that these things were much more useful than they looked. Teresa looked at the sunflowers in awe. She had never seen giant trees protecting a tower like that before. Once the preparations were finished, Jin Hyuk called everyone over to explain the plan. The goal of this base defense was to stop the zombies from taking the flag in the middle of the stadium. This stadium had 4 main gates in each direction. Jin Hyuk had placed those plants around every entrance. As long as those plants were safe, they could protect the base. And they could even aim for the highest kill count reward by using this massive battlefield. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The plants would kill most of the zombies in the wave, but they needed about 1 minute to recharge, so they had to hold off the zombies during that time. Chun Ju-sung took the west gate. Looking at Ju-sung's arrogant face radiating bad energy, like he was on a one-way trip to disaster, Jin Hyuk warned him not to overdo it and get himself killed. Ju-sung was the server's top-tier poser. His face turned red with anger instantly. Did Jin Hyuk really think a few puny zombies could take him down? Jin Hyuk sighed in frustration. Ju-sung had said the exact same thing right before the Miram guys beat the crap out of him. He was all talk and no action. Jin Hyuk was right, and Ju-sung couldn't even argue back. He had to walk away in shame, totally embarrassed. Jin Hyuk assigned Taemin to stay in the center, to monitor the situation, and provide support when needed. Jianhua took the north gate, and Teresa handled the south. Once everyone was in position, Jin Hyuk could finally test his newly acquired dual swords. Then, as the zombies arrived, everything was ready, and a sun plant activated. The solar flower swelled up and then burst open. Boom! A fireball appeared and blasted toward the zombie horde. From the very start, the zombies were losing by an overwhelming margin after just a few shots. The sun plants retracted to recharge, and the zombies took the chance to recover and crawl into the base's perimeter. Jin Hyuk drew his dual swords and shouted, "Now the real fight begins. Everyone, hold the line for 1 minute." Hearing Jin Hyuk's powerful voice, Teresa couldn't help but glance at him. Jin Hyuk noticed her looking and, fearing she was worried, he gave her a reassuring smile that was better than any medicine. Teresa immediately turned that anxiety into a different feeling. She blushed shyly. Jin Hyuk was always there in every dangerous moment, and every time that happened, the two of them always overcame hardships by trusting each other. Teresa was just doing what she had to do. For the person she considered her precious teammate, Teresa closed her eyes. When she opened them, she was burning with fighting spirit. This time, she would also trust Jin Hyuk with all her heart. After the last zombie was gutted, the system finally announced that the first wave had ended. At the same time, the second wave would begin in 3 hours. Watching the time tick away on the virtual screen, a weary young man wiped his forehead and groaned. The first wave alone was hard as hell. Chulhua from the Dangun Guild heard him and advised the young man not to push himself too hard. Just think about the items and experience points, and if things get worse, just run. He didn't know if the advice was helpful, but looking at Chulhua's perfectly smooth, bald head, he seemed pretty reliable. The young man thanked him profusely. Highlights from each base were being broadcast online to drum up some serious hype. Taiwa's virtual screen was currently showing a video of the Triad Society. Looking at the background in the video, Taihua guessed the Triad Society had taken over a supermarket. They were using defensive towers as support to guard the narrow entrances. The black-haired guy was in awe of the Triad Society's skills. Suddenly, another video caught his eye, and he quickly told Taihua to look at his virtual screen. In the video, a team had seized the stadium, but there were only 5 of them. Taihua was shocked and shoved the black-haired guy's head aside to get a better look. Only 5 people in that massive stadium? Once he grabbed the screen, his mind was completely blown. It was like he'd finally seen the light. Watching that solar tree relentlessly spew fire, Tai Hua began to question reality. There was no way. How could a single tree be this powerful? Seeing Tai Hua lost in admiration for someone else's item, the black-haired guy quickly snapped him back to reality. He told him to pay attention to those 5 super-powered individuals. Looking at Jin Hyuk's squad, every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura that leaked through the screen. Jiang Mina marveled at how they were as strong as monsters. Despite their small numbers, they weren't being pushed back at all. Li Taemin, Ju He, Jian Hua, and even the S-rank Kang Jin Hyuk. That team was full of famous super rookies. Suddenly, Tai Hua told everyone to wait. He spotted a new figure peeking out behind Jin Hyuk and Jane Hua. Aha, it was a familiar face. He didn't expect Lady Teresa to be there too. Tai Hua still remembered how she had saved his life. His bald head turned bright red, as if he wanted the whole world to know he was ready to give his life to her in return. Tai Hua screamed, ordering 500 of their brothers to vote for Jin Hyuk's group right now. The Dan Gun Guild members were terrified and quickly held Tai Hua back as he went crazy over Teresa. Back to Jin Hyuk. His system was measuring solar energy. 1,800 units of solar energy had been collected. 1,800 units of energy. Yet, it looked as tiny as a plum. Looking at the strange object in Jin Hyuk's hand, Jin Hyuk replied that this was what they got for killing zombies. They needed it to power up the tree towers that had just finished off the zombies. Teresa was exhausted and just wanted to know if it would make them stronger. Jin Hyuk replied that it definitely would. 2 gun plants cost 600 energy, 1 frost plant was 350, and a stone plant was 250. 1 frenzy plant cost 600 energy. With exactly 1,800 energy, it was enough to unlock the full version of Plants vs. Zombies. Time for the uncensored guide. Jin Hyuk handed Teresa and John Hua 2 gun seeds and told them to plant them at the east and south gates. Chun Du-sung would plant the frost plant in the center, and Tae-min would handle the stone plant to the west. While Jin Hyuk was fawning over the frenzy plant, John Hua interrupted him. She asked if they just had to stick the plants in the ground. Jin Hyuk let out a long sigh. Lately, his jaw was getting a workout from all the talking. He finally accepted his fate and said, "No, it's not like that. Because if they used normal methods, the plants wouldn't grow in time." He told her to wait a bit while he explained. After giving his mouth a 3-second break, Jin Hyuk continued his lecture. These plants needed a special fertilizer to grow quickly. The mix included fertilizer from the barren highlands, the last fallen leaf, Pantella's beetle droppings, and gray worms. The seedlings were trembling. While Jin Hyuk showed off his mixing skills, the plants couldn't help but drool in anticipation. It was a sweetness they had never tasted in their lives. Jin Hyuk demonstrated by feeding the first spoonful of fertilizer to the frenzy plant. Seeing the pink, flowery atmosphere between him and the plant, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Tae-min thought Jin Hyuk had finally lost it. Jian Hua wondered just how long someone had to be stuck in the tower to end up like this. Du-sung, meanwhile, was blaming himself. To think he had been rivals with a guy like this all along. Finally, Jin Hyuk snapped back to normal. He told everyone to use the fertilizer and take good care of the plants while waiting for the next wave of monsters. Seeing Jin Hyuk turn to leave right after finishing his sentence, Teresa asked where he was going. Jin Hyuk replied that he was going to clean up and then take a look around. He left behind a stunned and confused Teresa. Jin Hyuk stepped out of the stadium, watching everyone frantically gathering supplies on the battlefield. Jin Hyuk guessed they were preparing for a long, drawn-out war. After watching for a while, he couldn't help but scoff. Those fools were just wasting their time. Only the weak need to prepare for a long war. Jin Hyuk returned to his old house. It had been a long time since he had been here, but these spiderwebs hadn't changed a bit, and the mirror behind the cloth was still there. Time to check the goods, Jin Hyuk thought as he touched the mirror. Elsewhere, atop a pile of supplies, a mirror suddenly appeared. A hand slowly reached out, followed by Jin Hyuk's entire body. At that moment, Nam Gung-hyun was still obsessing over Jin Hyuk. He swore he would kill him. Even though Nam Gung-hyun looked a bit unreliable, deep in his eyes, there was a clear, unshakable hatred. This showdown was bound to be intense now that Jin Hyuk had entered a brand new space. Surprisingly, both Tang Soha and Hwang Bo-gun agreed with him this time. As the 3 of them were talking things over, the entire building suddenly started shaking violently. A bright red tree with razor-sharp teeth burst out from the storage room. Talk about perfect timing. The person they were waiting for showed up, and it was none other than Jin Hyuk, and his precious pet, the Mad Tree. Jin Hyuk proudly introduced his housewarming gift, the Mad Tree. But this adorable little plant had quite an appetite, and it accidentally devoured every bit of food they had in storage. Hwang Bo-gun gave Jin Hyuk his first warning to stop. Jin Hyuk just looked at him and asked, "Why should I?" Hwang Bo-gun gave him a second warning, but Jin Hyuk just picked his ear like he could not hear a word. Or maybe he really did not hear him, because his answer was completely off topic. Jin Hyuk did not even have to try to bring up the queen, but Hwang Bo-gun and his crew were already frozen in fear. To keep the other members from panicking further, Jin Hyuk revealed the truth. This boss only appears when a base protected by over 200 people is destroyed before the third wave hits. This is the ruler of the fourth floor, the corpse mother, also known as the queen. Jin Hyuk was originally worried about how to get enough people together, but luckily, the Triple Crown Association had set up their base right here. Soha could not understand it. Even if everyone here joined forces, they still would not stand a chance against the queen, right? Why was Jin Hyuk trying so hard to summon her? He simply replied that clearing 100 waves of monsters was just too much of a drag. Infuriated by his arrogant attitude, Nam Gun-hyun charged forward to attack. 2 seconds later, a system notification announced that the supermarket base had been destroyed. Jeon Hoa had a gut feeling that Jin Hyuk was behind this mess. At that moment, the gears of fate began to turn. The zombies grew more frenzied than ever, welcoming the birth of the zombie queen, Pendariel. The system announced that the floor 4 boss, Pendariel, was beginning her purge of the weak players. Everyone panicked when they saw the alert, because their original mission was just to hold off waves of zombies. Dudung was just as confused, having no clue what kind of stunt Jin Hyuk was pulling. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk had already scouted out a pretty good vantage point. He then pulled out the item he had obtained from killing the third floor boss. It was a holy artifact, with the power to blot out the sun, bringing a darkness that weakens all light attribute skills by 50%. On top of that, it buffs dark attribute skills by a massive 100%. Realizing it was time to use it, Jin Hyuk crushed the solar eclipse stone to activate it. Instantly, an eclipse covered the world in darkness. The zombies received a 100% skill buff, making them more terrifying than ever. Their horrific screeches echoed through the air. On the flip side, Teresa grew incredibly weak since her skills rely on the light attribute. Terman saw her clutching her chest and doubling over, so he rushed over to check on her. Teresa told him she was in shock because her holy power had suddenly dropped by half. And of course, the floor 4 boss, Pendariel, also got that 100% power boost. Even with all that extra power, the queen was somehow furious and launched a full-scale assault on the Sangnam Stadium. Hearing this news, Jin Hyuk wore a satisfied grin. This was his true goal all along. While other players were running for their lives as soon as they heard about the boss, one player worriedly asked his friend what would happen if they could not conquer it, since the floor would close but the bald guy did not give a damn about that. Right now, staying alive was the only priority. He told the kid to shut up and keep running. Just then, a new video was uploaded online. The video showed the destroyed supermarket base and the appearance of the hidden boss. Everyone who watched it was left in total shock. Shortly after, another video dropped, showing Jin Hyuk taking out the trash from the Triple Crown Association. Suddenly, everyone was cheering for him and singing his praises, though some still doubted his skills, fearing his team could not handle the boss. These uploads left Jin Hyuk's teammates questioning their own sanity. How did Jin Hyuk have time to edit and post videos while hunting monsters? Terman, however, was just impressed by the insane view count. Ignoring all that, Soha turned and scolded Jin Hyuk for taking things way too far this time. Terman joined in, crying about why he had lured the zombies to their base. Jin Hyuk decided to play deaf and acted like he did not hear a thing. Teresa also interrogated him, asking if he was the one who destroyed the supermarket. Jin Hyuk continued to play dumb and turned away, acting completely innocent. Dudung did not care about those minor details. He went straight to the point and asked Jin Hyuk if there was any way to defeat the floor 4 queen. Of course, our main character has it all under control. He confidently told them he already had a way to win. Dudung finally breathed a small sigh of relief. But when he asked for the details of the plan, the great Saint Jin Hyuk just stood there. Then, he pointed straight at Dusung's face and said, "You're going to be the most vital part of this whole plan." If he hadn't said anything, it would have been fine. But now Dusung was terrified, wondering what kind of mess he was about to get dragged into. Meanwhile, Pendariel was rushing toward the base with her horde of zombies. As she ran, she kept trash-talking humanity, calling them weak and pathetic. Better watch your mouth, lady. Karma's a real pain, you know. Pendariel ordered all her subordinates to swarm in and attack. At that moment, Teresa realized the undead were closing in and immediately told everyone to get back. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the flower, blowing up the entire building. Watching this, Pendariel just scoffed and called them all idiots. The zombie minions didn't care though. They just kept charging straight through the flames. She punched the fire-spitting flower and warned that this was her house. If anyone tried to start something, she'd knock them out cold. But to her absolute shock, Pendariel saw the entire group of 4 frozen solid inside a massive block of ice. A small, glowing jewel fell out from that block of ice. What in the world just happened? To figure that out, we have to rewind to a few minutes ago, back when the group was still coming up with their strategy to take down the boss. Du-sung was fuming because he had to transfer 100,000 gold to Jin Hyuk just because he was the richest guy on the team. That was the vital role Jin Hyuk was talking about. Basically, his vital role was being the sugar daddy investor for this raid. Once Jin Hyuk got the gold, he let out a sinister little smirk. He didn't want to spend his own money, so he just took Du-sung's. He selected an item, hit the button, and confirmed the transaction with the system. Then, Jin Hyuk calmly told the rest of the group that they'd be playing the role of live bait. Du-sung lost it. First, you take my money, then you make me bait? Are you looking for a fight, man? But then Jin Hyuk pulled out a purple jewel and cryptically told Du-sung he was going to be a landmine. Back in the present, Pendariel picked up the jewel to inspect it. I guess even as a zombie, she's still a woman at heart, so she couldn't resist a shiny, sparkling gem. She picked it up to see what it was, but she didn't expect that at that exact moment, Jin Hyuk would trigger the glacier formation. The heavenly ice-forbidden domain instantly froze every single zombie in sight, including Pendariel herself. She started shivering from the cold. But honestly, even though she was frozen, she's still the floor 4 boss. It'd be embarrassing if she went down to a cheap trick like this. Pendariel activated Black Death and shattered the ice into pieces. Then, she marched straight toward the block where the 4 of them were frozen. She was gunning for Teresa because she possessed holy power, which is the direct opposite of her own dark energy. As she raised her hand to crush the ice and snap Teresa's neck, she suddenly sensed something and whipped her head around. And who else could it be but our cool, handsome main character? Using light breath, he leaped from building to building like he was flying through the air, while simultaneously activating Demon King's grave sword. Pendariel's eyes widened as she realized he was heading straight for her base. Those ice blocks she saw earlier were nothing but a decoy he'd set up. Pendariel had been completely played by the very humans she called weak, but what scared her more was that her zombie base was about to be raided. In a total panic, she turned tail and bolted back to stop him. Pendariel, the Mother Corpse, also known as the Zombie Queen, has incredibly high skill levels and lethal poison attacks that dominate in every category, except intelligence. Basically, the narrator is saying she's gorgeous and powerful, but her brain is a little lacking? Jin Hyuk knew that the most important thing on the 4th floor was base defense. This rule applied to both players and zombies alike. If the queen was busy at the Sangam Stadium, that meant her base was completely wide open. Taking advantage of the opening, Jin Hyuk sprinted toward the zombie stronghold. The zombies went into a frenzy when they saw him approaching, and Queen Pendariel was hot on his heels. Jin Hyuk went full throttle toward the empty base, while Pendariel chased after him at terrifying speeds. Jin Hyuk glanced back and saw her running like a maniac, smashing through buildings just to get back to her base. He was a bit disappointed she noticed so quickly, but honestly, it was already too late. With the distance between them, he had more than enough time. As he kept moving, a few low-level zombies blocked his path. He quickly drew his blades and activated both Grave Sword and Blessing of the Stars. Jin Hyuk's dual blades glowed, one wrapped in dark energy, the other surging with holy power. With just a few slashes, he effortlessly cut them down, leaving the zombies in a pool of blood. Dark blood splattered everywhere, even across Jin Hyuk's face. He didn't even flinch at the horrific sight. He just kept a firm grip on his swords, continuing his charge forward to wipe out anyone else dumb enough to stand in his way. He couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust for this place. Sprinting forward, Jin Hyuk finally reached the flag marking the zombie base. He thought the victory was in the bag, but suddenly, something whizzed past his head. Luckily, Jin Hyuk dodged it with ease. He knew exactly what had just tried to block him, the guardian protecting the queen's flag. The butcher revealed himself as a massive, 2-headed zombie oaf. His weapon of choice? A giant pair of lethal-looking scissors. To Jin Hyuk, however, this guy was nothing more than a pesky fly. He even had a smirk on his face as he calculated the best way to dispose of him. The butcher immediately brandished his scissors with a maniacal laugh, intending to snap them shut and snip Jin Hyuk right in half. But like I said, this chump wasn't even close to Jin Hyuk's level. He casually blocked both blades with his twin swords, cutting him in half. Not even in his wildest dreams. The butcher just stood there like an idiot, stammering, "It didn't cut? Obviously not." These swords of his aren't just for show, you can't just break them whenever you feel like it. While the butcher was still reeling in total shock, Jin Hyuk leaped high into the air to build momentum, simultaneously activating his fire element. His blades were instantly engulfed in roaring flames. He slashed straight down at the butcher's heads, setting both of them ablaze. The monster had to cover his face with his hands, desperately trying to regenerate. Even though the butcher's healing factor was legendary, for Jin Hyuk, this temporary opening was more than enough to blind the beast. Seizing this golden opportunity, he rained down a barrage of slashes on the hulking oaf. The guy had 2 heads, but his brain was clearly the size of a grape. The butcher was absolutely fuming, growling out, I can't die like this. Too bad for him, because his life was no longer in his own hands. Jin Hyuk flipped behind him and drove his twin swords deep into the butcher's shoulder blades. A look of pure terror washed over the butcher's face. Then, Jin Hyuk activated Mandala, casually sending the monster to his grave with a massive explosion. The blast could be felt for miles, successfully wiping that fat freak off the map. The system immediately notified Jin Hyuk that he had leveled up and acquired the Scissors of Retribution, an item filled with vengeful intent. Jin Hyuk was pretty satisfied with his 31st victory. He pocketed the scissors and turned his attention back to the flag. He figured it was finally time to put an end to all of this, right? However, as he approached the flag, a system notification popped up. It announced that the Black Hound was publicly making its presence known. They wanted to make him an offer, as representatives of Egyptian mythology. After reading it, Jin Hyuk realized right away that the alias Black Hound was none other than Anubis. He figured the guy would have gone into hiding for a while after the verbal beatdown he gave him on the first floor. The more he thought about it, the more interesting it became, so he accepted the chat with Anubis. Anubis manifested instantly. The system reported that the Black Hound was letting out a low, menacing growl. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk asked with a cold stare, "Is he angry?" Then he shook the flagpole tauntingly and asked, "Does he want me to pull this thing out or what?" Basically, Anubis didn't say a single word out loud, letting the system describe everything for him instead. The system stated the Black Hound was extremely flustered and urged him to calm down. Hearing that only made Jin Hyuk more annoyed, and he gripped the flagpole even tighter. The system followed up by claiming the Egyptian gods wanted to see a proper conclusion to this battle. They sure are demanding for people who can't even give a straight answer on how to resolve things. Still, Jin Hyuk took a moment to consider it. He realized that from the perspective of the high-floor rulers, clearing the 4th floor without a real showdown against the boss was probably unacceptable. But Jin Hyuk also suspected those guys just didn't like a disrespectful human like him getting his way. The more he thought about it, the more his blood began to boil. He questioned them, "Why should I accept that deal? I could win this peacefully, but you're forcing me to spill blood and make enemies everywhere. That makes zero sense. Look, if I'm going to do this, I need a damn good reason." Anubis let out a sinister grin, flashing teeth so white they looked like they were from a toothpaste commercial. Then, the system presented a contract from the Black Hound. As Jin Hyuk looked over the terms, he couldn't help but marvel at how generous this dog was being. Right at that moment, the undead Queen Pandariel returned. She plummeted from the height of a skyscraper, causing a massive tremor as she hit the ground. "Hey, you're a lady, couldn't you try to be a little more graceful? Seriously, who jumps around like that?" Pandariel looked up at the flag and was stunned to see it was still standing. "Surprised, you old hag?" Jin Hyuk finally spoke up. He looked at Pandariel and asked, "You're shocked I didn't just pull the flag and win instantly, aren't you?" Hearing Pandariel's voice. Looking over, you see Jin Hyuk casually sharpening the scissors he just swiped from the butcher. He straight up tells the zombie queen that someone begged him to fight her. He already took the down payment, so there is no backing out now. He can't just walk away until she is defeated. Basically, Jin Hyuk is a greedy bastard who thought this deal was way too juicy to pass up. He accepted the job just to make some extra cash, especially since he knows he's going to win anyway. Hearing this, Pandariel is completely losing it. She has no clue what a down payment even is, and honestly, she's probably better off not knowing. Realizing all of a sudden, That her epic battle for victory only happened because someone paid for it? Yeah, that's not exactly a huge ego boost. Jin Hyuk calmly takes off his protective gear and grabs his freshly sharpened scissors. He looks more than ready now to go toe-to-toe with the undead woman standing in front of him. But wait, there is more. He even brags about getting paid up front, so he feels like he owes Bendariel a proper, fair and square beatdown. Man, you are way too obsessed with money, Jin Hyuk. Bendariel groans in pain, forcing her broken body to stand tall as she hisses with pure hatred. You are going to regret this. She triggers the blessing of the stars, weakening all elemental skills by 50%, using the light from the eclipse stone. Look, even if we don't want to admit it, even with Jin Hyuk's rift stats at full power, his numbers are still nowhere near high enough to actually kill her. Bendariel charges forward with a scowl, lunging straight into Jin Hyuk's warm embrace. But that was just a bait. She circles around and strikes Jin Hyuk from behind. Even Jin Hyuk is a bit caught off guard. Who would have thought this chick would play dirty like that? Bendariel lands a blow that sends Jin Hyuk flying dozens of meters away. But what really shocks her is that even after being blown back, Jin Hyuk doesn't have a single scratch on him. He actually blocked that? Jin Hyuk activates Mandala, giving her a mocking smirk. He looks at Bendariel, whose mind is basically blown. This time, the bitch is truly losing her mind. If looks could kill, Jin Hyuk would have been turned into mincemeat by now. Maria clutches her head and screams in agony. Why won't you just disappear? Get lost! Get out of here! It's the first time I've seen someone so pissed they literally blow their clothes off. That's a new one. Bendariel's red dress shreds apart, turning into long red silk ribbons that lunge straight at Jin Hyuk. They call it silk, but these things are as sharp as sword blades. They look soft, but they're incredibly deadly. But hey, Jin Hyuk is the main character here, so don't you dare underestimate him. He nimbly parries the attacks, activates the Demon King sword style, and cranks his movement speed up by 70%. These cheap tricks won't touch him. Jin Hyuk unleashes a barrage of heavy-duty fire skills, making the air hotter than hell. He must have felt the heat himself, because he then activates Glacial Field, just to cool the fight down a bit. Bendariel really thought he'd be easy pickings for her silk ribbons. She thought that would be enough to put him in the grave. Little did she know, Jin Hyuk is one tough nut to crack. He just won't die. Her body is a wreck, while he looks like he's just taking a casual stroll. It's driving her insane. Bendariel is pinned down by thick ice and can't even budge. She can't even struggle. Not giving her a single second to breathe, Jin Hyuk treats her to a blade straight through the head, making her scream in pure agony. Jin Hyuk lands gracefully and turns back to look at the suffering Bendariel. But this woman is stubborn as hell. She's not dead just yet. Bendariel growls, telling Jin Hyuk that she's a pro survivor. She's basically a living legend, so she won't go down that easily. Jin Hyuk knows that though. All of this was just his warm-up. This is nothing. Bendariel has never met anyone more arrogant than Jin Hyuk. She snaps, lunging at him like she's gone rabid. This time, her arm transforms into a massive blade. One swing from that would turn Jin Hyuk's head into a freaking soccer ball. Jin Hyuk reactivates Glacial Field once more. Talk about a guy with a heart of ice. This time, he goes big, freezing the bitch's glowing red eyes solid. Now that she's blind, how is she supposed to see where she's going? She starts swinging her blade arm around like a total lunatic. Jin Hyuk really is the king of dirty tactics and underhanded moves. He gives a smug smile and pulls out the big guns, landing a heavy slash on Bendariel. It sends the crazy woman flying. She's tossed around like a rag doll and can't do anything but scream insults. What are you gonna do now, huh? Troublesome humans, you are a glitch. Jin Hyuk's strike actually shattered the ice covering her eyes, giving her a chance to land a clean hit on him. Jin Hyuk actually feels that one. It stung a bit. He quickly jumps back to create some space. Bendariel twirls her blade, looking like some kind of circus monkey. She activates Corpse Requiem, summoning power from beneath the ground. Countless sharp, squiggly black wires lunge straight for Jin Hyuk, surrounding him on all sides. It looks like Bendariel is determined to turn Jin Hyuk into Swiss cheese. Seeing Jin Hyuk in trouble, the Black Hound just laughs at his pain. Feeling totally satisfied, the Hound provides Jacko's teeth as a deposit. That is a crafting material. It boosts Jin Hyuk's movement speed by 10% and his attack power by 30%. Hyuk chuckles, saying it's quite generous of the beast, but he adds that something is still missing. He'll agree to this fight only if one condition is met. The Black Hound can't speak well, It only goes woof woof, so the system has to relay its thoughts. The Black Hound is curious about the condition. Jin Hyuk winks at it and says, "It is nothing special. A down payment, you know. There is a B-rank item called the White Branch. Hand it over." The White Branch is an item mainly used for medical purposes. Honestly, it is a very ordinary item. You can easily get it from the 10th floor and up. In the eyes of a 42nd floor Anubis, it is just useless trash. Naturally, why overthink a bit of trash? The Black Hound accepts his condition. Receiving the items Jacko's Tooth and White Branch, Jin Hyuk cannot withdraw until his battle with the Queen is over. Jin Hyuk reaches out and takes the White Branch and Jacko's Tooth. "Now, watch me shake things up, you old hag Pendarial." The Black Hound sees how excited he is. It just stands there with a blank face, having no clue what he's planning. Jin Hyuk combines the White Branch, Jacko's Tooth, and the scissors filled with the will of vengeance. Even though he's about to be turned into Swiss cheese, Jin Hyuk is still in the mood to laugh. Merging skills like this is truly confusing, but it seems he is incredibly confident in this combination. Will his life blossom or hit a dead end? A notification pops up. Fusion successful. His combination created the Scythe of Fruit Selection? Wait, my bad. It is the Scythe of Causality. The acquisition difficulty is immeasurable. It is a divine relic. Possessing the effect of absolute judgment, it can kill the unkillable and cut through the uncuttable. The description sounds complicated, but basically, no one can stand in the way of the gaming king Jin Hyuk now. With the Reaper's scythe in hand, Jin Hyuk is ready. If anyone wants an early grave, he is happy to oblige. Pendarial didn't expect Jin Hyuk to pull off a comeback at the very last second. She is so shocked she can't even close her mouth. The system is on red alert, intervening because of the appearance of a divine relic. It cannot exist on the 4th floor because its effects are being suppressed, so this item can only be used once. Jin Hyuk smirks, guessing that artifacts that defy the laws can only be used a single time, but once is more than enough. Jin Hyuk raises the scythe high and swings it straight at Pendarial. "Now, I will show you who is the real target here." Pendarial realizes something is wrong, danger, but she can't dodge. She can only stand frozen, waiting to be slashed. Pendarial trembles as she pulls out her blade to block, but her weapon is nothing more than a toy to Jin Hyuk now. His scythe swings down, shattering her blade into a million pieces. The Black Hound watches this terrifying scene with its jaw dropped. Pendarial is officially given a 50% discount by Jin Hyuk, literally cut in half. A stream of memories flashes through her mind. It is a young Pendarial who had finally found the door to her freedom. Jin Hyuk leaves her with a few words. "That kiss hag did nothing but hide behind you, but you were much stronger. Farewell, Floor 4 boss. Pendarial has been defeated." Notifications that Jin Hyuk leveled up flash 3 times in a row. Jin Hyuk has successfully defended the base. Every party member will receive 5 A-rank random boxes. Teresa pushes herself up from the rubble. Jin Hyuk did it again this time. Tonight's news is, of course, nothing but reports about Jin Hyuk. Only 24 hours have passed since the 4th floor opened. It is truly unbelievable, because everyone thought it would take at least 20 days to defend against the monster waves. So, no one could have imagined that Kang Jin Hyuk and his team would conquer the 4th floor in just one day. They think they have witnessed the power of an S rank. Incredible. Great job, Jin Hyuk. After beating the game, it is time to party with the crew. Jeon Ho and Taemin wave excitedly as soon as they see Jin Hyuk. "You are here." Jin Hyuk apologizes for being late because he needed to bring someone else along. Jeon Ho asks curiously, "Who?" Alice walks in from behind, her judging eyes filled with disgust as she evaluates the place. What kind of rundown restaurant is this? Jeon Ho is no stranger to Alice, since they have met before. Jin Hyuk brought Alice here because she is also a member of their veteran company. Taemin almost falls off his chair when he hears the name. What on earth is that name? Veteran company. Jin Hyuk looks around for a bit and doesn't see Teresa, so he asks Jeon Ho. Teresa will be here in an hour, so she told them to go ahead and eat. While looking around, his attention is caught by the eyes of a guy who has been frozen for 5 seconds. Jin. Hyuk flashes a very welcoming smile, teasing Yu-sung. "I thought you wouldn't come, but you showed up anyway, didn't you?" Do-sung is clearly hooked, but still playing hard to get. He only showed up because of that secret trick for the random reward Jin Hyuk promised him. Jin Hyuk chuckles and pats him on the shoulder. "Fine, I will tell you, so stop sulking and have a drink first." A little later, Yuji arrived with his squad of 500 brothers. They were incredibly rowdy from the start. "We are here to celebrate the victory of capitalism." The 500 brothers lined up neatly and shouted at the top of their lungs. "Director, congratulations on conquering the 4th floor." Jin Hyuk felt on top of the world after hearing that, but he still had to maintain his image as a cold and powerful CEO. He gave a subtle thanks and told them, "Eat as much as you want tonight. Alice will be picking up the tab to celebrate conquering the 4th floor." Alice rummaged through her wallet and pulled out 2 very legit gold coins, making the guys go wild with excitement. The fried chicken and beer were served. It was time for the party to begin. Jin Hyuk raised his glass and took a big gulp of cold beer. Man, that is so refreshing. Over on the other side, Alice was staring so hard at the pile of fried chicken, her eyes were practically crossing. "It is unbelievable. I cannot believe I can eat this much delicious food for only 2 coins. Alice stared blankly at the golden piece of fried chicken in her hand, completely mesmerized. She had eaten plenty of meat before, but the flavor here was on a whole different level. Seeing her enjoy it so much, Jin Hyuk felt a craving and sneakily reached out to grab a piece. But nothing gets past Alice. She shot him a death glare that made Jin Hyuk lose his appetite instantly. "Okay, you win, just eat it." Alice immediately brightened up and sweetly thanked him, saying she would never forget this. Jin Hyuk watched helplessly as Alice happily stuffed her face. Looking at her like this, who would ever think she is one of the strongest beings in the tower? Taemin cautiously asked Do-sung, who was sitting there looking like he had a permanent scowl. "Are you feeling okay?" "My bad. What did you do for a living before all this happened?" Do-sung was actually a bit happy to have a guy talking to him, so he told him that he used to be a medical student. Taemin had no idea he was a medical student. He could not believe it. As the party reached its peak, a graceful figure walked into the restaurant. "Sorry everyone, I am late." As soon as Teresa arrived, Yuji jumped up in excitement. "It is the real Teresa." "What? Did you think it would be a knockoff version?" Jin Hyuk watched Yuji cling to Teresa and smiled helplessly. In the past, every time he conquered the floors of the Tower of Trials, he was always all alone. But look at these people now. It is clear that Jin Hyuk is not alone anymore. Alice, who was busy munching on fried chicken, stopped to ask, "Why is Jin Hyuk smiling like that? He probably lost it after killing too many monsters." After the party ended, everyone headed home. Jin Hyuk took a moment to check his stats. To his surprise, he had leveled up 3 times. He used to think that his growth in the past was as perfect as it could get, but now, he is growing even faster than before. I wonder if it is because of the variables appearing since the game became reality. It does not really matter anyway, since he is getting more benefits than losses. Now, let us take a look at the 4th floor reward. The reward for the 4th floor is a high-level skill enhancement scroll. He was going to use it on Glacial Field, the skill he used the most. The Glacial Field skill has now reached level 8. The people downstairs suddenly felt the air turn freezing cold, thinking a ghost had come to visit. Next, he clicked on the rank A random gacha box. This is a luck-based item that allows him to obtain a rank A item by spinning a wheel. A notification on the screen told him to press the red button in the center. There was not much time left. Jin Hyuk looked at the system, threatening him with a look of contempt. "I am not even going to press it. If you let the wheel keep spinning, it tries to make the user anxious by using a countdown and hidden pressure sounds. It is a threat about an upcoming deadly danger. A notification says, 'Time is up, please spin the wheel again.'" Most people would have pressed the button around this time, but this was something he discovered after researching every single bug that someone had intentionally hidden in the system. Time after time, Jin Hyuk stubbornly refused to press the button and let the wheel spin again. If you keep letting the wheel spin without pressing the button, then by the 37th time, the rotation speed will drop by 99%. This was the secret he had revealed to Do-sung. He had let him choose the reward he wanted using that exact method. However, there is a penalty. If you use this method, the reward will be destroyed after 1 week. Talk about a dirty trick and endless schemes. Nobody has a darker soul than him. Jin Hyuk pressed the stop button and received the 3-colored potion. Since he only has a week to use it, this is the best item he could have gotten to conquer the next floor. And now, for the final and most important item needed to conquer the 5th floor, he used the entry ticket to the Great Magic Library to meet Rick Hennessy. Rick Hennessy, the manager of this library, is a major player, a mid-level administrator. As the head of the largest magic library in the Tower of Trials, Kang Jin Hyuk was feeling pretty damn satisfied. He'd finally come face to face with a tower administrator, so he flashed his most charming smile and gave Rick a warm greeting. Rick praised Jin Hyuk while showing his total surprise. He never thought anyone would set foot in this place so early, let alone successfully navigate through this massive library maze to find where he was hiding. It really piqued his interest. Jin Hyuk humbly brushed it off as pure luck and then grabbed a book off the shelf. Rick immediately mocked him, saying there wasn't a single book here that someone at his level could actually read. He looked down on Jin Hyuk, assuming he lacked basic knowledge like runes. But hey, you should never judge a book by its cover. Jin Hyuk smoothly read a passage from the book and then turned to Rick with a look of pure smugness. Hearing that, Rick was stunned that Jin Hyuk knew the runic language. He even started to feel a bit guarded. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk played the Mr. Nice Guy role once again. He just said he knew a lot of people and had picked things up from all over. Rick realized this guy was definitely not your average Joe. After all, he was just a player who'd barely reached the 5th floor, yet he already mastered the runic language. So, Rick decided to test Jin Hyuk a bit and got straight to the point. He suspected Jin Hyuk made it this far because he had some powerful backing, and Rick even threw in a veiled threat. "Your backing is way beyond special," he said. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk just chuckled and then activated the judgment of Anubis. He admitted the Egyptian gods were supporting him, which was how he got here, and learned the secrets of the tower. Rick was floored, staring wide-eyed at the divine energy of Anubis radiating right in front of him. He never expected they'd take such a personal interest in a mere player. Jin Hyuk kept on bragging about how much they adored him and how they'd bestowed this power upon him. That's when Rick realized this guest was a big deal. He bowed his head to greet Jin Hyuk and offered a sincere apology. He felt bad for not giving such a VIP guest a proper welcome. Jin Hyuk just gave a sly, cunning grin. He thought to himself that if Anubis saw this scene, the god would probably have a total mental breakdown from the stress. To make up for his mistake, Rick offered to give Jin Hyuk any book from his library as a gift. Jin Hyuk immediately asked if he could take whatever he wanted. Rick agreed on the spot, so Jin Hyuk headed straight for shelf 12F, position 127. He pulled out his chosen book, and Rick looked a bit concerned. It was a great magic tome, but it was written in ancient runic. Unless Jin Hyuk was a specialist in ancient languages, he wouldn't be able to read it. Man, he really underestimated the main character of this story. To prove just how high level he was, Jin Hyuk casually read a few lines for the old man. Rick was silenced. Jin Hyuk even remarked that the book was just something written by a delusional lizard who was drunk on power. He finished by flatly stating he'd take it. Rick just smirked. Then his laughter echoed throughout the library. Rick realized he'd totally looked down on someone blessed by the gods. So, he laughed and apologized for his behavior. Rick snapped his fingers, and both he and the library began to fade away. Before vanishing, he said he'd be keeping an eye on Jin Hyuk and looked forward to the day they met again. Meanwhile, back on the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, a player was running for his life, shouting that the 5th floor felt like a world where civilization had completely collapsed. Then he glanced back in terror. It turned out there was a mob far behind him, armed to the teeth. They were waving torches and screaming for a sacrifice. The player described them as total fanatics. They were blood crazy, like some massive insane asylum. Even after he escaped the tower and did an interview, he was still saying the same thing. This really creeped out the reporter, who then asked the guy why he decided to run instead of fighting back. The player honestly replied that he tried to beat them with his skills at first. But there was another obstacle besides the mob. He couldn't use any of his skills. The reporter was absolutely shocked. He continued, saying he couldn't even summon his spatial inventory, so his only choice was to escape. He used a return stone from his pocket. As he spoke, he covered his face, and everyone thought he was feeling ashamed of his own cowardice. But a second later, this player flashed a devious grin, and he started shamelessly promoting his guild's return stones. Talk about a buzzkill. It is like a YouTube ad popping up right in the middle of a good movie. Just a total interruption, right? Teresa was watching this video too, and she told Jin. Teresa kept begging him to take her along, but Jin Hyuk wasn't having any of it. She was absolutely fuming. She couldn't wrap her head around why he was being so stubborn. She knew for a fact he was heading to the 5th floor, and there was no way she was letting him walk into that death trap alone. Jin Hyuk was getting seriously annoyed, wondering why this girl was being so incredibly pushy all of a sudden. But he is a man of his word. Once he makes up his mind, that is it. He flat out refused to let her come. As he turned to leave, Teresa suddenly grabbed his wrist. She made him promise one thing, that he wouldn't go pushing himself past his limits. Later on, while sitting in his car, Jin Hyuk couldn't get her words out of his head. He couldn't help but crack a small smile, realizing she actually cared. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. A sponsorship gift had arrived all the way from the Caladium Kingdom. This caught him off guard. Caladium and the Muram faction are bitter enemies, so this was unexpected. The gift was an item called Faint Scent. It has the power to completely mask your breathing and even erase your physical presence. Since it was a high-tier sponsor gift, it allowed Jin Hyuk to bypass the usual restrictions of the 5th floor. This shocked him even more. He didn't think they would go as far as defying the tower's rules just to send him a gift. He figured they were just like the Muram, starting to scout out players with massive potential. Well, a gift like that shouldn't go to waste. He drove straight to the Tower of Trials and officially stepped onto the 5th floor. The moment he entered, the system blocked all his skills and handed him a single random F-rank item. On top of that, the rule for the 5th floor was simple: just survive. But a little thing like a skill ban wasn't going to stop someone like Jin Hyuk. He pulled out the book he had swiped from Rick's library earlier. Immediately, the system announced that one of his skills would be unsealed. It was the Eyes of Greed skill. This was exactly why he had picked that book. He knew it would come in handy when things got dicey. Elsewhere, other players had started to arrive. He decided to leave the rookies behind and head straight for his target. Suddenly, the system alerted him that a tracking scroll had been activated. His wrist began to glow. Jin Hyuk knew exactly what was going on. He spun around only to see Teresa standing there, having used a skill to tail him. Turns out, she didn't grab his wrist earlier to be sweet. She was marking him so she could sneak along behind him. Wow, real smooth, girl. Teresa showed up, acting all worried about him. She broke her promise just to follow him? It is almost enough to bring a tear to your eye. Seeing her there, Jin Hyuk just felt completely defeated. He gave her a piece of his mind, but Teresa wasn't backing down. She felt it was unfair since she only did it because she was worried. She honestly thought he should be thanking her. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was just dying inside. Now he had to scrap his perfect plan all because a certain blonde lady decided to crash the party. Just then, the other players started panicking. They all had something in their pockets. Teresa reached into hers and pulled out a flashlight. She turned to see what Jin Hyuk got, but his item was even more pathetic than her flashlight. It was just a pen, but hey, he still found a use for it, figuring the tip would be pretty good for stabbing things. Over on the other side, one of the rookies had been given a lighter. He flicked it on to get some light. Teresa was about to turn on her flashlight too, but Jin Hyuk stopped her dead in her tracks. He kept his eyes glued on those rookies. That tiny flame from the lighter was like a dinner bell for the freaks lurking on the 5th floor. The moment they saw the light, they swarmed the rookies, sending the whole group into a screaming panic. While the chaos unfolded, Teresa and Jin Hyuk stayed hidden. They waited until the coast was clear before finally showing their faces. Teresa asked if they should go save those rookies, but Jin Hyuk told her straight up, if she is going to be here, she has to follow his lead, no questions asked. Teresa just stood there looking pretty confused, so Jin Hyuk had to break it down for her. Now was not the time to be playing hero and blowing their cover. He knew Teresa wasn't even close to being ready for a fight with those monsters. Hearing that really bruised her ego. To prove she wasn't some helpless amateur, she pulled 2 return stones out of her pocket, items everyone claimed were essential. Jin Hyuk could only facepalm in sheer disbelief. Teresa just stood there with a goofy grin, having no clue she had been totally scammed by a flashy ad. Things were still calm for those two, but the rookies were in a desperate fight, trying to keep the monsters from breaking into their room. It was looking pretty grim. They called out for the others to help. Leading the pack was a tanned girl with curly hair, holding up a return stone. She smugly told everyone they were getting out of there, saying they weren't stupid enough to die in a place like this. But those words had barely left her mouth when the legendary return stone suddenly shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Everyone panicked when they saw it, because they had all prepared a stone for themselves. Only now did they realize the stones wouldn't activate and that they were just victims of a scammy online ad. In the end, the only ones winning were the greedy capitalists selling those fake return stones. Just as despair hit them over the counterfeit goods, they were slapped with another shock. The door was smashed open, and those twisted freaks came pouring into the room. Everyone started screaming their heads off in pure terror. Over where Teresa and Jin Hyuk were, Teresa saw her return stone crumble and realized she had been played for a fool. While she was wallowing in regret, she suddenly heard screams, definitely, the cries of those newbies from before. Teresa wanted to go back and help them, but now she was the one being hunted. A guy in a yellow hood holding a rope appeared right behind her. He was clearly planning to strangle Teresa to death. The moment he looped the rope over her head, she reacted instantly, flipping that punk over her shoulder and slamming him hard onto the ground. But predators always hunt in packs. Teresa and Jin Hyuk were now completely surrounded by those creepy bastards. They didn't even get 5 minutes of peace before being discovered. They had no choice but to face off against this mob of yellow hoods. One of them stepped forward and started preaching about how their god wanted a sacrifice, something about holy blood and blah blah blah. Fed up with the nonsense, Jin Hyuk shoved his pen straight into the speaker's throat, making him spray blood everywhere. Terrified, the man scrambled away. Jin Hyuk immediately barked out, "Does anyone else want a taste of this pain?" Obviously, no one was lining up for that. The freaks were actually intimidated and started backing away slowly. Suddenly, one of them bumped into a man they called Master Proxy. Apparently unable to tolerate his subordinate's cowardice, Proxy immediately crushed the neck of the man standing in front of him. Teresa was horrified by the sight. Beside her, Jin Hyuk just casually asked, "You have played tag before, right? Seriously? In the middle of a life or death situation, who talks in riddles like that? How is anyone supposed to know what you mean?" Teresa was completely lost and had no clue what was going on. Jin Hyuk pointed at the hammer-wielding giant in front of them and said, "That guy is it. Don't let him catch you." As Proxy slammed his hammer down toward them, Jin Hyuk yelled the signal, "Go!" And just like that, the two of them bolted, running for their lives from that freakish crowd. Elsewhere, a man in a purple robe stood with his back turned, admiring the view. Honestly, I don't see what's so beautiful about a sky full of dark, gloomy clouds, but hey, if he likes it, who am I to judge? On the floor, a subordinate in yellow was reporting the current situation. The man in purple asked, "How is the sacrifice coming along?" The subordinate replied that they were currently in the middle of capturing them. The man in purple flashed a twisted grin, mumbling that their god demanded even more sacrifices. Now that the tower had opened its doors, those foolish humans had walked right into his trap. He let out a delighted laugh, believing this was the perfect moment for their great god to descend upon the world once again. "We haven't seen any god yet, but we definitely found a psycho talking to himself like a total nutjob right here." Suddenly, the subordinate told him to look at the monitor. On the screen was Proxy, hammer in hand, chasing after Teresa and Jin Hyuk. The subordinate explained, "Those two are the sacrifices we just located." The leader watched the video, looking quite surprised. This was the first time he had seen Proxy struggle like this, since the guy is usually incredibly fast. Standing behind the leader was another man dressed as a priest, wearing a crucifix necklace. He recognized Jin Hyuk in the video, so the leader asked, "Do you know the person on the screen?" He gave a nod and warned that Jin Hyuk was the most dangerous obstacle to their entire plan. No one knows who this man is, but he was holding a long-nosed half-mask with a mysterious mark on the forehead. Talk about mysterious. Meanwhile, Teresa was struggling to dodge the giant's deadly hammer. The ground took the full force of the blow instead. Seeing the deep crater left behind, Teresa turned pale. She didn't expect a guy that big to be so fast. He was on a completely different level compared to those other fanatic cultists. Not giving Jin Hyuk and Teresa a second to breathe, the giant quickly swung his hammer again. Seeing things were going south, Jin Hyuk told Teresa that they couldn't win a head-on collision with that muscle-bound freak for now. Focus on losing him first. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, and he urgently asked Teresa to lend him that one item. Teresa and Jin Hyuk quickly rounded a sharp corner. The giant lumbered after them, but when he poked his head around the corner, they had already vanished without a trace. As Teresa and Jin Hyuk sprinted around the bend, the giant followed closely behind, peeking around just as they disappeared. A blinding light suddenly stunned him. Squinting through the sharp pain, he forced himself to move closer to the source. Towering above him, the giant raised its massive hammer high into the air. With a thunderous crash, the light vanished as the giant slammed its weapon down. It turned out that light was just a cheap distraction, causing zero damage. Teresa, who was hiding right above the giant's head, saw the whole thing and realized it was a decoy. That diversion gave them just enough time to come up with a real plan. Jin Hyuk told Teresa to pay close attention to the strategy. He was going to head out alone to distract that monster. Teresa was shocked. They had barely managed to escape the beast, and now he wanted to go right back to it? To Jin Hyuk, this was just another day at the office. His goal was to completely clear this entire floor. He knew they'd have to face that giant eventually anyway. While Jin Hyuk kept the monster busy, Teresa was tasked with evacuating the others. They were definitely trapped now, especially since those precious return stones they were counting on turned out to be a total scam. Jin Hyuk was determined to clear the 5th floor as quickly as possible. Even though things had gotten messy, Teresa could only bow her head in shame. She felt like she was just a burden who had been following him around for nothing. Seeing her look so defeated, Jin Hyuk gave her a small, reassuring smile. He had one specific thing he needed her to keep in mind. Meanwhile, the giant who was all brawn and absolutely no brains was still clumsily searching for a sacrifice. Suddenly, a rock came flying out of nowhere and smacked him right in the head. The mastermind behind this blatant trolling was none other than the king of provocation himself. Jin Hyuk stood there, already weighing another rock in his hand. He grinned from ear to ear, mocking the giant for being absolutely pathetic at playing tag. And just 2 seconds later, we see the giant sprinting like a madman, desperately trying to catch Jin Hyuk. Teresa watched the chaos unfold from her hiding spot. Once Jin Hyuk and the giant were far enough away, she swallowed hard, her heart racing. Just a moment ago, Jin Hyuk had handed her something and told her to use it when the time was right. He didn't specify exactly when that would be, but he trusted that she'd know the moment when she felt it. Snapping back to reality, Teresa picked out the sturdiest stick she could find. She believed in herself too. She'd know when the time came. With a look of determination, she ran off in the opposite direction of Jin Hyuk. While she went to save the others, Jin Hyuk and the giant were still fully immersed in their high-stakes game of hide and seek. After putting a good amount of distance between them, Jin Hyuk figured Teresa was probably far enough away by now. He stopped, turned around to face the giant, and activated the Eye of Truth. It turned out the giant's actual name was the Smasher. Not exactly an upgrade from just giant, but here's the kicker. The Smasher was only 1 year old. His stats were insane though. Strength, 100. Agility, 15. Stamina, 30. Talk about a gifted kid. Suddenly, his virtual screen flashed a bright, warning red. The system announced that a violation of the 5th floor's rules had been detected. An entity named Lantham had taken an interest in Jin Hyuk and created a new side rule. Lantham offered to let Jin Hyuk become his sword. If he accepted the deal, Jin Hyuk would immediately evolve into a shadow apostle. This Lantham character was one of the most powerful beings in the entire tower, just like Alice. He resides on the highest floors and is commonly known as the Demon King, in a place where people borrow the Demon King's power just to seal away powerful skills. Anyone who intentionally tries to break that seal is bound to get his attention. Now, the title of Shadow Apostle comes with an overwhelming amount of power. But there's a catch. You have to spend the rest of your life as the Demon King's pawn. The guys in the Demon Human organization would probably be laughing and jumping at the chance to accept. But why on earth would a tiger ever agree to be a dog's servant? Jin Hyuk, the tiger, flat out refused. Not only did he turn down the offer, but he basically spit in Lantham's face. Lantham was absolutely furious. Sensing the Demon King's white-hot rage, the Smasher suddenly came to a dead halt. Its body began to shake violently, and it clutched its head in pure agony. Jin Hyuk was about to be hit with the Demon King's curse. For daring to reject the offer, countless streams of pitch-black energy surged toward Jin Hyuk and slammed straight into his chest. The energy began to take the form of a brand over his heart. He had become a marked target for every demon alive, a curse that would haunt him until his very last breath. The pain in his chest was so excruciating that Jin Hyuk collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood. It looked like he was at death's door, but surprise, it was all just a performance. Jin Hyuk's expression instantly changed, even while he was spitting blood. He wiped his mouth with a smirk and muttered, "Okay, that actually did hurt a bit." Then he looked up and shouted, "But are you guys just going to stand there and keep watching?" Out of nowhere, 2 men, dressed in ridiculous outfits, stepped out in front of him, putting on a fake act of being surprised. They were really overacting. Since they were taking forever to make a move, Jin Hyuk mockingly beckoned them over with his finger like they were puppies, telling them to come get some. The 2 idiots took the bait and lunged at Jin Hyuk with everything they had. The other banana goons are losing their minds too. Ignoring everyone's pleas, they're dragging them off one by one to be sacrificed. Luckily, Teresa shows up just in time. She swings her long iron staff and smashes it right into the head of the goon, holding the frizzy-haired girl. Seeing the banana goon knocked out cold, Teresa tells the girl to help her save the others, but she is too terrified to even stand up. She is sobbing, convinced that they are all going to die here and that there is no way out. While Teresa is distracted by the girl, another banana goon sees an opening and tries to ambush her from behind. Teresa spots him instantly, spinning around to parry his sickle. With a burst of strength, she knocks the weapon right out of his hand. Her staff follows through, slamming into his chin and taking another goon out of the game. After showing how it is done, Teresa turns back to comfort the girl. She promises her that everyone will make it out safely, so she needs to pick up a weapon and get on her feet. Teresa's teammates are already sweeping the 5th floor, but Teresa has no idea that her teammate, Jin Hyuk, is currently lying motionless on a crusher's shoulder in a dark dungeon. A young guy in a baseball cap is so scared he cannot stop bawling his eyes out. He is regretting every choice that led him to this hellhole. He just wanted to snatch some loot and head home, but instead, he ended up behind bars. Suddenly, a sickle slams against the cell bars. The loud clang cuts the guy off mid-sob. The banana goon holding the sickle screams at the guy to shut his mouth. If he keeps making noise, they are going to start the torture early. 1 second he is acting all high and mighty, but the next, the goon turns into a total suck-up. He bows respectfully, inviting Purple Robe and Hosenfeld to continue their discussion. Purple Robe narrows his eyes as he peers into the cell. He asks Hosenfeld, "Is that him?" Hosenfeld replies, "Yes, that is the one." Hosenfeld's voice drops low as he says, "So, this is our first time meeting face-to-face, Kang Jin Hyuk?" For a first meeting, this guy sure knows a lot about Jin Hyuk. On the other hand, Jin Hyuk does not know a thing about him. All he can tell from the mana radiating off him is that Hosenfeld is human. Judging by Hosenfeld's attitude, he is likely working with the 5th floor boss. That means he might be a demonic human. To know your enemy is to win the battle, so Jin Hyuk resorts to his old trick, the Eye of Greed. Unfortunately, the system informs him that the attempt to probe the status window failed. Hosenfeld is currently using a high-level mental barrier. Jin Hyuk has to take things up a notch. He pulls a white capsule out of his pocket. He was planning to save this for the High Priest, but it looks like he is out of options. The white capsule doubles 1 stat for 10 minutes. Jin Hyuk chooses to boost his adaptation. With that, his Eye of Greed can finally see through Hosenfeld. The info panel immediately pops up in front of him. Seeing Knight of the Round Table listed as his class, he realizes Hosenfeld is a heavy hitter from the demonic organization. Melina did mention that a powerhouse far stronger than Jin Hyuk expected had appeared. Now, he is eyeing Hosenfeld's mental barrier skill. It could be the key to helping him withstand divine power. But looking at the requirements to copy the skill, even a guy as handsome as Jin Hyuk feels like his life has hit a wall. There are 2 ways to copy Hosenfeld's skill. One is to make him reveal his knight title. The other is to act like a total Chunibyo brat until the title is revealed. Jin Hyuk massages his temples, feeling a massive headache coming on. He is going to need at least 6 bottles of booze to get over this shock. Having said his piece, Hosenfeld jerks his chin, ordering them to open the cell door. Jin Hyuk was still sitting there, moping and biting his nails first, his fingers, then his toes. Hosenfeld, unable to stand the silence any longer, finally spoke up to nudge Jin Hyuk. "Why are you staying so quiet?" Jin Hyuk let out a long sigh and replied, "My bad." Suddenly, the atmosphere around Jin Hyuk began to shift. With a total edgy teen vibe as his backdrop, Jin Hyuk struck a pose with one hand over his eye and dropped his voice to a low, brooding whisper. He uttered his first words after getting into character. "I am currently busy suppressing the swirling darkness within myself." This is the ultimate key to that edgelord vibe, acting cool like a total dork. The air fell silent. Jin Hyuk's hand, which was covering his right eye, slowly shifted over to his left. Eventually, he was just covering his entire face. The man in the purple cloak turned to Hosenfeld with a look of doubt. "Are you sure this is the guy he mentioned? It looks like he has a few screws loose." Hosenfeld's face went dark, but he answered firmly that he was sure. However, his voice sounded pretty weak. Seeing how cool Jin Hyuk was acting, the man in the purple cloak was afraid that weirdness might be contagious, so he waved his hand and said he was getting the hell out of there. He wished Jin Hyuk and Hosenfeld a nice talk. But the third person caught in the middle of this awkward situation was Alice. Alice, inside the Ring of Bram, had heard everything and was judging him hard. Hearing her burst into laughter, Jin Hyuk's expression grew even more stiff. Honestly, he was grossing himself out too, so he begged Alice to please just pretend she didn't hear a thing. After getting his head back in the game, Hosenfeld continued, "It seems like you don't really grasp what is going on here, Jin Hyuk. Are you aware that you have been captured and are about to be sacrificed?" Jin Hyuk, however, kept leaning into his role. He put on a menacing look and said, Do you truly believe you can contain my destructive madness? How foolish. Ki. Silence fell over the room once again. Hoseonvel began to wonder what was wrong with him. Or are you hiding some kind of trump card? Considering the skills he had used up until now, that explanation seemed more plausible to Hoseonvel. Hoseonvel was still trying to figure out Jin Hyuk's train of thought. He continued to explain the situation, knowing full well how powerful Jin Hyuk actually was. But now that your skills are all sealed, you won't survive for long in here. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the halls. It was the scream of those being sacrificed. Seeing the terror in the eyes of the prisoners, Hoseonvel dangled a carrot he would give them the key, if they told him everything they knew about the one called Nameless. Jin Hyuk decided to lead the conversation. He told Hoseonvel to give him his real name, and in exchange, he would reveal Nameless's true identity. Before he finished, Jin Hyuk even stayed dedicated to the bit, letting out 2 laughs. Sure enough, Hoseonvel let his guard down and answered immediately without thinking twice. He even revealed that his title was Lancelot. This was exactly what Jin Hyuk wanted. He had successfully copied Hoseonvel's mental barrier skill. Having gotten exactly what he came for, Jin Hyuk followed through and told Hoseonvel Nameless's real name. Hoseonvel kept his word and tossed the key into the cell. Seeing Jin Hyuk just sitting there without opening the door, a blonde-haired girl rushed over to pick up the key to help. But life is not a fairy tale. There was not even a keyhole on the bars. While one group was stuck there, Teresa was being held in a different location. Teresa was shoved into a cell by a guy in yellow robes. The quiet room was suddenly filled with the sound of someone being beaten. It turned out a girl with frizzy hair was relentlessly hitting and cursing at a little girl. Seeing this, Teresa rushed forward to shield the child. She demanded, "What do you think you are doing? Stop this right now." The frizzy-haired girl, still acting hysterical, asked Teresa a question. "Do you even know who you are protecting? That brat is a resident of this tower." Teresa was stunned, turning to look at the little girl with doubt. The little girl curled up, trembling in fear. At that moment, the other girls in the room joined in, relentlessly blaming the child. They had endured too much suffering already. How could they possibly feel sympathy for someone they did not even know? Just as their hands were about to reach the girl, Teresa suddenly reached out and blocked them. She spoke up. It does not matter if she is a resident or not. Has she not been captured by those cultists, just like the rest of us? The little girl looked up in shock. Since the tower had opened, this was the very first time someone had ever stood up for her. The frizzy-haired girl still could not accept it and tried to pull away from Teresa's grip. But Teresa tightened her hold, using all her strength. Her eyes were filled with a determination that would never waver. Teresa then asked the girl a question in a soft, friendly voice as she sat down beside her. Looking at her with a warm gaze, she asked, "What is your name?" The little girl remained silent, huddling in a dark corner. It was as if she had lost all her confidence, but Teresa gently comforted her, saying, "It is okay, as long as I am here. No one is going to hurt you." Those warm words finally broke through the girl's defenses, and she whispered, "My name is Andrea." Teresa did not judge. Instead, she complimented the girl's beautiful name and introduced herself to Andrea. The little girl began to tell her story. While she was working like everyone else, carrying a basket on her back, a group of people wearing strange yellow robes that covered their faces, the cultists arrived at her village. They claimed they would save the entire village if the village provided just one person to be a sacrifice. As soon as those words were spoken, the villagers immediately turned their eyes toward her. They told her that an orphan with no mother or father like her should step up for the sake of the entire village. And they never stopped brainwashing her, telling her it was a sacred mission. They dragged her away by the hand, and well, the inevitable finally happened. Damn, just hearing that makes my eyes well up. Teresa couldn't hold back and pulled Andrea into a tight hug. "I see, you must have been so lonely, Andrea." She gently stroked the girl's head with her warm hand, trying to comfort her. Teresa thought to herself, even if she is a resident of this tower, how is she any different from a normal human being? The two of them sat huddled in a corner of the jail cell. Suddenly, outside the bars, two cultists looking like yellow ducks started whispering to each other. "Hey, we need to get the next batch of sacrifices ready. Pick one person from every room." Those yellow ducks peered through the bars with their disgusting faces and threatened them with their creepy, perverted voices. "If no one is chosen, all of you will be sacrificed together. You babies can struggle for as long as you want." Hearing those sweet words of love, the victims scheduled for sacrifice started panicking, shaking like leaves. They screamed in pure terror, wailing and crying their eyes out. Again? No, this can't be happening. I refuse. While everyone else was losing their minds, Andrea remained eerily calm. It was like she realized something. Oh wait, that's right, isn't it? Before she could say a word, the other women in the room pointed right at her face. Take that brat first. She isn't even human. Not human? Even with Teresa backing her up, it was still terrifying when those witches tried to close in. Teresa jumped up to take the lead. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Wait, stop being so aggressive, honey. Everyone, just calm down." The other women shot daggers at Teresa, with their eyes. They looked like they were ready to bite her head off. Meanwhile, the cultists outside were still mocking them with those creepy smiles. "Keep struggling, it will only make the Lord happier." Suddenly, a hand shot up. The cultist froze in shock, and his smile vanished instantly. Jin Hyuk stood straight up, raised his hand high, and said firmly, "I volunteer. Anyone got a problem with that? Damn. Why even ask?" The guys sitting next to him breathed a massive sigh of relief, crying tears of joy because they got to live. "Please, just go ahead. Be my guest." Those yellow ducks tied the sacrifices together in a long line. Jin Hyuk had a capsule in his mouth, which he then spat out. He spat it into a nearby drain, wearing a smile just as wicked as those yellow ducks. He was still holding his head high and whistling. He was acting cocky to draw attention, all part of his plan. All the necessary preparations were complete. By now, Teresa must have been caught too, and she probably got thrown into the dungeon. Knowing her personality, she definitely volunteered for sure. This is the first time I have pulled a stunt like this, but things are going pretty smoothly. Just as I thought, a hidden quest has been triggered. Usually, the reward is just a stat boost, but they actually gave me an adaptability stat. This is awesome. Damn. Just as he was calculating his next move, Jin Hyuk was startled by a loud, synchronized chant from a flock of yellow ducks. It was the creepy cultists gathering and cheering, "O Lord, glorious Lord, your glory has descended upon us." Seeing that crowd, even Jin Hyuk was freaked out and had to vent. Holy crap, there are so many of them. He panicked seeing the swarm of ducks. One guy was puking his guts out everywhere. Jin Hyuk looked at him and judged. "Talk about a rookie. It is not even that bad in here." The high priest roared, calling for the next group of sacrifices. Another batch of lab rats about to be slaughtered. The wooden doors were kicked open. Inside were some massive, muscular guys with biceps the size of paint buckets. Their faces were completely hidden behind red masks. They had all sorts of weapons ready to feast on the sacrifices. The yellow ducks started chanting again. "Glorious Lord, divine ecstasy. The Lord hungers for sacrifices, trembling with fear." One cultist happily grabbed a mic and started talking nonsense. "What kind of sacrifice does our Lord love the most, everyone?" The cultists were cheering like they were high on something, screaming out, "A noble sacrifice! A noble sacrifice!" They cheered as if they had struck gold. The guy with the mic was jumping around like a maniac. "Look here, this woman has volunteered to go to the afterlife in place of a complete stranger. What a noble act. This woman's blood will be the finale of this living sacrifice ritual. A truly noble offering." Watching those bastards cheering made Jin Hyuk's blood boil. He stepped out like a superhero, slowly reaching into his pocket. He pulled out Marquis Rion's grimoire. "I was planning to max out my stats before clearing this floor. But damn it." He released all the restrictions and seals. Time was running out. The fire element was activated, shooting straight toward that capsule from earlier. It instantly turned into a fire pill. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant wreathed in flames, engulfing the entire stadium in a fire attack. The yellow ducks were so scared, their hearts nearly stopped, and they started screaming. "Oh my God, is that a skill? Holy crap, it is by the Lord's command. This power is absolutely terrifying." The entire cult scrambled in a panic, trying to find a way to escape the fire god's wrath. Jin Hyuk stood in the middle of the sea of flames, wearing a smug grin as he watched his plan unfold perfectly. Even with all his skills disabled here, Jin Hyuk isn't backing down. He pulls out a dagger. He lunges straight for the chains binding Teresa, slicing through them so she falls perfectly into his arms. It's like a scene from a romance novel, seeing the beautiful Teresa unconscious in his arms while she bleeds out. He's absolutely livid. "Screw the stats and the power-ups. I'm gonna slaughter every single one of you." His eyes glow a blood red as he pulls out a pill, fueled by pure hatred, and swallows it without a second thought. The dark pill activates, instantly conjuring a barrier of shadowy energy and sparks that swirl around Jin Hyuk. A blast of dark wind sends the cultists flying as they scream in terror, What the hell is this? This smoke. I can't see a thing. Jin Hyuk manifests a sword, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying pressure as his eyes turn cold and murderous. He's ready to turn these cultists into dust. They try to grab their weapons, but they're paralyzed with shock. Damn it, where did he go? While they're standing there like sitting ducks, one of them suddenly drops his weapon. The coward falls to his knees, trembling and begging for his life. Oh, great God of darkness, please answer my prayer. Oh, noble demon king, please lead your humble servants. The others follow suit, and suddenly, a blinding light forces them to look up. Through the black smoke and eerie blue light, a figure emerges. The cultist's jaws drop in awe. Is that the energy of the demon king? He's answered our prayers. They're overjoyed, eyes wide with excitement. They think they're saved, but they're dead wrong. Jin Hyuk bursts from the smoke, his blade ready to send them all to the afterlife. He slashes through them ruthlessly, blood spraying everywhere as the black smoke blinds them and robs them of their senses. He wipes them out completely before they can even scream. The sheer intensity of the light and power, along with the dark smoke, causes the unconscious Teresa to stir. Moments earlier, when the cultists were screaming to take Andrea, Teresa fought back with everything she had. "Don't you dare touch that girl," she screamed in their faces. "Where's your sense of fairness? She's just a child. For God's sake." Some of the women in the cell tried to stir the pot. "A child? What are you talking about? She's just a virtual character. Just hand her over." Teresa had heard enough and decided to teach those girls a lesson. She sent them flying. "You losers really thought I'd be an easy target just because I can't use my skills here? Don't get it twisted, honey. I'm confident I can take all of you down at once." That shut them up real quick. They changed their tune immediately. "So, does that mean you're volunteering to be the chosen one?" Teresa didn't hesitate. "That's right, sweetie. It's me." One of the girls, with her mouth bleeding, still couldn't help but talk trash. "Fine, play the hero all you want, but you'll end up broken just like the rest of them." Teresa and Andrea shared a tender look. She reached down and gently stroked the little girl's hair. Then she said softly, "I'll be back soon." The cultist watching them just grinned like a maniac, drooling and mocking her. What a noble sacrifice. Suddenly, Teresa wakes up, dragging her exhausted body. Dead cultists are scattered everywhere, the lingering black smoke making the scene look like a nightmare. Seeing how battered Teresa looks, Jin Hyuk still finds time to joke. "You really pushed yourself to the brink of death again." Teresa gives a faint smile despite the blood. "I knew you'd come for me." They share an intense, romantic moment. It's enough to make anyone blush. She uses her power to break the remaining chains, while Jin Hyuk checks his stats, his resolve hardening. "All I have to do now is take down the high priest and get out of here," while he's busy planning his next move. Teresa suddenly sprints off, leaving a worried Jin Hyuk to chase after her as she moves like a blur. Back at the prison, the captives are being released. As the iron doors swing open, everyone starts cheering for their freedom. But Teresa keeps running. She reaches a cell door and screams, "Andrea!" The little girl, eyes full of tears, shouts back, "Thank God you're okay." The two of them hug tightly, while Jin Hyuk just stands there, feeling like a total third wheel. He's standing there with a massive question mark on his face. Teresa finally introduces her. This is a resident of the tower. The cultists kidnapped her and tried to force her to either join them or become a sacrifice. Jin Hyuk looks at the countdown timer and feels his blood boil. He's incredibly annoyed, cursing under his breath. "I can't believe she made me waste 10 precious minutes for this. Unbelievable. Wait a second. If she's a tower resident?" A greedy, ambitious smile slowly spreads across Jin Hyuk's face. He flipped on his fake nice mode and boldly approached her. "You are Andrea, right? Why do you not become a follower?" Every resident in this tower is obsessively worshipping that god. Hearing him say that, Teresa almost wanted to punch him right in the mouth. She shot him a pleading look, begging him to shut up before he terrified the poor girl. Andrea hung her head and whispered, "I do not want to believe that something like a god exists in this world. Even my own villagers threw me away just because I do not have a mother. If gods really exist, then they must be the ones who created this living hell. If this was really made by a god, then he is not a good person at all." As she spoke, she clenched her fists tight. Tears began to stream down her face uncontrollably. She spoke through her sobs, crying out of pure, unadulterated hatred. Seeing her cry like that, Jin Hyuk kept a cold, expressionless face, waiting for her to dry her tears before having a heart-to-heart. I do not know if this will make you feel any better, but you and we are actually very similar. I was abandoned at an orphanage the moment I was born. I grew up all alone, living without parents by my side. It was incredibly tough, but I still had to keep living, did I not? No matter how sad or miserable you are, it does not change a thing. Teresa's eyes widened in total shock. Holy crap, he is actually talking about himself for once. As for Andrea, she could not stop shivering, her hands nervously picking at each other. But as long as that high priest is still around, Jin Hyuk was just waiting for that opening to make his pitch. Alright, since that high priest is still here, let us do this. I will take down that high priest for you, so you can keep living in a world where that bastard does not exist anymore. In exchange, become my teammate. Do we have a deal? Jin Hyuk looked incredibly cool and reliable. He even flexed a bit by skillfully summoning a small flame of banishment on his fingertip, leaving Andrea wide-eyed with admiration. She gave a small nod without a second thought. Jin Hyuk then directed the flame toward her. From that moment on, Andrea was officially recognized as Jin Hyuk's teammate. He gently patted her head, showing a much softer side than before. I am looking forward to your help, Andrea. Watching them, Teresa could not help but feel happy for the girl. But then she realized she was basically a total third wheel, and her face went completely sour. Damn it. What about me? Hello? Why has he never done anything like that with me? Big sister Teresa was left in a state of heartbroken shock, unable to process it. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was grinning with satisfaction. Alright, let us go take down that high priest. By this point, the time limit for the ancient grimoire had run out, immediately sealing away all of his skills. That high priest is nothing like the other followers. Even though he cannot use skills like they do, the guy is built like a tank. He could probably take on a sumo wrestler without any problems, Kang Jin Hyuk said as they walked. Teresa followed closely behind, keeping the young girl right next to her. She thought about the skill he used earlier. Shouldn't he be able to just take the guy out effortlessly? It would save so much time and energy. I was planning to do exactly that. But oops, the time limit is up, so it is going to be tough to use any more skills. It is not that I do not want to. I have got my own problems to deal with. But even so, I should be fine in a one-on-one fight. That being said, those divine artifacts he has are a major risk factor. Teresa did not quite catch what he said. Divine artifacts? Did you say artifacts? Exactly. It is a really bizarre item, a true artifact containing a curse that can instantly kill a designated target with 100% accuracy. In other words, whoever he picks will die right on the spot. If it is 100% accurate, then there is no way we can win, right? It is not impossible. Of course, when the going gets tough, the tough get creative. Although, I have not quite gotten creative enough yet. Whatever, I am still strong, so I will try to block it. I can at least block it once. He suddenly turned around to look at the two of them with a serious expression. That thing takes a while before it can be used a second time. That is why your role as a paladin is incredibly important right now. Like, the most important thing ever. I am serious, you absolutely have to take this guy down before he can activate that curse again. Teresa was feeling the massive weight of the pressure now. She knew exactly how vital her mission was. We are here. You ready, gorgeous? Young Andrea was feeling just as much pressure as the others. As he turned the doorknob, Jin Hyuk reminded Teresa to keep his words firmly in mind. As long as you remember what I told you, you will definitely see the right path to take. Here we go. Standing right in front of them was a man in a purple robe wearing a bone-chillingly terrifying mask. The story begins with Jin Hyuk standing protectively in front of Teresa and Andrea. The mysterious figure turns around and speaks softly. To think the very culprit who ruined the ritual would come looking for him personally, he must consider this a massive honor. Our main man couldn't care less about this guy's delusional rambling. Noticing the empty space nearby, he realizes the guy's partner has already vanished. It seems they already grabbed everything they needed, so they didn't waste any time packing up and getting out of there. Jin Hyuk feels a sharp pang of annoyance. Damn, that guy was fast. It was like a bolt of lightning struck his heart. From the moment he first saw him, he wanted to be the one to end him personally. What a total waste. Seeing Jin Hyuk's dark expression, the villain decides to pour more fuel on the fire. He has no idea that Jin Hyuk has already shattered the god's restriction. He doesn't even know how to use this skill properly yet, but activating the muscle cloak makes him look incredibly imposing. The villain screams at the top of his lungs, "I will definitely sacrifice you alive and make you pay for the terrible things you have done." In his hand, he grips the legendary jar of living earth. Teresa guesses that must be the divine artifact Jin Hyuk mentioned earlier. Our hero uses his momentum to spring up, jumping across the shelves to distract the enemy. Let's go, Teresa. Let's hit him together. She charges forward, pulling her fist back for a strike. She isn't sure if it'll even scratch this beefy guy, but it doesn't matter. You never know until you try. With lightning crackling in his eyes, Jin Hyuk drops down from above and delivers a crushing kick to the enemy's hand, causing him agonizing pain. Even those pearly white teeth of his are clenched tight in agony. Meanwhile, Teresa sweeps the guy's legs from underneath him. That's it. What a perfect duo. Now's the time, shut him up for good. She is absolutely crushing it. While she's struggling to hold his mouth shut, Jin Hyuk rushes in to snatch the jar. He aims for the jar of living earth in the opponent's grip. Is it really going to be this easy? Andrea hides off to the side, watching this thriller like it is a high-stakes movie while breaking into a cold sweat. Since he can't use his hands, the villain decides to use his mouth instead. After all, those teeth of his are as strong as porcelain. With a few savage snaps, he breaks free. You really thought I was an easy target? He flings Teresa away with such force that she flies back several hundred meters. She slams into a wall, nearly cracking her skull open. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, Jin Hyuk switches his plan in an instant. He flies in like a superhero because he can't kill his momentum. That monster has no clue that Jin Hyuk has some seriously smooth dodging skills. Like a pro hunter, he dodges the incoming punch and moves forward. Out of nowhere, Jin Hyuk lands a brutal uppercut to the guy's lower jaw, smashing his teeth. Oh man, that has gotta hurt like hell. When I start showing off, you're nothing but a footnote, kid. He once defeated a guy 10 times bigger than this clown. What made him think he could win a fistfight against our hero? Yet, even he can't compete with the lady outside who's currently nursing a sore butt. Even the narrator has to admit, Jin Hyuk is just on another level. He is so cool it's beyond debate. Since Jin Hyuk said that, the villain can't afford to be careless. He laughs for a moment before his nose starts bleeding. Not bad at all. He's actually starting to like Jin Hyuk. It turns out he's the best, one-of-a-kind sacrifice he's ever seen. He decides to sacrifice Jin Hyuk first. It is time to pull out the trump card, Jar of Living Earth. He chants a bizarre spell. Something about Pararia Telpa? Then, the skull engraved on the jar begins to emit a strange light. A hazy smoke rises, carrying a divine aura. All that light converges on a single point, right where Kang Jin Hyuk is standing, frozen like a statue. Oh, the beautiful girl is completely stunned, seeing something so alien. So this is what Jin Hyuk was warning them about? While busy dodging, he tries to explain things to Teresa to snap her out of it. Listen closely. This magic has an incredibly long cooldown. Make sure you watch the eyes of that skull. When it happens, your sixth sense will automatically predict when it's going to trigger. And the rest is up to you. Just as he finishes speaking, those beams of light pierce straight through Jin Hyuk's body. He coughs up blood and collapses as Teresa and Andrea watch in horror. What is happening? She starts to panic. He actually went down right in front of her? He survived so many powerful monsters, only to die at the hands of this guy? She screams in agony and runs toward his motionless body. The system announces that Kang Jin Hyuk has died. The Demon King's curse is fading because he's dead. The villain laughs hysterically. This truly is a magnificent sacrifice. Surely the Demon King will be pleased with this. He stands there, watching her cry, her eyes out, enjoying every second of it. Does it hurt that much, beautiful? Watching your comrade go to the afterlife right before your eyes? But are you really just going to give up like that? Never. She still has Andrea to protect. Teresa stands up, and though her face is covered in tears, her eyes are filled with absolute determination. You've got a death wish, you bastard. But just as she stands up, he blasts her with a gust of wind. She is sent flying several hundred meters again, collapsing to the ground. His power is truly terrifying. How can they possibly win? Just as she tries to stand, she's blown away again, tumbling back several hundred meters. What is a sacrifice without a little suffering? Muhaha. You just got hit, and you are already sobbing like a baby. You went to such lengths to protect her. But the secret is out. Such touching sisterly love. But I found you, little one. He discovered where Andrea was hiding and was about to reach out for her when the beautiful warrior woke up and stood her ground to fight back. Do not mess with a woman. She jumped right onto the enemy's neck, locking him in a chokehold and flipping him backward. Do not play with me. I am a holy knight. Even with tears streaming down my face, I will not be weak anymore. And I will never let him take Andrea away. At least, That is the plan, because this guy is exactly as dangerous as he looks. He is incredibly powerful. Since she refuses to submit, he is going to show Teresa exactly what happens to those who do not know their place. Jin Hyuk died in the blink of an eye, his entire body drenched in blood. Is there any miracle that can bring him back? Meanwhile, Teresa is enduring absolute torture. She is being thrown around over and over in agonizing pain. The villain is just taking his time. He knows a woman cannot possibly defeat him. You think raw strength wins every time? No, you have to use your brain too. Trying to fight a massive beast without any skills is basically suicide. But this guy is relentless, using only his fists to do the talking. All that talk about his great god. He keeps advancing, forcing her to stay on the defensive. Damn it, she cannot keep this up forever. If she loses, she is dead. Reaching a shelf of rare artifacts, she starts smashing all kinds of precious vases on the ground, not caring about the cost. She is going for it. Teresa grabs the broken shards and aims right for the lamps, plunging the room into total darkness. He speaks up confidently. You really think the darkness is going to help you? Once the place turned into night, Teresa bolted and hid behind a water jar, gasping for air. Okay, his vision should be limited now. She has to start planning for survival and eliminate the threat. First, she needs to steal that jar from his hands. If he triggers that spell one more time, she will not have a chance of winning in 1,000 lifetimes. The sound of his footsteps is getting closer. By the time he was inches away, she barely realized it. Thump! The jar shattered. But thanks to her quick reflexes, Teresa managed to dodge it. How did he find her so fast? The long-legged beauty is quick and agile, but he has already tracked her down. You are not getting away that easily, babe. It is all because of your silky blonde hair. It stands out way too much. Even in the dark, you would be safer if you just shaved your head, lady. He raises that jar once again. He is happy to tell her the plan. He is going to knock her out cold. Then he will go find that adorable little child hiding away. By the time she wakes up, he will force her to watch the child being sacrificed to the earthen jar. Out of nowhere, he lunges like a bolt of lightning to take her down. But she has learned Jin Hyuk's dodging moves, and her execution is absolutely flawless. Seeing her dodge so smoothly, he starts to admire her. Humph, you are a tough one to kill. That makes you even better for the great god. Go on, hide well. Let us play a little game of hide and seek, shall we? It is only a matter of time. No, she cannot afford to waste a single precious second. Jin Hyuk bought her this chance. If she goes down now, she will fail him, and Andrea will be meeting her ancestors. Staring at a sharp shard, an idea suddenly strikes her. Meanwhile, that bug-eyed freak is still hunting for her, mumbling about his great god under his breath. It is like a broken record with him. But then, he catches a glimpse of her shimmering blonde hair and stops dead in his tracks. He is completely mesmerized by her incredible beauty, and he does a total 180-degree turn. If she agrees to join his cult, he will spare her life. In fact, he wants to make her his wife. Wait, he misspoke. He wants her to be the saintess of the Demon King. Andrea, hidden away, hears everything and can only shake and cry in terror. The villain is so dazed by Teresa that he tries to lure her out. If you do not come out, I am coming in. Hee. Wait, a wig? Where did she go? Just as she was about to strike, he spotted her. Teresa's hair was now cut short, a sacrifice she made to honor Jin Hyuk. A little hair is nothing. But as she moves in, his massive fist is about to crash down on her. Luckily, Andrea distracts him by smashing a rare vase right over his head. Success! She grabbed the earthen jar. He snaps at her. You clever little brat. But what do you plan to do now that you have it? It is useless now. Are you planning to sacrifice yourself, beautiful? Teresa grips the jar tightly. She remembers what Jin Hyuk told her before he passed. He told her to memorize the Patoria incantation. This is what he meant. It is a spell in the ancient runic language. He told her she had to use it when the time was right, even though she did not quite get it back then. But now she understands. He probably predicted all of this, and this is the moment. She raises her voice. Patoria Zimarius. The eyes on the skull jar glow once more. He knew this would happen all along. He knew she could do it. The villain's face finally twisted in pure panic. How on earth did she know ancient runes? Oh my god. Maybe she learned them just to take your job. She screamed that a predecessor had taught her, a person everyone knows all too well. Telpa Varicio. Beams of light exploded outward, tearing right through the body of the unlucky enemy. He was way too cocky for his own good. He forgot you actually need to use your brain. something he clearly didn't have. Scream to the demons all you want. No one is coming to save you. Now die. His entire body was skewered by the light, killing him instantly. The floor 5 boss has been defeated. Teresa choked back her tears, carrying Andrea over to where Jin Hyuk lay motionless. She was absolutely devastated. She begged him to wake up, sobbing that she was so sorry. She promised she'd never stubbornly follow him again if he just opened his eyes. Her tears fell, landing on Jin Hyuk's chest. The Demon King's power has been nullified since the boss is dead. The system is now lifting all skill restrictions. Blessing of the Stars has been activated. As long as it isn't an instant death, you can be resurrected. Cooldown time is 240 hours. Jin Hyuk was back from the dead. Man, dying really hurts. But why is she crying again? She was just crying back in the labyrinth too. Teresa was over the moon with joy. She apologized, saying she just couldn't stop the tears from flowing. She was so excited that she accidentally went overboard, punching him right in his wound and making Jin Hyuk cough up blood. Hey, take it easy, beautiful. That still hurts. But seriously, he was actually more curious about why she cut her hair. Noticing the notification that the boss was defeated, Teresa asked Jin Hyuk why the path to the next floor hadn't opened yet. Jin Hyuk pointed toward a door labeled exit and started to explain. It turns out the condition to clear floor 5 was simply to escape, meaning all they had to do was walk through that door. Then he mentioned something much more interesting was hidden here. Andrea looked up at him, looking a bit confused. Jin Hyuk walked over to a large jar and continued. It's because the position of the floor 5 boss can actually be inherited. Both Teresa and Andrea were stunned to hear about this inheritance. Jin Hyuk added that the real goal of floor 5 wasn't just to kill the boss. Whoever holds this jar becomes the new boss. He crouched down in front of Andrea, holding the jar out to her. He felt it was best to entrust the boss position to Andrea. Teresa gasped in shock. What? You're giving it to Andrea? Even Andrea was completely caught off guard. Jin Hyuk spoke to her gently. I promise to let you live in a world where the high priest doesn't exist. He handed the jar to Andrea and told her, now, go live the life you've always wanted. No one will ever be able to mistreat you again. The system immediately announced that the boss position had been transferred. Andrea's level began to skyrocket as she absorbed the boss's power. Her entire body began to undergo a rapid transformation. When the process finally stopped, Teresa was amazed to see that Andrea had grown up. She had turned into a beautiful young woman with flowing hair. Andrea smiled, clearly happy with her new self. She immediately dropped to one knee before Jin Hyuk and made a bold declaration. She was Andrea, the ruler of this desolate land. Every living creature here would now serve Jin Hyuk through her. The system recorded this historic event. Andrea, the master of floor 5, has sworn loyalty to Jin Hyuk. He is the first person to ever receive the submission of a floor boss. This achievement has been recorded in the Hall of Fame. Jin Hyuk smiled and patted Andrea's head, telling her to live a happy life from now on. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Andrea began to shed tears of joy. She then turned and smiled at Teresa. She pulled her into a tight hug, begging Teresa to come back and visit her often. Teresa gently patted her shoulder. She stroked the girl's hair and said, "Of course I will." The system then announced that floor 6 of the Tower of Trials was now open. The time limit is 89 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds. Teresa waved goodbye to Andrea and left with Jin Hyuk. On the news, everyone was talking about how Jin Hyuk had cleared floor 5. With floor 6 now open, everyone was watching closely, from people on the bus to high school students. One shop owner was so hyped, he announced he'd be giving out free beer to celebrate the floor being cleared. A man with his right arm in a cast named Choi Yoo-jin happily posted an update online, saying, "I'm one of the players. I actually made it back alive from floor 5. I honestly thought there was no way out of that living hell other than death. But thanks to a player named Jin Hyuk, I survived." Meanwhile, a young man named Yu Sung sat in his room. He zoomed in on Choi Yoo-jin's post, fuming with rage. He was convinced Jin Hyuk did this on purpose, just to make sure he could never catch up to him. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Yu Sung wondered who could possibly be looking for him. Then a voice called out, "Sorry to drop in unannounced." As soon as the words were spoken, the door blew wide open. A blonde guy stands there with a weapon pointed right into the room, wearing a massive, cocky grin on his face. Yu Sung immediately draws his sword to defend himself. He barks out, asking who the hell this intruder is. The blonde guy gives a mock bow and introduces himself as Gagawon. Gagouin starts mocking Yu Sung, saying he is actually pretty surprised. He figured a place belonging to someone like Unknown would be a bit more impressive, but this place is tiny. He thought it would be way more luxurious. Yu Sung's face twists in annoyance when he hears Gagouin call him Unknown, and it immediately clicks that this is probably Jin Hyuk's fault. He starts cursing Jin Hyuk out in a blind rage, but the next second, a massive explosion rips through the room, sending furniture flying out from the high-rise. Down on the street, people scream in terror as they scramble to avoid the falling debris. Meanwhile, over with Jin Hyuk, his ears suddenly start burning, probably because Yu Sung is talking so much trash about him. He just scratches his ear. Alice is currently on a shopping spree, not even glancing at the price tags. From designer handbags to high-end makeup, if she sees it, she just tells the staff to wrap it up. The employees are absolutely floored, standing there with their jaws on the floor at how much this rich lady is dropping in one go. Jin Hyuk is standing off to the side, complaining under his breath. Seriously, at this rate, she is going to send the inflation rate through the roof. Alice is having way too much fun to care about something like inflation. After all, she is the one doing the shopping, but Jin Hyuk is the one footing the bill. As payment for her constantly training Andrea, he agreed to let Alice enjoy a life styled after the local culture, although he knows most of this is just her way of getting revenge on him. Right now, Alice is teaching Andrea how a true monster boss should live. Everything from how a boss should carry themselves to what their daily routine looks like, Andrea is taking it all in, scribbling notes as fast as she can. The little girl is dead serious about her studies. Alice is teaching Andrea every essential quality a leader needs to possess. It is basically bossing 101, and Jin Hyuk is sure she will be useful eventually. He pulls up his status window to check his progress. His current level is 32, strength is 20, agility is 20, stamina is 20, and his mana is sitting at 98. His gap is 100, luck is 100, and adaptability is 78. He currently has 1,283,288 coins. His unique abilities include Gravesword Fusion, Blessing of the Stars, and Level 5 Fire Element Judgment. Jin Hyuk smirks, realizing he is getting stronger even faster than he anticipated. His adaptability has already climbed to 78. After clearing the 5th floor, players who level up through guilds are probably only around level 30. But thanks to his gap stat, he knows for a fact that no one will be able to touch his overall power. Then there are the items he picked up after clearing the 5th floor. One item in particular really caught his eye. He focuses on the Mirror of Boundless Void. It is a growth-type item, and its acquisition difficulty is listed as unmeasurable. This item allows the owner to travel to any location they want from the 10th floor down, with a cooldown time of 90 days. It stays active for 30 minutes. Locations above the 10th floor can also be reached, depending on the player's level. The duration might change as well, and he can even bring one extra person along. Jin Hyuk tells himself he has a lot of prep work to do. There is a long list of things he needs to get ready. He pulls his phone out of his pocket and gives Hugh a call. The moment Hugh sees it as Jin Hyuk, he picks up immediately and asks what is going on. Jin Hyuk asks if anything special has happened lately, and Hugh replies that everything has been going suspiciously well. Hugh reports that since Jin Hyuk is so incredibly famous now, every news station and social media channel is talking about him. The number of people applying to join them has exploded, so much so that they are thinking about closing off new requests for a while. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk starts getting a massive headache when he sees Alice being carried out on a chair by 4 massive guys. She walks out looking like a queen. Hugh asks over the phone if there is anything specific Jin Hyuk needs help with. Jin Hyuk tells him he is going to send over a list, and he wants Hugh to go out and buy every single thing on it. On top of that, Jin Hyuk asks Hugh to schedule a meeting for him with the Da Pu Guild over at the Eden Cafe. As Jin Hyuk sits there, sipping on a delicious frappe, Kim Ji-tae speaks up, asking if he is finally done resting. He mentions he has been waiting forever for Jin Hyuk to call. Jin Hyuk just smiles and says it is the first time they have seen each other since that test. Looking at Kim Ji-tae's current attitude, Jin Hyuk smirks to himself, thinking how great it feels to be the one in power. Kim Ji-tae used to be such a hothead, but now he is being incredibly polite and keeping his attitude in check. Jin Hyuk apologizes to Kim Ji-tae about the whole ginseng situation, explaining he was just way too busy clearing the tower. Kim Ji-tae says it is fine, but the way his face is twitching and his teeth are grinding says otherwise. Jin Hyuk notices immediately and tells him not to be so salty since he finally showed up. Then he gets straight to the point, telling him he plans on changing the terms of their contract. Jin Hyuk asks for clarification, saying he heard Kim Ji-tae's guild only controls about 10 A-rank dungeons on the 3rd floor. Kim Ji-tae nods, confirming that is true, but he adds that those numbers are expected to go up very soon. After Kim Ji-tae nodded in agreement, Jin Hyuk immediately seized the moment and told him to cough up even more. Kim Ji-tae grimaced, snapping at Jin Hyuk for not even handing over the antidote formula he promised in the first place. And now he was asking for an even bigger cut? Jin Hyuk just gave him a bright, sunny smile, confirming that was exactly what he was doing. Frustrated, Kim Ji-tae asked what on earth gave him the right to make such a demand. Jin Hyuk just smirked. He blamed it on rising inflation, the cost of raw materials, and even increased labor expenses. Kim Ji-tae was fuming, shouting that his guild wasn't a charity, and he didn't come here to listen to such ridiculous demands. He slammed his hand on the table, declaring the meeting a waste of time before turning to stomp away in a rage. But Jin Hyuk wasn't done. He threw out another reason, mentioning the 3rd floor labyrinth, the Grey Temple, which Kim Ji-tae's guild currently owned. Despite many attempts to conquer it, Kim Ji-tae's side had failed every single time. Stunned, Kim Ji-tae turned back and asked how he knew about that. Jin Hyuk chuckled, reminding him that he was a guild leader too. Even if it wasn't official yet, if he wanted to know something, he could easily get his hands on that kind of intel. Jin Hyuk had heard that Kim Ji-tae kept throwing himself at the Grey Temple. Even though his guild had the exclusive rights to it, his reputation was currently a total disaster because of his constant failures. If things kept going like this, Kim Ji-tae's position as leader was going to be in serious jeopardy. Seeing he had hit a nerve, and that Kim Ji-tae was now both anxious and irritated, Jin Hyuk playfully offered to help. He would clear that labyrinth for him. Kim Ji-tae was left speechless with shock. Meanwhile, at a concert in Vienna, Alice had just finished her performance on stage. The audience stood up, cheering and clapping in pure admiration. Jin Hyuk watched as the system notifications began to flood in. You have appreciated a masterpiece that influenced an era. Quest complete. Attend a concert 7 times. Conditions met. You have successfully copied the skill. Perfect pitch. You have successfully copied the skill. Musical instrument mastery. Right then, Alice whispered to Jin Hyuk, asking him to just buy the whole orchestra for her. He stayed sharp and shut her down immediately. They headed to a restaurant, where Alice loudly ordered the server to bring the 2 most expensive bottles of wine in the house. While Jin Hyuk ate calmly, Alice sat there with a glass in each hand, drinking happily all by herself. Jin Hyuk thought to himself that he could probably wrap everything up today and head back to Korea. His quest to eat at 3-star Michelin restaurants was now at 7 out of 10. Observing a chef cook was at 3 out of 5, and making different types of dishes was at 25 out of 30. At that moment, Alice got a bit curious. She turned to Jin Hyuk and asked why they were spending all this time resting and having fun. Jin Hyuk replied, while enjoying his meal, "There is only one reason. Enjoy it as much as you can while you still have the chance." Alice naively said she could do this kind of stuff anytime. But the real reason was that the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials was the elf forest. The elves there guarded a breathtakingly beautiful woodland. They were incredibly cold toward outsiders. Clearing the next floor was actually simple. You just had to survive on the 6th floor for 90 days. Most players just checked in on the 6th floor and then headed to other floors to level up. However, every floor served a purpose, as well as hidden opportunities. Knowing this, Jin Hyuk was planning to be fully prepared before heading there. Just then, Kim Ji-tae called him via video, announcing that everything was ready. Jin Hyuk used teleportation magic to arrive at the site, looking as cool as ever. The Temple of Ascension was located on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. It was the most famous and well-developed facility for a player's first-class advancement. Most people came here to meet the priestesses and change their class, never realizing that deep beneath the temple lay a revolting labyrinth. Kim Ji-tae walked up behind Jin Hyuk, and they greeted each other. Both had arrived exactly at the scheduled time. Kim Ji-tae gestured behind him, introducing the members who would be participating in today's raid. The captain of the 2nd raid team, Lee Young-won. The guy practically bounced over to Jin Hyuk, looking incredibly excited. He proudly bragged that he had watched every single one of Jin Hyuk's YouTube videos. Jin Hyuk knew this guy was a famous captain from the Battle Father Guild. Then it was the sub-dealer's turn, a girl named Ha Yun-soo, who happily gushed about being a huge fan. Next, the team's main healer also admitted to being a fan and even asked for an autograph. Kim Ji-tae watched all this, looking completely baffled. He thought, this isn't a freaking fan meet. but he eventually just smirked, realizing that even the elite members of his own guild were nothing but fanboys and fangirls in front of Jin Hyuk. Well, it didn't really matter. After the frantic greetings were over, Kim Gi-tae announced that Lee Young-won would be the captain in name only. He was handing over full authority to Jin Hyuk. He could even take all the items if he wanted to. Lee Young-won was the captain on paper, but Jin Hyuk was the one in charge of everything, and he could keep all the loot. Everything in Kim Gi-tae's maze is up for grabs, as long as we actually clear the damn thing. Jin Hyuk was ready to stab Kim Gi-tae in the back if he pulled anything sketchy, but it looks like that won't be necessary. So, he happily agreed. They set a meeting at the entrance in 30 minutes after getting their gear ready. Jin Hyuk took a quick detour to see the priestess for his first-class advancement. She told him he needed a specific path to truly get strong, and asked which way he wanted to go. Then, she showed him the options. Jin Hyuk scanned the list. He'd already played all the meta classes on his alt accounts, so what should he pick this time? After a moment, he chose the rarest, most difficult class out there, the Array Master. He remembered back at the museum and the maze how proud Dudung was of his formation skills. Well, now he's gonna crush that bastard at his own game. But when he stepped out, the crowd was already in an uproar. He wasn't sure what was going on until he saw members of the Samurai Guild trying to corner Kim Gi-tae. Kim Gi-tae was fuming, flat out refusing to let them join the raid on the Grey Temple. The samurai captain started trashing the Battle Axe Guild right in front of everyone to get under Kim Gi-tae's skin. He claimed Kim Gi-tae's team was incompetent and suggested they cooperate to conquer the temple instead. "For the sake of humanity," he shouted. Kim Gi-tae was shaking with rage but couldn't find the words to fight back. Nearby, people started whispering. That guild had been growing like crazy lately, and everyone actually believed they were the ones who could clear the Grey Temple. Kim Gi-tae realized public opinion was sliding toward the Samurai Guild, and things were starting to look bad. Right then, Jin Hyuk stepped in with a smirk, mocking them. "Wow, Kim Gi-tae, you sure are popular." Suddenly, all eyes were on him. The Korean S-rank players were dying to know what his deal was with the Battle Axe Guild. The samurai captain just scowled. Jin Hyuk started roasting the Samurai Guild immediately. He said if they think the Battle Axe Guild is weak, then their own squad looks just as pathetic to him. Some bald guy in the back lost his mind and started barking at Jin Hyuk, but the captain told him to chill out, because Jin Hyuk is an S-rank. But Jin Hyuk wasn't done, adding more fuel to the fire. He pointed out that they weren't just lacking, they were straight up substandard. That comment actually hurt his own teammates, Jang Won and Yoon Soo, a little bit. I mean, first he says the samurai guys are just like them, and then he calls them substandard. Does that mean they're trash too? The samurai captain was pissed, but he tried to act like Jin Hyuk's words didn't bother him. He started bragging about a power they had that Jin Hyuk could never even dream of matching. A real veteran player who had climbed all the way to the 30th floor of the Tower of Trials. That actually got Jin Hyuk's attention for a second. Then, this spiky-haired samurai punk started acting all high and mighty. He bragged that they had a legendary veteran on their side from the 30th floor. The crowd went absolutely wild. Did you hear that? Someone made it to the 30th floor. No wonder they're leveling up so fast. Seeing the reaction, Spiky Hair kept pouring it on to keep the hype going. He claimed they had intel on lands no one had ever seen, plus every trap and strategy imaginable. He promised they'd use that knowledge to become the first heroes to save humanity from the tower. And if they happen to get filthy rich in the process, well, that wouldn't be too bad either. Jin Hyuk hates it when people act cooler than him, so he activated his eyes of greed to see if this guy was full of it. And would you look at that? Spiky Hair wasn't actually lying. At least, he truly believed what he was saying was the truth, which meant Jin Hyuk had to find the guy who cooked up this whole story. Jin Hyuk scanned all their profiles and finally stopped on a guy named Yamamoto. Found him. The guy had a semi-prophecy skill. It is an incomplete foresight ability that lets him see upper floors. Depending on how much he has mastered it, things are about to get really interesting. Yamamoto was the one pulling the strings. He was the brains behind the operation. Nobody knew the ability he stumbled upon was actually flawed. He figured if he kept that a secret, he'd be treated like royalty. And he was right. He would definitely get better treatment. I mean, is it really a lie if nobody ever finds out? But nothing gets past Jin Hyuk. Yamamoto felt a sudden chill down his spine under that gaze. Wait, is Jin Hyuk into guys or something? Why is he staring at me like I am a snack? Jin Hyuk kept his eyes locked on Yamamoto while he kept talking to the other guy. Spiky-haired samurai, I don't know who that guy is. But if they've climbed all the way to floor 30, they must be pretty top tier. Information from above floor 10 hasn't been leaked yet, has it? That spiky-haired samurai gets all cocky after hearing Jin Hyuk's praise, saying Jin Hyuk really knows how the world works. In this era, information is the ultimate power, so why don't you just behave and follow them? Kite stands there listening to the spiky-haired guy try to lure Jin Hyuk in, and he's about to blow a fuse. He's ready to teach that punk a lesson. You really think I'd believe that crap? But Jin Hyuk raises his hand to stop him, continuing to play along with the spiky-haired samurai. Then you should have told us sooner, right? If that's the case, why keep dragging this out? Let's just head in. Kite is caught off guard by being stopped, not understanding why Jin Hyuk would do such a thing. The spiky-haired samurai just bursts out laughing. Finally, someone he can actually talk to. He casually struts past Kite, whose face is looking darker than a burnt pot. Stop scowling like that. If they actually manage to clear this, it'll at least boost your reputation. The spiky-haired samurai leads his guild inside. Kite explodes, asking Jin Hyuk why on earth he's letting those guys tag along with them. Unlike the fuming Kite, Jin Hyuk calmly asks, "If I hadn't agreed, you wouldn't have let them in, would you?" Of course not. Kite would do anything to block Ma Gaming's path. Jin Hyuk shakes his head in disapproval, saying, "Now, that's just being naughty. At the very least, we should give them a chance to play hero and see if it's really that easy to just reach out and grab someone else's stuff." Kite looks at Jin Hyuk's expression and starts feeling a bit uneasy. "What kind of plan are you cooking up now?" Youngwon says his goodbyes to Kite as they prepare to leave. Everyone steps into the Grey Temple Labyrinth. As soon as the group enters, they come across several stone statues. Those were the first players who tried to challenge this maze. How tragic. Is there really no way to turn them back? Of course not. If you lock eyes with it, you might as well consider yourself dead. The spiky-haired samurai shouts with total confidence. "No need to worry, babies. He's already thought of a countermeasure." He pulls out the shield of Perseus. The glowing shield catches Jin Hyuk by surprise. They must have spent a fortune on that, but he's not so sure they even know how to use it properly. Right at that moment, a notification pops up saying the conditions have been met. The second reward for the first person to conquer the tower has arrived. Jin Hyuk didn't expect another reward so soon, but he might as well claim it. Is it because of the first-class advancement quest and entering the labyrinth? Jin Hyuk's reward is the Moon Seal. This ability will show its true power once the first-class advancement is complete. The Moon Seal reduces the activation time of all seals by 25% and boosts their effectiveness by 30%. If he can find all the lost languages buried in the tower from ages ago, he can learn the Nameless Seal. The locations where he can find those lost languages begin to appear. Upon completing the first-class advancement, Jin Hyuk had seen those lost languages while climbing the tower, but he never could find a single clue about them. So all of this was actually a reward for being the first to conquer the tower. Jin Hyuk breaks into a thrilled grin. There are still so many things about this tower he doesn't know. Yamato uses his semi-prophecy skill to run up and whisper in the spiky-haired samurai's ear. He immediately screams at everyone to get ready for battle. It's a giant cobra. As soon as the words leave his mouth, a fierce cobra lunges straight for the group. The spiky-haired samurai orders his goons to hold the formation. They're going to crush its soul. Main DPS, attack. The group focuses their power on the cobra, leaving it with no time to fight back. The spiky-haired samurai dashes forward, shouting, "Get ready!" He leaps into the air alone, slamming his shield right into the head of the cobra as it opens its massive, bloody maw. Youngwon stands in the distance, staring blankly as they take down the cobra in the blink of an eye. Wow, they're so strong that Youngwon and Youngsu don't even have anything to do. He scowls, blaming himself. This is pathetic. Jin Hyuk stands to the side, letting out a sigh as he watches. Youngwon start overthinking things all on his own. These guild members still have a long way to go. Getting discouraged over something like this? From what he can see, they wouldn't even last a minute against Alice. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Alice is training her disciple on how to assert dominance over subordinates. The cute girl, who's actually taller than Alice, claps her hands enthusiastically and says, "Just from your vibe alone, you seem like a completely different person." Alice tilted her chin up with a smug look. Of course, she and that little girl were on totally different levels. If the kid finally understood that, then she should try again. The group came to a halt at a three-way intersection. The samurai underlings looked to their leader, a guy with a wild mohawk, for orders. They needed to decide which way to go, but the truth was, Mohawk Boy didn't have a single clue. He was just putting on a show. Takeshi started scanning the paths, trying to deduce which one to pick. The left side looked clear and safe, but the right side? That path felt like an ambush waiting to happen at any second. His prophecy ability wasn't showing him a damn thing. What was he supposed to do now? Just as he was about to hesitantly pick the left, a voice cut him off and made the call first. It's the left path. Jin Hyuk flashed 2 massive thumbs up, giving Takeshi some major props while showering him with praise. Wow. You can really tell a veteran player apart from the rest. Most people would have picked the dangerous-looking path on the right, thinking it was some kind of reverse psychology, right? But this guy clearly understood that anyone who fell for that reverse psychology trap would be sent straight to hell in this maze. Jin Hyuk acted like he didn't know who the guy was, but he made it seem like he had total faith in his leadership. This unexpected flattery sent Takeshi over the moon, making him feel even more full of himself. He gave a dignified nod to the Mohawk samurai, signaling him to lead the group down the left path. Jin Hyuk followed right behind Takeshi, staring at the back of his head with pure contempt. That guy's prophecy skills were even worse than he thought. He couldn't believe the idiot actually chose the left. Not that it mattered, because no matter which path they took, it was all going to be hell anyway. And just like that, the group arrived right at hell's doorstep. Standing before them was a strange object mounted on the wall, emitting some kind of weird light. What the heck was that? It looked like… Wait, were those lasers? They were sweeping right toward them. The Mohawk samurai immediately turned to Takeshi, panicking and asking what the plan was. Takeshi's forehead was dripping with sweat, but he kept a straight face, acting all cool while giving orders to his crew. Chill out. This is just a simple trap. Don't sweat it. But it was like the lasers could actually hear him. As soon as the words left Takeshi's mouth, the lasers formed a complex, deadly grid, leaving everyone there frozen like deer in headlights. What the hell? The defense line immediately activated a mana-infused hybrid skill, creating a shield to block the incoming laser sweep. But how was one shield supposed to protect this entire crowd? The beams sliced right through the barrier, turning the samurai group into a bunch of casualties. The Mohawk samurai desperately screamed for everyone to hold the line and pour more mana into the defense. He even pulled out his own shield to join the front line. He might have looked like an idiot, but he was actually pretty loyal, even remembering to tell Takeshi to hide behind his back. Takeshi was now huddled behind the Mohawk guy, praying to Buddha while simultaneously cursing our protagonist under his breath. Damn it, this is all that bastard Kang Jin Hyuk's fault. Oh, thanks a lot. Everything was the main character's fault. Even while fuming, he didn't forget to put a curse on Jin Hyuk. He figured there was no way Jin Hyuk would come out of this mess in one piece. But boy, was he in for a disappointment. How could Jin Hyuk die? He was a veteran player who had survived enough to become a living legend. Jin Hyuk began tracing a series of ancient-looking symbols in the air, starting his quest to rank up as a barrier master. While the samurai crew was struggling for their lives up ahead, Jin Hyuk's team looked like they were on a casual stroll. He pressed his fingertips together, activating the inadequate physical barrier. A notification popped up, confirming he had completed the first requirement for his rank-up quest. The orb in Jin Hyuk's hand expanded into a solid shield, completely blocking every laser that swept toward them. Jungwon had never seen a barrier like this before, and was looking around in total awe. Jiansu was also seeing a skill like this for the very first time. Jin Hyuk wasn't exactly thrilled with this barrier yet. It seemed this was the limit of the skill before the upgrade. But it didn't really matter, since he had already cleared the first condition by just activating it. Jin Hyuk told Jungwon and Jiansu to stay inside his barrier while he went to take care of some business. Jiansu was horrified when he saw Jin Hyuk step out of the safety zone and head straight into the chaotic mess of lasers. He tried to call him back, terrified the guy was going to get himself killed. Jin Hyuk just told them to relax, saying he was going for a little walk to pick up some items. He would earn a special item if he managed to dodge those lasers 300 times in a row. Jungwon and Jiansu could only stare at him with their jaws on the floor. Was he really that obsessed with loot? He casually told them they were welcome to try the challenge themselves. You might die, but hey, it's not as hard as it looks. Actually, it's terrifyingly hard. Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers to find the beat, moving in perfect rhythm. He leaped up to dodge one laser, then gracefully twisted his body to evade the next one sweeping in. Handsprings into a flip. Clean, stylish, just showing off some basic moves to these clowns. It's not even that hard, is it? Jungwon's jaw is on the floor. He absolutely can't believe what he's seeing. The guys from the Samurai Guild are screaming in total chaos, but look at Jin Hyuk. He looks like he's on a massive adrenaline high. He's freaking hyperactive, dodging those lasers with a huge grin on his face like it's a game. If you said he was normal, nobody would believe you. Everyone else is crying for their lives, yet this guy is actually laughing? Young-won remembers asking Kite back outside. Wouldn't they be losing out if they just let Jin Hyuk handle everything? Kite gave him that look, the "you're still a total rookie" look, and said he wouldn't understand yet. Sometimes you just have to swallow your pride and accept a loss just to stay out of the way of a monster like him. It's a solid strategy when you aren't sure you can crush the competition. And seeing Jin Hyuk right now, just frolicking through that laser field like a kid in a playground, Jung-won finally gets it. Now he knows why Kite said that. Jin Hyuk effortlessly vaults through the front door, completing the hidden quest. After all that hard work, the reward is the best part. Jin Hyuk just scored the Hellfire skill. While he's chilling, the samurai squad is getting wiped out one by one. That spiky-haired leader. He's desperately trying to rally his men, but Jin Hyuk just mocks him with a fake look of shock. Oh man, look at all those injuries. My goodness, I'm sorry, but I can't let any of you guys in like that. Spiky hair was already hurting, but now Jin Hyuk is rubbing salt in the wound. He's so pissed he could explode, and Jin Hyuk just casually admits it. He knew exactly what he was doing. He just put up with their crappy attitudes and let them tag along for a bit. Since that guy kept rambling about having a floor 30 veteran on his side, he didn't think he had the right to be angry. I never asked you trash to follow us, anyway. But honestly, now isn't the time to be arguing with Jin Hyuk, because the guardian of the Grey Temple has finally woken up. The fire-eating snake just popped its head out like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" That's enough to make anyone wet their pants. Here's a quick bio. The fire-eating snake. Level 55. It's Medusa's adorable little pet. Its entire body is made of pure flame, so physical attacks won't do squat to it. Plans never survive contact with a giant snake. The team wasn't even ready when the fire-eating snake made its move. A true pro always strikes first. Jin Hyuk takes this chance to demand they hand it over. The samurai captain is confused, asking, "Hand what over?" Jin Hyuk points to the shield and tells the guy to stop playing dumb. He says if they aren't going to use it properly, then he'll take it. The samurai captain loses it, telling him to back off. What kind of lunatic gives away a holy artifact? Oh, is that so? Well, the little snake is getting pretty angry, so good luck with that. Activating ice formation. Jin Hyuk says he'll just have to wait to clean up their corpses. The captain hesitates for a second and tells him to wait, but there's no more time. The fire-eating snake is triggering its rage attack. Everyone is running and screaming in a panic, except for the captain, who's trying to keep a cool head. He knows this is a one-way tunnel with nowhere to hide. He ignores his men and focuses on protecting his treasure. The captain tells Takeshi to get behind him, saying he'll handle everything. Takeshi listens and hides, covering his ears. The captain sacrifices himself for his precious subordinate, telling Takeshi he has to survive no matter what. After the snake breathes fire, the whole squad is toasted like marshmallows. The shield falls from the captain's hand, but the shield is perfectly fine. Meanwhile, the brave captain in Takeshi's heart has been burned 100% to a crisp. After sitting back and watching the snake toy with the whole army, Jin Hyuk finally steps up and asks Takeshi, "What's the point of a holy artifact if the person holding it is just a piece of trash? Don't you agree?" The Shield of Perseus. Obtaining it is S-rank difficulty, and it's described as a legendary holy artifact. It's the same one the Greek hero Perseus used when he faced off against Medusa. Its power scales with the user's potential. Takeshi is left wondering, who the hell is this guy? How does he know everything? He must be some kind of psychic. Takeshi tries to use his usual prophecy skill to get an answer, but it's not working. Takeshi is completely baffled. Can Jin Hyuk actually see through his skills? He wants to know Jin Hyuk's connection to the tower, but he can't see a single glimpse of this guy's future. Looking at this mysterious stranger, Takeshi starts breaking out in a cold sweat. Jin Hyuk already looks badass enough, but with that giant snake as his backdrop? Now that is what you call style. Jin Hyuk activates ice formation, his face turning dead serious. That magic circle blocked the giant snake's attacks. Jin Hyuk is officially in battle mode. He glares at the snake and scolds it. "Hey, I am talking here. How dare you roar at me like that?" Looking at how pissed Jin Hyuk is, you just know that snake is toast. Activate. True fire. The snake gets punished for being a noisy distraction. He forces it into hibernation with an ice prison so it stops acting up. Takeshi can't do anything but stand there with his jaw on the floor. Wearing a dead serious expression, he looks at the snake. "Since you asked, let me give you an answer. I am a handsome god. An exiled god from the Tower of Providence. Takeshi looks like he just discovered the meaning of life and screams, a god. He thinks to himself, gods are the powerful beings who rule the upper floors of the tower. That is why Jin Hyuk is stronger than a freaking ox. The more he thinks about it, the more Jin Hyuk's lie sounds like the absolute truth. Takeshi bows down, begging for forgiveness for not recognizing a god. Seeing the guy's reaction, Jin Hyuk is loving it. He can't believe Takeshi actually fell for his BS. I mean, if he really were a god, why would he bother climbing floor by floor? Whatever, Jin Hyuk has got to play the part to the end. Keeping up his Oscar-worthy performance, he shamelessly lies, claiming he looks like this because he was exiled into a human vessel. Takeshi will definitely come in handy when Jin Hyuk conquers the higher floors later on. Material gain leads the way. Takeshi officially adds Jin Hyuk to his list of idols, bowing repeatedly and hanging on his every word. Seeing that the guy has some decent skills, Jin Hyuk invites Takeshi to join his conquest. Takeshi has to think carefully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to be chosen by a literal god. He has made up his mind. Teaming up with his idol is going to be epic. Now, Jin Hyuk moves to step 2. This seal represents their contract. But before signing, Jin Hyuk plays the villain and scares him, saying it is a death mark. If Takeshi ever betrays him, he will go out in a blaze of glory and end up 6 feet under. Activate. Soul Brand. Jin Hyuk warns him not to breathe a word of this to anyone. And just like that, another naive rookie joins Jin Hyuk's crew. Deactivate. Inadequate physical barrier. Everyone watches closely as the shield drops, revealing Jin Hyuk standing all by himself. He effortlessly took down the monster that wiped out the entire samurai guild. The survivors cannot stop thanking him. Thanks to him, they are still alive and kicking. Lee Ion-1 looks totally bummed out because he could not help. Jin Hyuk just thinks, save your strength, buddy. There is a real nightmare heading your way. Medusa is not just going to ignore her pet being taken out. Jin Hyuk's words are like a jinx. The moment he mentions her, she shows up. Lee Ion-1 warns everyone to get ready, and whatever they do not look Medusa in the eye. But one guy is too busy chatting to listen. He asks, wait, do not look at what? And boom, their eyes meet. It is love at first sight, except it is deadly. He barely even finished saying her name. The guy is instantly turned to stone. 1 second he is staring at her, the next he is a permanent statue. Medusa is absolutely livid. These people dared to break into her home and lay their filthy hands on her precious baby. The mark of Medusa. She is the boss of the Grey Temple. Lee Ion-1 shuts his eyes tight and screams to his team, are you ready? They have been training for this exact moment. Lee Ion-1 activates his leadership skills to resist fear and boost the team's morale. Morale up by 20%. Everyone gets into a fighting stance. Activate. Lightning. Medusa is like, wow, look at these clowns showing off. They keep missing, but they are sure enthusiastic about it. You really think petrification is my only trick, sweeties? I have got a massive tail to whip you guys into shape. Lee Ion-1 takes a brutal hit, coughing up a mouthful of red. He says he is fine, but he is definitely not okay. The soldier is completely lost, wondering what that sound was. Was someone hit? But there is no one left standing to give him an answer. He curses in frustration, shouting that he cannot see a damn thing with his eyes closed. He has no idea that Man Ni is standing right behind him. He is still asking if everyone is okay when Medusa tries to get close with her razor-sharp claws. Luckily, Jin Hyuk quickly grabs a shield he just snatched and smashes it right into her face, leaving Medusa totally disfigured. From now on, you guys just stay behind me. I have got your backs. This pretty lady is all mine, so do not even think about stealing her. Not like they could even handle her anyway. Since Jin Hyuk has got it, the two of them decide that running away is their best bet. Medusa is baffled, wondering how Jin Hyuk did not turn to stone after looking her in the eye. Skill activated. Eye of Greed. You are now immune to petrification. Jin Hyuk gives a mocking laugh, calling Medusa weak, which absolutely drives her insane with rage. Her fragile maiden heart is crushed, and she screams at him, calling him a foul-mouthed brat. Activate. Domain of Gogol. Magic attack speed increased by 30%, but movement speed decreased by 15%. Medusa promises she will not let Jin Hyuk die quickly, and she throws in one more little promise for him. I am going to watch you rot. Activate. Acid Solution. Activate. Demon King's Sword. Movement speed increased by 70%. Jin Hyuk is already waiting for round 2. Your attack speed is slow as a turtle, lady. How do you expect to hit me? Sucks to be you, Medusa. Activate. Rapid fire. Using his 1,000-year-old brain to play mind games, the Saint of Creation finally answers his call. Physical and magic defense are up 300% now. Jin Hyuk doesn't have to fear anyone. Medusa is absolutely fuming because her Gorgon domain failed, and her attack was reflected right back at her. At blinding speed, Jin Hyuk strikes a pressure point on Medusa's forehead. He smirks and activates the Sealing Coffin Realm. It was the final condition needed to evolve into an ancient rune master. With his quick thinking, trapping Medusa was a walk in the park. Successfully trapping a boss in a barrier, Medusa still tries to tear it down from the inside. You think you can hold me with this thin glass? Man, a woman's power is terrifying. One scream and the glass completely shatters. Jin Hyuk wonders, are you really going to look? When a woman goes berserk, you just have to give up. But he uses his long legs to dodge at godlike speed. He activates Giant's Hand, a skill he totally ripped off from Do Hyun. Jin Hyuk's hands pin the boulders down, using his raw, passive strength to lift the heavy rocks. Medusa smashes the rocks and shouts, "Holy crap, that's brutal." Even while being pelted, she keeps acting tough. This is nothing, so quit throwing this garbage at me. Jin Hyuk is stubborn as a mule, and after being pelted with rocks, Medusa is starting to feel dazed. She finally regains her senses. At first glance, it just looks like Jin Hyuk is trying to crush her with stones. Medusa can't feel any killing intent from these attacks, but then she notices a strange glow radiating from under her tail. She has an epiphany, but it is way too late. Jin Hyuk used the ash from the corpses to draw ancient runes. The runes activate the 3-star Sealing Coffin barrier, and now Medusa is completely stuck. A powerful binding force is locking her down. There is no way Medusa is escaping this barrier. Jin Hyuk put his whole heart into making it. Even though she is tied up, she is still thrashing around like crazy. Jin Hyuk starts acting like a total boss. Zip it, don't push my buttons. Rank up quest for Barrier Master, approved. By trapping a boss in a barrier, you have completed the 3rd condition to rank up to a Barrier Master. Since capturing a boss alive is insanely difficult, most players just settle for a floor 1 goblin boss. But what happens if you successfully capture a high tier 1? You have successfully caught the highest ranked boss possible for this requirement. You have ranked up to the hidden high tier class of Barrier Master, Ancient Rune Master. Ancient Rune Master description. You can perceive the true nature of runes, interpret them, and create unprecedented barriers. Barriers created by an Ancient Rune Master are twice as effective as a normal Barrier Masters. After reading that, Jin Hyuk couldn't help but shout, "Friggin' awesome." He knew a hidden class would pop up if he finished all those crazy conditions. The harder the task, the better the reward, which means Jin Hyuk can score even better loot later. There is also the Moon Engraving, which reduces the activation time of all barriers by 25% and boosts the effectiveness of all those barriers by 30%. Not only that, there are bonus rewards too. If Jin Hyuk uses this stuff, his enemies will be foaming at the mouth. Medusa thinks this guy is way too full of himself. Getting bored, she asks, "What do you plan to do with me? Are you going to finish me off?" Jin Hyuk is actually thinking about skinning her to make some armor. Hearing that, she breaks into a cold sweat and starts sobbing like a baby. Usually, anyone would just kill the boss for experience points, rewards, and gear. However, killing Medusa gives you absolutely nothing. Medusa head loses its petrification ability the moment it leaves the temple, and armor made from snakeskin deals constant poison damage to the wearer. So, what if Jin Hyuk successfully captures Medusa alive? He starts a little shopping spree. Welcome to the coin exchange. A bronze bowl, blood from a 3-horned goat, the hind legs of a swamp grasshopper, and 16 lotuses. You paid 3,350 coins to get a very unique mixture. Jin Hyuk starts working his magic. Stirring the mixture until it dissolves, he begins to draw something. A notification pops up. A mysterious link has been established through the magic circle. A gentleman appears looking totally bewildered and questions him, "Player Kang Jin Hyuk, how on earth did you get this contact information?" I am genuinely shocked. With his expert bullshitting skills, Jin Hyuk casually says he just bought some random items and mixed them together. And hey, it actually worked. What a crazy coincidence, right? Cut the crap. Stop lying through your teeth. This contact info is top secret. Even the gods don't know about it. He is dying to know how this guy figured it out, since everything he is saying sounds like total nonsense. Jin Hyuk creates a distraction. I have got a top-tier monster here, an ancient beauty locked up and crying her eyes out. Jin Hyuk knows the old man won't be able to resist. After all, he is a hardcore collector of anything related to Greek mythology. I am definitely not passing this up. Hehe, jackpot. Time to turn on my acting mode. 1, 2, 3, action. Good grief, I was just about to deal with this. Since you are already here, why don't you watch? Activating Graveblade. Jin Hyuk's smile begins to lose its humanity. Rick shouts out, "Stop it, baby. You cannot kill something so precious." He says his arms are always open for Jin Hyuk to negotiate, and things are going to get very interesting after this meeting. A cold shiver runs down Jin Hyuk's spine. The door is open, so step inside and let's see what is waiting. For the first time, Jin Hyuk steps inside and is completely stunned by the sheer beauty of the place. Welcome to floor 42 of the Tower of Trials. This city of the ancient Egyptian gods has the lovely nickname, the White Oasis. Rick Hennessy has been waiting for Jin Hyuk since early this afternoon. Player Kang Jin Hyuk, welcome to floor 42 of the Tower of Trials, the city of the ancient Egyptian gods, the White Oasis. Jin Hyuk observes the magnificent palaces all around him. He never expected to actually set foot on floor 42. This is the first time he has faced a god without even reaching level 100, isn't it? Jin Hyuk shoves his hands in his pockets as if he is the one who owns the place, casually chatting with Rick. He thought he would be teleported to a library. He never imagined he would be brought to a place like this. Are you on vacation here, Rick? Rick gives him a little smile and says he would love a vacation, but he is here for work. This is the home of the Egyptian gods that you know all too well. They have been wanting to meet you, so just look at this as killing two birds with one stone. Jin Hyuk silently judges Rick. From the way he talks, he definitely knows about Jin Hyuk's lie regarding the protection of an Egyptian god. The residents of the oasis see Rick leading Jin Hyuk into the palace and begin to gossip. Look over there, a human. I heard humans entered the tower, but I didn't think one would actually make it here. Rick stops and points to a massive hole in front of them, asking Jin Hyuk if he knows what it is. This is where the Sphinx used to stay. Although it is just a giant crater now, it was formed after your scam involving Anubis was exposed. Jin Hyuk kneels down to inspect the fragments on the ground and sighs. What a shame. He had heard it was a statue of great artistic value. Seeing Jin Hyuk so calm and composed makes Rick extremely curious. Are you not afraid of the supreme beings who rule the upper floors with immense power? Jin Hyuk gives a light laugh and tosses the fragment aside. Should I really be scared? Jin Hyuk claps his hands to brush off the dust, determined to keep up his cool act until the end. It is not like this is floor 50 yet. Rick is truly impressed by his arrogance and bursts out laughing with satisfaction. How interesting. You never fail to disappoint. Jin Hyuk and Rick move into the palace, and the first thing they see is Anubis's furious dog face. Anubis is not happy to see them at all. He stomps his feet and throws a total temper tantrum. How dare Jin Hyuk show his face here after defiling his name? Standing next to Anubis is Osiris, the god of resurrection, who is grinning and mocking him for being so pathetic. Rick politely bows to the two of them, or rather, the two beings with animal faces. Standing behind Rick, Jin Hyuk scoffs. Anubis is so delusional, acting like Jin Hyuk came here because he actually wanted to see him. He was just tricked by this old man. Anubis really is like a dog, just 2 sentences in, and he is already losing his mind. He smashes the ground beneath his feet and screams, "Kang Jin Hyuk, you insolent brat." One foot just crushed the floor, and the other is aimed straight for Jin Hyuk's head. Whoa, take it easy. Luckily, Rick probably knew this crazy dog would react this way and created a shield to protect them. Jin Hyuk is here as my guest. Surely you are not thinking of challenging the laws of the tower right in front of me, are you? Hearing Rick's threat, Anubis gets a bit intimidated. He grinds his teeth in frustration and sits back down. Osiris has been watching Anubis's circus act this whole time and is about to die laughing. You are being way too funny today. Rick glances back at Jin Hyuk, who is still standing calmly behind him. Player Kang Jin Hyuk did not even blink. It is as if he already knew the tower's laws. And with Anubis's hyperactive nature, there is no way he can sit still for more than 2 seconds. As soon as he sits down, he challenges Jin Hyuk. If he cannot kill Jin Hyuk directly, he will find a way to do it without breaking the tower's rules. You should take a good look in the mirror and see how pathetic you are acting before you talk. Anubis is summoning a warrior, the escort of the dead. The strongest warrior that can be summoned to fight a player on floor 6. Rick did not expect Anubis to go this far, actually summoning the escort of the dead. With Jin Hyuk's current abilities, there is no way he can defeat it. What are you going to do now, Kang Jin Hyuk? Anubis laid out the terms. If I could survive 5 seconds against his elite warrior, he'd let me take one thing from his collection. Standing before the temple's massive treasury, Jin Hyuk let out a smirk that was 30% calculation and 70% pure scheme. Survive for just 5 seconds? That is it? Jin Hyuk didn't waste a heartbeat. He rushed to the coin exchange and traded for the royal bloodline. Burning through 2 million coins, he activated the blessing of the stars. The Saint Emperor's blood was finally complete. The second his preparations were finished, he accepted the challenge right then and there. He triggered the 10,000-step demon sword, blitzing toward the ferryman of the dead like a bolt of lightning. The massive clash of opposing attributes created a lethal effect. With his damage boosted by 500%, Anubis's warrior was down for the count in the blink of an eye. Jin Hyuk actually felt a bit embarrassed, thinking he'd taken way too long. Osiris stood there, jaw on the floor. It was impossible. How could a human, from only the 6th floor, take down Anubis's finest warrior? Jin Hyuk narrowed his eyes at the still-stunned Anubis. All right then, what should I pluck from this treasure trove? Anubis was absolutely livid, barking out, enough of this nonsense. Attacking the moment you accept the challenge isn't fair. But before he could keep whining, a thunderous shout echoed through the hall, shutting everyone up instantly. Horus, the sun god, gave Anubis a cold warning. Know your place. This was a promise you made yourself. You're not planning to challenge the very rules of the tower, are you? Anubis was so frustrated he could practically feel his insides twisting. Since he could not talk back, he could only vent his rage on the floor tiles as he stormed off in a huff. Let him go. Anubis was sulking, even if he would not admit it. Horus turned and offered a sincere apology to Jin Hyuk. He offered to lead the way to the treasury. As Horus walked Jin Hyuk in, the room was overflowing with enough gold and jewels to make anyone's eyes pop out. Horus gestured broadly, telling him to treat it like an all-you-can-eat buffet. A god's word is his bond, after all. But before Jin Hyuk could start pillaging, Horus had a few words. He was certain that in the future, Jin Hyuk would climb all the way to the top. So, how about this? Do you want to become a ruler of this floor by choosing one of us? If you do, you will gain power far more valuable than anything in this room. This time, they would actually have his back. Rick was stunned by Horus's offer. This was a once-in-a-lifetime selection of power, offered to a human who had only reached the 6th floor. So, he was finally receiving the protection of the gods. Now things were getting interesting. But the one thing nobody expected was for Jin Hyuk to say no. I do not need it. I am going way higher than this place. Why would I need help from here? I will just take this as my reward instead. Horus grit his teeth at Jin Hyuk's sheer audacity. You really are a human who fears nothing. Horus stepped out onto the balcony to find Anubis playing the role of a depressed loner. Anubis asked what Jin Hyuk chose, and Horus told him he took the black egg of the ancients. Anubis asked in confusion, that black thing? Does he even know what he picked? Horus was not sure either, but he knew one thing for certain. Depending on what Jin Hyuk did with that egg, it could lead to a total catastrophe for humanity. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk let out a dark, unreadable smile. It looked like it was finally time to get serious. The only lead he had about the ancient era was a quote from a weird explorer of the tower. The key is delicious manna. Jin Hyuk activated his fire element, then his glacier formation, followed by the blessing of the stars. True heaven's flower refining technique. The ancient egg began sucking up all the manna in the air. If that is how it is, I will hand feed you myself. He let the egg drain everything. How is that? Tastes good, doesn't it? The egg glowed brightly and then shattered. Out popped a tiny baby dragon that looked well. Let us just say it was incredibly cute. Jin Hyuk cheered. It hatched. The dragon was already sniffing around for the manna it had just tasted. He focused every last drop of his remaining manna into a single, concentrated sphere. In Jin Hyuk's hand, it spun and compressed into a small bead. The little dragon sniffed the manna bead in his palm. This was his very first gift to the little guy. The newborn dragon could already speak human tongue, mimicking Jin Hyuk's voice. If this is my reward, I am not going to be shy. It swallowed the manna bead in one gulp. The system announced that an imprint was being engraved onto the ancient dragon, a legendary achievement. As the first person to ever tame an ancient creature, he was about to be recorded in the Hall of Weight, the Hall of Fame. Now, every living being in the tower was taking a serious interest in his accomplishment. Once Jin Hyuk gave his pet a name, its loyalty to him would skyrocket. He thought about it for a moment, picking up the little dragon to get a good look. All right, you are black with yellow eyes. so I will call you Goguma, which means sweet potato. It was adorable, but at this rate, Jin Hyuk was not sure he would ever have enough mana to keep it fed. While hanging out with Goguma, Jin Hyuk gets a shocking notification. The intermediate administrator, Rick, just subscribed to his channel. His commission fee even dropped from 90% down to 80%. He definitely didn't expect a big shot like Rick to actually hit that subscribe button. The next morning, Jin Hyuk heads over to the SVP station to meet with the manager, Park Yong-chang. The guy is a total suck-up, rubbing his hands together while trying to win him over. He tells Jin Hyuk that all he needs to do is show up for a simple interview. He keeps bragging about how their show is the most popular thing on TV right now. They're even guaranteeing a viewership rating of 40%. But Jin Hyuk doesn't seem impressed at all. He waves the script in the manager's face, asking if he really has to handle annoying tasks like this himself. Park Yong-chang quickly tries to play it off. He insists that it's only natural for someone as famous as him. If he appears and shares some of his secret conquest tips, the entire world will go absolutely wild. The Tower of Trials is basically the only show on terrestrial TV that's managed to stay relevant and pull in huge numbers. Jin Hyuk looks at Park Yong-chang and that fake corporate smile he's been wearing the whole time. Is this guy blind, or does he just have a terrible memory? He doesn't even recognize who Jin Hyuk really is. The manager feels the heat from Jin Hyuk's glare and nervously asks if something is wrong. He asks if there's something on his face, but Jin Hyuk just shakes his head and tells him it's nothing. He wants to get straight to the point. What's his fee? He wants to be paid in magic stones. Park Yong-chang was clearly prepared for this and nods his head in agreement immediately. He says it makes sense, since so many high-level players these days are demanding magic stones instead of cash. Jin Hyuk doesn't beat around the bush and gets right to the heart of the matter. He asks exactly how many stones he can provide, making it clear he wants as many as possible. Park Yong-chang just smirks. He explains that, while they have standard rates for a superstar like Jin Hyuk, he's willing to offer an unlimited budget under one condition. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The unlimited deal comes with a catch. There's someone else who wants to appear on the show alongside him. If Jin Hyuk agrees to do the interview with this person, the station will give him the chance to take as many magic stones as he wants from their vault. Well, that sounds like a pretty sweet deal. So, who is this mystery guest? Cut to the entrance of the SVP building. That old geezer Daok Pyo shows up in a flashy suit, looking more like a pyramid scheme salesman than a pro, and he's greeted by a swarm of reporters and fans. The questions start flying instantly. Is it true he's making a surprise appearance on today's show? And has the relationship between the Black Cloud Society and the player Kang Jin Hyuk finally been patched up? But wait, there's more. S-rank Tenjo from the Jungwoon Guild and S-rank Seiwa are also stepping out of the car. The reporters are losing their minds over this. With a star-studded lineup like this, today's broadcast is guaranteed to be a total bombshell. The viewership ratings are going to hit the roof. Just then, the next car pulls up, and this time, it's Kang Jin Hyuk. As soon as they lock eyes, Jin Hyuk trolls Daok Pyo. The old man stays polite and replies that he's doing great, all thanks to him. He claims he's been busy trying to fix the reputation that got trashed after their last embarrassing encounter. Jin Hyuk just laughs, looking at Tenjo and Seiwa standing behind the old man. He asks if Daok Pyo brought his little friends along just to show off his connections. Daok Pyo snaps right back at him. He says since Jin Hyuk was coming, he had to at least show up with some backup. Meanwhile, Tenjo is quietly sizing Jin Hyuk up. So this is the infamous Kang Jin Hyuk. Seiwa is staring at him too. But the fans don't have to wait long for the next big star to arrive. The next superstar to hit the red carpet is Teresa. She even cut her hair short, and man, she is absolutely stealing everyone's hearts. Even Yoo Jung shows up to join the party. Daok Pyo realizes he's in way over his head. He could deal with the others, but this? Why on earth is Cheon Do-sung here too? Is this some kind of joke? A curious reporter asks Do-sung why he turned down every guild offer he received. Every major guild tried to scout him. So why did he only respond to Jin Hyuk's call? Are they actually teammates? Do-sung snaps at the reporters, telling them that Jin Hyuk is simply the man he is destined to defeat. Then there's Yoo Jung, a player everyone thought was dead long ago. Saintess Teresa and Do-sung are both firmly on Jin Hyuk's side. Seiwa gives a mysterious smile, and then leaves with Tenjo. A panicked Daok Pyo calls after them. He asks where they're going, but Seiwa coldly tells him they've already gotten what they came for, so they're no longer obligated to stay. Jin Hyuk mocks Deok Pyo, telling him that if he's going to brag about his connections, he should at least make sure they're loyal. Deok Pyo is in a full-blown panic, desperately trying to grab the reporters and begging them to interview him instead. But he's left with nothing but his own frustration. The reporters ditch him and chase after Jin Hyuk as he makes his way into the station. Do-sung sees Jin Hyuk acting all smug and can't help but throw a few insults his way. Jin Hyuk just smirks and brings up Do-sung's fight with that guy sent by the Human Demon Society. It's clearly a sore subject for him. That guy named One was pretty strong, but compared to their own battles, it was basically child's play. Outside, Yu Jung and Teresa are having a chat. Her grandfather asks what her relationship with Jin Hyuk is. From her answer, it's crystal clear his granddaughter has some very tough competition. The cameras finally start rolling. The reporter asks Jin Hyuk the first question, does he have any special secrets for conquering the tower? No. Well, I do have one secret method. You just have to keep doing it over and over until it finally works. She looks at him with a gentle smile. First up is the player Kang Jin Hyuk, the man who is currently the center of everyone's attention. Since you cleared the tower at such a breakneck pace, I have to ask, does our hero have any special tips for clearing out the entire place so thoroughly? The reporters in the studio are practically holding their breath, just waiting to catch every word of his answer. Even the MC is struggling to stay professional because she's so distracted by how handsome he is, but she has to keep her cool. She's keeping her secret feelings in check. Jin Hyuk says, well, actually, there is one thing. The moment he opens his mouth, countless people lean in closer to their screens, but the words he drops make everyone's excitement plummet. The big secret is just doing it again and again until you finally get it right. Surprised? It really isn't anything special at all. So, what about when you were on the 3rd floor? Before she can even finish, he shares a secret that leaves everyone in shock. Usually, it's not that hard. You just have to dodge everything. His divine secret is dodging as smooth as silk. The MC starts to feel the awkwardness settling in. The people sitting next to him can only look on in total disbelief. Teresa is so embarrassed for him that she covers her face to hide her shame. For the 4th floor, you just dodge everything too. He says it like it's easy, but that's really how it went. Luckily, this was just a normal recording session, or his reputation would have been back at square one. The director watching the feed is completely frozen in shock. He points at the screen and yells, do you have any idea how much money we lose on a single failed recording session? The losses we'll have to endure are massive. And here you are, acting so clueless and innocent that you've ruined the whole shoot. Everything is a total mess now because of you. And yet, Kang Jin Hyuk still has the nerve to show up here and demand his appearance fee. What? Are you even human? Sorry, old man, but you've got to be thick-skinned to survive a long time in this world. Our boy just sips his coffee and waves like he's some big celebrity. Well, I guess he actually is one now. He reminds the man of what he said the other day, that he'd answer every question asked, and he followed that agreement to the letter. What else do you want? You looking for a fight? The more he speaks, the angrier the director gets. Damn it. You did a terrible job and now you're just making excuses. Those words, making excuses, successfully pissed Jin Hyuk off. It seems like this guy forgot exactly who he's dealing with. Like the Flash, Jin Hyuk is suddenly right in front of this pathetic director, grabbing him by the collar and pulling him close. Say that again. Do you remember a guy named Lee Jong-soo? Don't you dare say you don't. He was your little golden boy back then. Suddenly, a memory flashes in the director's mind, a picture of him and Jong-soo shaking hands, looking all happy and close. But look at Jin Hyuk now, the man you're treating like garbage. Back then, you treated that CEO of the streamer agency like he was royalty, didn't you? He sneers, his face full of pure contempt for both the director and Lee Jong-soo. You two conspired together to squeeze every drop out of other streamers using those twisted contracts that were nothing but slave labor. Remember when all those streamers came to this very office to protest? Of course, I was one of them too. You better start remembering, or this is going to get very ugly for you. Thanks to that incident, I learned a lot about how rotten this society is. I learned exactly what to do, so I wouldn't end up as some Jin Hyuk sees the man breaking out in a cold sweat. And honestly, it's just hilarious. What's with that look on your face? You're the one who taught that lesson to the people you bled dry with those trap contracts. You and Lee Jong-soo looked down on me and spat those bitter words in my face. You said everything was legal and followed the contract, so there was no problem. Well, now I'm doing exactly what you did years ago. I answered your questions exactly as requested. Jin Hyuk looks absolutely terrifying right now, his anger making the veins on his neck bulge. Go on, keep talking. Do you still think I'm just making excuses? You're a disgusting human being. Do you really have the nerve to try and lecture me? After calming down for a moment, the man leads him to the magic stones he's keeping. The system confirms access. The room they walk into is filled with all of his incredibly rare magic stones. Seriously, his greed is on the level of top-tier corruption. His face looks incredibly devious right now. According to the contract, the company will give him full authority to use the magic stones in this room. Keep in mind, this is only for the next 2 hours. What? Say that again? 2 hours? Are you seriously being that stingy with the time? What do you mean it's in the contract? That tiny line hidden near the margin? You really are a scumbag. The director is so terrified that he's forced to say he'll let him use the magic stones freely and do whatever he wants. Now that sounds much better. Plus, they've even set up some charms. These stones have anti-theft measures on them, so don't even think about putting them in a spatial bag. Something's fishy here. This old man clearly planned this out, meaning the only thing I can do is try to absorb all these magic stones right here. The sad part is, it takes about 5 minutes on average just to absorb one single low-grade magic stone. So no matter how hard Kang Jin Hyuk tries, the number of stones he can actually absorb in 2 hours will be practically nothing. And of course, the director won't lose a dime. Just thinking about it makes him giddy. He's such a genius. Mwahaha. He even has the nerve to do that smug glasses push with his finger. Luckily, our guy couldn't care less about the world's nonsense. He doesn't give a damn about what the old man is plotting. With a fake smile, he says, "If you need anything, just ask these employees. After all, access to this place is strictly limited." Tee-hee. Jin Hyuk takes one look and realizes that female employee is openly filming him with her phone. He knows exactly what this sly director is up to. He wants to tank Jin Hyuk's reputation. Like if he tried to use force to snatch those magic stones. Does he really think I'm some naive kid? Nothing's gonna stop him. Fine then. He'll just try to use up as many of these magic stones as possible in 2 hours. Oh wow, what a wise decision from such a famous celebrity. Good luck, superstar. See you in 2 hours. You two secretaries, make sure you take real good care of Mr. Jin Hyuk. Once that jerk leaves, Jin Hyuk turns around looking cool as hell. Hey there, I'm about to show you ladies something magical. Do you want to see the show? While the two girls are standing there totally confused, the scene cuts to the director's office at the SVKP station. Don't look at me, I'm just as lost. Right now, the director is staring at an old photo of him and Lee Jong-soo. They look like best buds in the photo, but now he's being a total snake. Yet, he still has the gall to act all sympathetic. It's truly a tragedy that you had to go like that. But well, the living must carry on, right? His face tightens up, looking just like a grumpy carp. Since you're dead, just go meet the Grim Reaper and stay there. Why the hell are you still haunting me from the grave? You damn bastard. He's still shaking in his boots. Even though he minimized the loss of magic stones, he still needs to figure out how to finish off Kang Jin Hyuk once and for all. Should he send some reporters to cook up a scandal? Actually, I'll deal with that after this stone business is settled. He walks back in all smug with a cold face, certain that the kid couldn't absorb all the stones. But the moment he enters, he completely freezes up. Player Kang Jin Hyuk. I hope those 2 hours were. Wait, what? Before he can even finish his sentence, he realizes all the stones are gone. Wait, the drawers are empty except for some dust and scraps? What the heck happened? While the director is still choking on his words, the two female employees are busy petting a cat that's lying there with its belly out, completely stuffed. Aw, so cute. Where did your professional image go, ladies? Seeing the director walk in, Jin Hyuk smugly gives him a big thumbs up. I wonder if he has any more magic stones left, because my little baby here is a total glutton. He's been doing a magic stone mukbang, and he's still hungry. Just one look from Goguma, and every girl's heart melts. The little creature looks smugly at the man who's now slumped on the floor, in total despair. How's that karma tasting, old man? This is what you get for being a snake even after I warned you. You should have known your place instead of playing games. You're never escaping me for the rest of your life. The system confirms it. Species: Dark Ancient Goguma. Age: 1. Level: 98. That is absolutely insane. Its special trait allows it to easily absorb the master's mana during battle. Plus, both the pet and the owner get their own separate experience points. If we both went all out, you wouldn't even last 5 minutes. Guess I've got to get stronger way faster than I thought. But why? Look at this mysterious guy doing one-arm push-ups. Just watching him work out is enough to make any girl's heart skip a beat. Right there with him is another handsome dude sporting a serious wolf-cut hairstyle. The guy makes a call, saying the newcomer looks pretty hostile, but since he obediently followed orders, it's clear he's already picked a side with Kang Jin Hyuk. I'm 80% sure this guy's a villain. The voice on the other end says he should probably be blacklisted. If he doesn't join us, he's an enemy of the Dung Hoa Guild. They're talking about Du Sung, but he seems completely oblivious to the danger he's in. He's too busy watching Jin Hyuk's little show. They're currently on the 6th floor in the elf forest, and Jin Hyuk promised to teach him magic to level up. So why are we acting like clowns here? And why bring him to this floor anyway? Jin Hyuk could have easily handled this himself. Jin Hyuk starts making up excuses about wanting to help Du Sung get stronger, but it definitely feels like he's hiding something. So, which floor are they headed to next? He's activating the barrier mirror, time remaining 0 hours, 29 minutes, and 59 seconds. Jin Hyuk says calmly, Floor 10, the warrior's headquarters. There are about 21 of these boss guards. Think you can handle it? Du Sung confidently replies, I'm good, but that's only if that giant doesn't wake up. The Floor 10 boss, the immortal stone golem. Jin Hyuk offers a pretty sweet deal. If you take out all those mobs and hold out for 1 minute against the boss, I'll give you a serious rematch. Boom, right where it hurts. He charges in immediately. He better keep his word. The monsters have awakened. Welcome to the warrior's headquarters. Before he can even finish, Du Sung draws his sword and shouts, Get the hell out of my way, I'm finishing this. Meanwhile, at a specialty hair shop, Teresa is rocking a short bob now, looking as stunning as a teenager. Everyone's staring even though she's wearing a hat. Suddenly, she runs into Xiong Qianhua. He was the raid leader at the ancient ruins. After getting a makeover, she immediately used a hair restoration charm. She's back to being a long-haired holy knight, and even Xiong Qianhua is back to his old self. You really do get what you pay for. Everyone missed their hair, but before they can celebrate, the system chimes in. The curse is still active. All body hair will be permanently removed. Talk about a total mental breakdown. Luckily, the goddess Teresa is there to comfort him. A person's value isn't just measured by their hair, you know? Man, that hits deep. This is probably karma for everything he did back when he was the leader. Leading the raid on the first ruins left so many people injured. Losing his hair is honestly a pretty light punishment, except now, his head is basically a mirror. She feels like he messed up because of his own greed. But finding something you want so badly that you'd gamble your life for it, that's actually kind of beautiful. Then she gives him a gentle smile. Oh man, my poor heart. And just like that, the president of the Saintess Teresa fan club is born. His nickname is the one who bows to the earth's only saintess. Anyway, back to floor 10. Du Sung activates Sword Song, going berserk and smashing through every guard on floor 10 until they're all bleeding out. Now there's only one thing left. Last 1 minute against the boss. Then he finally gets his serious match with Jin Hyuk. It's been his lifelong dream. He pushes forward with everything he's got. Even if he has to bleed for it, he wants a victory over Kang Jin Hyuk. That's something he's willing to bet his life on. Yeah, he talks a big game, but when he finally opens his eyes, he finds himself lying in a hospital bed. Wait, what happened? He's covered in bandages, and Park Hana is sitting there peeling fruit. She's being kind, but he mistakes her for his rival's lackey. She just scoffs at him. You wish you were his lackey? You look more like a slave to me. The chairman called and told me to bring you to the hospital. Du Sung was literally on his deathbed. Oh, and she was told to give him this stone once he woke up. Right, he remembers now. The fight with the floor 10 boss. Looking back, the boss had activated invincibility, which meant it couldn't take any damage. He couldn't even leave a scratch on it, not even a dent. From physical strikes to magic, nothing worked. Meanwhile, he was getting tossed around like a rag doll. Jin Hyuk even mocked him, saying, You only lasted 21 seconds. You're nowhere near catching up to me. Then the boss activated Ghost Sword Walk. The boss started spamming moves like crazy, but Jin Hyuk, he dodged every single one perfectly. It was terrifyingly precise. The Sanctuary of Gravity was activated, increasing the pressure by 500%. Du Sung couldn't take it anymore. The pressure was insane. There was no way he could dodge that. He wondered how Kang Jin Hyuk was going to handle it. He expected some big speech, but instead, Jin Hyuk just complained that the boss was too slow. Then he activated the 1-star barrier. With the resident strengthening barrier, he completely demolished the boss while it was still standing there looking totally clueless. Damage neutralized. Damage neutralized, thanks to invincibility. Believe it or not, the boss was taken down in a heartbeat. Honestly, he was a total joke, even weaker than the floor 3 and 5 bosses. Talk about underwhelming. Absolutely insane. The floor 10 boss has finally been petrified. Clear time, 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Invincibility has been successfully copied, though its duration is significantly reduced. And now he's stuck in the hospital, clutching that stone. As usual, his friend is roasting him from head to toe. What a tragic end to a bromance. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk is roaming floor 6, picking up all sorts of loot. His achievement was so shocking it got recorded in the Hall of Fame. Right now, the nameless player is feeling on top of the world. No wonder he can't quit this Tower of Trials. Since it's been a while since his last video, he'll probably make back some of those coins he lost in the Anubis fight. And hey, thanks to Chun Do-sung for doing the dirty work and smashing those small fries even if it was forced, it was still exhausting. Suddenly, Alice calls him, warning that someone is tailing them, but he doesn't even care, which is totally unlike him. The place he's heading to isn't exactly welcoming to outsiders. Fighting them is a waste of time, so he decides to ignore them for now to save his energy. Switching scenes to Beijing, at the S-rank Yongwu Guild, Li Kuang is getting his ears boxed. Not only did they lose floor 5 first, but they let him reach floor 10 ahead of them. You guys probably know who him is. Suddenly, that man's ear is sliced right off. Blood is gushing everywhere, but he can't even let out a scream of pain. That mysterious man berates him for being useless, saying he always has to step in personally for anything to actually get done. Take a look at this handsome devil. Everyone, it's the president of the S-rank Zhongwu Guild, Nangong Tian. Li Kuang is kneeling before his boss like an obedient dog. He's clearly fuming inside, but he just has to take the verbal abuse, especially after Nangong chopped his ear off. Nangong's face is twisted in annoyance as he unleashes a barrage of insults. You're a total waste of space. I always have to get my hands dirty just to finish your mess. Seeing this, the female assistant steps toward Kuang, using her powers to heal the wound Nangong just inflicted. She gets caught in the crossfire too as he barks at her, "Leave him be. Next time, it won't just be an ear. Every time you look at that scar, you'd better remember this exact moment." Holy crap, you'd think that wound was a brand of love or something. Kuang swallows his massive pride and can only stammer out his obedience. "Yes, sir. I'm not sure why Kang Jin Hyuk is still lingering on floor 6, but this actually works in our favor." Man, Kuang's report got completely ignored. Nangong turns around and walks away without a second thought. Walking like one of those cool K-drama CEOs, he grabs his sword and barks an order. Head to floor 6 and join up with Zaya and Tenzo's group. Then he turns back, giving his assistants a look that could kill, his teeth gritted in a threat. Burn that entire forest to the ground and take out Kang Jin Hyuk. If there are any witnesses, get rid of them too. Meanwhile, on floor 6 in the elven forest, a ninja perched high in a tree receives his orders from the commander. Continue monitoring the target. His eyes are darting all over the place as he tracks Jin Hyuk's every move. He has no idea there's already a blade at his throat and a pair of murderous eyes staring him down. Floor 6 of the Tower of Trials. The Elven Forest. It's basically one of the best luxury resorts in the tower. That's because floor 7 won't open automatically for another 90. People looking to travel and relax usually gather right here. A group of friends is visiting. One guy spots a super cute rabbit, but this one has a horn. Just as he's about to reach out of curiosity, his friend, who's busy grilling, reams him out. "Don't you dare go over there. That's elven territory, man. It's dangerous." The guy, holding a carrot, tries to argue. "Wait, what? But look at this adorable one-horned bunny. Seriously, Lee, you've got a big head but no brains." His friend is absolutely livid. "You're still talking back?" She grabs him by the ear and drags him back, pinching and scolding him. "You know exactly how much elves hate outsiders. If you don't want to get turned into a pincushion, get over here." Geez, the guy is screaming bloody murder. Seeing the commotion, the rabbit hops into the bushes and vanishes, probably scared it was about to become a 7-course rabbit dinner. Then we see Sylvia, her face scrunched up as she watches something very closely. In a flash, she leaps onto a tree branch, tracking Jin Hyuk from behind. She wonders to herself, "Oh my, why is he being followed? This guy doesn't look like he's carrying anything special or rare. Wait, is he just lost? But without some serious skill, no one could just stroll through this forest like that. You'd never find your way out." From above, he looks pretty cool, but in reality, Jin Hyuk is flaring his nostrils, sniffing like crazy to figure out which way to go. Man, what a dork. He points to the left and just starts walking without a single doubt. Sylvia is watching the whole thing in total shock. What the hell? Even our people can only navigate by scent like that after living in the forest for ages. How in the world does a human even know about this method? Oh my god, it is hard to believe, but I guess it does not really matter. Luckily, he is walking straight into the illusion barrier. Once he is caught in that trap, he will just keep walking in circles. He will just wander around that spot until he completely exhausts himself. I will just wait for him to pass out and then drag him out of here. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk's voice rang out as he shouted, "Oh my god, this is all wrong. You are supposed to use passive skills for something like this. Setting it to active mode like this cuts the efficiency of the barrier by 50%. He scowled and grumbled, letting out a long, frustrated sigh. Then, he used his own power to start fixing it. Kids these days are honestly such a disappointment. I wonder who even wrote this garbage. This person definitely should not have slept through their magic grammar class. If you fall asleep, your teacher should pinch your ears until you wake up. Damn it, Sylvia was just thinking of a good way to save him. But hearing him mock her work made her absolutely furious. Her face turned bright red with rage because she was the one who wrote that entire sequence. She clenched her fists so hard they shook, nearly ready to give him a piece of her mind. Just who does this jerk think he is? Jin Hyuk knew someone was following him the whole time. That is why he purposely spoke loudly just to mess with her. He glanced back slightly and thought to himself with a smirk, "This time, my little tail is just a naive, rookie elf. All right then, I guess it is about time." He started acting up again, raising his voice. "Man, I am starving. I should probably cook something up." He stretched his arms, suddenly wearing a kitchen apron and holding all the tools he needed. Before she knew it, the sound of sizzling filled the forest as he started stir-frying. From her branch, Sylvia was practically drooling, needing a bucket to catch it all. Wow, it looks like this human is actually a really good cook. She was starving, but then she remembered her mission and leaped down from the tree. With her bow drawn and ready, she shouted a warning. "You are in the sacred forest of the elves. How dare you slaughter and cook animals here? How dare you defile this forest like this?" She screamed, aiming her arrow directly at Jin Hyuk's face. He was still holding the frying pan, looking totally relaxed and even smiling, which only made her more livid. "What are you even talking about? This is not meat. It is vegan meat made from soybeans. If you do not believe me, come over here and take a look for yourself." Unbelievable. Sylvia stood there, completely frozen. She looked at the plate of food he held out, and since it looked delicious, she barked at him again. "Do not even try to trick me. That looks exactly like meat." Jin Hyuk used his baiting tactics and brought the plate right under Sylvia's nose. One whiff of that aroma and her stomach started growling like crazy. She could hardly believe her own nose. "Wait, what? No way. This actually does smell like soybeans, you guys." The elves in the Tower of Trials are absolutely obsessed with cooking and music. However, cooking animal meat is considered a massive insult to their kind. So, what happens if you give them something that tastes like meat but is not actually meat? Jin Hyuk's face was the picture of confidence. He flashed a mysterious smile and invited her. "Do you want to try some? It is my signature dish." That was all it took. Sylvia's face was filled with pure greed as she opened her mouth wide, though she still tried to act cautious. "You are absolutely sure this is not meat?" Jin Hyuk gave her a stern look. "Do not you dare insult my love and devotion to the culinary arts. I would never use food to deceive or play tricks on anyone." Hearing that made her feel a lot more at ease. Sylvia took a bite and felt her soul leave her body. "Oh my god, this is so good I could swallow my own tongue. How can something be this delicious?" She buried her face in the food, devouring 2 whole plates before she started acting all sweet and flattering. "I did not realize you were such a distinguished guest. Thank you for introducing us to such a magnificent dish. I am Sylvia, a guard of the elven forest. I am truly sorry. Is there anything I can do to make up for my rudeness?" Jin Hyuk mentioned that he wanted to visit the elven village. Sylvia agreed and led him there. Once they reached the large square in the elven village, Jin Hyuk stood before the forest chief and completely froze. With a face that looked like he was suffering from major constipation, he awkwardly introduced himself. The chief, however, was incredibly welcoming. "My name is Benham." Jin Hyuk looked around and saw dozens of arrows pointed straight at him, making him question his entire existence. "Am I really being welcomed right now?" A guy holding a bow nearby started muttering. "Why would a lowly outsider from who knows where expect to be welcomed? You humans have no right to set foot in this sacred forest." Jin Hyuk knew exactly who he was dealing with. This guy, Tesla, was always extremely wary of humans. No matter where he goes, it seems like he is the one causing trouble. Jin Hyuk introduced himself calmly. "I was invited here by Sylvia. Without hesitation, an arrow flew straight at him. He caught it in a split second and issued a warning. "You really need to work on your hospitality, pal." He pointed his blade directly at Tesla. The elf did not back down either. For a lowly human, "Your reaction speed is decent, but I promise the next arrow is going right through your skull." The two men glared at each other with pure hatred. It looked like things were about to explode. Sylvia jumped in between them and shouted a warning. "Tesla, this man is a guest I invited here to make up for my own mistake." But Tesla just shouted back even louder. "Shut your mouth, Sylvia. How could you bring an outsider into our village? Once I am done dealing with this piece of trash, you are going to answer for your crimes." Sylvia continued to stand her ground to protect Jin Hyuk, even if she did not really need to. "I didn't bring him here for no reason. He's an amazing cook. Plus, he can make dishes we've never even tasted before." Just talking about it made her mouth water instantly. The village, elder, and Tesla were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Never tasted before? Even though he was already low-key craving it, Tesla still had to act all cocky. "You think just saying that will get you off the hook?" Meanwhile, the elder's drool was practically turning into a river. He quickly stopped Tesla from losing his cool. "Don't kick him out just yet. At least let's see if he's the real deal first. If you're hungry, just say so. Why act so extra?" Tesla was completely speechless at the elder's antics. This guy is beyond help. But honestly, the fruits grown in the elf village are truly special. The amount of mana in them is equal to a mana stone. So, just eating them can boost your mana. On harvest day, the elves gather to hold a ceremony and give thanks to the forest. That occasion is called the Moonlight Festival. Jin Hyuk's cooking skills were like a one-man show. The elves watched in awe, their mouths watering at every dish he whipped up. He confidently introduced the meal. "Help yourselves. Just so you know, this isn't meat. It's plant-based meat made from soy." All the elves gathered around, and everyone who took a bite was absolutely blown away. It was insanely delicious. Tesla, who was just trash-talking him, felt a bit embarrassed to even reach for a bite, but hunger won out. Just as he reached for the plate, Jin Hyuk caught him and snatched the food away. Then he hit him with a savage roast. "Does this jerk have any pride at all? You literally aimed an arrow at my head earlier. You want some? Not a chance." Tesla was speechless, standing in the corner shaking with rage. He kept his head down, not daring to look at the others eating. After finishing, the elder praised him, saying the flavor was truly exceptional. "Who would have thought an outsider could bring us such joy? I have a great feeling about this year's Moonlight Festival. We thank you, Mother Forest." The Moonlight Festival officially kicked off, and everyone cheered with excitement. The music was so loud and lively that even the campers outside were wondering, "Looks like the elves are having some kind of party. It's so noisy. If they weren't so hostile toward us, I'd definitely go over and check it out." Hearing his friends say that, the guy next to her cringed. "Drop that thought right now. You know how nasty their attitude is. If you get close, they'll turn you into a human kebab with those arrows." This isn't even elf territory yet, but the view is already breathtaking. He turned to look at his friend, only to be completely shocked. She had already been taken out by a group of ninja-like figures in black. She was already a goner. Panicking and speechless, he barely managed to draw his knife to defend himself. They approached him coldly. "Listen up, leave no witnesses." Meanwhile, over here, Sylvia's son was happily drawing his bow. Hit the bullseye, the elder beamed with pride, while Jin Hyuk took the chance to offer some praise. "Living up to the reputation. Elves really are born with a gift for archery." The village elder started flexing a bit too. "It's so natural to us that we don't even think about it anymore. So, how's your first Moonlight Festival? It's very rare for a human to be allowed into our celebration. The more the world knows about our fruits, the more people try to invade our land, forcing us further into hiding. But I'm still confident that we elves aren't second to anyone when it comes to food and music. And I know for a fact that our kind loves peace more than any other creature." Jin Hyuk found their culture quite impressive. In the middle of the fun, that jerk Tesla walked over with a scowl to pick a fight. "Who gave you the right to judge us?" Jin Hyuk teased him back to get under his skin. "What's wrong? You sulking because I didn't let you eat with us?" This drove Tesla crazy with anger. He started yelling again. "Even if you're the best cook in the world, at the end of the day, you're just a filthy human. Just your presence in this forest is disgusting." Jin Hyuk was reaching his limit too. The two faced off. "Your face is even more disgusting. You bastard. You got a death wish? You puny human." Jin Hyuk started acting up again with a punchable face. "We shouldn't ruin the festive mood. So how about this? Let's have an archery contest. and the loser has to get the hell out of here. Tesla was fuming, completely speechless at the bet. Someone like you dares to challenge my archery? Fine, pick your target. The festival got even more hyped. People were cheering and gathering around. Everyone, come watch the archery match. Forget everything else, check this out. All the elf villagers stood behind Tesla, shouting, "Take him down." Jin Hyuk looked at Tesla with a mischievous grin. That sting a bit, big guy? Feeling a little dizzy? Why is no one cheering for me? Tesla is absolutely livid. You are just a lowly human. Why would anyone ever cheer for a creature like you? Jin Hyuk brushes off the embarrassment. Well then, I guess I should just bring my own cheerleader, shouldn't I? He uses his magic to summon a cute little pet. He drops to his knees and gives it a massive hug right in front of Tesla, leaving the big guy completely speechless. What a bizarre summon. Even before the match starts, the trash talking continues, though this cheerleader really is adorable. If you are done playing around, then take your shot. Just hit that target on the tree over there, and we are good. Tesla is still talking big, but the moment he draws his bow, the little cheerleader lunges and takes a bite out of him. The arrow flies completely off course, leaving everyone stunned. Jin Hyuk is loving it. So naive. Don't you know people will do whatever it takes to win? Tesla stands there frozen in shock. You crazy human. Meanwhile, Goguma puts on a super cute face, as if he is actually sorry. Jin Hyuk leans down and scolds Goguma, telling him to be careful because this is very important. Then he picks him up and speaks out loud with a straight face. Don't do that again from now on. Being cute isn't everything, you know? Tesla clutches his forehead and stands up, yelling at Jin Hyuk. You damn human. Since he used Goguma to play dirty, Tesla calls Jin Hyuk a shameless brat. But Jin Hyuk does not deny it. Instead, he coolly owns up to it. He is shameless because he is a dirty human. He follows up the mockery with a devious smirk. Right then, the system sends a notification. You have obtained absolute swordsmanship, difficulty rank, AA. The description says it increases understanding of bows and arrows, along with similar weapons by up to 90%. After 5 seconds of focus, accuracy will increase to 100%. On the other side, a bitter Tesla declares he does not care how dirty Jin Hyuk plays. He says he will never acknowledge a victory won this way. Jin Hyuk just waves him off. If he wants, he can shoot again. Tesla picks up his bow, warning Jin Hyuk that if he tries to cheat again, he won't let it slide. Jin Hyuk agrees. Tesla starts drawing his bow and takes aim. On the other hand, Jin Hyuk is also activating absolute swordsmanship. Tesla's arrow hits the bullseye dead center, and most of the elves erupt in cheers. They chant Tesla's name. Sylvia, worried that Jin Hyuk will lose, begs him to ask for Tesla's forgiveness. It is not too late, since Tesla is the finest guard in the elven village. They don't think a human can beat him. In this archery contest, Jin Hyuk just chuckles and says there's someone even better. Then he reaches out and activates Frostbind. A trail of ice moves toward the target and lifts the board high into the air. Everyone thinks the target is being blown away. Tesla frantically asks what he's up to, and Jin Hyuk answers confidently. He says he is just adjusting the difficulty to match his own skills. Jin Hyuk picks up the bow and takes aim. He combines blood demon art with absolute swordsmanship. The system pops up again. You have acquired Crimson Magic Bullet. Absolute swordsmanship is upgraded right then and there. Accuracy is boosted to 145%. Tesla's eyes widen as he senses something has changed in Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk activates Crimson Magic Bullet and draws his bow. He fires, imbuing the shot with black fire, aiming straight for the spinning target in the sky. And yet, the arrow Jin Hyuk lets fly and splits Tesla's arrow right down the middle while it is still in the bullseye. It even shatters the entire target board. The sight leaves Tesla and the others completely jaw-dropped. They can't believe their eyes. Everyone is buzzing about Jin Hyuk's shot. Jin Hyuk starts mocking Tesla again. He asks how it feels to lose to a lowly, dirty human like him. Tesla is momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he drops his bow on the ground. He admits he can't even salvage a shred of honor now. A bet is a bet. Tesla turns to leave the village as agreed. He leaves them with a final word. From now on, he is no longer a guard here. Everyone around looks gloomy and sad. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk calls out to Tesla to come back. Tesla asks what the matter is. He said he would leave, and he keeps his word. But then he thinks, is Jin Hyuk trying to mock him more? Actually, Jin Hyuk doesn't want him to leave. He scratches his head and shows some sympathy. He gets the whole honor thing, but it's festival season. If he leaves like this, it will kill the mood. Jin Hyuk suggests they change the terms of the bet. Tesla is skeptical, but goes along with it. However, he soon regrets it, gritting his teeth in frustration. He wishes he had just left instead. The people around are struggling not to burst out laughing. Jin Hyuk stands there with his arms crossed, acting all devious. He says that where he comes from, only the strongest warriors get to wear that outfit. Tesla is now dressed in something revealing and a bit weird. Wearing butterfly wing accessories, Jin Hyuk tells him that among humans, this is known as the industry pro look. The red-haired guy shouts, "Who dares laugh at Lord Tesla?" But the moment the words leave his mouth, he is the first one to crack up. This leads Tesla to lunging forward and biting Jin Hyuk's hand just to blow off some steam. Chief Benham is standing right next to him. He lets out a hearty laugh and asks Jin Hyuk, "Why do you have such twisted hobbies? That's just plain cruel." He never thought Tesla would accept the terms so calmly. Jin Hyuk just looks at him. "Don't you think you're taking this joke a bit too far, Chief?" Jin Hyuk thinks to himself that since the town's strongest guard is being turned into a laughingstock, he should probably let him change soon. But Benham says it is fine. He watches Tesla with a smile, saying he needs to taste the bitterness of defeat. He believes Tesla's obsession with guarding the forest is actually holding him back. That's why he is glad they crossed paths with Jin Hyuk right now. Jin Hyuk thinks this old man is a lot cooler than he looks. With a mischievous smirk, he reveals his true nature to Benham. "I can be way worse than this." Benham gives a sly grin back and tells Jin Hyuk to go ahead and teach Tesla a real lesson. Opportunities like this do not come often. Suddenly, frantic footsteps approach. A guard rushes in to report to the chief, and everyone there gasps in horror when they see Lucien, one of the outer rim guards. His left arm is completely gone. Lucien gasps out the news. Masked invaders appeared out of nowhere and started slashing at anything and everything in their path. The outer guards could not stop them. They are just too powerful. They are slaughtering elves like animals. Even the elite guards could not hold them back. Seeing Lucien coughing up blood, Sylvia rushes over to steady him, telling him to stop talking. Lucien is in critical condition. Hearing the report, Chief Benham starts shaking with pure rage. He explodes, roaring for everyone to get ready for war. He orders the armory opened, telling everyone to fight with their lives to protect the elven forest. Tesla wastes no time ripping off that ridiculous pink outfit and throwing on his battle gear. He calls for an emergency mobilization of the defense force and the elite guards. Everyone is scrambling, preparing to strike back at those monsters. Hearing about the atrocities they have committed, Jin Hyuk's blood starts to boil. He is absolutely livid. 3 people are running for their lives. The one at the back cries out that they cannot go on. They have no idea who these bastards chasing them are. As the assassins close in, the refugees beg for their lives, crying out that they are just normal players. But it is useless. All 3 are butchered without mercy. The leader barks out an order to leave no survivors. Everything in this forest needs to be erased. Another squad is busy with their own slaughter. Innocent victims are piled up on the ground. One survivor reaches out a weak hand for help, but an assassin is immediately struck by 2 arrows to the chest. Another assassin starts to scream about an attack, but before he can finish, an arrow pierces his skull, dropping him instantly. Chief Benham steps forward, his expression cold as ice. Looking at the bodies scattered across the ground, his heart breaks. How could they do this? Seeing mothers murdered so brutally, he gently picks them up, whispering his apologies. He blames himself for failing to protect his people. Tesla watches from behind, his heart aching for the victims while his blood burns for revenge. He steps out and barks orders to the troops. "If you find any survivors, get them to the village center immediately. Our main force is there, so they will be safe. And if you see the enemy, kill them on sight." Tesla lets out a guttural roar. "We will avenge our fallen brothers and sisters. In the name of the great forest mother," the soldiers shout back in unison. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk appears and tells Tesla, "Revenge sounds good to me, and I have got a plan." Tesla cannot help but listen. On the assassin's side, one of them checks the system and sees they have lost 2 members in Sector B16. He speeds off to tell Sihua that the elves are starting to fight back. Sihua notes that they are reacting much faster than she planned. She patches into the comms, telling everyone, "Our primary objective is to take out Jin Hyuk. The forest is under a jamming barrier, so Jin Hyuk will not be able to call for backup." While moving with her team, she issues a warning through the HUD to maintain the perimeter. Tighten the circle toward the village center until we find the target. Teams A and C confirm the orders. According to the invaders' plan, With the S-rankers included, their force of 150 is split into 3 teams, closing in on Jin Hyuk from the edge of the forest. They were planning to tighten the perimeter and close in on the center of the forest. Whichever team spotted Jin Hyuk first would just try to buy some time. That way, the other teams could rush to the location and launch a coordinated strike. They figured that no matter how strong the target was, there was no way he could take down 3 S-rankers all at once. Sehua was convinced that Jin Hyuk was about to quietly disappear from this world forever, just like the Junghwa Guild wanted. She was starting to feel pretty good about herself, thinking she had him cornered, when suddenly, Sehua felt a hand reach out and snatch the veil right off her face. The sudden move threw her completely off balance. She fell from the trees, but thanks to her quick reflexes, she managed to flip in the air and land safely. The person who grabbed her mask was none other than Jin Hyuk. He stood tall on a massive branch nearby and spoke out loud for everyone to hear. He said he had been wondering which losers were stalking him, and it turned out to be them. Sehua scrambled to cover her face the moment she hit the ground. She had to endure Jin Hyuk trashing them, calling them the same Junghwa punks who were swarming like roaches at the TV station entrance. Jin Hyuk tossed her veil aside like it was garbage and warned them in a low, cold voice to get ready to pay for annoying him. Sehua was actually thrilled because she thought she had hit the jackpot by being the first one to find Jin Hyuk. Right then, her comms lit up with an announcement that Team B had spotted Jin Hyuk. Both Team A and Team C heard the news and immediately started moving toward Team B's position. But as soon as Team C turned their backs, they were hit by a sudden ambush that sent them into a panic. They struggled to dodge a literal rain of arrows. Teslin was leading a group of elites, his face twisted in a murderous expression. He asked the Team C outsiders exactly where they thought they were going, introducing himself as their opponent. The leader of Team C didn't back down, spitting back insults and calling Teslin and his people nothing but filthy locals. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk had already dropped one guy in the blink of an eye. Next, he activated Grave of Swords, and then the Demon King's Phantom Step. In just a few moves, he had already sliced through the enemy ranks. Sehua started to freak out and began screaming at her people. She told them not to bunch up and ordered everyone to scatter. Hearing her command, they all tried to spread out, but they weren't fast enough, because Jin Hyuk quickly triggered ice shards, launching frozen spikes that pinned each of them down. He flash froze the rest of them just to get it over with. Hiding behind a tree, Sehua watched the massacre and began gritting her teeth in pure rage. She had no idea Jin Hyuk was so much stronger than he looked in those leaked videos. At this rate, her entire squad was going to be wiped out. Before the reinforcements could get there, she had to find a way to stall for time. Sehua finally called out Jin Hyuk's name. When he stopped, she continued, "I don't know why you're here, but I'm betting there is something in this forest you are desperate to get your hands on, right?" Jin Hyuk shot back coldly, asking what that had to do with her. Then, he taunted her to stop hiding and show her face. He told her to get over there and stop wasting his time. But Sehua wasn't about to face him head on, so she stayed put and shouted back. She claimed that her comrades were currently leveling everything in sight as they closed in on his position. She said that while he was busy here, others were marching through the heart of the village. Sehua figured that once the village was razed, whatever Jin Hyuk was after would be destroyed along with it. Jin Hyuk just repeated her words. Destroy the village? Hiding in her corner, Sehua was convinced her deduction was spot on. If that village really held what Jin Hyuk wanted, then he would have to leave immediately to protect it. She gleefully thought that if he ran off, she would be able to buy enough time for the backup to arrive. But when she saw Jin Hyuk just standing there, Sehua felt a chill of confusion. She was starting to get a little flustered. Unable to keep quiet, Sehua barked at Jin Hyuk. She asked if he really didn't care if the village got destroyed. Jin Hyuk just looked at her with a smirk and said he was perfectly calm. While he didn't exactly want her threat to come true, he knew exactly what she was trying to do. To him, the whole thing was hilarious because there was a total monster waiting back there. Back at the goblin village, the masked assassin's eyes went wide with terror. He couldn't wrap his head around why this girl was even there. The girl, who was floating high in the air, spoke with pure annoyance, saying she didn't actually give a damn about what happened to the goblins. It was none other than Alice. Her face was a mask of cold fury as she continued, saying that these pests actually had the nerve to get in the way of her contractor's work. With that, Alice activated blood spears and raised one hand toward the sky. She summoned a storm of crimson arrows and passed judgment on the group. She said that was more than enough reason to kill them all. The men below were shaking as they looked up at her, whispering to each other that they stood no chance against a world boss monster. Alice looked absolutely terrifying and majestic as she coldly flicked her wrist, sending the blood spears raining down to wipe out the entire squad. One soldier, with one foot in the grave, tried to crawl away and call for backup, screaming that they needed help at the center. He howled in pure despair, but it was far too late to escape the overwhelming power of the vampire princess. He kicked the bucket before he could even finish his sentence. Alice sighed in boredom. He died way too easily. Where is the fun in that? Total snooze fest, not fun at all. Alice landed on the ground and glanced at the elves peeking out from behind the trees. I wonder if elves brew wine. Scene shift to Tuyet Hoa, just like that. Her contact has been erased from existence. She could not believe it. Was the strongest team really taken out that fast? What on earth did that bastard do? Down on the ground, Jin Hyuk was grinning with his sword in hand, heading straight for the tree where Tuyet Hoa was hiding. She screamed at her lackeys to cast the blood demon net immediately. Hearing the commotion, Jin Hyuk looked up to see what was going on. Suddenly, 500 men appeared out of thin air, surrounding Jin Hyuk from every direction in the blink of an eye. They were everywhere on the ground, in the trees, you name it. Tuyet Hoa then activated her psycho-disorder toxin injection. Due to the effects of the psycho-disorder toxin, you have gained fear resistance. As for her subordinates, their eyes turned blood red once the toxin hit their systems. They looked absolutely berserk. The toxin had cranked their bloodlust up to 11. Their bodies were twitching uncontrollably as their strength was buffed to the absolute limit. These over-energized freaks started howling like chimps and charged their swords right at Jin Hyuk. But did they really think these brainless meatheads could actually threaten him? Once I make my move, these guys are going to be completely shut down. Jin Hyuk took them all on, no matter how many there were. Are you losers done venting yet? He struck to the right and blocked to the left. Switching between offense and defense, he single-handedly tore through the hyperactive mob. But these idiots had numbers on their side. As soon as one went down, another took his place, so it was taking a bit of time to clear them all out. Tuyet Hoa watched Jin Hyuk's sword dance from above as her men were sent to their graves one by one, making her break into a cold sweat from sheer terror. Hiding in the tree, she started praying, "Thap True, where are you? Please get here now." Thap True was not having a much better time either. The elves were no pushovers, and he had slipped up while everyone was busy fighting. He tried to make a break for it during a gap in the fight, but Telson activated his sure-shot skill, nearly taking his head clean off. Sylvia activated Binding Demon Forest, and countless vines sprouted up, wrapping tightly around Thap True. He definitely did not see that coming. Their coordination was so perfect that he could not dodge in time and got caught. Telson drew his bow and aimed straight at Thap True. Trying to wiggle out of those vines? Don't even think about escaping. It is time to pay for your sins. With that, he released 3 long, sharp arrows straight at him. Thap True hurriedly activated his body-shielding chi. Wrapping his body in a rock-solid shield, the 3 arrows were unable to pierce through his defense. If he had not been quick on his feet, Thap True would have been a goner for sure. His defense had jumped by 50% after activating that skill. Right then, his inbox started blowing up. It was Tuyet Hoa sending out a frantic SOS, begging him to hurry up. "Jin Hyuk is here." Getting a text from a girl really lit a fire under Thap True, and he looked pretty worried too. It finally clicked for him, these guys were just stalling them here, to buy time for Jin Hyuk. But do not start celebrating yet, because these guys are all total madmen. Thap True was so livid he literally started seeing red. His hair and eyes shifted to a blood-red hue. Using his raw physical strength, he burst right out of the vines that were holding him down. Now that he was fully powered up, their attacks felt like nothing more than tiny cat scratches to him. The force of his burst was so intense that it even knocked back Sylvia and Telson, who were standing quite a distance away. Impressive. Thap True moved like lightning, activating his blade aura and targeting Sylvia right in front of him. The moment Sylvia opened her eyes, she saw a total psycho-looking guy wielding a massive, oversized blade. As it swung straight for her, she froze up in shock, unable to move an inch. Thap True's blade came crashing down. The impact blew away the ground and trees in a perfect straight line. Luckily, Telson managed to yank Sylvia to the side just in time. She barely dodged it. Otherwise, she would have been permanently crippled or worse, dead on the spot. Telson sternly warned her not to let her guard down again. Going to meet your ancestors this early would not be a good idea. Telson knew he had to be careful. This guy was the real deal. Now, let's head back to our cool main man. Jin Hyuk had just gifted the last soldier a slash, that split him right down the middle. He casually stepped over the corpses, still spurting blood on the ground. Now it is just you. Why don't you come on out and play? Tuyet Hoa had prayed 1,000 times, but she still could not escape her fate. Jin Hyuk knew everyone would be dead before backup arrived, and even if they did show up, they would just be heading straight to their graves. It would not make much of a difference. Tuyet Hoa took a deep breath and stepped out. Yeah, there was no point in hiding anymore. Jin Hyuk scanned Tuyet Hoa's personal info. She actually had some decent stats. The conditions for copying have begun. Snowflower is a player who specializes in the deadliest toxins. If Jin Hyuk can overpower her while being exposed to her poison, he can copy one of her skills. Just looking at that copy condition is already giving Jin Hyuk a major headache. I mean, who in their right mind would want to get poisoned by that woman on purpose? This is going to be a tough one. The conditions for copying poison-related skills are always so messed up. If he isn't careful, his life as the protagonist will be over in an instant. Snowflower begrudgingly admits that Jin Hyuk is strong, but she claims even he won't survive her toxins. With that, she lunges at him and attacks immediately, activating her heavenly poison. Jin Hyuk casually shifts his weight, dodging her strikes with a cold, annoying look on his face. If he weren't the main character, he'd definitely be dead by now. Snowflower's poison misses and splashes onto a tree behind him. Even though it just barely brushed against it, the trunk starts corroding and rotting away in an instant. That looks absolutely disgusting. Jin Hyuk is starting to feel the pressure. This is going to hurt like hell, damn it. He calculates his move while dodging because he really wants at least one poison skill. Fine, let's do this. Jin Hyuk lunges forward and grabs Snowflower by the throat. Caught off guard, Snowflower realizes she's in trouble and quickly activates her body-protecting chi. She can tank almost any physical attack with this defensive skill. But what kind of physics is she thinking of? Jin Hyuk's power is on another level. He slams his knee straight into her stomach. The pain is agonizing. She can't believe it. How could she take this much damage even while her skill is active? Jin Hyuk tells her to shut up for a second because he's trying to think. He kicks her hard, sending her crashing to the ground. She needs to find a way to hold him off until 10 Dynasties arrives. She has to at least land one hit on him. Refusing to stay down, Snowflower rushes him from behind for a sneak attack. Did she forget who she's dealing with? Jin Hyuk sends her flying with a massive punch. Can't you understand plain English? But right after the hit, he realizes she managed to jab a poisoned needle into his finger. Snowflower mocks him. Did he really think she'd just walk into a beating without a backup plan? Now that he's been infected by the heavenly poison, his mana circuits are failing. She watches with glee as Jin Hyuk's hand turns a deep shade of purple. The 10,000 poisons will flow through his mana and slowly dissolve his internal organs. Since this toxin invades the body through mana, there is no antidote. He's in for a slow and excruciating death. Before she can even finish cursing him, Jin Hyuk activates his true heavenly flower art, boosting his mana recovery rate by 30%. Antidote? Who needs one of those? He's just going to use his mana to flush the poison out. Snowflower is terrified by his sheer power. It looks like today might actually be the day she dies. Well, she finally said something right. Today is definitely going to be her funeral. 10 Dynasties is racing toward Snowflower to back her up. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk is absolutely destroying her. He freezes her, kicks her down, and then blasts her 10 meters away. Just as Jin Hyuk raises his sword to finish the job, a figure lunges out from the shadows. 10 Dynasties has arrived to save Snowflower. He activates his sword chi and swings his blade at Jin Hyuk, shielding the battered and broken Snowflower behind him. Hey, Snowflower, can you stand? Wow, what a classic hero saves the damsel moment. Jin Hyuk checks 10 Dynasties stats to see if he's worth the trouble. If this guy is here, does that mean Telson lost? The copy condition for 10 Dynasties sounds surprisingly romantic. It turns out he has secret feelings for Snowflower. To save the woman he loves, he won't hesitate to throw his own life away. If Jin Hyuk can take down 10 Dynasties without taking any damage himself, he can copy any skill he wants. Sword chi is powerful, but its compatibility with Jin Hyuk's soul-chasing swordplay is too low. So that's a pass. Maybe he should go for exterminating evil? But wait, what's up with this system? How does it know exactly what he's thinking? Suddenly, Jin Hyuk's body starts acting up, twitching and glitching out. 10 Dynasties sees Jin Hyuk lagging out and decides to take advantage of the opening. While Jin Hyuk is distracted, he urges Snowflower to get up. But after the beating she took, she's struggling to even move. She asks where the others are. The answer is exactly what she feared. They are the only two left alive. Snowflower lets out a bitter laugh. Listen carefully. After fighting Jin Hyuk, she realized something terrifying. Even if Li Ryuk Kang were here, they wouldn't stand a chance against this guy. 10 Dynasties is stunned by her admission. Is he really that powerful? Snowflower bitterly admits that since their mission has failed this badly, there was no turning back to the China Association now. The only thing they could do was push forward with the mission until their very last breath. Snowflower pulled down Shichao's mask and gave him a soft, lingering kiss. Jin Hyuk just stood there, shaking his head. He had just finished a grueling fight, and now he had to witness this romantic nonsense? Talk about kicking a guy while he is single. This is just plain cruel. Jin Hyuk shot them a look of pure disgust. Who exactly do you think you are performing for, you two clowns? Ugh, so gross. But that kiss wasn't just for show. When Snowflower kissed Shichao, she was actually injecting him with a deadly toxin. By triggering a mental destabilizing poison, she gained a fear resistance buff from the psychoactive effect of the toxin. And Shichao? Everyone knew he was a total simp. Getting a kiss and a massive power-up toxin at the same time? He would probably die happy right now. He had zero regrets left. Shichao lunged straight at Jin Hyuk, ready to put everything on the line for this final showdown. Looks like he is finally locked in. Fine then, I will return the favor and get serious too. Jin Hyuk activated Swordgrave, boosting his mastery over all bladed weapons by 500%. Shichao and Snowflower were double-teaming him. It was like a high-stakes match between two powerhouse teams, and the odds were definitely stacked. Can our boy flip the script here? Shichao unleashed his great sword style, second form, giant slash. Tear him apart. Snowflower followed up with her snake strike. Even if it cost them their lives, they were determined to take him down with them to save their pride. Jin Hyuk might be outnumbered, but he was packing 3 swords, 2 in his hands and 1, well, hidden in his pants. He was not scared of anyone. Jin Hyuk dropped into his stance, unleashing the soul-chasing sword script, 8th form, shadow integration. I think we all know how this ends. The communication interference shield has been deactivated. On the ground, a certain red-haired guy was missing both legs and an arm, desperately trying to crawl away with what was left of himself. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was busy copying 10,000 poisons and evil eradication. 10,000 poisons allowed him to manipulate every type of toxin imaginable and gave him comprehensive knowledge of poisons. At the same time, it granted him the ultimate ability to neutralize any venom. Evil eradication let him lock onto any target within a 10-kilometer radius, showing their exact location and path on his map. These stolen skills were stored safely in the memory of the world. Jin Hyuk stretched his sore muscles and prepared to head out. Man, I am still not used to that 8th form. My body is going to be wrecked all day tomorrow. Now, what should I do about those China Association pests? Behind Jin Hyuk, the bodies of the man and woman lay there, their hands still tightly interlocked until the very end. And that is how the China Association's ambush on Jin Hyuk came to a bloody end. A quarter of the elven forest was reduced to ashes. The body count was high. Telson had lost his fight against Shichao and was left with some pretty nasty wounds. But thanks to Sylvia never leaving his side, he managed to hang on to life. Telson mumbled a thanks to Jin Hyuk for stopping the pursuit. Jin Hyuk just chuckled and told him to stop acting tough and focus on healing up. Elder Benham still could not wrap his head around the absolute carnage. He locked himself in his room, only giving orders from behind closed doors. Meanwhile, Alice had become a total superstar among the elven kids. And for some weird reason, drinking wine suddenly became the hottest new trend in the village. As for Jin Hyuk, the guy who started it all, he was busy rebuilding the barrier for the forest. There, that should do it. At least those bastards from the China Association won't be waltzing in here so easily next time. Back at the China Association headquarters, Vice Chairman Lu Gui was nursing a massive headache after hearing the news. Was Kang Jin Hyuk really that much of a monster? The combined mana of Shichao, Li Liqiang, and Snowflower was only a little over 10,000. Sure, they were strong, but they were only considered upper-middle tier within the association's ranks. Because the association's ranking system was not fully polished yet, anyone with a mana count over 10,000 was automatically slapped with an S-rank label. The new guys were already at each other's throats, arguing over the details. Suddenly, the head of the Mu Rong family, Mu Rong II, walked in, scaring the absolute crap out of everyone. He told them all to shut their damn mouths. Jin Hyuk is not someone they can just pick a fight with and expect to survive. There was no doubt about that final move in the video. It was definitely the eighth form of the soul-chasing sword style. Even back in the Muram world, that technique is incredibly rare. He never expected an outsider to master it up to the eighth form, but he figured they might still have one card left to play. The villagers were working when they suddenly saw something that made them freeze in their tracks. Tears streaming down their faces. It was their beloved chief, Benham. He stood before his people and declared loudly, "We have suffered great losses from this enemy ambush. Many of our brave archers have fallen, and many innocent souls have been sent to heaven. Even so, we must keep moving forward to rebuild our sacred mother forest, so that one day, the children of the mother forest can spread their wings and soar." Now that is one hell of a speech. It was a sight that brought tears to everyone's eyes. The village chief declared that the Moonlit Festival would continue, urging everyone to remember those who had fallen, and to find the strength to move past this pain. 1, 2, 3, bottoms up. 1, 2, 3, drink. 1 cup and you are hooked. 2 cups and you are head over heels. 3 cups and you are floating. 4 cups and your brain is totally fried. To the sons who have returned to their mother's arms, and to our incredible new friends, it was time to open a restaurant in this alternate world. Jin Hyuk was showing off his skills like a true master chef, his body moving with insane speed as he whipped up dish after dish. The village chief never imagined there would come a day when they would owe their lives to an outsider, a man they had happened to stumble upon in these very woods. Jin Hyuk finished a portion and handed it to a little boy with dark circles under his eyes. He turned into a total demon uncle, demanding, "You better eat every single bite." He threatened the kid not to leave any leftovers. But seeing the boy looking totally unenthusiastic about the food, Jin Hyuk was left with a giant question mark over his head. This race was famous for being absolute foodies, yet here they were, barely touching these delicacies. It seemed the trauma they endured was still weighing heavily on their hearts. Suddenly, someone else arrived, causing the villagers to break out into a cold sweat. With eyes like tiny peppercorns, it was none other than little bunny Tesla, rocking a vibrantly pink outfit. His fair skin showed off a shredded six-pack, with the added bonus of golden fairy butterfly wings on his back. Jin Hyuk stared at Tesla's ridiculously poetic outfit. He teased, "Looks like you really love that look, Tesla. It actually suits you surprisingly well." The little bunny immediately snapped back in a rage. "Hey man, I am a grown adult. Okay." Eventually, Tesla managed to swallow his pride and started talking seriously. He used to believe that outsiders were always a threat to the forest, thinking they would try to invade just to seize the magic oil spring. But this time, his people were being slaughtered in a surprise raid, and Tesla had been powerless to stop it. Jin Hyuk was the true hero who saved the entire village from total annihilation. That was why the bunny was now stuck wearing pink, with butterfly wings and a magical angel wand. This was his way of showing respect and keeping the promise he made. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk put on a pouty face. If Tesla was wearing it willingly, where was the fun in that? Suddenly, a clear, loud laugh rang out, making Tesla's embarrassment levels go through the roof. Alice saw the bunny in his pink getup and just couldn't stop laughing. She laughed so hard, her face started to contort. This was the first time she had ever seen such a ridiculous outfit. From now on, Tesla had a brand new nickname, the court jester of the elves, the king of fashion. Tesla was absolutely livid and wanted to deck the girl right then and there. Laughter is contagious. The little panda boy was now giggling just like Alice. Soon, the whole village was roaring with laughter, some even shedding tears of joy. Seeing everyone ganging up to laugh at him, Tesla started to well up too. His shame sensors had officially short-circuited. With a bright smile, the village chief asked for a private word with Jin Hyuk. He led him to a truly bizarre spot. It was a storehouse completely overgrown with tree roots, which hummed as it recognized the user. A 2-star protective shield deactivated. The chief gave a brief introduction. "This is the ancient artifact vault, the place where we keep this village's most precious treasures. No one is allowed to set foot in here without the express permission of the village chief." Jin Hyuk looked around, feeling lucky to be witnessing such a masterpiece of a collection. The chief then pulled something out. He introduced it as a musical instrument they called the dicatant. Simply playing it could amplify any status effects received. This was the gift the chief offered as a token of gratitude to the savior of the forest. He promised he would never forget Jin Hyuk's contribution. That was when Jin Hyuk started his psychological manipulation. He claimed he didn't care for the instrument. But if the chief truly wanted to show his gratitude with a gift, then why not give him that instead? The items Jin Hyuk was pointing at were the Kani bow and dagger. Those weapons had been passed down through the bloodline since the time of their ancestors. They had received them as a reward for once healing a god. The chief was thinking, what the heck has this guy been eating to be this damn greedy? Give him an inch and he takes a mile. Dream on. He shoved the musical instrument toward Jin Hyuk and gave a firm refusal. However, according to the prophecy, when the time comes, it will find its own true love. Since negotiations failed this time, Jin Hyuk felt a bit regretful. Meanwhile, Alice was completely wasted, partying like there was no tomorrow and demanding more drinks. She drunkenly promised that if she ever conquered this place, she would let them live. The villagers joined in, raising a glass to the savior of our village, to Alice. In contrast to them, Jin Hyuk was busy mixing a deep purple liquid. He sat there with the calm, serious aura of a young man who meant business. His gaze met the village chief's, who raised his glass from across the way and downed it in one go. Jin Hyuk just stared, totally confused. What is this old man up to? He thought to himself, I should just take this and get the hell out of here. No sooner said than done, Jin Hyuk arrived back at the storehouse. He noticed that the shield here was only a 2-star level. When he touched the door, there was no shield to be found. Everyone was passed out from the heavy drinking, sleeping like babies. Abraham's ring had already begun to absorb the souls. A servant, huh? Well, Jin Hyuk just carried off the sleeping Alice. Holding his lute, he offers a quick word of thanks. Thanks for the gift, my dear village chief. Enjoy your deep, deep sleep. At the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, in the Temple of Hatred, they would never have made it to the 10th floor without Anno. They weren't about to miss out on all the artifacts appearing during the short 10-day window when the 10th floor was open. Dealing with Kang Jin Hyuk was already a massive headache, and now they had to watch every single move of that troublemaker, Anno, too. They never imagined just 2 people could mess things up this badly. Just listening to the reports was exhausting. Melina stood up abruptly. When Lancelot asked where she was going, she gave a short, sharp answer. Daddy. As she stepped out the door, she was so angry she felt like spitting blood. They didn't even realize that Anno and Jin Hyuk were actually the same person. Thinking about that expansion mark made her even more furious. If Melina ever leaked that secret, she'd have a one-way ticket to the afterlife. It was a classic case of out of the frying pan and into the fire for her. Suddenly, 2 guys dressed in all black approached. Melina immediately went on high alert, pulling out her knife and demanding to know who they were. The 2 didn't bother answering, they just smirked, revealing razor-sharp fangs. There was no telling what had happened to them. A piercing scream rang out. Melina was slammed to the ground, while another young man's blood splattered everywhere. One of the figures in black was busy sucking down fresh blood. Ophelia took a taste and complained that it tasted absolutely disgusting. Like master, like blood, I guess. The guy next to her told her to quit that habit of shoving everything she sees into her mouth. Finding a human with high-quality blood is actually pretty hard. Injured and cornered, Melina was completely disoriented. She couldn't even track their movements. Who on earth were these people? Honestly, nobody knew. Ophelia finished her idle chatter and turned her attention back to Melina, wanting to test the quality of her blood. Suddenly, a dark mist drifted out, catching Ophelia's eye. Lancelot made his heroic entrance just in time to save Melina. He apologized to her for being late. Then, he added politely, "Noble aristocrats, what can this humble knight do for the 2 of you?" The other guy reacted like, "Oh my god, finally someone who actually knows how to show some respect." 90 days after the 6th floor, the elf forest was conquered. The 7th floor was automatically unlocked. Small things began to appear as if preparing for the next step. One girl sat lonely among the crowd, watching her friends act like lovey-dovey couples. In just 1 more year, she either has to graduate or the world might just end. Before that happens, there might be an announcement for the highly anticipated company shareholder meeting. The veteran program is starting soon. All employees, please gather on the 1st floor of the Moon Fox Tower of Trials. We will come find you before 1400 hours. If you are late or absent without a reason, even a lollipop will start tasting bitter in your mouth. The beautiful girl screamed, begging him to stop spinning her around like a top. You damn brat, what the hell do you think you're doing? Sitting on the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials, Jin Hyuk had been there since the afternoon, smiling brightly as he welcomed his precious employees. The employees' faces were all glowing with joy as they greeted Jin Hyuk. The girl thought to herself, "We stayed up for nights making those horses and chess pieces for you. Can't you just let us rest?" An old man was equally upset, telling Jin Hyuk to stop exploiting the elderly. This was all too easy for Kang Jin Hyuk. He told them they could quit if they wanted to. Hearing that, They didn't hesitate for a second. Okay, but it wasn't that simple. Jin Hyuk wanted them to pay a death compensation fee first. So, he told them they'd better pull out their bank accounts and hand them over. Pulling a total 180, the old man claimed that in this tough economy with rising unemployment, it was only thanks to Jin Hyuk that he had a job to support himself. The girl showered Jin Hyuk with finger hearts, and suddenly, no one wanted to quit anymore. With that, the meeting officially began. They started with short introductions before reporting on all the recent drama. 1, 2, 3, action. And so began the global snitching session. Hello, my beloved family. My name is Kim Hyung, the acting president of the Black Crow Guild, and sitting next to me is Park Hana, Kang Jin Hyuk's #1 errand girl. The super handsome Hyung had received intel that Kang Yoon-sok from the Dan Gun Guild's second attack team had entered the 7th floor. According to the rumors, Yoon-sok is searching for some kind of feather. In the tundra of the 7th floor, if you make it from the starting point to the finish line, the next floor opens up. However, the 7th floor is notorious for being time-consuming and requiring massive preparation due to the extreme environment. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk knew exactly what that guy was looking for. If it's a single feather, it's definitely a phoenix feather. The blessing of fire would be incredibly useful for conquering the 7th floor. Next was the #1 errand girl's turn. The foul-mouthed Chun Do-sung had fully recovered and been discharged from the hospital, and he had a message for Jin Hyuk. I'm gonna kill you, period. If that trash-talking mouth of yours is still running, you're definitely fully recovered. Amazing, good job. Next up, we have an incredibly passionate guy, Takeshi from the Samurai Guild. He greets Naito Mitsu. This guy is actually pretty useful. He followed Jin Hyuk's plan and swiped an item from the Medusa Temple. They are definitely 100% freaking out now that their national treasure is missing the Heavenly Water Cascade sword. Jin Hyuk already has Kanye's bow and daggers, so he doesn't really need this, but he's hanging on to it to trade for something better later. Next up is a gorgeous lady with a lovely name, Andrea, the overseer of the 5th floor. The power structures are finally all in place. Even though few players visit the 5th floor, Andrea is beefing up her forces just in case one of the 3 calamities shows up. Everyone's still buffering after hearing that, staring at Andrea like she's from another world. Calling her an overseer just feels a little off. Jin Hyuk finally steps in to save the day, introducing Andrea as the actual boss of the 5th floor. Hearing that makes everyone absolutely lose their minds. Their reactions are pure gold. They're all wondering why a boss is just hanging out here while Andrea has a blast teasing those terrified guys. Jin Hyuk is practically moved to tears. This girl has really grown up, probably from hanging out with Alice. He tells everyone there's nothing to be afraid of. Next is Melina from the Demon Association. Everyone is freaking out, wondering what the hell the Demon Association even is. Jin Hyuk, however, just finds the whole act annoying. He tells Melina to cut the drama and just give her report. It turns out a high-level organization has approached her group. They introduce themselves as direct descendants of the DK Zeus family, worshippers of Amun-Ra. And they came with an offer. If she helps them, they'll guarantee Melina's group gets whatever they want. Apparently, they heard she's looking for a specific artifact. It's an artifact on the 11th floor. Lancelot thinks the offer sounds pretty tempting, so he asks what they want in return. They let out the most villainous laugh you've ever heard, explaining that a prisoner from the 1st floor escaped and they want them to hunt him down. Jin Hyuk is skeptical. Are they really going to give you the bracelet of apostasy from the 1st floor? Melina confirms that they are. Suddenly, Alice has a huge reaction to the tea. A poor rock becomes the victim of her grip as she practically fumes with rage. Those DK Zeus bastards betrayed Alice. She swears she'll find them and turn them into mincemeat, but in the middle of her rage, she remembers the promise Jin Hyuk made. He promised to help her no matter what, but they have to be careful. Right now, Jin Hyuk doesn't have enough mana to restore her to full power. Revealing her identity now is way too dangerous, so Alice needs to stay inside the necklace for a while. She's about to talk back, but Jin Hyuk just tells her to trust him with a super confident smile. Alice calms down and cutely tells him she wants first dibs on a chicken leg. All right then. Over at the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials, in the tundra, Yoon-sok's group has arrived, but the East Sea path is blocked. On top of that, there are glaciers everywhere. The freezing temperatures and damp air make it impossible to start a fire, and even moving around is a total nightmare. The captain of the Dongun Guild's 2nd strike team, Yoon-sok, is absolutely livid. His men just won't stop complaining. But they're determined to clear the 7th floor, no matter what. Suddenly, someone calls out to Yoon-sok to come check something out. Turns out, it's Jin Hyuk rocking a full winter outfit. Kang Jin-sok asks him, "What the hell are you doing here, Kang Jin Hyuk?" Kang Jin Hyuk just casually replies that he's here to clear the floor. He adds that he actually feels a bit bad for the Dangun Guild guys, because it is freezing. Even though Kang Yoon is shivering like a leaf, he still tries to act tough, claiming the Dangun Guild doesn't need help from anyone. They can handle this just fine on their own. Jin Hyuk gives him a dead-eyed stare, wondering how this guy could be so delusional. When did he ever say he was going to help them? Why is he acting like he's turning down an offer? The path is wide enough, even if this guy is trying to block it. Jin Hyuk has over a dozen other ways to get through. Honestly, the only thing he's interested in is the phoenix feather. It's just a coincidence that Kang Jin-sok is standing in his way. Furious, Jin-sok quickly tries to claim the path as his own. He claims this is the Dangun Guild's exclusive route, and that Jin Hyuk is basically trying to trespass on their territory. Right? Naturally, Jin Hyuk shuts down that ridiculous claim. The 7th floor isn't exactly the Dangun Guild's private property, so you can't call it trespassing. It's more like fair competition. And if he wants, Kang Jin-sok could always try to stop him like a hero. His face goes dark, looking like he's actually ready to throw hands. But who would have thought that less than a second later, he just opens his tent and ducks inside? I guess the first attempt at stopping him was a total flop. Deep in the woods, 2 guys are huddling around a campfire when suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk appears out of nowhere. The short-haired guy shouts for him to stop, saying it's a restricted area, but after taking a closer look, he realizes it's actually Kang Jin Hyuk, the very man he's admired for so long. He excitedly asks, "What brings you all the way out here, Kang Jin Hyuk?" The 2 guys are still huddled by the fire when Kang Jin Hyuk suddenly pops up, giving them quite a scare. The short-haired one yells for him to halt, saying no outsiders allowed. But once he gets a better look, he sees it's actually Kang Jin Hyuk. His longtime idol just appeared out of thin air. He asks with pure excitement, "What are you doing here, Kang Jin Hyuk?" When he says he has business in this forest, Shorthair immediately warns him that it is not allowed because this place is a total death trap. It is not a coincidence that the Dagon Guild has guards stationed right here. Kang Jin Hyuk uses his fleeing crowd skill to zip right past. By the time Shorthair regains his senses, our boy is already a long way behind him. Second attempt to stop him? Total failure. Shorthair is stunned. He did not even realize when Kang Jin Hyuk passed him, and the guy was walking on snow no less. These F-rankers really do hit different. But Shorthair still has to report in. Seconds later, we are back with Kang Jin-sok, that arrogant little brat who respects no one. Through Shorthair's virtual screen, Kang Jin-sok orders him to assemble a squad and hunt down Kang Jin Hyuk immediately. Kang Jin Hyuk is here for the phoenix feathers. That means if they tail him, they can swoop in and snatch those feathers for the guild. Just follow him and see how he pulls it off. Looking at the way Kang Jin-sok is gritting his teeth while giving orders, you can tell he is beyond salty. Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk has already ventured deep into the woods. He picks up a broken blade. It is a leftover from the Dagon Guild, but there are no bodies in sight. Kang Jin Hyuk stares intensely at the sharp claw marks on a stone monument, lost in thought. Suddenly, he hears a noise from behind. It turns out Shorthair managed to bring 3 others to tail him all the way here. Kang Jin Hyuk asks why they are following him. Didn't they just say this place was dangerous? Shorthair already had his excuse ready. Now he just has to let it rip. Shorthair claims they couldn't just leave Kang Jin Hyuk out here all by himself. At the very least, he needs a guide. Seeing the 3 of them practically buried in the snow, Kang Jin Hyuk really wants to ask who is guiding who exactly. Seeing the Dagon Guild trio about to freeze to death, Kang Jin Hyuk decides to activate Ice Bangle and Fire Source. An igloo and a campfire appear out of thin air, making Shorthair beam with joy. This is his first time experiencing the absolute luxury of traveling with an S-rank tier player. Shorthair introduces himself as Park Dae-ho. As soon as he introduces himself, Kang Jin Hyuk just uses his gluttony eye to scan them all. The light brown-haired guy is Cha Hyun-yu, and the one in the hat is Oh Yoon-hee. Their stat windows are shorter than a grocery list. Honestly, it is not even worth reading. Kang Jin Hyuk gets straight to the point. Kang Jin-sok told the 3 of them to follow him, right? He asks it like it is already a proven fact. He knows the drill too well. Seeing Dae-ho trying to play dumb, Kang Jin Hyuk reminds him, "If you are not good at lying, then don't even try." He even knows Kang Yoon-seok sent them to watch how he gets the phoenix feathers. Just seeing them enter such a dangerous place makes it obvious. Seeing the 3 of them stay quiet, Kang Jin Hyuk sighs. Look, he is not planning to scold them or anything. It is just that right now, besides those phoenix feathers, there is a much bigger headache to worry about. Those strange patterns on that massive stone monument back there? That is the mark of a snow ogre. Hyun-yu speaks up, saying they know about them. They are the strongest mid-tier monsters on the 7th floor. Kang Jin Hyuk adds to himself that those marks belong to the Iceblade tribe, the deadliest of all snow ogres. Oh Yoon-hee asks if this forest is their territory. Kang Jin Hyuk replies, no. The snow ogre territory is actually in the west of this floor, nowhere near here. That is why he said, this is a headache. The fact that they have appeared here is beyond bizarre. To make matters worse, this is the only path leading to the island with the phoenix feathers. Snow ogres already have high resistance to the cold, yet they are still hunting for phoenix feathers? Something is definitely wrong. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk senses danger. Outside, arrows tear through the wind, aiming straight for the igloo. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately activates Ice Bangle. Even though the arrows pierce the igloo, luckily they are stopped by the ice wall he just built. The 4 of them take the chance to bolt out of there. After hiding behind some ancient trees, Daeho looks around in a panic. Where the heck are these attacks coming from? The snow is falling way too hard, and they can't see a thing. Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk just standing out there in the open, Daeho frantically tells him to hide. Not only does Kang Jin Hyuk ignore him, but he even walks into an even more exposed spot. 2 fireballs drop out of nowhere, and their target is none other than Kang Jin Hyuk. Unfortunately, how powerful were those fireballs? Only the heavens and the snow know for sure. No matter how strong they were, only the snow felt the impact, because Kang Jin Hyuk, with his god-tier dodging skills, perfectly baited them into the dirt. Up on a high cliff, 2 people and a beast have appeared out of thin air. The man looks down at Kang Jin Hyuk and mutters in awe. So, you really are Kang Jin Hyuk. Word on the street is that even the ladies think Kang Jin Hyuk is pretty cute. But the moment those 2 voices are heard, Bram's ring starts vibrating like crazy. Kang Jin Hyuk places a hand on the ring to calm the agitated Alice, then activates his gluttonous eyes to scan the 2 newcomers. The man is named Leodra Bertian. The level gap between him and Kang Jin Hyuk is absolutely massive. Just pulling up his status window with the gluttonous eyes drains a staggering amount of mana. And man, the requirements to copy his skills are a total nightmare. Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk standing there frozen, Wadeho runs over, worried sick, asking if he is okay. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk switches into total melodrama mode. He drops his voice and says, Wadeho, you and your team need to get out of here right now. Run out of this forest and call for backup. Wadeho screams back in a panic. What about you? Are you really planning to take on that entire mob all by yourself? Kang Jin Hyuk forces a bright smile to reassure the 3 of them. He tells them, I will be fine. Just make sure that once I am done here and I make it back, you better buy me a drink, okay? Promise me. Kang Jin Hyuk has never radiated this much main character energy before. Wadeho is instantly moved. Even if the Union ordered him to leave now, he wouldn't budge. Kang Jin Hyuk rubs his nose awkwardly. It turns out the condition to copy Leodra Bertian's skill is to survive after saying 4 specific lines. These are the classic lines characters always say right before they die. Each sentence will temporarily lock one of the skills Kang Jin Hyuk currently possesses. He has just checked off the first set of final words, so his 100 poison skill has been locked. Kang Jin Hyuk tilts his head to dodge a lightning-fast punch from a snow spirit. He retaliates, landing a heavy blow of his own. Even though the snow spirit is massive, it gets sent flying backward. Up on the cliff, Leodra Bertian and his companion watch the show with amusement. The vampire girl stares intensely. She can't get over how delicious Kang Jin Hyuk's blood smells. Damn it, this Kang Jin Hyuk guy is actually interesting. He has successfully piqued her curiosity. Right then, the words "how interesting" flash through her mind. Kang Jin Hyuk is surrounded by the snow spirit horde, when suddenly, Bertian calls out to stop the snow spirits. He tells Kang Jin Hyuk that he has heard a lot about him, and for a mere human, he is actually quite impressive. After finishing his critique, he finally introduces himself as Leodra Bertian, a member of the Decus family. The girl beside him introduces herself as Ophelia, also from the Decus clan. Kang Jin Hyuk cuts straight to the chase, asking if the snow spirits and the kidnappings were their doing. Ophelia is surprised by how blunt he is. He doesn't even look shocked to see the 2 of them. Well, regardless, it is true that those traps were their work. They were traps designed to lure in experts experienced enough to notice the strange occurrences in the tundra. The demons gave them a few names, people who survived the desert lands on the 1st floor. Teresa Ze Laurentia, a nameless man, Chun Du-sung, and a powerhouse pretending to be a lowly errand boy. And the one with the most thrilling track record is none other than Kang Jin Hyuk. Not only that, Kang Jin Hyuk might also be the one who helped Alice von Ataraxia escape. Bershin smirks and tells Kang Jin Hyuk not to expect any help from the humans outside the forest. By now, the demons should have arrived there to wipe them all out. After answering Kang Jin Hyuk's question with a bunch of extra info, Ophelia decides to get down to business. She asks Kang Jin Hyuk point blank, "Where is Alice?" Kang Jin Hyuk claims he has never heard of anyone named Alice. By this point, Kang Jin Hyuk has already drawn his sword, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Bershin's grin widens. Since Kang Jin Hyuk wants to play dumb, they have no other choice. Bershin tosses aside his cumbersome coat. Suddenly, a razor-sharp sword appears in his hand. He says, he will just have to beat Kang Jin Hyuk until his memory returns. A blizzard picks up as Bershin leaps high into the air, activating his black war will. Dark energy erupts from his blade as he lunges at Kang Jin Hyuk below. It cuts off every possible escape route. He isn't giving him a single chance to counterattack. Seeing Bershin's momentum, it looks like he might end the fight in a heartbeat. Ophelia, watching like she is at an action movie, excitedly reminds him not to kill Kang Jin Hyuk yet. Bershin scowls. He knows that already. Besides, Kang Jin Hyuk is tougher than he expected. Seeing how the kid is still holding his own, and even grinning while they fight, Bertien decides to sacrifice a bit of his own blood to activate Blood Palm. A stream of crimson blood shoots out, wrapping tightly around Kang Jin Hyuk's eyes. His vision will be completely blocked for 30 seconds. Jin Hyuk feels like he is being smothered by countless droplets of blood. It is an incredibly suffocating sensation. Before Kang Jin Hyuk can even react, Bertien quickly activates Bloodheart. Blood droplets transform into viral shapes, swarming toward Kang Jin Hyuk like a plague. But do you really think he'd let those things touch him? He just smirks, and that weakling act completely vanishes. Jin Hyuk immediately fires up his fire element. In less than a second, all of Bershin's precious blood is completely incinerated. Cheap tricks like that won't work on him. Ophelia is stunned. The arrogant, mocking look on her face is totally gone now. She'd heard rumors that, for a human, Kang Jin Hyuk was pretty capable, but to go toe-to-toe with Bershin without breaking a sweat? Is this guy really the one who helped Alice escape? Ophelia is actually starting to get worried. Meanwhile, Bertien is still trying to act tough despite being backed into a corner, talking to Jin Hyuk like he's a rat in a trap. He gives Jin Hyuk some backhanded credit. Even though his face is stiff from the cold, Jin Hyuk can't help but burst out laughing at this guy's ego. To repay Bershin for the hilarious winter story he just told, Jin Hyuk decides to give him a little taste of a much darker version. The truth is, Jin Hyuk knew exactly when these two would come looking for him. Right now, over at the Dan Gun Guild camp, demonic humans are swarming the perimeter, completely surrounding them. Jang Yoon-suk sees the horde and screams at everyone to get into a defensive formation immediately. They're running out of time. Suddenly, 3 figures in fur cloaks arrive. The leader pulls back her hood, revealing beautiful golden hair. It's none other than Teresa. She raises her sword to the sky, and holy light begins to pierce through the thick, dark clouds. Teresa activates Divine Blessing, boosting her holy power by 20% instantly. Teresa tells them she'll cover the rear and orders everyone into position. Jang Yoon-suk is absolutely floored. His cheeks, which were freezing cold just a second ago, are suddenly burning up. He yells out, "Saintess Teresa, are Lee Timan and Ju Hyunhwa here too?" The demonic humans try to charge in, but before they can even land a blow, they're sent flying. Amidst the falling snow and the bodies of their enemies hitting the ground, Chun Yoon-sung says with total disgust that using his blade on trash like this is a complete waste of his time. Back with Kang Jin Hyuk, the 2 vampires realize their demonic army is being slaughtered. Seeing them panic, Jin Hyuk asks if they like the little welcome party he prepared for them. He's got a wicked grin on his face. He points his sword at Bershin and Ophelia, his killing intent flaring up. He immediately activates Machine Master, rounds fire from the machines, blowing a crowd of enemies to pieces. Then she activates Mana Reinforcement, leaping wildly from one spot to another. Finally, she delivers a devastating kick, creating a massive blizzard that buries the entire group of enemies. At the same time, Teresa is busy buffing everyone with her divine power. Realizing the tide has turned against them, the subordinates tell Lancelot they need to retreat and regroup. Lancelot is absolutely livid, gritting his teeth in pure rage. In the distance, Ophelia spots a bright light coming from the forest. She recognizes it instantly as divine power, purely because of the nauseating feeling it gives her. Ophelia bites her lip, realizing this is becoming a huge headache. She calls out to Bershin, who's still locked in combat with Jin Hyuk. He manages to shout a reply back to her. Next, he activates Blood Lake, causing spikes of blood to erupt from the ground and bind his target. Jin Hyuk, they're surrounding you, forming a blood sphere with absolutely no way out. They've managed to trap Jin Hyuk. Sensing the unexpected divine presence, the two decide to cut their losses and retreat to change their plans. But life isn't usually that easy, especially not when you're fighting this guy. The blood sphere doesn't even hold Jin Hyuk for a few seconds before he shatters it with his fire element. He even kindly reminds them that this garbage doesn't work on him. Bertien actually used Blood Lake just as a distraction to buy himself and Ophelia enough time to run away. As he bolts, Bershin screams a warning that he'll kill Jin Hyuk with his own two hands next time. Look, if you can't back it up, don't say it. Karma is a real pain. Jin Hyuk activates Daylight and aims his hand right at Bershin. And Ophelia, he taunts Bershin, telling him to bark that threat one more time. Instantly, the light gathered in Jin Hyuk's hand explodes outward, forming a massive pillar of energy that carves through the forest. Once the dust settles, Jin Hyuk wonders if those two actually survived that. Just then, the system notifies him that the second Rise the Dead flag condition has been met, and his fire element has been locked. Jin Hyuk thinks the phrasing of that flag sounds a bit awkward, even if it was effective. He also figures they probably managed to slip away from his attack at the last second. Suddenly, the ring hanging around his neck starts to vibrate. He tells it to calm down, because the time isn't right yet back at the Dangun Guild's base camp. Everyone kept thanking Teresa and her teammates. Without them, no one would have made it out alive. As for Kang Yu-sung, he was staring intensely at a symbol floating right in front of his eyes. Teresa walked over and told him the damage was just too much. Those demonic bastards were definitely going to come back for more. She suggested they pull back from the tower for now. She and Jin Hyuk would handle the evacuation. Teresa went on, but for some reason, her words just weren't registering with this guy. The only thing he actually caught was Jin Hyuk's name. As soon as he heard it, his face went completely dark. Teresa had no idea why he was making that face. Right then, she spotted Jin Hyuk coming back. She waved him over immediately. Even Tae-min rushed toward him. Jin Hyuk apologized for dragging everyone out there so suddenly, and thanked them for going along with his crazy request. But honestly, Tae-min was already used to Jin Hyuk calling him out of the blue like this. Lee Bo-hee also chimed in, saying she wanted to hunt for some new items anyway, so she didn't mind the trip at all. Then Jin Hyuk glanced behind her and saw Yu-sung standing there. It took him by surprise. He didn't expect to see the guy here. Yu-sung, of course, was still acting all high and mighty, just standing there with his arms crossed and his mouth shut. Teresa reported that they had blocked the demonic forces, but they still didn't know who was pulling the strings. Taemin cut in, saying he couldn't believe those demonic freaks would dare attack such a major guild. Teresa totally agreed. She was dying to know what was really going on, so Jin Hyuk broke it down for them. Those demons are working with high-ranking vampires from the upper floors of the Tower of Trials. He figured they were plotting something big in this tundra region. Hearing that, everyone was absolutely stunned. Jin Hyuk continued, saying he found out their ultimate goal is a massive dungeon break. That sent a shockwave through the group. It looked like this was the first time any of them had heard of a potential dungeon break. Jin Hyuk explained that the ice trolls were guarding the location where the phoenix feathers were kept. Trolls are naturally immune to the cold, and those phoenix feathers are legendary items. However, if you combine those feathers with a specific item, they can actually create a teleportation gate. Yu-sung was listening, but he didn't see how any of that connected to the dungeon break Jin Hyuk mentioned. He thought it sounded a bit far-fetched. So Jin Hyuk explained that a lot of Dangun Guild members had been kidnapped. He suspected they were planning to fuse humans with the phoenix feathers to force their way out of the tower. Hearing that, Teresa started shaking with fear. She was worried it would be a repeat of the Amsterdam dungeon break disaster. Yu-sung stepped up and patted her shoulder, telling her not to worry, because he wouldn't let that happen. Then he looked at Jin Hyuk. He knew the guy probably had everything planned out already. So Yu-sung told Jin Hyuk to stop beating around the bush and just give them the battle plan already. Jin Hyuk couldn't help but chuckle. Seriously, only Yu-sung could read him like that. He understood him so well that Jin Hyuk half suspected the guy had been stalking him this whole time. Meanwhile, over with Ophelia and Bershin, the two of them were kneeling before their master. The boss was swirling a glass of wine while he talked, but the color was off. To be honest, it looked more like fresh blood. The leader asked if Kang Jin Hyuk was really that powerful. He couldn't believe his top people couldn't even catch a single rat. He didn't hide his disappointment. Hey, why don't you try going a few rounds with our boy Jin Hyuk first before talking smack? Let's see if you are still feeling disappointed then. But anyway, Bershan was just a loyal servant. He felt incredibly guilty and apologized immediately. He just didn't expect such a massive wildcard to show up. Ophelia spoke up to back him up. She explained that Jin Hyuk didn't look surprised at all when he saw them. He had stayed perfectly calm while countering every single one of Bertian's skills. And there was one thing Ophelia was absolutely sure of. Even though it was only for a split second, while Jin Hyuk was fighting, she felt the unmistakable energy of Alice von Ataraxia. The master went silent for a moment. He probably didn't expect to track down Alice much earlier than he had planned. Above them, the blood of those they had slaughtered dripped down into his glass. You gotta wonder, is that blood even sanitary? If one of those dead guys had bad breath, would the boss even notice? Once he heard Alice had been found, he let out a wicked grin. He was really looking forward to this reunion. Jin Hyuk's plan was to split the group up, but Yu Sung thought it was stupid and looked like he wanted to punch the guy's lights out. But Teresa stepped in to stop him. Jin Hyuk didn't care one bit. In fact, he actually seemed to enjoy messing with Du Sung. After that, Du Sung and Teresa headed out. Before leaving, the guy even swore that one day he'd make sure Jin Hyuk died by his blade. Jin Hyuk just brushed it off. He knew the guy would always grumble, but in the end, he'd still do exactly what he was told. Next up in the plan, the Dan Gun team was going to abandon the camp and evacuate all their members out of the tower. However, there was one person who absolutely refused to leave, and that was none other than Kang Yoon-sok. No matter how much Jin Hyuk tried to drive him away, the guy just kept clinging to him and wouldn't budge. Jin Hyuk couldn't wrap his head around why he was being so stubborn. He explained that this place was Dan Gun property, and he was the one in charge here. Honestly, Yoon-sok following him around looked pretty hilarious. While other people looked classy walking on the snow, this guy looked like he was literally burying himself in it. He looked so pathetic it was hard to watch. Seeing Jin Hyuk keep moving forward, he asked where they were going. Jin Hyuk was honestly grossed out by him using the word we, but he told him the truth. They were heading to a jade lake, and that lake was definitely not your average body of water. That's the spot where mana is most concentrated on the entire 7th floor. Whenever the tribe faced a crisis, the chief of the Frost Sword tribe would come here to build up mana and turn the tide of battle. Jin Hyuk chose to head straight for that lake. Not only that, he ordered Yoon-sok to wave a white flag in front of a whole pack of ice trolls. With a bunch of ice trolls glaring at him while he held that flag, Yoon-sok went from looking pathetic to looking like a total loser. He couldn't help but feel it was unfair. Jin Hyuk just told him it was the responsibility of the person in charge, so he had to carry it. But just like Jin Hyuk said, that flag actually stopped the trolls from attacking them. Jin Hyuk explained that the frost trolls aren't actually that aggressive. They actually value honor above almost everything else. Besides that, the troll race prioritizes family more than anything. So as long as Yoon-sok kept waving that white flag, they wouldn't attack. Yoon-sok had a different opinion though. He looked at those giant green monsters and called them nothing but crude beasts. Seriously, this guy just loves to judge everyone around him. No wonder he ended up as the official white flag bearer. A little later, the two of them stood before the troll king named Calico. That guy had already heard plenty about Jin Hyuk. After hearing how he took down his tribesmen with his bare hands, he was pretty curious about how a human could be that strong. He asked why Jin Hyuk was surrendering so easily. Meanwhile, Yoon-sok was just staring in shock at how massive the chief was. Standing in front of him, the two of them looked like nothing more than tiny little toy dolls. Right after being questioned, Jin Hyuk immediately threw the white flag on the ground and gave a sly smirk, saying he never had any intention of surrendering. He only faked it so he could get here without having to fight everyone along the way. Now that is one smart move, kid. Hearing that, Calico flew into a rage. He couldn't believe everything the human did was just a bunch of lies. He demanded to know if the boy had any pride as a warrior at all. It wasn't just Calico. The surrounding trolls started hurling insults at the two of them. Yoon-sok was so terrified his whole body was shaking. Jin Hyuk, on the other hand, didn't give a damn. He acted like he was stone deaf and couldn't hear a thing. Calico immediately grabbed his hammer. He told Jin Hyuk he'd let him wash away that stain on his honor with a dignified death. Following the tribe's ancient tradition, he demanded a duel. He stood up immediately to face the challenge while the other trolls started cheering wildly. Jin Hyuk just turned to Yoon Sok and asked if he still wanted to be the one in charge. Yoon Sok shook his head no, so fast it could have fallen off. Jin Hyuk decided to let the kid off the hook and told him to just stay back and watch while he handled the rest. Over at the China Association headquarters, Namgung Chan had just received some news. All their members, including 3 S-rank players, had been wiped out in the elven forest. This news made him absolutely furious, and he even smashed several teacups in a rage. He remembered his visit to Lord Morong. The Lord had his back turned to him and warned him that Kang Jin Hyuk was not someone he could handle. Being compared like that made Namgung Chan lose his mind with anger. He begged Lord Morong to give him just one more chance. But in this world, nobody gets that many second chances. Lord Morong didn't want him to embarrass himself any further, so he advised him to stay out of Jin Hyuk's business. The more he thought about it, the angrier Namgung Chan got. He crashed his teeth together and screamed Jin Hyuk's name with pure hatred. He swore he would kill him no matter what. At the same time, another person with a sword was searching for Jin Hyuk with that exact same goal, to end his life. Our boy Jin Hyuk really is the man of the hour, with people obsessed with him everywhere he goes. Back to Kalako and Jin Hyuk. The Troll King swung his hammer with a massive blow aimed right at Jin Hyuk, but he blocked it with total ease. After that, the king activated the chief's roar and let out a devastating blast right at Jin Hyuk. This roar is absolutely massive. Listen to it once, and you'll either go deaf or get blown away. But the guy standing his ground is our handsome protagonist, Jin Hyuk. He calmly activates his 2-star distortion shield to warp the trajectory of the attack. And just like that, he redirects the roar completely away from himself. The more they fight, the more certain he is that this Kalaka guy is way stronger than your average troll. Well, duh. Jin Hyuk. Tell us something we don't know. He's the chieftain of the entire Iceblade tribe. If he wasn't strong, he'd be a total embarrassment, wouldn't he? Jin Hyuk immediately fires off his ice form skill. Shards of ice fly straight at Kalaka, dealing a painful blow. Seizing the moment, Jin Hyuk draws his blade and triggers Sword Tomb, slashing Kalaka twice in quick succession. The demon troll coughs up blood in agony and collapses heavily onto the ground. The tribe members watching and Unsiak are left completely speechless, seeing Kalaka defeated in just 5 minutes flat. Flat on his back, Kalaka admits that Jin Hyuk is incredibly powerful and surrenders. He even asks Jin Hyuk to grant him the mercy of an honorable death. Now, Jin Hyuk couldn't care less about their honor, but he does know a thing or two about troll traditions. He knows their sacred, unbreakable law. The loser must obey the winner's every command. On top of that, during the fight, Jin Hyuk realized this guy is actually strong enough to wipe the floor with those demons and Dekasus's low-level grunts. It makes him wonder why a powerhouse like this would ever serve those people. Hearing this, Kalaka realizes he's talking about Ophelia and Burton. He explains he didn't lose to those two, but rather to someone on a completely different level than Ophelia or Burton. Because of that crushing defeat, Kalaka had no choice but to submit. He says that person's name is Michael, a high-ranking noble of the Dekasus family bloodline. Kalaka adds that as long as that monster exists, even if his entire tribe fought together, they wouldn't stand a chance. He basically just lies there on the ground, gasping out his final words. He knows there's no hope for him or his people, so he begs for at least one last bit of dignity in death. Jin Hyuk looks down at the desperate Kalaka at his feet, a high-ranking Dekasus noble. Huh? He's got the gist of the situation now. Flashing that familiar, scheming capitalist smile, he asks, "You're Kalaka, right? Forget that honorable death nonsense. You want to make a deal? I'll help you take back the future of your tribe and your own life. Besides, you have to follow my orders anyway." Jin Hyuk points over to Unseok, who's busy staring at the snow by the cave entrance. "I'll leave this guy here as collateral." Unseok, who was just minding his own business and enjoying the view, is suddenly dragged into this and looks totally lost. Cut to Lancelot and his big mouth, he activates dark shooting bullet body. "Don't you think something's off? Those drones we sent to scout are being spotted one after another. They should be acting more discreetly, so why are they being so incredibly obvious? What do you think, Lord Michael?" Michael actually gives Lancelot some credit for his brains. He's pretty smart for a human. Michael calls for Ophelia and orders her to head to the freshwater lake. It's been a while since they heard from the Iceblade tribe. It seems Kang Jin Hyuk has already swayed them to his side. He's convinced these drones are nothing more than bait to lure them out. If Kalaka does anything suspicious, wipe every single one of them out. Ophelia obediently accepts the mission, saying, "Understood, my lord." Michael then tells Burton to get that thing ready. As for what that is, nobody knows yet. Having assigned tasks to his two loyal subordinates, Michael spreads his wings and takes flight. Before leaving, he calls out to Lancelot. This demon-kin says he'll take care of those annoying things floating in the air. Yeah, he means the drones. Lancelot very politely sends his thanks to him. Michael uses his mana to trigger weather control, turning the once romantic landscape into a violent storm. As he passes through the valley, a blizzard suddenly erupts. The weather turns nasty. Violent gusts of wind sweep away everything from trees to birds that were just peacefully flying by. The drones, of course, can't handle this cyclone. They get caught in the wind and smash into each other until they're nothing but scrap metal. Taemin frantically reports the emergency to Yeonhwa. "Sister, we've lost the connection to the drones. You think he's figured it out? Yeonhwa isn't someone you want to mess with." She activates Heavenly Flower Total Attack, ready to clash. "The time has come. They'll be here soon. Get ready, Taemin." "You got it, sis." In front of him, countless screens of data analysis and image. Taemin has officially activated the Mechanical Legion's heavy cannon. At this point, if any of those bastards even think about challenging him, he is going to blow their heads clean off. No need to be scared, though. It looks like Lancelot's wolf can already smell that they are about to get served. With a long, piercing howl, Lancelot immediately signals his army to halt right at the edge of the forest. Prepare to attack. Ophelia is currently weighed down by a heavy mood and 1,000 questions. Why fly all the way to the freshwater lake? Is Jin Hyuk really trying to get those phoenix feathers by using the Ice Buffalo tribe? Pretty smart, I will give him that. In just a split second, she has already reached the lake. But the moment she looks down, Ophelia is completely stunned. Calicole is happily carrying Jin Hyuk on his shoulders, while the other warriors of the tribe are cheering them on. The two of them are just playing around. Have they already sided with Jin Hyuk? She grinds her teeth and curses under her breath. Those morons. It is not just a coincidence that she set up her military base at Canyon Lake. Ophelia crosses her arms and activates a massive mana storm. She aims it directly at the group, playing around down below. By doing this, she can easily take care of everyone all at once. Ophelia channels her mana to create a vortex with terrifying pressure and suction. She ruthlessly hurls that mana black hole right into the middle of the lake, crushing everything within her range. The freshwater lake is completely obliterated, and the water has vanished into thin air. There is nothing left but a massive crater in the ground. As Ophelia lands, she looks at the wreckage and lets out a wicked giggle. What a shame. His blood was so sweet too. The explosion was so massive it even reached Jeonhwa's position. That blast came from brother Jin Hyuk's location. Hearing her say that, Taemin starts to panic. Is he going to be okay? Right as he is asking Jeonhwa, a voice comes from directly behind him, accompanied by the icy feeling of someone's hand resting on his shoulder. "Yeah, your big brother is doing just fine. Did you miss me?" It is a miracle Taemin did not piss his pants right then and there. He just jumped like he saw a ghost. Jeonhwa was also so startled, she nearly jumped out of her skin. "Damn it! How long have you been standing there?" Taemin yells, his soul practically leaving his body. "You could at least make some noise when you walk, so we know you are coming." My heart almost stopped. Wait a second, if Jin Hyuk is here, then who the hell is back at the lake? Jin Hyuk flashes a devious, sinister smile. Meanwhile, Ophelia realizes she has been played for a fool. There was actually nothing in front of her. It was all just an illusionary shield. Every bit of it was fake. Ophelia is completely blindsided, wondering how it could all just be an illusion. What was the point? Suddenly, she snaps her head around to look behind her. The boss lady, Teresa, has been standing there for who knows how long, activating the blessing of the stars. Just like Jin Hyuk said, "I am going to give you one chance. If you surrender now, I will spare your life. So be smart and give up." Ophelia is already fuming after being tricked like that. Being threatened on top of it makes her 100 times angrier, but she realizes she was way too careless. But does Teresa know something? Ophelia absolutely loathes divine power. These villains are always so weird. Like, she hates her guts even though Teresa never did anything to her. It is ridiculous. Meanwhile, it is time for Jeonhwa to move. It is time to give the enemy a taste of their own medicine. Jeonhwa charges out of the forest at breakneck speed, scaring the absolute life out of the enemy. Enemy contact. Someone is approaching. Lancelot immediately shouts an order. Even if it is just one person, do not let your guard down. Fire! The soldiers activate their projectile skills, firing a barrage of shots at Jianhua. But if she were that easy to take down, she would not be on Jin Hyuk's team. Jianhua effortlessly dodges the attacks while charging straight at them. Taemin provides cover from behind, shouting, "Go for it, Sister Jianhua." He activates his mana shield. He causes the enemy's attacks to bounce right back at them. Lancelot never expected to run into two people this difficult to handle. His head is spinning. He cannot wrap his mind around what is happening. Do they really dare to attack us with such a small force? Well, quality over quantity, buddy. Jianhua alone is enough to send this entire army to their graves. She leaps out from the dust cloud and throws a finishing punch that wipes out the low-level soldiers. And at that exact moment, Teresa also lands a solid sword strike right on Ophelia. The girl snarls and curses. This divine power is so annoying. Meanwhile, Calicol and his warriors are moving fast in another direction. There is no time to just stand around and watch. We have a long way to go, so move it. Everything has officially begun. There is no backing out of this fight now. Teresa and Ophelia are currently locked in a fierce, explosive battle. Teresa's sword strikes are no joke. With just one swing of her blade, she sends Ophelia flying 10 meters back. She slammed straight into the boulder behind her, shattering it into a million pieces. Note to self, never mess with a woman when she's pissed. You never know what's going to happen next. Ophelia shoved the heavy rock off of her and struggled to get back on her feet.